Hello everyone, welcome to part 4. Let's start with a brief recap of the previous episode. At the beginning of the story, Yi made a stunning debut in the Eternal Tower, breaking records at an astonishing pace and achieving an SS level clearance, which shocked the human race. His fame spread rapidly, making him a beacon of hope for humanity. However, with his growing reputation, he also caught the attention of the demon race, particularly the formidable King Hua, a legendary human war god renowned for his martial prowess. During his journey, Yi had to contend with both external and internal challenges. He developed a complex mentor-student relationship with Ingjio, a mysterious and powerful figure. Ingjio was both strict and protective of Yi, with his true intentions shrouded in layers of mystery. Under Ingjio's guidance, Yi continuously honed his skills while exploring his own talents and potential. In a twist of fate, Yi uncovered King Hua's plans. Seizing the opportunity, he arranged a series of 3 battles with King Hua to buy time and strengthen himself. Yi's wisdom and courage shone through as he aimed not only to defeat his opponent in combat, but also to outmaneuver him psychologically and strategically. As the story progressed, Yi's power grew. He began to encounter more mystical forces, such as the Shura Sea and the deeper secrets of the Eternal Tower. Each level he conquered in the tower added to his legend, presenting new challenges and opportunities for growth. In his battles with King Hua, Yi showcased his remarkable ability to turn the tables. He matched King Hua in strength and surpassed him in intellect and strategy. Each fight earned him the respect of King Hua and silenced his doubters. The story's climax centered around the 3 battles between Yi and King Hua, each a life-and-death struggle that tested Yi's strength and willpower. Throughout these battles, Yi continually pushed his limits. In the final confrontation, he delivered a breathtaking attack that decisively defeated King Hua, proving his status as the strongest contender. This concludes our recap of Part 3. I hope you enjoy today's Part 4. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in the story and it's your first time here, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the storyline of Part 4. Ding! Your All Things Pavilion account has received 600,000 War God merit points. Yi's heart filled with joy upon hearing the familiar notification sound. The 600,000 War God merit points had arrived just in time. He silently calculated, Demengzi still had at least 400,000, and Fool Master had 600,000. Sooner or later, he would get his hands on that 1.2 million. Figuring out how to spend the 1.6 million would be a delightful problem. But right now, the newly acquired merit points were already gone before he could even enjoy them. Yi did a quick mental calculation. Making a net gain of 50,000 War God merit points wasn't too bad. After collecting the materials, Yi greeted the goblin assistant briefly and left with a slightly twitching heart. Back in his private space, he handed over materials worth 550,000 War God merit points to Fool Master. With a stern face, Yi said harshly, if something goes wrong this time, don't even think about returning to the abyss. Fool Master snorted coldly, retorting without backing down, as if you ever planned to let me go back in the first place. Dracula, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but think, the demon lord was right. Yi was left speechless. Fool Master assessed the materials carefully and finally gave an estimated time. It will take between 3 to 12 hours to repair the force of nature. Once everything was confirmed, Yi left his private space and returned to the Shura respawn point, the restroom. Yi frowned as he saw the substitute doll sitting on the floor, drinking toilet water. He turned to Jiuyi, who was busy recording, and said with a hint of helplessness, Jiuyi, I asked you to keep an eye on the substitute. Is this how you do it? Jiuyi hastily put away the camera, feigning surprise. Shura, why are you sitting on the floor? Get up. It's dirty down there. 1,000 complaints ran through Yi's mind. Is the floor being dirty the issue here? Isn't the toilet dirtier? This substitute doll is useless. He gathered a water ball in his palm and carefully cleaned the substitute doll before temporarily storing it away. The matter of the force of nature was settled for now. Yi could now focus on his second scheduled fight with the sunny boy, Hua Tianwang. At 2 p.m., in the Sea District Training Hall, Yi waited but saw no sign of Hua Tianwang. Just as he was getting puzzled, Juye's voice came through, Hua Lunatic is waiting for you in the men's restroom. Yi was baffled. Why the restroom? Reluctantly, he had to follow their agreement. The loser of the last match sets the rules for the next one. Since Hua Lunatic chose the restroom as the battleground, Yi had no choice but to go along with it. As Yi headed towards the men's restroom, the entire Sea District erupted in excitement. They all knew something big was about to happen. Second Master had fought Shura twice in the Sea District restroom, and now Yi was about to face Shura there too. Wherever Yi went, the crowd buzzed. Big Bai, take me with you to fight Shura. Brother Bai, want to join me in the restroom? I'll pay 100,000 gold coins for a spot. Ha, 100,000 can only get you a standing ticket. Listening to the crowd's reactions, Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What kind of nonsense is this? Why would someone pay to join me in the restroom? He politely declined the male students' offers and seriously told the eager female students, next time, for sure. After that, he turned and entered the men's restroom. As soon as he entered, several instructors guarded the restroom door, keeping everyone else out. From this moment on, the men's restroom in C District was a restricted area. Anything involving Shura was taken very seriously. Several war kings guarded the area, and a war god was on the way. Pulling himself out of the commotion, Yibai arrived at Hua Tianwang's chosen battleground, the restroom. Just in time, he overheard a conversation between Hua Lunatic and Xiao Jio. With a hint of innocence, Xiao Jio asked, Brother Hua, why choose the restroom for a fight? The sunny boy explained seriously, during the first fight, Shura specifically mentioned not to fight in the restroom. The more an enemy avoids something, the more they fear it. Yibai never expected the issue to be this simple. Hua Tianwang snorted, lightly stomping his foot. You're already here. Why sneak around like a coward? Yibai stepped out from the shadows, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. Greetings, senior. Xiaoju tugged on Hua Tianwang's sleeve, whispering, Brother Hua. He smells like Grandpa Hua. The youthful version of Hua Tianwang shook his head. It's fine. That old lunatic is crazy. This kid was probably punched to death by him. The true meaning of, I'm so crazy, I even insult myself, Yibai sneered. I never thought the mighty Hua Tianwang wouldn't even get a chance to throw a second punch against me. His shameless remark left everyone speechless for a moment. As they chatted, Jiuyi had already enveloped the area in black mist, ready for the battle to begin at any moment. Please, Hua Tianwang gestured for Xiao Ju to stand aside and raised his hand. Weapons of all kinds appeared on either side of the restroom, everything one could imagine. According to the rules Hua Tianwang had set, this fight would involve both fists and weapons. Both fighters' levels were suppressed to level 1, with all 5 attributes set to 10. As for unlimited health, that was easy to handle. Both characters had their health points set to 1 million, regenerating at a rate of 1 million per second, making their health bars virtually infinite. The combat rules were straightforward. With 10 points of attributes, if you could deal 1,000,000 points of damage in one high burst, the outcome would be decided. Yibai, ever courteous, said, Senior, please choose your weapon first. Hua Tianwang, seeing through Yibai's intentions, chuckled lightly, you sly fox. He casually picked up a spear, which landed smoothly in his hand. With a slight flex of his forearm, the spear bent like a noodle, showcasing his profound skill. Yibai pretended to choose nonchalantly, eventually picking up a round shield. He remarked offhandedly, I'm not good with weapons. I'll just make do with this shield. From within the black mist came Ingjia's raspy laughter. The cameras are in place. You can start now. Ingjio, anticipating a one-sided beatdown by Hua the madman, had set up multiple cameras to capture every angle of Yibai's inevitable thrashing for later enjoyment. However, as the two clashed, Ingjio slowly formed a question mark in his mind. The battle was unexpectedly intense, with both sides evenly matched. Hua Tianwang, wielding the spear, couldn't break through Yibai's defenses. Yibai, with his shield, defended flawlessly. After a moment of silence, Ingjiu suddenly cursed, Hua the madman, are you throwing the match on purpose? Listening to Ingjia's guidance, Hua Tianwang swung his spear horizontally, forcing Yibai to retreat. With agility, he planted the spear vertically, tapped the ground with his toes, and vaulted onto the spear tip, standing firmly. Hua Tianwang tucked his hands into his sleeves, looking down with a cold snort, Old Gio, if you have the guts, come fight. It's easy to talk big when you're not in the fray. Yibai held a round shield, merging with it seamlessly, able to defend or attack at will, giving no openings to his opponent. Ingjiu observed for a moment, thinking to himself, what crazy didn't hold back, but this bastard Yibai is full of surprises. He felt the itch to join the fight, but quickly suppressed the urge. Fighting Yibai, win or lose, would be a lose-lose situation for him. Ingjiu had been following Yibai these days, and knew his character was despicable. If he really joined the fight, and even if he killed Yibai, this guy would boast about it for a lifetime. It's like fighting a dog. No matter the outcome, the person always loses. Hua crazy might be crazy, but Juyi is not. Change weapons. Hua Tianwang ordered. His body suddenly sank, and the spear sprang up like a bow, launching him like a cannonball. In midair, a flash of cold light appeared. The man hadn't arrived yet, but the blade had. This stunning strike illuminated the night sky. Feeling the chill behind him, Yibai quickly discarded his round shield. Since they were changing weapons, he couldn't fall behind. A square shield appeared in his hand instantly, blocking the stunning strike with ease. Ingjiu and Hua Tianwang couldn't help but wonder, does this guy only know how to use shields? From behind the shield, Yibai's voice came through. This is my new combat strategy. I thought it through carefully and had some insights. Hua Tianwang halted his attack, waiting to hear more. He was curious about what Shura had to say. Actually, I'm a mage. Yi Bai declared confidently. Why the heck should I fight in close combat? I was misled by the Tianwang sword before, going down the wrong path. Hiding behind a shield and casting spells is much more enjoyable. Hua Tianwang was momentarily stunned by Yi Bai's righteous words. There was some truth to it. Forcing Shura into close combat was indeed his own unfair play. If he was going to play unfairly, he might as well go all the way. With a cold smile, Hua Tianwang covered his fists with a pair of gloves and smashed down on the shield with all his might. Bam, bam, bam. No matter how perfect Shura's defense was, the shield's durability had its limit. Hua Tianwang targeted the weak points of the shield, and soon, it couldn't hold up, creaking under the pressure. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as the shield shattered under Hua Tianwang's relentless blows. Yi Bai immediately summoned a new shield to block in front of him. Hua Tianwang, unfazed, continued his barrage of punches, like a god pounding a drum. The second shield's lifespan was even shorter than the first. In just a few breaths, the two fought fiercely, and Yi Bai had already switched shields 3 times. Jiao, who had been watching coldly, showed a satisfied smile, not forgetting to mock, bastard, outsmarting yourself? Huh? We've been through countless battles. What haven't we seen? The tricks you're playing now are the ones we discarded years ago. Jiao continued to direct the scene. Hua Crazy and I are not alike. I kill enemies with one clean strike, while Hua Crazy gets stronger as the fight drags on. The longer it lasts, the heavier his blows become. As if to prove Jiao's point, Yi Bai's newly replaced shield was shattered by a single punch from Hua Tianwang. Is this really just 10 points of power? Yi Bai cursed inwardly, but had no time to think as Hua Tianwang's fist was already upon him. Feeling the pressure of the incoming punch, Yi Bai's back tightened with a sense of foreboding. Changing shields again? No time. Even if he blocked this punch, the next one would be even stronger. From the start, Hua Tianwang had been toying with Yi Bai. He wasn't without a strategy, he just enjoyed this type of opponent who couldn't fight back. Commonly known as a punching bag. Thus, we have the current scene. An enraged elder brother beating a sandbag online. Now, as the shield broke, Yi Bai appeared flustered but was actually calm and collected. He drew his blade. Rarely, Yi Bai didn't choose the Tianwang sword but gripped another weapon on knife. The stunning strike Hua Tianwang had previously used now appeared in Shura's hand. Boom! The clash of fist and blade erupted in a terrifying display of power within a narrow space. 2 level 1 players turned a low-level scuffle into a peak showdown. Good. Hua Tianwang roared, advancing instead of retreating. Shura switching from defense to offense with this unexpected strike took him by surprise. What Hua Tianwang didn't expect was Shura's high talent in blade techniques, able to imitate the form with just one glance. The essence of the technique was also grasped by Shura to some extent. There's nothing more exhilarating in life than encountering a worthy opponent and engaging in a thrilling battle. To fight so fiercely before the final moment, Hua Tianwang has no regrets. Just bring it on. With that, Hua Tianwang charged again, his aura reaching its peak, ready for this feast of combat. At that moment, Yi Bai's eyes changed. Jiao, watching from the side, frowned deeply. He knew this bastard too well. When this serious look appeared in Yi Bai's eyes during a fight, there was only one possibility. Yi Bai had already won. Everything had gone according to Yi Bai's initial plan until the illusion was revealed and the killing move appeared. What was Yi Bai's hidden trump card? Even Jiao was curious. As Yi Bai's gaze shifted, a faint killing intent emanated from him, well controlled. In his mind, he recalled the most powerful punch Hua Tianwang's true form had ever thrown. Before that punch, Hua Tianwang had said it required his utmost energy, spirit, and peak condition, and the stronger the opponent, the stronger the punch would be. Watch closely, this punch contains 100 years of power. Can you withstand it? One punch, and the world fell silent, everything returning to endless darkness. When he opened his eyes, that terrifying punch had vanished from Yi Bai's mind. In the next instant, he abandoned the knife, clenched his fist, and punched. The sequence of actions was smooth and flawless. That terrifying punch appeared under Yi Bai's command. Hua Tianwang was fast, but Yi Bai was faster. Half a head taller than Hua Tianwang, Yi Bai raised his right fist and growled. This punch contains 20 years of power. Can you withstand it? Boom! The right fist struck down fiercely, carrying endless killing intent, piercing through Hua Tianwang's defense in an instant. The entire dark mist space trembled as Jiao prepared to intervene. Black killing intent enveloped Yi Bai's right fist, piercing Hua Tianwang's left chest. The condensed killing intent touching Hua Tianwang's skin immediately transformed into a black coffin. Yi Bai retracted his right fist, his eyes cold, killing intent lingering, and said in a deep voice, "This punch, black coffin." The black coffin formed from murderous intent hovered around King Hua, acting like a foreboding barrier. Yi Bai's earlier powerful punch had completely drained King Hua's health bar. The only thing keeping him standing was the miraculous effect of Wan Tianqing. But this life-saving miracle would only last for 5 seconds. King Hua's punch, infused with a century of life's essence, the black coffin not only had immense destructive power but could also trap enemies within it. Even if it didn't kill them instantly, it would inflict severe damage and numerous restrictions. To Yi Bai's surprise, King Hua took a single step forward and easily broke free from the black coffin's constraints. This sight set off alarm bells in Yi Bai's mind, prompting him to swiftly retreat and create distance between them. As long as I survive these 5 seconds, I've won, Yi Bai told himself. After all, everyone could use Wan Tianqing. Even if King Hua had some trump card to counterattack, he believed he would be the last one standing. However, King Hua didn't rush to attack after emerging from the black coffin. Instead, he leisurely stretched, as if finishing a warm-up exercise. I never thought the black coffin would be used on me one day, he said with a faint smile, which made Yi Bai, watching from a distance, feel a chill down his spine. This old madman has truly reached the pinnacle of insanity, Yi Bai thought to himself. The murderous aura from the black coffin slowly drifted toward King Hua's back. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed. Yet, at the 6th second, King Hua's health remained at 1 point. Wan Tianqing hadn't ended? Yi Bai's pupils contracted as he struggled to comprehend the situation. If I'm not mistaken, you've only recently learned Wan Tianqing, right? King Hua suddenly asked, changing the topic. Yi Bai nodded, signaling for him to continue. Then someone must have told you that Wan Tianqing has 3 uses, King Hua said, but Yi Bai interrupted him. Lan Zhixian told me there are 4 uses. This time, it was King Hua's turn to be silent. After a moment, he sighed. Lan Zhixian's talent is still a notch below Wu Han's. Clearly, in King Hua's eyes, this 4th use of Wan Tianqing wasn't developed by Wu Han, but was an innovation by Lan Zhixian. After praising Lan Zhixian, King Hua spat out a mouthful of blood and disdainfully said, "Pity he's still a waste who can't become a war god." His words revealed King Hua's typical caustic nature. King Hua continued, "The 2nd use of Wan Tianqing can break the 5-second limit, allowing you to lock onto a target and unleash your strongest attack." Before he finished speaking, he turned into a black shadow and instantly appeared in front of Yi Bai. Yi Bai was shocked, thinking, this is so unfair. He quickly summoned a shield covered in thorns, but King Hua was faster and knocked it aside. It's over, Yi Bai thought, bracing himself to use Wan Tianqing. He had calculated everything but hadn't anticipated this use of the technique. Though it would be painful, he was prepared to endure it, believing that after this punch, King Hua would be too weakened to fight. Yi Bai gritted his teeth, ready to take King Hua's final blow. Unexpectedly, King Hua's palm only lightly tapped Yi Bai's shoulder. Yi Bai's expression shifted from tense to bewildered, confused, and finally, to a state of daze. In front of Yi Bai, the 18-year-old King Hua smiled brightly at him. There was no trace of deathly aura or sorrow in his smile. It was genuine, capable of dispelling any gloom. The young King Hua walked past Yi Bai, leaving behind a laugh. "Kid, cherishing life is a good thing. We fight hard so the next generation doesn't have to. I quite like you, but time is short, and I can't teach you much. I have to fight the final battle, carrying the most beautiful hope. Thank you." After speaking, King Hua, who had never been defeated in life, slowly closed his eyes as life gradually left his body. The effect of Wan Tianqing finally ended. Yi Bai turned around, only to see a black-clad figure fading into the distance. "King Hua." Yi Bai was about to speak when Jiu Yi interrupted with a cold snort. "He's not dead, so stop crying." With that, Jiu Yi slashed forward, and the seemingly lifeless King Hua instantly revived with full health. Before Yi Bai could shed a crocodile tear, the sudden twist left him dumbfounded. The revived black-clad youth immediately put on his stern, coffin face, snorted coldly, and arrogantly walked towards Xiaojiu. "Tisk," Yi Bai muttered in dissatisfaction. "Look at him. Anyone would think he won." Xiaojiu, standing nearby, said, "Don't mutter under your breath. Shout it out and I'll give you something good." "Forget it. I'm not someone who covets wealth," Yi Bai quickly declared righteously. Clearly, he knew the difference between life and money. Xiaojiu, holding the black-clad youth's sleeve, stood before Yi Bai. The youth, with his stern coffin face, coldly said, "You won the 2nd round." Yi Bai thought, this old madman probably only shows some genuine emotion before dying. Usually, he's as stubborn as Jiu Yi. Sure enough, as soon as he revived, he put on that stern face, as if someone owed him 2.9 million war god merits. Speaking of war god merits, Yi Bai couldn't help but think of the money he had left with Xue Ming and the Fool Master. He wondered when this unexpected fortune would come in handy. 2 out of 3, does that mean I win? Yi Bai asked, his voice dripping with that familiar shameless tone. Hua Tianwang shook his head, his expression serious. "No," he replied firmly, locking eyes with Yi Bai. "We both know the outcome of the final battle is what truly matters. As the loser of the 2nd round, I get to set the rules for the third. He paused for a moment, then continued. No restrictions, no limits on time or place. This fight won't be about victory or defeat, but life and death. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Tianwang turned and left with Xiao Jiao, leaving Yi Bai standing there, his body trembling slightly. Once Hua Tianwang's figure had disappeared into the distance, an uncontrollable excitement spread across Yi Bai's face. He no longer concealed his trembling, his exhilaration evident. From within the dark mist, Ingjiao couldn't help but ask, "Kid, what underhanded trick have you thought up to deal with that lunatic Hua?" Yi Bai immediately put on an air of righteousness, swearing, "How could you say such a thing? Am I that kind of person? Everyone knows him upright and honorable." He quickly changed the subject. "I've arranged to have tea with Old Man Lon. Let's go." The scene shifts to the eternal forest. A white cloud drifts lazily, atop which sits a sword immortal in blue robes Lan Zhixian. In front of him is a jade table with a pot of clear wine and a small plate of peanuts. Before long, a black mist arrives beside the white cloud. Yi Bai, the powerful Azura, appears once again before Lan Zhixian. He bows respectfully and says, "Greetings, sword immortal." Lan Zhixian takes a sip of his wine and asks with a smile, "I heard that lunatic what killed you with a single punch?" Yi Bai admits frankly, "Indeed, that's true." Lan Zhixian remains silent, waiting for more. He believes this young Azura must have something surprising in store. Since he dared to come asking for help, he must have prepared a generous reward. Without further ado, Yi Bai hands over a pre-carved bamboo tube. "Oh." Lan Zhixian examines it closely, his eyes falling on the inscriptions. The bamboo tube reads, "On a certain year and month, the Azura was killed by Hua Tianwang with a single punch. Roaming through the forest, he encountered the sword immortal. The Azura strolled through the starry sea with Lan Zhixian, the sword immortal, who gave him some guidance. Benefiting greatly, the Azura returned to the mortal realm and slew Hua Tianwang with one strike." Lan Zhixian accepts the bamboo tube, drains the remaining wine in his pot, and pushes the half plate of peanuts towards Yi Bai. He stands up, gazes at the sky, and smiles. "Let's go. Take a stroll through the starry sea. Let's see how you will slay the Tianwang with one strike upon your return." Returning to the mortal realm, a single sword to vanquish the heavenly king. These words from Yi Bai's mouth were filled with unmatched bravado and stirring emotion. However, achieving such a feat was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yi Bai concentrated, reflecting on his previous conclusions. To defeat the heavenly king with one sword, many conditions had to be met. The most crucial was that the current form of Hua Tianwang was not at full strength, providing Yi Bai a slim chance. Facing Hua Tianwang at full power would likely result in Yi Bai's instant demise with just a roar. Setting aside these concerns, Yi Bai knew his only task at that moment: unleash an explosive attack to deal massive damage instantly. Hua Tianwang was clad in SS-grade armor, nearly immune to all types of damage. This meant that many of Yi Bai's mage techniques would be almost useless. Ambushes rely on the element of surprise, not on direct confrontation. From their previous encounters, Yi Bai knew that Hua Tianwang's combat talents were among the elite of the elite. To casually dismiss Lan Zhixian as trash was something few in both the human and demon realms could do. Yi Bai understood he had only one chance to strike. If he got caught in a prolonged battle, it would be Hua Tianwang's turf, and Yi Bai would stand no chance. Looking down at the heavenly sword at his waist, Yi Bai silently muttered, "I'm counting on you, brother." Recalling his second encounter with Hua Tianwang earlier that day, Yi Bai had only used a shield, a knife, and his fists, deliberately concealing his sword skills. The heavenly sword had exceptional armor-piercing capabilities, able to ignore Hua Tianwang's SS-grade equipment. Additionally, Yi Bai's sword techniques were highly suited for ambushes. Each move was designed for stealth attacks. All these factors combined made a single sword to vanquish the heavenly king possible. However, Yi Bai wasn't entirely confident, having only a 90% certainty. Walking beside Lan Zhixian, Yi Bai suddenly asked, "Sword immortal, may I ask, how far can you fly with me in 0.5 seconds?" This 0.5 seconds was a critical time frame. In response to Yi Bai's question, Lan Zhixian smiled lightly and said, "I can take you across the entire starry sea." Scene shift to the first abyss. Xuemeng was exhausted and on the verge of tears. 600,000 war god points. That was half of his winnings from this round of cards, now taken by Shura. It was like receiving a New Year's red envelope, only to have half of it taken away before it even got warm. "No, I need to guard the remaining 600,000 war god points," Xuemeng thought to himself. But then he realized something and his face darkened. "Damn it, Shura already knows I have 1,000,000 war god points. Of these 600,000, he's probably eyeing at least 400,000. For some reason, Xuemeng suddenly felt that those 400,000 points were no longer his. This thought made him even more agitated. Turning to the great demon god, Xuemeng asked, "Why is your second-in-command taking so long to get the money?" A mighty demon god. Did he run off in the middle of a card game? The great demon god responded seriously, stay calm. The second-in-command has always wanted to see me dead. He won't miss this match. Xueming sighed. I envy your relationship. It's purely about wanting to kill each other. No complications. He felt that his friendship with Shura had deteriorated. Shura now just wanted to fleece him, and Xueming didn't dare think about what he might want in the future. Does he want to become my father, or something? The great demon god replied calmly, friendships between demon gods never deteriorate. They never had friendship to begin with, only knives. Are you there? If so, let me stab you twice first. Have you eaten? If not, let me stab you twice first. The fifth demon god was still alive and in good spirits. He looked at Xueming, contemplating how to get him to bet another 60,000. Suddenly, the fifth demon god asked, what's that thing around your neck? Proudly, Xueming pulled out a gold chain and flaunted it. This? It's a longevity lock, a gift from my uncle when I was born, symbolizing a long life. The fifth demon god smiled sinisterly. How old are you now? Not that old, just over 70 damn. Xueming looked at the longevity lock that had accompanied him for years, feeling complex emotions. If taken literally, a long life meant only living to 100. Didn't it mean he only had 20-some years left? This thing is a bit unlucky. Who the hell made you remind me? Enraged, Xueming swung his halberd at the great demon god. The terrifying power shattered the surrounding space. The great demon god easily dodged the attack, emphasizing, it was the fifth demon god who cursed you. Blame the right person. Why are you hitting me? Xueming snorted, retorting, setting aside the fifth's fault. Don't you, as the eldest, bear any responsibility? The great demon god and the fifth demon god were momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, having lost 2 consecutive matches, Hua Tianwang was taking a walk with Xiao Jiu. When no one else was around, the youthful version of Hua Tianwang, though still stern-faced, spoke in a noticeably gentler tone. He softly said to Xiao Jiu, these years have been hard on you. Xiao Jiu tilted her head up, confusion evident in her eyes. She softly asked, Brother Hua, what are you talking about? I feel like I've only been alive for a few days. Hua Tianwang's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, true. From now on, you'll be following an old man. Old Jiu might have a foul mouth, but that's his only flaw. With curiosity in her innocent voice, Xiao Jiu asked, is it the grandpa who follows the handsome brother? Yes, Hua Tianwang confirmed succinctly. Xiao Jiu shook her head firmly and said, no, I want to stay with Brother Hua. Hua Tianwang's gaze deepened, his tone carrying a hint of heaviness. Brother Huano, Grandpa Hua has something important to do. He looked up at the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower, their gazes meeting in the void. The younger version of Hua Tianwang inwardly sneered, thinking, old man, you're watching, aren't you? Are you eager for me to die so you can go and die yourself? Funny enough, I feel the same way. Retracting his gaze, Hua Tianwang understood. There was no need for words between the mad old man and the mad young one. They were one and the same. He mused silently, let's see if Shura really has what it takes to kill me. The younger Hua Tianwang did not underestimate Shura. In fact, being instantly defeated by a top-tier seed in a same-level battle was common. Whether it was himself, Lan Zixin, or Xueming, they all had a 100 chance of losing to a top-tier seed at the same level, and Shura was no exception. Hua Tianwang's trump cards were twofold, SS-level equipment and the 9 lives unyielding talent. Both had been further strengthened after he broke through to the celestial war god level. Facing Shura with these was undoubtedly overkill. Suddenly, Hua Tianwang stopped in his tracks, feeling something amiss. He told Xiao Jiu, go check what's carved on that tree ahead. Ahead of them, the bark of a tree faintly revealed some words, but they were obscured by a black mist, making them hard to discern. This black mist was clearly related to Shadow Jiu. Hua Tianwang knew that in the Eternal Forest, the safest place for humans, the black mist posed no danger. However, he himself felt a vague sense of foreboding, as if locked onto by a murderous intent. To protect Xiao Jiu, Hua Tianwang decided to send her away first. Whatever happened, he couldn't let her be affected. Xiao Jiu walked forward, tilting her head up, and began to read the words shrouded in black mist. Shura slays Hua Tianwang here. Just as she was about to read the last word, a sharp sword chi descended from the sky. Shura, holding the Celestial King's sword, suddenly appeared beside Hua Tianwang, shouting, watch the sword. The sword comes from the Sea of Stars. The sword came from the Sea of Stars, and its origin was anything but ordinary. Yi Bai stood in the center of the battlefield, recalling his recent conversation with Lan Zixin. How far can you take me in 0.5 seconds? He had asked. Lan Zixin had smiled calmly. I can show you the entire Sea of Stars. Before the words had fully left his mouth, they had both vanished from their spot. At this moment, Yi Bai released the Star Plucker, leaving a marker where he stood. In 0.5 seconds, Lan Zhixian carried him through the vast sea of stars. As the time elapsed, Yi Bai instantly returned, his longsword gleaming with starlight, aimed directly at King Hu's mighty windless strike, his most powerful move. King Hua had intended to launch a surprise attack, but Yi Bai acted first. Using the power of the Star Plucker, the Azura appeared beside King Hua in an instant. The windless strike ignored armor, growing stronger with distance. Paired with the water-severing flow and rending wound, this strike was lethal. In a split second, King Hua roared, his hands moving like lightning to catch the attack. With a resounding clash, he caught the deadly strike from the sea of stars with his bare hands. Yi Bai's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes showed a hint of apology. King Hua's heart sank. He knew Azura's fighting style too well, one strike to kill, retreating 1,000 miles. If Azura stayed put and showed such an expression, it meant. King Hua looked down to see a shadow sword piercing through his chest from behind, its tip dripping with blood. The mirror shadow, Azura's true killing move. When Yi Bai unleashed his strongest strike, his shadow attacked from another direction, delivering the fatal blow while King Hua was focused on the frontal assault. Blood trickled from his mouth as King Hua turned with difficulty to look at Xiao Jiao, forcing a smile. "Take care," he muttered, then shifted his gaze to Yi Bai. "You strong seeds. Not one of you is any good," he sighed. "Can't you let an old man win just once?" "Lost again." Yi Bai sheathed his sword and bowed slightly. "Junior Yi Bai, honored to have fought King Hua 3 times, each with wins and losses. You brat, strike harder than anyone and speak softer than anyone," King Hua scoffed. "Afraid I'll take my dying breath to lash out at you?" "You jest," Yi Bai replied earnestly. "You are not that kind of person, and neither am I." King Hua smiled faintly, then suddenly opened his eyes as if experiencing a final burst of energy. "By the way, old Ju lied to you about 2 things. Yi Bai's expression tensed, and he immediately summoned the source of life, rushing forward. "You must finish your words before you die." However, King Hua only managed to utter one last word. "Shue." The rest of his words were lost to Yi Bai as King Hua's false body dissolved like snow meeting fire. "Jiu Yi," Yi Bai roared. "What do you mean by this? Can't you play fair?" Shadow Jiu, who was sheathing his blade, replied nonchalantly, "What's with the shouting? Don't you dare accuse me of killing that madman Hua. Our bond spans years, like a true father and son, with genuine fatherly love and filial piety." Clearly, King Hua understood Shadow Jiu's character too well. He knew that once he revealed Shadow Jiu's lies, Shadow Jiu would swiftly and decisively eliminate this false body. That's why King Hua saved this revelation for last. Even so, he couldn't escape Shadow Jiu's blade. With the death of his last remaining resolve, King Hua's plan was halfway complete. Yi Bai was now curious about only one thing. How was King Hua planning to descend into the abyss? He focused intently, imagining how this supreme warrior would make his entrance. Given his immense power, his arrival should be nothing short of spectacular, with an awe-inspiring presence. However, King Hua had been asleep in a coffin for decades, likely leaving little time to plan such details. As Yi Bai pondered, a sudden burst of black light shot up from the eternal forest, heading straight for the eternal tower. Yi Bai's eyes widened as he tried to discern the object within the black beam. It was unmistakably a black coffin. A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Bai. The coffin flew directly to the 95th floor of the eternal tower, hovering in midair as if awaiting its master. Suddenly, laughter echoed from within the tower. It started as a chuckle, then grew into a hearty laugh, and finally escalated into maniacal laughter. The exuberant laughter reverberated across the entire eternal forest, reaching even farther. At that moment, every warrior above the rank of war king among the humans could hear this both unfamiliar and familiar laughter. For some, this laughter had once resounded on the battlefield, its owner charging at the front lines with a fearless, almost insane fervor. Before Xuemeng, he was the legendary figure who had slain the most demons among the humans. Others had heard this laughter in recordings, where its owner appeared genteel and approachable, offering guidance on combat techniques and answering questions. Aside from Ingjiu, he was indisputably the first supreme war god of the human race. And some had heard this laughter outside a coffin, when an old man, upon learning of the emergence of a supreme seed, wept uncontrollably. He had plotted for decades, harbored a century-old blood feud, and even in his semi-mad state, he never forgot his vendetta. Finally, King Hua had awaited this moment. At this very instant, all his emotions converged into that laughter, spreading across the entire blue star. Accompanying the laughter, a gaunt old man leaped out from the eternal tower. He stretched his limbs, standing midair, surveying the heroes of the world. Yi Bai looked up and saw the old man dressed in coarse cloth, not particularly tall, but exuding an extraordinary aura. Yi Bai felt a deep sense of admiration. The first supreme war god of the human race should be like this. Today, King Hua of the human race broke through the 95th floor, re-emerging into the world, free of all demonic obstacles. The madman Hua was no more. Only the coffin-bearing, god-slaying King Hua remains. King Hua burst through the void, standing atop the 95th level of the black coffin. In an instant, the coffin transformed into a streak of black light, shooting straight toward the first abyss. Witnessing this, Yibai couldn't help but exclaim, "Who would have thought this coffin had a sliding lid?" Despite his amazement, Yibai didn't delay. He immediately turned and urged Shadow 9 beside him, "Master 9, we should get moving too. If we're late, only standing tickets will be left. The great show is about to begin, and how can it start without the VIP audience, Azura?" Shadow 9 frowned slightly and replied in surprise, "We? What do you mean, we? This old war god is going to the first abyss, and what does that have to do with you? A mere level 300 rookie. You old trickster, that's not fair." Yibai fumed, stamping his feet, but Shadow 9 didn't even glance at him. Shadow 9 casually chanted, 4, 5, 6, 7. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures swiftly approached from 4 directions of the eternal forest. These 4, whose powers nearly reached the limits of shadows, were usually responsible for guarding the forest. They appeared almost simultaneously in front of Shadow 9, bowing slightly, awaiting orders. Shadow 9 pointed to Xiao Jiu beside him and instructed, "Watch over Xiao Jiu until I return." "Understood." The 4 responded in unison. Shadow 4 hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother 9, what about your grandson?" Yibai was taken aback, thinking, "Master 9 has a grandson? How come I didn't know? Show yourself so I can meet you." Shadow 9 snorted and said bluntly, "That kid is full of tricks. You can't handle him. Without me, the war god, by his side, he wouldn't dare go to the first abyss. If he manages to convince someone as powerful as me to accompany him, you won't be able to stop him." After speaking, Shadow 9 glanced at Yibai, then said no more. With a casual slash, he tore through the void and disappeared into it. Yibai had to admit, Master 9 has a keen eye for people. King Hua's plan was like a toppled domino, triggering a chain reaction. And Master 9 had his own scheme, the first step of which was to ditch Azura and go solo. "Damn, that's cold." Yibai cursed inwardly. "Luckily, I anticipated Master 9's move." The moment Shadow 9 left, Yibai immediately returned to his private space. As he searched for Dracula, he loudly asked, "How much longer until the power of nature is fixed?" "At most an hour." Fool Master paused before asking, "Are you heading to the abyss?" "Yes, something came up. I'm rushing to attend the funeral of the great demon god," Yibai replied briefly. Fool Master nodded. "All right, once the equipment is fixed, I have a way to get it to you, provided you're still alive." During their conversation, Yibai found Dracula gnawing on a chicken leg. Without preamble, he said, "You're a pig." Dracula looked bewildered, and a few seconds later, he actually transformed into a small pig. "Dracula pig, oink oink." The little pig grunted in discontent. "Is this really necessary? Let's go." Yibai scooped up the little pig Dracula and returned to the eternal forest. He handed the pig to Xiao Jiu, saying seriously, "I have some business to attend to, and I might be able to save your grandpa Hua. Keep this little pig safe. It's smart and can keep you company." Xiao Jiu took the pig with a puzzled look, her big eyes filled with confusion. Yibai explained, "If you run into any trouble, just throw the pig out." "Got it." Besides Dracula, Yibai also gave Xiaoju a storage ring filled with over 10,000 drops of a vampire prince's blood essence, some miscellaneous items, and a river of blood. If she encountered enemies that Dracula couldn't handle, these items would ensure Dracula fought with all his might. "All right, that's about it. I need to go. My ride is here," Yibai said, looking up at the sky. A sword immortal descended from the starry sea. Lan Zhixian, surprised, said, "You really managed to defeat King Hua with one sword?" "Just lucky," Yibai responded modestly. Without Lan Zhixian's help, dealing with King Hua would have been much more difficult. Now, the priority was to have Lan Zhixian take him to the first abyss. Lan Zhixian said unhurriedly, "I'll escort you to and from the first abyss. This will settle the debt for you saving my son." Yibai nodded. "Your righteousness is admirable, sir. Please, lead the way." With a flash of swordlight, Yibai followed Lan Zhixian. Left behind, Xiaojiu struggled to hold the pig with one hand while waving the other, shouting, "Handsome brother, bring Grandpa Hua back alive." Yibai thought, something feels off about these titles. But he still smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I swear on Master Nine's honor, I will." Before he finished speaking, they vanished into the passage. Meanwhile, in the first abyss, "It's been a long time since I've played cards," Xuemeng muttered to himself, feeling that his hand was getting better and better. The second demon god arrived late, speaking with a sarcastic tone, "Big brother, on the way here, I saw the human army retreat. Now, the first abyss is truly the safest abyss." Xuemeng snorted coldly, not bothering to respond. The Grand Demon snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "My abyss is impregnable. Even the most formidable war gods can't break through the spatial barriers. They must pass through your second abyss to get here." The second demon sneered repeatedly but remained silent, secretly pleased, sensing that his elder brother's demise was near. Serves him right. He harmed the human race back then, and now karma is catching up with him. The second demon had originally thought the Grand Demon would fall to Xue Ming, but he never expected that a mere Huo Fengzi could end his brother's life. While the two demons were silently competing, the fifth demon had already become entangled with Xue Ming. "Let me see that century-old lock." The fifth demon reached out as if he had noticed something. Xue Ming slapped his hand away in annoyance and snapped, "This was given to me by Uncle Hua when I was born." Unrelenting, the fifth demon pointed to the black spots on the lock and shouted, "This is fake gold, isn't it? It's already tarnishing." He yelled, "Big brother, second brother, come and see. Xue Ming is wearing a fake gold chain." Among the demon clan, only the fifth demon dared to be so audacious. His status among the demons was akin to Xue Ming's among the humans. Both were fearless, each challenging, "If you have the guts, kill me," with equal arrogance. With the fifth demon's antics, the Grand Demon and the second demon were drawn over. "Wow, it really is changing color. Is your gold made from melons?" The three demons burst into laughter, seizing the rare opportunity to mock Xue Ming. However, their laughter quickly froze. The fifth demon rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "Big brother, second brother, am I seeing this right? This century-old lock is an SS level item?" The Grand Demon's face turned grim, and he remained silent. The second demon, deep in thought, murmured, "Could it be part of some SS level equipment? When it's awakened, it can resonate across different spaces, opening a spatial channel to transport someone to the abyssal plane." The fifth demon nodded repeatedly. "Makes sense. Very likely. But who could have predicted this?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the century-old lock around Xue Ming's neck suddenly snapped, unleashing an endless black light that tore through the space. An old man, standing atop a sliding coffin, descended from the sky, ending his bizarre coffin drift. Hua Tianwang, exuding an overwhelming aura, descended upon the first abyss like a tyrant. His voice echoed through the entire space, "Grand Demon." Countless demonic creatures immediately prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. The old man cast a disdainful glance at the three demons, as if looking at the doomed. A cold smile played on his lips as he asked, "Had enough? Had enough of life?" The arrogant opening line of King Hua echoed through the first abyss. Before the great demon lord could respond, the fifth demon lord erupted. His aura surged dramatically as he recklessly charged at King Hua. "Don't get cocky, Hua," the fifth demon lord roared. "Today, in this first abyss, the great demon lord and I will fight you to the death." Everyone, including the other demon lords, was momentarily stunned. The fifth demon lord continued to bellow, "I am the great demon lord. The great demon lord is me. For 100 years, I hid my identity, waiting for this crucial moment to catch you humans off guard. Surprised? I am the left brain of the supreme demon lord." This shocking revelation initially left the onlookers astounded, but they quickly regained their composure. It seemed absurd, but given it was the fifth demon lord, it somehow made sense. The great demon lord looked at the fifth demon lord standing in front of him with a complex expression, torn between laughter and tears. Just as he was about to speak, the fifth demon lord interrupted, "No need to say anything. Big brother understands. You've borne the burden for a century. Now let me bear this deadly calamity for you. We're brothers." With fervor, the fifth demon lord declared, "Who says only humans can be passionate? We demons can also sacrifice ourselves for our kin." If it weren't known that he had a few screws loose, his words might have deceived many. King Hua sneered and swatted the fifth demon lord away with a slap, dismissing, "If you were truly the left brain of the supreme demon lord, it must be underdeveloped or not developed at all." Immediately, King Hua refocused on the great demon lord. His aura climbed steadily, his 8 fake bodies' deaths enhancing his true body's power. He was nearing, if not surpassing, the peak level of 1,000, short-lived but sufficient for a decisive strike. The great demon lord slowly walked towards his throne, killing demons with each step. His heart was heavy. As Yi Bai had said, the demon lords were not yet dead, but the battle was about to begin. Today's confrontation would not end peacefully. Both sides tacitly refrained from attacking right away, gathering their strength. At this level, the battle would either be a swift, overwhelming victory or a prolonged war of attrition. Clearly, King Hua opted for the former. The second demon lord smirked from the sidelines. "Well played, King Hua." He referenced the centennial lock on Xue Ming's neck, implying that King Hua had long planned this encounter. King Hua frowned and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? The demon lords once again experienced King Hua's foul mouth. From his initial taunt asking if the great demon lord had enough of life, to belittling the fifth demon lord's intellect, and now openly insulting the second demon lord, King Hua's crudeness was consistent. The second demon lord dared not retort, instead explaining that King Hua's use of Xue Ming's centennial lock to locate the first abyss was clever. King Hua scoffed. Are you as brainless as the fifth? Stop overthinking and use your brain more. The demon lords were puzzled. Had they miscalculated? King Hua candidly explained. That centennial lock is indeed part of the black coffin, but I gave it to Xue Ming without any intention of using it to locate the first abyss. How could I have known where you'd be playing in the mud decades later? Xue Ming realized he had come to the first abyss under Azura's orders, not by King Hua's design. But he was still puzzled as to why King Hua gave him the centennial lock. Within a century, I will slay the great demon lord, King Hua explained. I wanted you to witness it. These words made Xue Ming ponder deeply. The black coffin could traverse space via the centennial lock, meaning that when King Hua activated the black coffin, he could bring Xue Ming to the first abyss. King Hua had planned to fight his way here, but fortuitously, Xue Ming's lock made it easier and quicker. This aligned with King Hua's intelligence and character. King Hua sneered, hoisted the black coffin with his left hand, and stepped towards the great demon lord on his throne. The black coffin was his SS class battle armor, originally crafted by Nightmare and later modified by King Hua. With each step, his aura doubled. By the time he passed the second demon lord, his power was equivalent to level 999. After 8 steps, he stood before the great demon lord, reaching the peak of his battle prowess. It might not be enough for the supreme demon lord, but it was more than sufficient for the great demon lord. In this climactic battle, King Hua once again showcased his opportunistic nature. Without any embellishments, he raised his fist and brought it down with immense force. This punch, the black coffin, the sword's aura sliced through the space, and Lan Zhixian, with Yi Bai in tow, arrived at the second abyss. Yi Bai remained silent, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, clearly guessing why they hadn't gone directly to the first abyss. Inside the second abyss, the demons were nowhere to be seen. On the ground, human inscriptions and arrows were clearly visible. This way to the first abyss. Please be patient in finding weak spots in the space. Beware of spatial turbulence. Safe travels. Yi Bai let out a soft hiss, inwardly marveling at the second demon god's clever manipulation tactics, genuinely guiding others. Following the ground's directions, Lan Zhixian flew forward with Yi Bai. The sword's aura crisscrossed where they passed, carving out a straight path. In no time, the two figures appeared in the void, with the first abyss right before them. A gentle and refined voice suddenly spoke. You're here? Yi Bai looked up to see a figure in white robes floating in the air, the supreme being, Wuhan. Second brother. Lan Zhixian nodded slightly. We're here to see old Hua off. Wuhan's gaze turned distant as he spoke again. Go on. Don't be late or you'll miss him. He couldn't enter the first abyss, but was evidently well informed about the situation inside. Hua Tianwang and Ingjiu had their own plans, and as the supreme being, Wuhan had a broader view. Lan Zhixian slashed open the spatial barrier of the first abyss with his sword, and they slipped inside. The sight before Yi Bai left him speechless. Hua Tianwang was mercilessly beating the great demon god. The throne was in pieces, the demon emperor's palace was in ruins, and the entire first abyss was riddled with cracks, with magma spewing from the ground. Hua Tianwang stomped on the great demon god, raining down punches with ever-increasing momentum. The great demon god had no power to fight back. Yi Bai glanced around, surprised to see so many onlookers. Wow, quite a crowd. The great demon god, the second demon god, the fifth demon god, Hua Tianwang, Xue Ming and Zhu. He noticed a burly man covered in bone armor beside Zhu Yingsan. Yi Bai's eyes roamed the abyss, seemingly searching for something. Lan Zhixian, with his keen eyes, easily saw that Hua Tianwang was still gathering his strength, with his most powerful strike yet to come. What are you looking for? Lan Zhixian asked. Ing ending air. Yi Bai answered honestly. Knowing Zhu, with such a big move, he would have called everyone. No need to look, they're chatting with Xue Ming, Lan Zhixian pointed out. Although the battle was intense, most were just watching. The real protagonists were Hua Tianwang and the great demon god. The fifth demon god wanted to intervene but was firmly kept at bay by Hua Tianwang. Xue Ming noticed Lan Zhixian's arrival and focused on the figure beside him. Is that Shura following Uncle Lan? The two exchanged a silent look. Xue Ming scrutinized Yi Bai, eager to see the seed of supreme power he had invested tens of thousands of war god merits in. If you want to come over, just do it, Lan Zhixian said calmly. No need to hesitate. With Lan Zhixian's assurance, Xue Ming immediately approached, his eyes scanning Yi Bai up and down. What are you staring at? Yi Bai suddenly asked. Xue Ming was about to retort when Yi Bai followed up with, keep staring and it'll cost you. This left Xue Ming speechless. Though he could easily defeat Yi Bai in a fight, Yi Bai's knack for squeezing out benefits was unmatched. With Lan Zhixian on his left and Shuiming on his right, Yibai felt unprecedentedly safe. He shouted towards Jui in the distance, Jui, what about the thing you promised me? According to their prior agreement, Yibai would help Jui resolve Hua Tianwang's last obsession, and Jui would tell him something the true origin of Yingjiu. Facing Yibai's demand, Yingjiu shamelessly called back, give me a moment to organize my thoughts. Yibai rolled his eyes, making up an answer on the spot. Huh? He thought. Classic you, old trickster. Seeing that everyone was in place, Yibai knew the show would be over if things didn't escalate. Just as he thought that, Hua Tianwang shattered the great demon god's skull with a punch. The expressions on the faces of all the powerful individuals present instantly tightened, and the air was thick with tension. Yibai sensed the change in atmosphere and quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor to mask his unease at not fully understanding the situation. Looking around, Yibai couldn't help but be astonished. Apart from him, a mere level 300 weakling, the weakest among them was at level 989, with 5 individuals exceeding level 995. Yibai couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he was dragging down the average level and age of the entire group. Sensing the impending crisis, Yibai quietly took cover behind Shuiming and Lan Zhixian. He knew that, with his current strength, he had no chance of participating in the upcoming events. Suddenly, Hua Tianwang delivered a powerful blow, shattering the skull of the great demon god, then stepped back. The wound on the great demon god did not heal, and countless primordial energies gushed out, filling the space with an ominous, dark, and chilling aura. Yibai felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, as if a terrifying presence was staring at him, making every cell in his body scream with danger. His hands and feet turned cold, and his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. That's the aura of a supreme demon god, Lan Zhixian explained gravely. In fact, he and Shuiming had already released their eternal seas to shield Yibai from most of the pressure. Without their protection, Yibai would likely have been severely injured by the direct attention of the supreme demon god. Lan Zhixian continued, the relationship between a supreme seed and a supreme demon god can be summed up in 4 words. You live, I die. With so many people here, the moment the supreme demon god's aura appeared, you were the first to be targeted. Hearing this, Yibai immediately unleashed his Azura Sea, enveloping himself in lightning. After this electric therapy, his body finally regained some warmth. Yibai stared intently ahead, unwilling to miss any detail. A crack appeared and slowly widened. What's happening now? Yibai asked anxiously. Please don't let it be the worst-case scenario. Lan Zhixian's face was solemn as he replied. The Supreme Abyss is about to open. I'm only level 300. Yibai exclaimed. Isn't the Supreme Abyss supposed to open at level 500 for Supreme Seeds? Am I a fake Supreme Seed? Shuiming explained. When the great demon god is critically injured, the Supreme Abyss opens. Only then can the Supreme Demon God reclaim as much of its essence as possible. As realization dawned, Yibai's mind pieced together Jiu Ye's plan. Hua Tianwang intended to kill the great demon god, triggering the early opening of the Supreme Abyss as the great demon god neared death. There would be no room for Azura to grow. Jiu Yi aimed to seize the Supreme Mark before Yibai could. Get on the bus first, buy the ticket later. Yibai muttered to himself, finally understanding the truth behind this scheme. The truth is finally revealed. Jiu's schemes have always centered around the Supreme Mark. Yibai furrowed his brows, realizing something was amiss. If the Supreme Abyss were to open prematurely, with his current strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Jiu in the struggle for the Supreme Mark. Suddenly, a hint of doubt flashed in Yibai's eyes. He muttered to himself, wait, something's off here. He quickly sorted through his thoughts. If the Supreme Abyss opens early and Jiu manages to get the Supreme Mark ahead of time, that means Xiaoyao would have to face the Supreme Demon God earlier too? Yibai's gaze deepened as he recalled the decades-long master-disciple bond between Jiu and Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao had always respected his mentor, and even when the Supreme Mark was within reach, he let Jiu try first. Jiu, in turn, treated his disciple like his own. The first 2 Supreme Humans didn't fare well against the Supreme Demon God. Yibai pondered. Jiu is so protective of Xiaoyao. How could he bear to see him sent to his death prematurely? He shook his head, concluding, no, Jiu's plan must be more than just opening the Supreme Abyss. Yibai's eyes scanned the people present, finally resting on Lan Zhixian. He asked, Senior, what are the plans of the Supreme No Trace outside the First Abyss? Lan Zhixian shook his head expressionlessly. I don't know. Yibai paused, then rephrased his question. Senior, can you at least tell me if Supreme No Trace was invited by Jiu? This question immediately caught the attention of most people and demons present. Before Ing Jiu could respond, a gentle and refined voice echoed through the world. Yes. With No Trace's response, even the most imposing Hua Tianwang couldn't help but restrain his presence a bit. Yibai understood, and upon reflection, he wasn't surprised. Ming was a powerhouse with the combined buffs of the second-generation Supreme and Ingjio. Having accompanied the fourth-generation Supreme seed through its growth, was adept at navigating human relations. Only someone like him could have convinced no trace to come and maintain order. Even with this understanding, Yi Bai still couldn't grasp Jui's true objective. Jui had Xiaoyao on one hand and Shura on the other, unwilling to let go of either. What was this old fox really planning? A rare sense of irritation rose within Yi Bai. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, wishing he could just punch the first demon god. Calm yourself. Lan Zhixian's cold voice interrupted. The aura of the supreme demon god is greatly disturbing you, breeding evil thoughts. If you can't calm down, I'll have to send you away from here. Yi Bai took several deep breaths, murmuring to himself. Soon, he regained his composure. His previous frustration and gloom swept away, appearing as serene as a meditating monk. Wow! Ming looked at Yi Bai in surprise. Shura has such abilities? To achieve such a state of mind at a young age is impressive. He moved closer, trying to hear what Yi Bai was murmuring, only to catch snippets that sounded like a chant. Ming owes me 800,000 war god merits. The fool owes me 600,000. Ming owes me 900,000 war god merits. The fool owes me 700,000. Ming was baffled. What? You can calm down by chanting this? Please, be a normal person. Having resolved the influence of the supreme demon god's aura, Yi Bai took a moment to ask Ming a question. Ming, you said Uncle Hua wanted to adopt you as his son back in the day? Ming nodded proudly but quickly lowered his voice, realizing the situation. Yes, why bring this up now? Yi Bai pressed. What about your ninth uncle? Didn't he want to adopt you too? Ming fell silent, his expression complicated, hesitant to speak. Instead, the second demon god and the fifth demon god burst into laughter upon hearing the question. A chill ran down Yi Bai's spine as he looked sharply at Ingjia, seemingly piecing together the truth. A series of clues flashed through his mind. The Shui character uttered by the young version of Hua Tianwang before his death, Ming's missing father, Xiao Jiu who emerged from the 95th level. All the fragments came together into a complete picture. Yi Bai spoke with a hint of bitterness. Ming, your father. Is he called? Ming nodded, revealing the answer directly. My father is Shuejiu, my biological father. Everyone present fell into stunned silence. They were not shocked by the fact itself, but by the realization that Shura, despite being so close to Ingjiu, had never known this. Yi Bai's gaze fell on the shrouded figure of Jui, finally understanding the meaning behind the phrase, Jui half alive, half dead, from the eye of insight. Because, in a sense, Jui may have never truly lived. He recalled Lan Tianqi's reprimand of Xiaoyao, questioning whether Ingjiu was even human. Ingjiu is Shuejiu's shadow, a manifestation of Shuejiu's talent, brought forth from the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai's mind raced, and a startling hypothesis emerged. Although King Hua was a madman, he wasn't particularly cunning. The sophisticated maneuver of bringing Xiaojiu out from the 95th floor seemed beyond his capacity. Unless, this bug had been exploited before. It's very likely that Mad Hua was simply replicating Shuejiu's past feat. This realization hit Yi Bai like a bolt of lightning. No wonder Lord Jiu identified himself as Ingjiu among the shadows. Just as Yi Bai sorted out his thoughts, Ming's heavy voice broke the silence. 30 years ago, in the midst of the Blood War, during its most critical moment, Ming's voice was low and grave. The great demon god prematurely opened the supreme abyss, attempting to awaken the supreme demon god and utterly annihilate the human race. My father, one of the rare war gods of that time, ventured into the supreme abyss alone, engaging in an earth-shattering battle. Ming continued. The result of that battle was the forced closure of the supreme abyss, delaying its reopening by 10 years, granting humanity precious time to develop. But my father didn't come back from the supreme abyss. His voice trembled slightly, however. In the final moment before the abyss closed, he sent out a cloud of black mist. Within it were two things, a sword and a person. The sword was the king's sword, and the person was Ingjiu. Ingjiu, the shadow of Shuejiu. Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes, cursing inwardly. Damn you, Ming. I filled out my answer sheet, and now you reveal the correct answers. Sensing the fury emanating from Azura, Ming's wallet ached. He hurriedly explained. You can't blame me for this. Uncle Jiu always forbade me from telling you. I had no choice. Despite discussing his father's fate, Ming had long since overcome the sorrow after so many years. He firmly reiterated his goal. I will kill the great demon god in this lifetime to avenge my father. First the great demon god, then the supreme demon god. This was the fierce script Ming had written for himself. After Ming's account, Yi Bai's gaze once again fixed on Lord Jiu within the black mist. Half dead, forever unable to re-enter the Eternal Tower, perpetually wandering in the shadows. Yet, even so, Ingjiu persisted within the black mist, guarding the supreme seeds of the human race for 3 generations. Yi Bai recalled Ingjia's feats. He once saved Wu Hin from the demon god's grasp and stabilized Xiao Yao at the brink of losing control. Whenever a new generation of supreme seeds emerged, the old man in the black mist would appear, a knife at his waist. And when a new supreme emerged, he would vanish without a trace. This cyclical pattern meant Ingjia only appeared during the growth of the supreme seeds. No one knew Ingjia's exact location or understood his thoughts and actions. But the top experts of both races knew one thing. Whenever a supreme seed reappeared, a shadow would inevitably follow. That shadow was the sharpest blade of humanity. Just like half a month ago, on the day Azura reappeared, Ingjiu returned once more. A shadow forming the most impregnable barrier. The second demon god recalled a past battle, feeling a headache. Back then, in the abyss, he ambushed Wu Hin and nearly succeeded, only to be thwarted. Ingjiu stood before Wu Hin, face covered in blood, black mist swirling, and sneered, "Dare to kill our supreme seed? I'll cut you down." The old man with the broken knife let out a sinister laugh. I say, can you humans put your internal affairs on hold for a moment? The fifth demon god's voice shattered the tense atmosphere like a heavy hammer. Among all the powerful beings present, he had always been the most brazen. A demon god should carry the demeanor of one, and in this respect, the fifth demon god was undoubtedly the most demonic. He grinned, revealing his sharp, white teeth. "Hey Hua, are you going to fight or not? Just finish off the big guy already." His words were like a fuse, instantly refocusing everyone's attention on the duel between King Hua and the great demon god. The great demon god's skull was cracked, with blood slowly trickling down his face. He shot a cold, threatening glance at the fifth demon god and said in a low, menacing voice, "Fifth, if I survive this, I guarantee you'll live forever." The statement sounded strange, but it was the perfect threat for the fifth demon god. The fifth demon god was unfazed. He casually picked up a bone, tossed it into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. "Don't worry about how long I live. I just want to see if Crazy Hua can kill you with 2 punches. Yi Bai perked up at this. Could King Hua really throw 2 more punches? By previous estimates, King Hua's power had temporarily reached level 1000, which allowed him to pummel the great demon god. But such power came at a price, and calling it dark arts wouldn't be an exaggeration. If King Hua truly intended to deliver the final blow to kill the great demon god, the outcome would be mutual destruction. Yi Bai calculated quietly. He had gone through a lot to get here. While taking the great demon god's seat was acceptable, King Hua's seat was not. Even if he had to carry King Hua back in a black coffin, it was better than letting him die here with the great demon god. Saving King Hua, however, would be tricky and would cost extra. Yi Bai glanced at Zhu Yi, curious about his plan. Boom! Another punch landed, and countless murderous auras around the great demon god solidified into a black coffin, trapping him completely. This coffin was just missing its lid, and King Hua's final punch would seal the great demon god's fate. At this point, the great demon god was out of options. Holding back any longer wouldn't get him a ticket home. It would earn him an urn. No, to be precise, King Hua had come to kill the great demon god and had thoughtfully brought a coffin. Talk about an honest stop service for killing and demon extermination. The great demon god used all his strength but couldn't break through the black coffin. Worse yet, he was about to face King Hua's most powerful punch. In this life and death moment, the great demon god couldn't care about anything else. He used all his remaining strength to send his voice out of the coffin. "Help me, Shadow Jiu, Yi Bai." The sudden plea for help left Yi Bai stunned. The great demon god was asking Shadow Jiu for help? What was going on? Yi Bai quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind and ruled out the idea that the great demon god was an undercover agent. There were countless human warriors who wanted to kill the great demon god, enough to form a line. As far as Yi Bai knew, there was Xue Ming, King Hua, Lan Zhixin, Shadow Jiu. It seemed every strong warrior wanted the great demon god dead. The idea of the great demon god asking Shadow Jiu for help was absurd. Unexpectedly, Shadow Jiu actually moved in response to the plea. "King Hua, enough is enough. Stop now." Shadow Jiu, holding a knife in his left hand, instantly appeared between the great demon god and King Hua. "If you kill this waste, you'll die too." Yi Bai nodded slightly. Shadow Jiu was stopping King Hua, not to save the great demon god, but to save King Hua. That made sense. But Shadow Jia's next words left Yi Bai in shock. "Of course, whether you die or not doesn't really matter to me." Shadow Jia's voice remained cold as he pointed his knife toward a crack in the void where the ultimate abyss was about to open. His raspy voice echoed. "I need to go to the ultimate abyss to retrieve something of Xue Jia's. If possible, bring back Xue Jia's body." At this point, everyone could lay their cards on the table. King Hua had been plotting for years to take down the great demon god in a mutual destruction. Shadow Jia was using King Hua to severely wound the great demon god and prematurely open the ultimate abyss. Shadow Jia explained frankly, if you kill the great demon god now, all his essence will return to the ultimate abyss, indirectly strengthening the ultimate demons and monsters within. My knife may be fast, but against the sleeping one, I don't stand much of a chance. I can only protect myself. Shadow Jia's logic was clear. With the ultimate abyss opening, his plan was already halfway successful. If Crazy was stopped now, it would be a win-win-win situation. Shadow Jia could venture into the ultimate abyss, King Hua could keep his life, and the great demon god would be severely wounded. However, this plan hinged on one crucial point: convincing King Hua to stop. Or more precisely, making Crazy Hua not throw that final punch. Faced with Shadow Jia's reasoned argument, King Hua, ever the pragmatist, gave a succinct reply: get lost. Your plan has nothing to do with me. King Hua's aura remained locked onto the great demon god, his right fist poised to strike at any moment. He sneered, once I throw this punch, I'm as good as dead. Let the world drown in chaos for all I care. At that moment, Crazy Hua's craziness was on full display. If he had even a shred of rationality, he wouldn't be known as Crazy Hua. Based on the experiences between Yi Bai and King Hua, it's clear that King Hua is a complex character who evokes both love and hate. 1, 2, 3. With Shadow 9's quiet command, for terrifying auras rose one after another in the room. Shadow 1, Shadow 2, Shadow 3. The top fighters of the Shadow organization were all gathered here. Shadow 9 had brought them for this very moment. Shadow 9 growled, Hua, take one more step, and I'll lead the shadows in rebellion. Believe it or not. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 echoed excitedly, is there really such a good deal? Ninth Master, you said shadows don't deceive shadows. Turning to King Hua, Shadow 9 shouted angrily, King Hua, move. Why won't you move? If you're not sick, take a few steps. Then, in a deep voice, Shadow 9 addressed the four, listen up, all of you. If King Hua takes another step forward today, I'll allow you to break through once. Whatever level you can reach, it's up to your own abilities. No sooner had he finished speaking than the four terrifying auras surged again. Each shadow pushed their power to the limit of level 989, with one foot already in the realm of the Sky God of War. They hadn't broken through yet, not because of a lack of ability, but because Ninth Master's blade didn't allow it. Today's opportunity was their closest chance to becoming Sky Gods of War. Feeling the four terrifying auras, King Hua grinned and said, Old Nine, you've grown some guts. What kind of riffraff does the Shadow organization have? Ha! You even dare to put demons in the shadows. Aren't you afraid Shueji will come back to chop you to pieces? King Hua's smile faded, and he shook his head, Old Nine, you'll never understand one thing in your lifetime. His eyes turned cold, dismissing Shadow 9's threats with disdain. A true madman is judged not by what he says, but by what he does. You're not crazy enough to pull this off. The world of madmen is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Indeed, King Hua had seen through Shadow 9's bluff. Shadow 9 couldn't dissuade King Hua, nor could he save him. To prevent anyone else from stepping up to dissuade him, King Hua scanned the room with a serious look and said, if I don't throw this punch, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. His talent was called 9 lives, no regret, with a chance to kill the great demon god right before him. Not doing so would be a waste. King Hua would regret it. Even if killing the enemy meant sacrificing his own life, King Hua had no regrets. Trading his life for the great demon gods was worth it. After failing to persuade him, Xueming wanted to say something but was stopped by King Hua's words. He couldn't bear to see his godfather-like Uncle Hua die. If he could, Xueming would give up everything to change King Hua's mind. However, such a miracle was beyond him. Fortunately, there was someone extraordinary in the room. Shadow 9 looked at King Hua, removed his left hand from his sword hilt, and suddenly said something cryptic. You come here, you bastard. Coming Yi Bai, hiding behind Xueming and Lanzhixian, watched the great demon god from afar without further comment. The trembling great demon god, on the verge of being defeated, said, I'll pay. The second demon god quickly responded, no matter how much the great demon god offers, I'll pay double. Kill him to avenge Shuejio. The great demon god upped the ante. The first abyss is yours. With that promise from the great demon god, Yi Bai felt a bit less of a loss. He walked over to Xueming and whispered, give me the phone. What did you say? Oh. Xueming handed over a magical conch to Shura, but Xueming doubted this thing could change Uncle Hua's mind. He didn't believe it. Yi Bai connected the call. Hello, can you hear me? A pig's grunt came from the other end. Oink oink. After the pig's grunt, a child's voice followed. Handsome brother, is that you? Did you save Grandpa Hua? Yi Bai had it on speakerphone, so everyone could hear. Even Dracula Pig felt proud. Hearing the child's voice, King Hua fell silent. Before leaving, Yi Bai had given another magical conch to Xiao Jiao. just in case. Now is the time. Yi Bai gently asked, Xiaojio, think carefully. What's the phrase you've said most often to Grandpa Hua? Without any hesitation, Xiaojio's slightly childish voice shouted at the top of his lungs, don't die. Don't die. These 3 words, Xiaojio had repeated to King Hua for 100 years. Over the past century, countless battles flashed before King Hua's eyes. He had loved, hated, gone mad, fought, and lost, but never regretted. Don't die. If King Hua died here, Xiaojio would be heartbroken for life. Realizing this, King Hua felt a pang of sorrow. He couldn't bring himself to do this to a child. Unconsciously, his fist loosened. King Hua's fingers slightly loosened, and the punch he was certain to land instantly retracted. Even the weakest among them, Yi Bai, could see that the punch would not fall. King Hua's right hand shifted from a fist to an open palm, slashing through the air and leaving afterimages before striking the second demon god squarely in the face. The second demon god flew out like a cannonball, his aura plummeting rapidly, and within moments, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. King Hua let out a cold snort, spat on the face of the great demon god, and angrily cursed at the second demon god. You think you have the right to call out Old Nine's real name, you worthless scum? The second demon god cursed inwardly. Are you using me as a stepping stone? Although King Hua was no longer at his peak, his strength still surpassed that of the second demon god. If he coordinated with Shadow 9, killing the second demon god on the spot seemed entirely possible without any life-threatening risks. King Hua's eyes narrowed, and his fist clenched once more. Shadow 9 placed his left hand on the hilt of his blade. Xue Ming gripped his Fangtian halberd tightly, and even the sword case on Lan Zhexian's back began to stir. In an instant, the 4 top human warriors simultaneously locked onto the second demon god. This sudden turn of events caught the second demon god off guard, transforming him from a mere onlooker into a fish on the chopping block. Yi Bai watched with excitement, thinking to himself that if the top human warriors were so unrestrained, there was no need for him to adhere to formalities. King Hua's gaze was as sharp as lightning, scanning the surrounding space and sealing off all possible escape routes for the second demon god. He asked in a deep voice, how certain are you? Shadow 9 nodded first, then shook his head, replying, I'm completely certain, but we can't kill him. He explained that Lan Zhexian was unwilling to use her crucial sword strike, and Xue Ming had not yet broken through to level 990. As for Shadow 9 himself, he needed to maintain peak condition for the upcoming journey into the abyss of the Supreme. Due to these combined factors, the second demon god narrowly escaped death. The great demon god, lying in the black coffin, let out a bitter smile, fully aware that he was in this predicament precisely because he was too powerful. If King Hua truly intended to perish together with the great demon god, setting aside emotional factors, humanity would undoubtedly come out ahead. King Hua glanced at the rift leading to the abyss of the Supreme, estimating that it would still take some time to open. His level 1000 strength could be maintained for a bit longer, and he did not want to waste this precious time. With a cold snort, King Hua ordered, Xue Ming, issue the king's command and raise the flag. The atmosphere shifted dramatically at his words. The demon gods fell collectively silent, not daring to make a move. Yi Bai watched Xue Ming intently as he retrieved a token from his storage space and began searching for King Hua's personal command token. To Yi Bai's surprise, there were several special tokens among them. One inscribed with the character Ying clearly belonged to Shadow 9. Another with the character Wang was puzzling, and one with the character Ming was almost laughable. Yi Bai couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the king's command in Xue Ming's hand. Finally, Xue Ming found a black and red token inscribed with the character Hua. He infused it with his blood essence, and the king's command shot into the sky like fireworks, exploding in midair. Above the first abyss, a gigantic Hua character appeared. All human outposts, beacon towers, and monitoring stations were stunned the moment they saw the character. The king's command. This was the first appearance of the king's command in decades. According to custom, the king's command would only be ignited when humanity faced life and death. The king and his followers must respond to the call, with violators facing certain death. A battle king at a beacon tower rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself, my God, am I seeing things? This discovery left him ecstatic, waving his arms and shouting, what Tianwang is still among us. Quickly, send the Tianwang order. As soon as he finished speaking, a specially made firework shot up from the beacon tower, lighting up the night sky with the word Hua shining brilliantly. Anyone looking down on the abyss at this moment would be stunned by the sight. The once pitch-dark abyss was now illuminated by countless lanterns, each flickering with the character Hua. It seemed to herald the imminent return of Hua Tianwang, who had been silent for 32 years. A spark had turned into a raging inferno almost instantly. As the Tianwang order spread throughout the abyss, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Nearly all the legions mobilized simultaneously, with countless ironclad forces surging toward the first abyss. At the Tianhua Legion's base, Deputy Commander Lu Qingyan, clad in fiery armor, stood aloft and thundered, Tianhua Legion. All warriors below the rank of Battle King, return and stand by. 1st and 2nd Battalions, follow the commander to the outskirts of the First Abyss. Yes, sir. The unified response echoed like thunder. Meanwhile, at the Fenglan Legion's base, Wu Ziki, who had just returned from a fierce battle, was leading his wounded soldiers back. As the Tianwang order exploded overhead, his hand trembled, causing the bandage to unravel and his wound to reopen. Ignoring the pain, he looked up at the sky and murmured, "The Tianwang order. It's from Hua Tianwang." Urgent alarms snapped him back to reality. By the Tianwang order, our unit must reach the outskirts of the First Abyss within half an hour. All troops, assemble and prepare to move out. Wu Ziki commanded immediately. This scene played out simultaneously across the abyss. Typically, only those directly under a Tianwang would act upon receiving the Tianwang order. However, Hua Tianwang had once served in nearly every human legion. In other words, every legion considered themselves under his command. Consequently, while leaving enough troops to defend their bases, each legion raced to the rendezvous point. Above the First Abyss, the great demon god still lay in a black coffin. Hua Tianwang, looking slightly fatigued, tugged at his short robe. Xue Ming brought him a cloak, draping it over his shoulders, and retrieved the base of the Demon King's throne, a large stone block from the ruins. Hua Tianwang sat on the stone, his expression icy, gazing into the distance. Overhead, the Tianwang order gradually faded. Meanwhile, elite troops from various legions arrived one after another, standing at the outskirts of the First Abyss. Fenglan Legion, here by the Tianwang order. Pajun Legion, Death Will Battalion, receiving the Tianwang order. Mighty warriors gathered, their formidable auras converging outside the First Abyss. To put it crudely, battle kings were as common as dogs, and war gods roamed everywhere. The scene was even more magnificent than any battle Yi Bai had witnessed before. Seated on the stone, Hua Tianwang's gaze swept over the new and old faces before him. The old man wrapped himself tighter in his cloak, exhaled a cold breath, and murmured, "Lao Jiao, we've finally got a powerful army of our own. Do you see this?" The human legion's elite troops surged like a tidal wave outside the First Abyss, displaying their might. This iron-blooded army truly embodied the phrase, strong soldiers and sturdy horses. The assembled soldiers filled the entire field of vision, exuding an overwhelming aura. King Hua surveyed the scene, a sly glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, with everyone gathered here, wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't kill a demon god as a sacrifice? His gaze fell upon the second demon god, and he smirked slightly. "Would you mind dying for us to liven things up?" he asked. The second demon god remained silent, but King Hua didn't care. He casually sat on a protruding rock. Standing beside him, Xue Ming displayed a respectful demeanor. King Hua suddenly asked, "Last time you visited the graves, you mentioned the new year was approaching?" Xue Ming was taken aback and quickly explained, "It's still more than half a year away. We still have time to plant wheat." King Hua seemed not to hear him, muttering to himself, "Since the new year is approaching, we should have some festive spirit." Xue Ming, puzzled, was about to clarify further when King Hua pointed to a 9th-rank war god in the crowd. "Xiao Gu, take some men to the Second Abyss and burn some paper money for the brothers." Then, he turned to another war god. "Xiao Wang, take the rest to the 5th Abyss and set off some firecrackers to ward off bad luck." These two were once King Hua's trusted aides and now held prominent positions among the humans. Without hesitation, they accepted the orders and relayed them to their respective teams. "Pass it down," King Hua commands. "Burn the Second Abyss and bomb the 5th Abyss." "Pass it down," King Hua commands. "Incinerate the Second Abyss and flatten the 5th Abyss." The orders grew more intense as they were passed along, and the legions split into two groups, marching grandly towards their targets. Each team carried a flag, one with the character, kill, and the other with, death. These were King Hua's personal banners, symbolizing supreme honor. King Hua struggled to stand, his body hunched. Xue Ming hurried to support him. The old man patted Xue Ming's hand and softly said, "Xiao Ming, go with them. From now on, they will follow you." This statement hinted at a transfer of power. King Hua had been the strongest warrior of the human legion, and now, having achieved great deeds, it was natural for the flag to be passed to Xue Ming. Although Xue Ming wasn't King Hua's biological son, everyone present knew their bond was closer than blood. Though King Hua didn't personally confront the great demon god, he knew he had one important task left. The outcome was uncertain, with less than a 30% chance of survival. Thinking of Shura's cautious nature, if Shura were in this situation, he'd never take the risk. King Hua couldn't help but laugh, his laughter mixed with violent coughing. Xue Ming, concerned, asked, "Uncle Hua, are you all right?" King Hua waved him off, leaning close to Xue Ming's ear and loudly said, "I'm faking it." Xue Ming helplessly reminded him, "Uncle, everyone heard you." King Hua glanced around, his eyes settling on Shura. Do you want to join Xiaoming in a tour of the abyss? Yi Bai shook his head repeatedly. No, I'd rather sit at the table with the old folks. This remark drew everyone's attention to Shura. Realizing his slip, Yi Bai quickly defended himself. No way. No way. No one here is over 18, right? As Xue Ming led the army towards the second and fifth abyss, Yi Bai stood beside Lan Zixin and softly asked, won't this violate the Supreme Agreement? The Supreme Agreement was a pact made by the first human Supreme, Nightmare, and the Supreme Demon God, serving as the code of conduct in human-demon conflicts. Xue Ming's actions clearly exceeded the agreement's boundaries. Lan Zixin calmly replied, it's fine. The first clause of the Supreme Agreement states that once the Supreme Abyss is opened, all terms of the agreement are temporarily invalid. Yi Bai suddenly realized a terrifying fact. The powerful beings of the demon god and demon race could now attack him at will. This realization made his heart tighten, and he immediately decided to cling tightly to Ninth Lord's support. He swore to himself that he wouldn't let go until he reached level 1000. So what if it's the dark secrets of the Supreme Being's nightmares? I can dig up as many as needed. Yi Bai schemed, a sly glint in his eyes. He knew he had a unique talent for achieving 4S ratings and uncovering the shady pasts of the Supreme Beings, which was his greatest asset. As Yi Bai was engrossed in his plans, the scene before him suddenly changed. The rift of the Supreme Abyss stopped expanding, but an even more terrifying aura surged from within. Even without the Eye of Insight's warning, Yi Bai could sense that the passage was now open. Though not yet stable, for top-tier warriors, having a path was enough. The condition of the road was less important. In the black mist, Jio stood in front of the rift and turned to Hua Tianwang, saying, madman, dare to accompany me to our deaths? Even if you die, your father won't. This statement seemed to ignite the battle spirit within Hua Tianwang. The old man's cloak flapped in the wind, and his hunched body straightened instantly, as if infused with new strength. His power not only didn't decline but surged back to level 995, with a potential breakthrough to level 996 at any moment. Hua Tianwang strode forward and stomped on the face of the great demon god. He looked down coldly at the demon, a cold smile curling his lips. You lie there until I return from the Supreme Abyss. Although he didn't say much, the killing intent in his words was unmistakable. If the great demon god dared to act rashly, there was only one outcome: death. Hua Tianwang and Jio, the two strongest war gods of the human race, charged into the passage of the Supreme Abyss without hesitation. From within the passage came Ninth Lord's signature hoarse voice, take care, you brat. This was followed by a burst of triumphant and wild laughter. Heh heh heh. Yi Bai stared in disbelief at the scene, thinking, Jio abandoned me to venture into the Supreme Abyss alone? He felt a wave of confusion and helplessness. Are you kidding me? I haven't even boarded the ship yet. Happy New Year to everyone. May the new year bring new opportunities, good health, and all the best. The holiday season is busy, so while updates will be ensured, the timing may be irregular. Thank you for your understanding. Yi Bai stood before the rift in the abyss of the Supreme, feeling a pang of regret. I haven't even boarded the train yet, he thought, watching helplessly as Ju Yi and the madman Hua plunged into the depths. He could only pace anxiously outside. The Eye of Insight showed a 100 survival probability, which made Yi Bai itch with anticipation. Just as he was about to sneak in, he had already crafted his boasting lines in his mind. I, Jiu Yi, and King Hua stormed the abyss of the Supreme together. However, before Yi Bai could take a step, an elderly man with the surname Lan, who was over 100 years old, yanked him back. His mouth twitched as he questioned the so-called 100 survival rate. His journey to the abyss of the Supreme had ended before it even began. Frustrated, Yi Bai glared at the spatial rift, cursing the unreliable inside eye. Suddenly, Yi Bai realized he might have misunderstood Jiu Ye's plan from the start. He initially thought Jiu Yi intended to speed through all the stages and jump straight to the finale. But now, it seemed things were far more complicated. Frowning in thought, Yi Bai recalled his previous deductions. Logically, after the Supreme Demon God appeared, Xiaoyao should battle it, and then pass the Supreme Mark to Shura. But if Xiaoyao was in a poor state after the battle, how could Jiu Yi bear to let his disciple take such a risk? As Yi Bai's mind raced, two war gods stormed into the abyss, causing a violent upheaval. A terrifying suction force emanated from the rift, clearly indicating that the awakening of the Supreme Demon God had accelerated. Yi Bai stared intently at the spatial rift, waiting for further developments. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Yi Bai. What if Jiu Yi had been deceiving Xiaoyao from the beginning? The thought shocked him. Could Jiu Yi be ruthless enough to deceive even his own disciple? Meanwhile, on the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, the Supreme Being Xiaoyao was preparing for battle. Just as he was about to leave, the voice of Zhao Qian, the master of the Pavilion of All Things, conveyed a message from Jiu Yi. Xiaoyao frowned, his sixth sense telling him that his teacher might have set him up. Reflecting on his recent focus on Shura, Xiaoyao realized this might be part of the plan. Shadow 9 knew him too well. This time, it was a calculated move that caught him off guard. Despite his displeasure, Xiaoyao listened patiently to Zhao Qian's message, following his teacher's etiquette. Zhao Qian quickly relayed, "Your teacher said he will help delay the great battle for at least 10 years. In the meantime, you should contemplate more in the Eternal Tower." This news plunged Xiaoyao into deep thought. He realized he might need to reassess the entire situation, as well as his relationships with his teacher and Shura. It's okay if you can't figure it out right away. Just give it some thought, and you might understand eventually. Xiaoyao took a step forward but was stopped by an invisible barrier. He frowned slightly, his hand gently brushing the air, feeling the intangible force. At that moment, Zhao Qian's voice came from outside the tower, tinged with unease. "Your teacher said he found the entity you mentioned earlier and made a deal with them. You might not be able to leave the tower today." Zhao Qian's voice grew more tremulous, clearly not expecting such content in the message. He was shocked to realize that Jiu Yi dared to plot against the mighty Xiaoyao. Even more terrifying was that Jiu seemed to have succeeded. Xiaoyao didn't respond immediately. He stood still for a moment, a slight smile playing on his lips as he let out a soft laugh. Then, he took another step forward. In an instant, countless cracks appeared before Xiaoyao, and the entire Eternal Tower began to shake violently. Xiaoyao coldly declared, "Trapping me? With this shabby tower? Break it." As Xiaoyao lifted his foot, a sharp voice rang in his ear. "Zhang Xiaoyao, are you crazy? If you destroy my tower, I'll fight you to the death." Xiaoyao ignored the voice. In his view, no one in this world could stop him from leaving the 99th floor, not Jiu nor the mysterious entity. From the outside, the Eternal Tower looked like it had been kicked by a giant, slowly tilting like a scene from a famous painting, the Leaning Tower of Eternity. The mysterious entity was clearly panicked, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Someone, help! Save my tower! Help! Is anyone going to do something?" Just then, the figure of a middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere above the eternal forest. This man looked unremarkable, even ordinary. In an instant, he arrived at the base of the Leaning Tower and, with a gentle push of a single finger, restored it to its original position. The middle-aged man said warmly, "Stop it." Xiaoyao looked at the nightmare below the tower and fell silent once more. He knew that in the entire two clans, only Nightmare and Wu Hin could stop him. Even if he got past Nightmare, he couldn't bypass Wu Hin's barrier. Xiaoyao realized that all of this had been orchestrated by his teacher long ago. Jiu had even anticipated his reactions, planning everything meticulously. Zhang Xiaoyao never engaged in actions destined to be futile. This meant that Jiu had succeeded. The epic battle between Xiaoyao and the supreme demon god would likely be postponed for 10 years. These 10 years were time Jiu had bought for his disciple and himself. Although Xiaoyao understood everything, he still couldn't grasp Jiu's ultimate motive. In the end, Xiaoyao turned around, his robe billowing like clouds, refusing to settle. With his back to Nightmare, he sat down once more. The Eternal Tower ceased its trembling and returned to calm. However, a cold snort echoed above the eternal forest. Humph! A cold snort echoed through the skies above the eternal forest, resonating like a thunderclap. Yi Bai, a prodigious talent with an exceptional affinity for lightning, was the first to sense the thunder's ominous energy from beyond the abyss. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, recognizing the intense emotion embedded within the thunder. At that moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared outside the abyss. Wuhan spoke an enigmatic phrase. "Your third brother is angry." Only a few present understood the meaning behind these words. Yi Bai gasped, his expression instantly turning sour. He thought to himself, "How am I supposed to live like this?" First, the old trickster Jiu had manipulated both him and Xiaoyao. Now, Xiaoyao had realized he had been deceived and was seething with rage. Meanwhile, Jiu had already made his escape into the Supreme Abyss, leaving Yi Bai alone to face Xiaoyao's wrath, a predicament worse than being sent to the Supreme Abyss to die. Thunder roared incessantly, and the entrance to the Supreme Abyss continued to expand under this immense power. It seemed that the Supreme Demon God was about to awaken. Wuhan spoke again, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Anyone below level 1000, you may leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the second demon god reacted immediately. Not only did he take away the trash he had created, but he also bowed politely to Wuhan before retreating at an astonishing speed. Clearly, the second demon god knew staying there could be life-threatening. As he fled, the second demon god felt a sense of relief for his foresight. He had brought all his possessions with him, including the Demon Emperor's Hall. He had hoped to move into the First Abyss at any time and even dreamed of hosting a new coronation for the great demon god before his older brother's demise. However, reality proved far harsher than his fantasies. His assets might now be used to buy his life, whether to save the great demon god's life or his own. Despite the dire situation, the second demon god was surprisingly upbeat. After this great battle, the great demon god was severely weakened, and the fifth demon god had long been incapacitated. As a result, the second demon god became the strongest among them. The human race's plan was evidently to seal the Supreme Abyss, which meant the Supreme Agreement would come back into effect after the seal. When that happened, the human race would be at a disadvantage, having lost two top-tier warriors, Tianwang and Ingjiu. From a broader perspective, the human race had traded two of their mightiest warriors for the great demon god's severe injury and a 10-year seal on the Supreme Abyss, delaying Xiaoyao's battle with the Supreme Demon God. It wasn't a bad deal for the humans. However, without a breakthrough to Supreme Martial status by Shura, the human race would face severe challenges for a long time. Supreme beings couldn't casually attack demons, and the demons' adversaries couldn't suppress them. The demon race's future seemed to have a glimmer of hope. More importantly, the absence of top-tier warriors would cause a ripple effect. Tianwang's presence directly impacted the overall strength of the human army. Even his nominal disciples included supreme warriors, though Tianwang never boasted about this because Ingjia's disciple was a supreme being. Tianwang's departure would slow the emergence of future human powerhouses. However, as he had faked his death years ago, this impact had already been felt and absorbed by the human race. His entry into the Supreme Abyss wouldn't have a particularly significant effect. The real issue lay in Ingjia's departure. Without Ingjia's suppression, the Shadow Fortress might descend into chaos. The 100 war gods within the shadows each had their own agendas, and none of the top three Ing and Ing San were easy to deal with. With Ingjio gone, no one could control these three, and internal strife within the shadows seemed inevitable. The second demon god looked forward to this. He had observed many signs when the top three shadows released their aura, indicating their intent to break through to supreme warrior status. Ing Yi's aura was peculiar, seemingly connected to the Eternal Tower. Ing Er's two existences were undoubtedly of the demon race, though it was unclear where Ing Jiu had found them or what his intentions were in placing them within the shadows. As for Ing San, the second demon god couldn't discern his background. What's even more terrifying is that Ing San posed the greatest threat to the second demon god. The suffocating pressure from Ing San made the second demon god feel a genuine threat to his life. Undoubtedly, Ing San was the most powerful among the top three shadows. The second demon god keenly noticed that Ing San seemed disinterested in breaking through to the level of the battle god of heaven, merely going through the motions. Though he couldn't fully grasp Ing San's true nature, he did observe some details. The white bones draped over Ing San's body clinked like wind chimes, producing a pleasant sound. Upon closer inspection, the second demon god was horrified to realize that these bones were from other demon gods. This discovery made the second demon god resolve immediately. Of all beings, Ing San was the one he must never offend. After fleeing in panic, the second demon god left the fifth demon god behind, who stayed put. The fifth demon god sat boldly on the ground, shouting, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare." He even tried to rush into the passage of the Supreme Abyss, attempting to thrust his head inside. In his view, even if humans were unwilling to kill him, the Supreme Demon God would gladly accept the return of his left brain. However, the scene appeared very different to onlookers. The fifth demon god cursed and strode out of the first abyss, yelling, "Supreme trash, come eat my brains." Eating brains boosts your brain power. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand the fifth demon god's bizarre behavior. Only Yi Bai gasped in realization, feeling a chill run down his spine. He understood that his second brother's move, unaware of being a guest in a dream, had not only been comprehended but also successfully executed. Yi Bai made a mental note to learn this impressive technique himself in the future. As the fifth demon god exited the first abyss, he suddenly stopped and looked around in confusion. When he realized what had happened, a cry filled with despair echoed through the heavens and earth. Tears finally broke free. Even more chilling was the fact that the fifth demon god himself was unsure if he was still under the influence of, unaware of being a guest in a dream. He wailed, "Why is dying so hard?" With the antics of the two demon gods coming to an end, Yi Bai and the others also gradually left the first abyss. After everyone had exited, Wu Hen, dressed in white, walked inside. Behind him, more than 10 sword slaves silently appeared, documenting his every move. Wu Hen did not draw his sword. Yet countless sword lights appeared out of thin air, crisscrossing and instantly forming thousands of sword formations. These formations overlapped, sealing the entrance to the Supreme Abyss once again. Facing the Supreme Abyss's attempt to expand and take root in the first abyss, Wu Hen responded with a single word, "Begone." With a seamless move, a sword light sliced through the air, precisely sealing the entrance to the Supreme Abyss. Yi Bai watched coldly, his heart unperturbed, and even a mocking smile played at the corner of his mouth. He had finally seen through the grand scheme. Even the Supreme Master Xiaoyao had become a pawn on Zhui's chessboard. What could he, a mere level 300 supreme seed, possibly accomplish. To ensure the plan's success, Jui had mobilized 2 supreme masters at once. Xiaoyao likely didn't arrive in time because he was blocked by nightmare. The opening and sealing of the supreme abyss was the handiwork of Wuhan. Yi Bai calculated quietly. Among the entire human race, only Jui and Xue Meng could simultaneously command these 2 powerhouses. He couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the plan. As the sword light gradually dissipated, the entrance to the supreme abyss was completely sealed. However, Wuhan did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood still, his gaze fixed on the great demon god lying on the ground. Wuhan stood motionless, but the great demon god began to cough up blood violently. It knew well that this was karma. The humans had initiated the war, leading to the fall of the 3rd, 4th, and 6th demon gods. The essences of the 3rd and 6th had been devoured by the great demon god, but were not fully digested. Now, it had to regurgitate everything it had consumed. The pitiful sight of the great demon god coughing up blood did not elicit any sympathy from the humans present. Everyone knew the great demon god was notorious for its ruthlessness. Recalling the war between the humans of Blue Star and the abyssal demons, it was the great demon god who had opened the supreme abyss when Nightmare was on the verge of a breakthrough, fearing a reversal of the situation. To seal the supreme abyss, Shuejiao had ventured deep into it alone with a sword and a blade. This not only disrupted Nightmare's breakthrough but also left it with hidden dangers. In subsequent battles with the supreme demon god, these hidden dangers were magnified, causing Nightmare to pay a heavy price. Broadening the perspective beyond individual human grievances, the great demon god had inflicted immeasurable harm on humanity. The blood debt it owed was far beyond what a single life could repay. Recently, the Blood Sea Legion led by Ng Jinghua suffered heavy casualties in an ambush orchestrated by the great demon god. Thus, the great demon god's current miserable state was not only undeserving of sympathy, but also made people wish they could trample it further. Unfortunately, it was too resilient to be stomped to death. Without Jui's protection, Yi Bai obediently followed Lan Zhixian. The 2 stood in the void, watching the drama come to an end. Lan Zhixian nodded slightly. Although he hadn't drawn his sword throughout the battle, acting like an outsider, he was relieved by Ng Jiao and Huo Fengzi's performance. For now, they posed no threat to surpassing his swordsmanship. With the show over, Lan Zhixian turned to Yi Bai and asked, "Shall I take you back?" Yi Bai hesitated for a moment before replying, "Can we wait a bit longer?" "Sure," Lan Zhixian affirmed, putting Yi Bai at ease. Jui's escape to the supreme abyss was a dead end for now. Yi Bai wasn't waiting for Jui's return. He wasn't a fool who would wait outside the first abyss for 10 years for Jui and Hua Tianwang to emerge. That was a pipe dream. The 10 years Jui had bought for Xiaoyao were also time bought for Yi Bai. Time was fair to everyone. Yi Bai's request to wait was actually for certain people to come to him. Ng Jiu had left without a word, abandoning his responsibilities. Someone had to clean up the mess. Lan Zhixian, guessing Yi Bai's thoughts, looked ahead. In the void, four shadows were huddled together, discussing something intensely. Ng Yi, Ng Air, and Ng San were gathered, each holding a small black box, conversing. Their dialogue was recorded word for word. Weak girl Ng Yi. The moment Jui is gone, I'm free. Bad woman Ng Air. Big sis, let's rebel. Weak girl Ng Yi. Let's think it over. First, let's pack up the Eternal Tower and then make our escape. Bad man Ng Air. For the record, I haven't accepted any undercover mission from Jui, nor will I record your words. You can trust me completely. Bad man Ng Air was promptly removed from the Jui Shadows chat group by the group leader, Ng Yi. Weak girl Ng Yi. Old 3, what do you have to say? Unnamed Ng San. Same here. Weak girl Ng Yi. Great. We're almost ready to escape. Does anyone know where Ng1 is? Ng1, Jui's token, was an extremely valuable shadow item, more precious than SS grade equipment. If it fell into the wrong hands, Ng Yi, Ng Air, and Ng San's lives would be in danger. The group chat fell silent at this question. After a while, everyone thought of the same person, Shura. About 10 days ago, Shura had ventured into the abyss to participate in the rescue mission for Old Lawn. In front of Ng Tin, Juyi handed the Ng mark to Shura, surprising everyone present. What was even more astonishing was that Shura did not return the Ng mark afterward, and Juyi made no effort to reclaim it. It seemed everything was part of Jiu Ye's plan, as he had already foreseen the situation's direction when Lan Lao was trapped. Juyi keenly anticipated Hua Tianwang's scheme and cleverly went along with it. He knew that with the top human warrior's power dwindling, Hua Tianwang would undoubtedly make a move. Shura, one of the top 3 among the shadows, fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he stepped forward with a serious expression. The other shadows followed suit, their purpose clear. They needed to meet Shura and, if possible, retrieve the Ng mark. The cost, however, would be determined by the circumstances. For powerful auras approached Yi Bai before they could speak. Lan Zhixian interrupted, the strongest stand apart. This statement set the tone for the conversation. Lan Zhixian's implication was clear. He would ensure Yi Bai's safety, but dealing with the four shadows was up to Yi Bai's own abilities. Ying Wen, the eldest sister, spoke first, her voice soft and even somewhat fragile. May we have a private word with Shura? She straightforwardly expressed their request. Our goals differ, but we share one common desire: we don't want to die. If we attack Shura, even as the top three shadows, we won't survive the wrath of the humans. Thus, from every angle, Shura is safe. Lan Zhixian looked at Yi Bai, who nodded slightly in agreement. All right, Yi Bai said, realizing he needed to have a proper talk with Ying Wen and the others. The four shadows stood before Shura, and the atmosphere grew tense. The bad man spoke first, his tone laced with sarcasm. All fair negotiations should be based on equal strength. He glanced around, 4989 level shadows, on the verge of breaking through to celestial war gods, against a 300 level supreme seed. This disparity hardly seems fair. Lan Zhixian had already stated he wouldn't intervene, putting Yi Bai at a clear disadvantage in the negotiation. Yi Bai, though smart, quickly realized this. Yeah, he sighed, running a hand through his hair. It would be great if a powerful ally who could intimidate you all and was close to me happened to pass by right now. At that moment, Yi Bai suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a person among his allies. Coincidentally, Xue Ming, who had just finished a task, happened to be passing by. Xue Ming looked at the two confronting groups and curiously asked, "Did I hear someone say I'm handsome?" Xue Ming suddenly appeared behind Shura, plunging the room into a heavy silence. The four elite warriors knew the origins of the Shadow Organization well. They understood that the group was initially conceived by Xuejiu, but it was actually founded by Nightmare and Ding Jiwon being Xue Ming's adopted father, and the other being Xue Ming's biological father's talent, also known as his ninth uncle. By bloodline, Xue Ming was the rightful heir to the Shadow Organization. However, Ninth Lord had entrusted the Shadow Mark to Shura, which was a clear endorsement. Now, Xue Ming could handle matters that Lan Zhixian found inconvenient, such as backing Shura. Yi Bai recalled what Chongshan and Lu Qingyao had once told him. There were two types of entities within the Shadow Organization: warriors who died on the battlefield and so-called Shadow Elites. At this moment, Yi Bai realized that the term elites might need quotation marks, as the four before him were clearly not human. Standing behind Yi Bai, Xue Ming broke the oppressive silence with his deep voice. Why did you stop talking? Yi Bai was secretly pleased. Although he usually disdained relying on others' power, occasionally leveraging Xue Ming's influence seemed justifiable. Grateful, Yi Bai joked. Big Ming, just for that, you don't have to pay back what you owe me. Xue Ming looked confused, and the two engaged in an amusing conversation about the debt, eventually leading Xue Ming to admit he indeed owed Yi Bai some money. With this connection, Yi Bai felt more confident. He turned to Xue Ming and asked, Ming, didn't you say before that the top three shadows each have the strength of a hammer? Xue Ming nodded in confirmation. Yi Bai continued, I have 4 hammer strength opponents in front of me. Can you handle them alone? While Yi Bai worried that Xue Ming might not manage all 4 shadows, Xue Ming clarified, hammer strength means I can take them down with a single blow. This revelation caused the shadows' faces to change, and Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel at Xue Ming's strength. Assured of his advantage, Yi Bai addressed the 4 shadows again, this time in a kinder tone. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. This unusual attitude puzzled Lan Zhixian. Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3 each made their requests. Shadow 1 hoped Yi Bai could assist with a small task on the 50th floor. Shadow 2 wanted to learn how to be more human from Yi Bai. Shadow 3 simply wanted a name. However, after hearing all the requests, Yi Bai straightforwardly said, I don't plan to agree to any of them. Everyone was stunned by this. Yi Bai explained, with Xue Ming and me, we are like the jokers in a deck of cards, and you are like 4 twos. Jokers trump for twos, right? At that moment, Shadow 4 stepped out from behind Lan Zhixian and handed a letter to Yi Bai, solemnly saying, Young Master Jiao, this is a letter from Ninth Brother, detailing various arrangements within the Shadow Organization. Little Ninth Lord? Yi Bai muttered to himself, a faint, smug smile creeping onto his lips. The title did make him feel a little pleased, but then he frowned. As a man, how could he be called little? It should be great. Great Ninth Lord? The thought barely formed before Yi Bai dismissed it. He shuddered at the idea of the Ninth Lord returning from the abyss of supreme power and finding someone daring to use such a title. With the Ninth Lord's generous heart, he would probably chop Yi Bai down without a second thought. Yi Bai cleared his throat and set aside the issue of titles for now. He opened the letter left by the Ninth Lord, wondering what tricks the old fox had up his sleeve this time. As he read, Yi Bai's expression varied. He nodded, smiled, occasionally shook his head, showing a hint of disdain. The shadows around him stretched their necks, trying to glean the letter's contents from his reactions, but no one dared to ask outright. After finishing the letter, Yi Bai carefully put it away and glanced at Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. Get back to your tasks, he said lightly. If I'm not mistaken, Each of you has your own daily duties, right? Yes. Shadow 1 nodded emphatically, a hint of tension in her voice. My duty is to stay by the Ninth Lord's side and ensure his safety. Yibai looked at the retreating figure in white and smirked. That's easy, he said sincerely. I can call my second brother back to help you reopen the abyss of supreme power. Sending someone in shouldn't be a problem. I'll cover the travel expenses. Shadow 1 cursed inwardly but maintained a cheerful facade. Oh, silly me. I just remembered. I need to go monitor a few demon gods. Without waiting for Yibai's response, she hurried off. Shadow 2 watched her leave, grumbling. No reliable teammates. Wicked woman, idiot. You're the most unreliable one. Always thinking of betraying us. After venting, he turned to Yibai and said seriously, my task is to play a fake Azura at the summer camp. All right, you have my approval. Yibai nodded. Pleased with the recognition, Shadow 2 left joyfully. His mood was soaring now that the Ninth Lord and the fierce Huatianwang were in the abyss. No one in the summer camp could bully him anymore. However, his joy was short-lived. Shadow 2 suddenly realized something, and his smile vanished. Boo-hoo. The Ninth Lord is in the abyss, and little Ninth Lord is powerless. What if the demon gods come to kill us? Boo-hoo. Keep it down. Don't say all your thoughts out loud. I heard Azura holds grudges, someone whispered. Ah, right. Shadow 2 quickly shut up and hurried away. Watching the odd shadows, Yibai pondered. The Ninth Lord seemed to have gathered a bunch of pitiful souls humans, demons, and who knows what else and given them a home, albeit a shabby one. It couldn't shield them from the elements, and it was full of holes, but it was a home nonetheless. And if any of them betrayed him, the Ninth Lord wouldn't hesitate to deal with them. The earlier rebellion was more of a test of Azura's response. Yibai wisely let the shadows state their demands. Both sides were smart. These demands weren't for Yibai to fulfill now, but for future negotiations when he had the power to meet them. Seeing Shadow 2 leave, Yibai thought again. Others studied soul-related matters perhaps to see the light of day again. But Shadow 2 funded soul research likely to cure some illness. He's quite mad, Shadow 2. Yibai sighed inwardly. With the first two gone, Yibai turned to the last one, feeling a slight headache. Shadow 3, who seemed the most honest and simple, hid the most secrets. The eye of insight from his second awakening had revealed more about Shadow 3, including the demonic bone armor he wore. Third Lord, what task did the Ninth Lord give you? Yibai asked politely. Shadow 3 scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. The Ninth Lord told me to protect the Supreme Seed closely. Of course, Yibai thought. None of them were easy to deal with. He looked at the new bodyguard applicant and asked, may I ask, can you defeat the Celestial War God? Shadow 3 nodded. Yes. Yibai was stunned. Shadow 3 added, as long as you allow me to break through to Celestial War God. Yibai composed himself and asked, what's the highest level you can reach? 999. Shadow 3 hesitated and said, I've never tried 1000. Yibai, Xueming, and Lanjishian were speechless. Damn, Shadow 3 had really shown off. Xueming was surprised to find that being around Azura revealed a different world. He noticed many details about the shadows he hadn't before, like Shadow 2 being a demon. Yet, Xueming knew Shadow 2 was just simple-minded, not malicious, and had even contributed to humanity over the past century. But it was strange, why did Shadow 3 suddenly reveal his cards to Azura? Shadow 3, while stating his strength, spoke with a questioning tone. Telling you this, little Ninth Lord, is to make a deal. Hold on, little Ninth Lord, sounds awkward to me, Yibai interrupted. Call me Fourth Lord from now on. Shadow 3 complied. All right, Fourth Lord. Shadow 4, are you polite? Yibai thought to himself but nodded. Continue. Shadow 3 said slowly, Fourth Lord. No matter what you see in me in the future, please keep it a secret. Yibai hesitated, but eventually nodded. All right. Shadow 3 could break through at any time, up to level 999. As a bodyguard, he was more than qualified. But Yibai knew he wouldn't allow Shadow 3 to break through unless absolutely necessary. If the Ninth Lord didn't permit it, Yibai certainly wouldn't either, as it might bring even more trouble. Yibai shifted the topic. If you're so strong, why are you Shadow 3 and not Shadow 1? Yeah. Xueming was curious too. Shadow 3 smiled again, scratching his head. When the Ninth Lord recruited me, he let me choose freely among Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. He recalled seriously. I asked him which shadow he was, and he said Shadow 9. I thought the higher the number, the stronger. He spread his large hands and showed a helpless expression. So, I chose Shadow 3. Ing San is an honest man. After hearing Ing San's tragic story, Yibai stifled his laughter, not wanting to upset his new bodyguard and partner. He made a gesture of invitation and said gently, you should return to the Eternal Forest first. I'll go back with the Sword Immortal. There's something I need to discuss with Jiqiang Zhaoyao. Ing San nodded in agreement, and disappeared into the abyss. Turning to Ing Si, Yi Bai said solemnly, "Brother Si, I'll need you to handle the daily operations of the shadow for now." Ing Si did not hesitate. Calmly he replied, "No problem. Nine usually doesn't handle these matters anyway. It's always been me and Lao Wu." Ing Si and Ing Wu were among the first shadows, integral members of the shadows who have held significant roles in the human race's history. Ing Si called Ing Ji Brother Ji because Ing Jiu truly was his ninth brother. 100 years ago, Ing Si was just a kid following Xuejiu around, always calling him Brother Jiu. After Xuejiu passed away, Ing Jiu returned. The kid had grown into a war god and eventually became a shadow. Fate had brought them together once more. Yi Bai sincerely said, "Thank you, Brother Si." Ing Si modestly responded, "You're too kind, Lord Yi. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, he vanished as well. Strictly speaking, apart from Lord Jiu, Ing Si was the strongest human among the shadows. In life, he had a considerable chance of becoming a celestial war god, but as a shadow, he could only exist in this form. Ing Si had reached level 988, which was his limit. Unless his soul was restored, he could not become a celestial war god. This touched upon the secret of becoming a god. If a fragmented soul dared to cross the threshold of quasi-godhood, the price would be annihilation. After Ing Si left, Yi Bai's expression turned cold. It was clear that Lord Jiu had not only planned for Zhao Yao, but also for himself, securing 10 years for both of them. This plan could not be delayed any longer. If it dragged on, Yi Bai would break through level 500, the abyss of the Supreme would open naturally, and Lord Jiu's plan would fall apart. Yi Bai felt conflicted. In theory, he should be grateful for the precious 10 years Lord Jiu had secured for him. If used wisely, these 10 years could potentially allow the human race to turn the tide against the supreme demon god. At the very least, not having to worry about the supreme demon god for 10 years was a significant relief for the supreme seeds. Lord Jiu had not forgotten his duty to protect the supreme seeds. He still stood before them, though this time, he stood much further away. "Let's go back," Yi Bai said expressionlessly, turning to leave. Lan Zixin led the way, with Xue Ming walking beside Yi Bai. The three of them moved in silence. On the way back, Xue Ming hesitated, clearly wanting to ask something but worried about being taken advantage of. Yi Bai chuckled, "If you have a question, just ask. Between us, asking questions doesn't cost money." Xue Ming's earlier performance had been impressive. Just standing beside Yi Bai, he had managed to suppress the four shadows. His explanation of the power of a single hammer blow had been particularly impressive. Hearing Yi Bai's words, Xue Ming was elated. He eagerly asked, "What did Uncle Jiu say in the letter he left for you?" Yi Bai shook his head. "I can't answer that question." Seeing Xue Ming's disappointment, Yi Bai added, "But I can show you the letter." "That's great," Xue Ming said excitedly. "That'll cost you," Yi Bai teased. Xue Ming quickly backtracked. "Let's not talk about money." "Just kidding," Yi Bai said, handing the letter to Xue Ming. "Read it and return it to me." Xue Ming watched Yi Bai walk away, then looked at the letter he had obtained for free. He couldn't help but wonder if this was really the Shura he knew. Had he missed a chance to take advantage of him? Could Ing Jiu's departure have affected Shura that much? Xue Ming opened the envelope, only to find a blank sheet of paper. He was silent for a moment, then folded the paper and put it back in the envelope. What Lord Jiu had done was equivalent to giving Shura a blank decree. Whatever Shura wanted to do, he could do it first and explain later. With Ing Jiu's prearranged letter, he could easily convince others. Xue Ming put away the letter and caught up with Yi Bai, just in time to hear his conversation with Lan Zixin. "Sword Immortal, can you really not help me investigating San?" Yi Bai asked earnestly. "I'll pay extra. I'll match whatever Xue Ming has in his pockets." Lan Zixin waved his hand and yawned. "The so-called non-interference among the Supreme is actually nonsense. The real reason is, I can't be bothered. So I turn a blind eye." Yi Bai said helplessly, "So heartless." At that moment, he missed King Hua immensely. When he wanted to gain favor with Lan Zixin, King Hua had been the perfect tool. Similarly, when gaining favor with King Hua, Lan Zixin had been the ideal tool. It was a cycle of favors, an eternal motion machine. Now that old Hua had run away, gaining favor with Lan Zixin had become significantly more challenging. "All right," Yi Bai said, spreading his hands, "at least point me in the right direction." Lan Zixin thought for a moment and said seriously, "Generally speaking, I would buy information from the Wanwu Pavilion." Yi Bai was surprised. Wanwu Pavilion offers such services? With Lan Zixin's guidance, Yi Bai had a new plan and decided to set aside the matter of Ing San for now. He thanked the Sword Immortal. "Thank you, Sword Immortal. Please just take me back to the Eternal Tower." "All right," Lan Zixin agreed. As the sun set, casting its final rays over the land, the Eternal Tower stood tall, unyielding for a century and likely to remain so. Outside the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, a young man sat on a divine carpet, gazing at the setting sun. In the twilight, half of his face was hidden in shadow, silent and pensive. Inside the 99th floor, it was equally silent. It seemed like a meeting of silent victims of deception. When the sun finally disappeared below the horizon, Yi Bai heard a sigh. Sigh, Zhao Yao sighed. Listening to the melancholic tune of Xiao Yao Tan, Yi Bai sat on the nightmare wind, his expression heavy. After a long pause, he finally asked, how powerful is the supreme demon god? Yi Bai didn't ask Zhu Yi or the supreme abyss. He knew that once his own strength was sufficient, he would naturally find out the answers. But at this moment, he was more curious about the power of the final boss, the supreme demon god. Only 3 people in the world knew the answer to this question. A calm voice from Xiaoyao came from the tower. Level 2000. Yi Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, did you make a mistake? Can we go over that again? Level 2000? He frowned, his face full of confusion. Does that mean the supreme demon god can break the level 1000 limit? No, Xiaoyao replied after a moment of contemplation. At least not Nightmare, Wuhan, or me. Yi Bai tried to comfort himself with the thought that the supreme demon god sealed by the Eternal Tower only had 50 of its original power. That would mean 50 of level 2000 is still level 1000. However, Xiaoyao's next words shattered his illusions. The supreme demon god, even with half its power sealed, originally had level 2000. Yi Bai felt dizzy and mumbled to himself. A level 1000 fighting a level 2000. The advantage is clearly with the supreme demon god. He was nearly at his wit's end. If 50 of the supreme demon god was level 2000, the complete form would be level 4000, and human supreme beings were capped at level 1000, seemingly never able to surpass that. What's the point of playing anymore? Yi Bai muttered under his breath, falling into a brief silence. 5 minutes later, he spoke again, with a glimmer of hope in his voice. So, does the supreme demon god have any weaknesses? Or is there a chance it's actually pretty weak and can't even defeat a level 1000? Xiaoyao answered seriously as always. No weaknesses and no, it's not weak. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but think to himself, might as well not have answered. He almost went crazy, wanting to shake his third brother and shout, third brother, even a little white lie would help. The overwhelming power of the supreme demon god was beyond Yi Bai's imagination. It seemed like an impossible task, but he was still undeterred and got straight to the point. So, how can we kill the supreme demon god? Or at least permanently seal or suppress it? It's impossible to harm the supreme demon god. Sealing and suppressing it, this tower is already at its limit. Xiaoyao explained patiently, seeing that Yi Bai might have misunderstood. In other words, any effective attack on the supreme demon god will reduce its level. Yi Bai suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up with hope. Others lose health when hit, but the supreme demon god loses levels. There's a chance. He excitedly talked to himself. So, the initial 50 of the supreme demon god was level 2000. After battling with Nightmare and Wuhan, what's its level now? Nightmare and Wuhan? Xiaoyao was puzzled, not knowing when Yi Bai had gained these new relatives. Yi Bai quickly clarified to him, you misheard. I meant the supreme beings Nightmare and Wuhan. Xiaoyao remained expressionless. I didn't mishear. Yi Bai immediately conceded. Sorry, I got carried away. I apologize, I misspoke. His face was full of remorse. Ignoring the small interlude, Xiaoyao continued, after fighting with Nightmare, the supreme demon god dropped from level 2000 to level 1999. Yi Bai's heart sank as he calculated. One supreme being knocked off one level. The boss had 2000 levels. Does humanity need to gather 2000 supreme beings to defeat the supreme demon god? That many people could fill 200 tables. Given the rate of approximately one supreme being every 30 years, it would take 60,000 years. He barely comforted himself. At least Nightmare took the first hit on the supreme demon god. After fighting with Wuhan, the supreme demon god dropped from level 1999 to level 1899. Xiaoyao continued. Yi Bai's expression changed instantly, and he exclaimed excitedly, awesome. Second brother is amazing. That strike really hit the supreme demon god's core. He quickly analyzed. Good news, humanity only needs 19 more second brothers to defeat the supreme demon god. Bad news, we only have one second brother. Seeing Yi Bai's keen interest in the supreme demon god, Xiaoyao patiently explained. Once the supreme demon god's level drops to 1000, any human supreme being can kill it. When Yi Bai heard any supreme being, he felt like Xiaoyao was implying. Even the weakest of supreme beings could do it. He counted on his fingers. From level 1899 to 1000, that's 899 levels. So, 9 more supreme beings need to fight the supreme demon god. Almost 300 years. If supreme beings have a lineage, I'd be the 4th. We need to wait until the 11th to defeat the supreme demon god. This is too hard. I once helped a friend calculate, Xiaoyao said, following Yi Bai's train of thought. Humanity needs at least 9 consecutive generations of supreme beings, all willing to fight the supreme demon god at all costs to completely destroy it. Xiaoyao's calculations were likely correct. 9 generations were the minimum requirement, because the supreme demon god sealed within, even when gravely injured by the strongest human warriors, would slowly recover. This meant that even if the supreme demon god didn't actively challenge, the strongest human warriors had to regularly confront it to prevent their predecessors' efforts from going to waste. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai frowned. He silently calculated. Including Xiaoyao, this is only the 3rd generation. Adding Shiluo, it's merely the 4th. There's still a long way to go to reach the goal of 9 generations of supreme warriors. It's not difficult, Xiaoyao corrected, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It's nearly impossible. He used a vivid analogy to explain. Defeating the supreme demon god is like a snail trying to climb out of a well, going up and down, always making futile efforts. If any step goes wrong, all previous efforts would be in vain. After hearing this, Yi Bai finally realized how terrifying the enemy he was facing truly was. He recalled the warnings from Wuhan and Shiluo. This world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Now, he had a clearer understanding of the supreme demon god's power and felt more grounded. Despite the seemingly insurmountable task of 9 generations' efforts, Yi Bai did not lose hope. He understood that with his current strength, not even at level 999, it was still too early to personally defeat the supreme demon god. But the existence of the supreme demon god undoubtedly became his motivation to grow stronger. As night fell, Yi Bai stood up to take his leave. Just then, Xiaoyao suddenly spoke. I'm in a bad mood today. Yi Bai could empathize. Being manipulated by Jui would sour anyone's mood. However, Xiaoyao's next words made Yi Bai's heart tighten. Xiaoyao, with an expressionless face, announced a series of numbers. 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yi Bai instantly grasped the significance of these numbers, and his heartbeat quickened. This time, it's really happening, he thought to himself. Xiaoyao's voice remained calm, as if discussing the weather. Choose one. Yi Bai listened to the string of numbers, feeling a mixture of happiness and frustration. Ingjiu was playing mind games, while the demon gods were being defeated. This phrase echoed in his ears like a melodious tune. The power and ranking of the demon gods were closely related. Logically, Yi Bai should have chosen the second demon god without hesitation. Reflecting on their previous encounters, the second demon god was indeed formidable. The reason the human race hadn't dealt with it yet was due to being stretched thin, having to first handle the demon gods with taunt skills and the strongest ones. At this moment, an excellent opportunity lay before Yi Bai. However, Jiu Ye's teasing made him uncomfortable, and he became interested in the 9th demon god instead. Take down the 9th demon god and vent my anger, Yi Bai thought to himself. He then felt a tinge of regret. I should have prepared more before coming. If I could contact the demon gods now, maybe I could gain some benefits. Yi Bai shook his head, forcing himself not to dwell on it to avoid affecting his mindset. Can I choose them all? Yi Bai asked tentatively. Xiaoyao immediately shot down Yi Bai's idea. No. Unwilling to give up, Yi Bai asked. How about choosing more than one? You can choose up to 2, Xiaoyao replied. This time, Yi Bai blurted out without hesitation, 2 and 9. The second demon god and the 9th demon god, both on the list. Let's get started. He even began to imagine enjoying offerings at the second demon god's grave after the battle. However, Xiaoyao's next words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing Yi Bai's excitement. With the calmest tone, Zhang Xiaoyao said, all right, these 2 are yours. Yi Bai's smile froze, his mind going blank. Third brother. Wait, let's start over, he shouted in panic. Yi Bai then realized that Xiaoyao was asking him which demon gods to keep, not which ones to kill. It was like walking into a small restaurant and saying, fry everything except the secret burger. Xiaoyao's abilities far exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. Compared to Xiaoyao, Shuimeng was nothing, more cute than fierce. Yi Bai wished he could slap himself, frustrated at how he had landed himself with an extra demon god enemy in just a few words. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Bai asked again, are you planning to act now? Xiaoyao's voice turned even colder. I'll act once I'm out. Yi Bai immediately understood and dropped the topic. He recalled the time in the first abyss when Wuhan had told him, your third brother is angry. The reason for his anger was being confined. The only one who could imprison Xiaoyao was the nightmare. Trapped in the eternal tower, Xiaoyao couldn't wipe out all the demon gods at once. Or rather, if Xiaoyao had the ability to eliminate all the demon gods in one go, he would have already challenged the strongest demon god. The smaller ones were left for the Shura to handle. I just did a divination, Xiaoyao spoke again. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow and sat up straight. What did you find out? Xiaoyao replied, tomorrow, there's going to be a thunderstorm. Yi Bai thought, are you giving me a weather forecast? Tomorrow is not suitable for climbing the tower, Xiaoyao added. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai nodded immediately. Got it. I'll head back to the dorm tonight and stay put. The Taoist stood up, walked to the wall, and waved outside. All right, you can leave. I can't get out, so I won't see you off. Thank you, Yi Bai said, then got on the nightmare wind carpet and slowly descended, reflecting on his conversation with his third brother. It wasn't until Shadow 4 approached Yi Bai that he snapped out of his thoughts. Fourth Master, there are some accounts that need your attention, Shadow 4 said respectfully. Since you've taken over the shadows, these matters need handling. Yi Bai nodded. Fourth brother, just go ahead. All right, our annual expenditure for the shadows is 2.6 million war god merit. Wait, Yi Bai interrupted. What did you just say? Shadow 4 repeated. Our annual expenditure. No, the part before that, Yi Bai corrected. Shadow 4 thought for a moment and then spoke again. Since you've taken over the shadow. That's the one. Yi Bai raised his hand, stopping Shadow 4. Hold on. I haven't taken over anything. Don't say that. An annual expenditure of 2.6 million war god merits. Yi Bai suddenly felt that whether Ju Yi survived or not didn't matter. Just thinking about spending such a large sum each year felt like a knife to his heart. This was the knife Ju Yi had left him. 2.6 million. Even if Yi Bai drained Shueming dry, he wouldn't earn that much. Shadow 4 had anticipated this reaction and softly said, Fourth Master, perhaps you should hear how much the shadows earn in a year. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. Right, there's income too. He suddenly felt optimistic again. Quick, how much do the shadows earn in a year? Yi Bai asked eagerly. Shadow 4 revealed the answer. 450,000 war god merits. Let it all be destroyed. I'm tired, Yi Bai muttered. A net loss of 2.15 million war god merits per year. He felt like he wasn't Ju Ye's successor but his debt collector. Please remain calm, Fourth Master, Shadow 4 patiently explained. In normal times, the Shadow's annual expenditure doesn't exceed 400,000 war god merits. However, with the advent of the strongest era, we've recalled a large number of shadows from Shadow Fortress to protect the new generation. Additionally, the increased casualty rate at the front lines and the awakening of new shadows requires significant expenditure. Shadow 4 paused before continuing. Although the Supreme Nightmare has no industry, his adopted son Xue Ming turns over 90% of his income. We split this money equally with the Nightmare Legion. He flipped through the ledger and pointed to an entry. During the last Supreme era, Xue Ming's income increased more than tenfold, greatly easing Shadow's financial pressure. However, this time, he coughed a few times. Xue Ming hasn't generated any income for a while, which is quite unusual. Yi Bai nodded calmly. Indeed strange. I will investigate thoroughly. No need to worry, Fourth Master. Shadow has recently acquired a substantial income. Shadow 4 showed all the accounts, pointing to the balance. Ninth Master earned 10 million war god merits. After clearing old debts, there are still 3 million left, enough to sustain us for a year. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. In a year's time, Yi Bai might have ascended to the level of a supreme being. By then, this small amount of money will be insignificant. Yi Bai took a few deep breaths to calm himself. I have a general understanding of the situation. Let me take a walk in the forest to clear my mind. Shadow 4 acknowledged and then melded into the shadows. Yi Bai wandered alone in the eternal forest, feeling at ease under the sky, surrounded by shadows, within the human territory. There was no need to worry. Unable to climb the tower tonight, and with a poor mood, he decided to roam the forest aimlessly. Just past midnight, a sudden clap of thunder tore through the sky. Yi Bai looked up sharply to see a terrifying bolt of lightning strike the eternal tower. The lightning's glow reflected in his eyes, sparking a moment of enlightenment. Immediately, more lightning bolts followed, forming a sea of thunder. Each bolt contained enough power to instantly kill a ninth-tier war god. Yi Bai thought to himself, even a heavenly war god would likely avoid such a fierce display. At that moment, his brother's earlier words echoed in Yi Bai's mind. Tomorrow is not a good day to climb the tower. There will be thunderstorms tomorrow. Yi Bai couldn't help but give a thumbs up for his brother's precise prediction. Sure enough, a thunderstorm had begun over the eternal tower. The author would like to inform readers about the update schedule. In the next few days, including the weekend, due to busy schedules and travel plans, writing time will be limited. Therefore, the updates will be irregular and might occur during the day. Once again, I wish everyone a happy new year. Happiness for your families, watch your weight at home, and stay safe when going out. Yi Bai didn't watch the thunderstorm for long. The sound of raindrops hitting the leaves gradually faded away as his thoughts turned to more pressing matters. The aftermath of the recent epic battle left many details to review. The most shocking news, however, was the revelation of the Supreme Demon God's astonishing level 2000 power. This number hit Yi Bai like a sledgehammer, igniting an even stronger desire to become more powerful. Although Shadow 9 had bought him 10 years, Yi Bai knew he would have to face this formidable foe in no more than 40 years. Of course, he wouldn't miss any chance to team up and eliminate the supreme demon god beforehand. The rain was indeed peculiar, almost as if it had a consciousness, avoiding wherever Yi Bai went, only stopping after he left the eternal forest. Back at the dormitory, a burly man covered in bone armor was already waiting. This was Shadow 3, sent by Master Jiao to protect Yi Bai. They exchanged brief greetings, the atmosphere slightly stiff. Yi Bai called himself Fourth Master, partly out of respect for the earlier shadows, although they didn't seem to care much about such titles. Yi Bai pulled out 2 stools, motioning for Shadow 3 to sit. He got straight to the point, asking if Master Jiao had any other instructions. Shadow 3's answer was frustratingly concise. Master Jiao said not to tell. Facing this impenetrable human wall, Yi Bai had to change the subject, asking about their future cooperation. Unexpectedly, this time Shadow 3 spoke up. He explained that he would handle the powerful enemies targeting the Shura, but wouldn't interfere with attacks aimed at Yi Bai. This response furrowed Yi Bai's brow. He couldn't understand why anyone would target someone like him, who seemed to have a mere clever talent. Shadow 3 reminded him that after entering the bathroom earlier, he hadn't come out, sparking a lot of speculation. Yi Bai fell silent, realizing he needed a reasonable explanation. Just as he was pondering this, Shadow 3 revealed Master Jia's plan. Spread the word that Yi Bai had caught the attention of Hua Tianyi and received help for a second awakening. This clever cover not only explained Yi Bai's brief disappearance, but also provided a perfect excuse for his future power growth. Even better, Hua Tianyi's identity was linked to the legendary Shura, making the story more believable. Yi Bai realized this not only solved his immediate dilemma, but also offered significant advantages for his future actions. However, benefits often come with risks. A second awakening meant more attention, possibly attracting more enemies. Being noticed by the Shura made Yi Bai a soft target for those who wouldn't dare challenge the Shura directly but were bold enough to bully his followers. As Yi Bai digested this information, the dormitory door opened. A child holding a small pig walked in, excitedly shouting, "Handsome brother, you're back." But the dark-clad teenager following Xiao Jiao made Yi Bai's smile freeze. That familiar coffin face belonged to none other than Hua Tianyi, whom Yi Bai had thought dead. Yi Bai exclaimed, and Hua Tianyi responded with a hostile tone. "Do you want to die?" The little pig in Xiao Jia's arms seemed to sense the tension in the air, letting out an excited grunt. Oink oink, Dracula pig, fight, fight. This unexpected reunion added another layer of complexity to Yi Bai's already tangled situation. He had to reassess his plans while remaining wary of the potential threat from this former adversary. Seeing Hua Tianyi, who had come back to life, Yi Bai's emotions were a tangled mess. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, almost making him laugh out loud. This guy, who used to have such a foul mouth, was still alive. What a waste of food. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Bai. Old Hua is gone, but young Hua is still here. Using him to gain favor with Lan Zhixian, that would be a piece of cake. Yi Bai warmly invited him in. "Come on in. Don't just stand there." He glanced around his dorm room, which contained nothing but a bed and 2 chairs. It was truly bare. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Bai explained, "Look at how poor I am. I don't even have anything to offer you. Hold on a second. I'll go fetch some water." He picked up a shabby basin and headed out, thinking that he could collect more water since it was raining heavily. However, Hua Tianyi remained rooted at the door, his face as dark as thunder. He said coldly, "I'm alive because the old man didn't land that last punch, and Xiao Jiao couldn't bear to let me die." Yi Bai nodded in understanding, calculating in his mind. While his eye of insight wasn't quite good enough to see through powerhouses like Hua Tianwang or Ying Jiao, it was more than sufficient for a 300-level newbie like Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi paused for a moment and hesitantly added, "Moreover, there's something off about my condition." Yi Bai nodded again. "Yeah, I know." The air grew silent. Hua Tianyi knew what the problem was, and Yi Bai had the answer. But getting that answer would cost money. Clearly, after spending some time together, Hua Tianyi had seen through Yi Bai's nature. The silence didn't last long. Hua Tianyi turned and left, with Xiao Jiao following closely behind. Under Yi Bai's watchful gaze, Hua Tianyi went straight into the adjacent dorm room and moved in. "Wait." Yi Bai rubbed his eyes and checked the room number again. "Isn't Zhao Lin supposed to be next door?" He stood in the hallway, scanning all the dorm rooms, and quickly realized something. A new room had appeared out of nowhere, wedged between his and Zhao Lin's rooms. The size of each room hadn't changed, nor had the overall dimensions of the floor. This meant the building had somehow gained an extra room. Yi Bai muttered, "All this just to live next to me? What kind of over-the-top CEO drama is this?" Looking at his new neighbor, Yi Bai fell into deep thought. Just one glance had told him that Hua Tianyi had significant issues and plenty of trouble. Old Hua Tianwang, known as Hua the Madman, really lived up to his name. He would do anything. The final punch that Hua Tianwang didn't throw ended up transferring all its insights back to his previous obsession's fake body. Xiao Jiao, with the talent of 9 lives, never regret, had always stayed by Hua Tianyi's side and couldn't bear to see him die. With old Hua Tianwang's help, Hua Tianyi came back to life at full health. If that were all, old Hua Tianwang's actions wouldn't be considered too crazy. But old Hua Tianwang had cut ties with his past self, splitting into two. From then on, Hua the madman belonged to the madman, and Hua Tianyi belonged to Hua Tianyi. The Hua Tianyi standing before Yi Bai was a living person, level 300, 18 years old. But this raised a new issue. Hua Tianyi, having split from Hua the madman, had his talents reawakened. Currently, Hua Tianyi had no idea what his own talents were. He didn't know, but Yi Bai did. With this realization, Yi Bai's mood improved. Not only was Hua Tianyi a tool to gain favor with Lan Zhixian, but he was also a fat sheep willingly walking into Yi Bai's pen. Finding a sheep with its wool still intact was a rare opportunity these days. Yi Bai took stock of his sheep pen. Besides the super fat sheep Xue Meng, there were only self-destruct boy, Su Qingfeng, Lan Lao, Lan Zhixian, Wu Hen, and Xiaoyao left. Now with the addition of Hua Tianyi, Yi Bai could almost hear the sound of abundant war god merits rolling in. Putting Hua Tianyi's matter aside for now, Yi Bai had more pressing issues to address. Returning to his dorm, he greeted Ing San, third master. I'm heading to the trading realm to buy some of your information. Ing San nodded in agreement. Their communication was honest and seamless. A flash of white light, and Yi Bai's figure vanished from the spot. In the trading realm, the goblin underling Zhao Qian had been waiting for some time. When Yi Bai appeared, thunder still rumbled overhead. Yi Bai curiously asked, "Is it still storming?" Zhao Qian smiled wryly and waved his hand, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter. In the incident where Ingju had tricked Xiaoyao, Zhao Qian had been caught in a tough spot. He hadn't helped Zhu Yi trick his own boss, and his final message was merely as a messenger. But from another perspective, Zhao Qian was Xiaoyao's most trusted subordinate, managing the Wanwu Pavilion entirely. In essence, Xiaoyao had no other subordinate as close as Zhao Qian. His boss had been schemed against, and Zhao Qian was in the dark. Wasn't that dereliction of duty? The most crucial point was that Zhao Qian actually had the chance to see through Zhu Ye's plan beforehand. He had noticed the anomalies in Zhu Ye's account. He had detected the movements of top-tier shadow warriors. He was fully aware of Hua Tianwang's plan. All the clues were laid out before Zhao Qian. If he had wanted to, he could have seen through Zhu Ye's intentions. Or rather, apart from the few involved in Ingju's plan, Zhao Qian was the only one with the resources and ability to see through it. However, he chose to do nothing, turning a blind eye. This inaction had led to his boss being tricked. Zhao Qian sighed, feeling conflicted. Yi Bai, on the other hand, was intrigued and scrutinized him closely. This goblin underling was clearly not as simple as he appeared. Ing Jiao, Lan Zhixian, and the goblin underling thieves were three supreme beings who had chosen their respective agents. The first two were top-notch in both strength and character. The goblin underling couldn't possibly be a fool. A fool wouldn't have caught Xiaoyao's eye. Perhaps Zhao Qian had a vague idea of what Zhu Yi intended from the very beginning. By not looking closely at Zhu Ye's plan, he ensured he wouldn't see through it. Zhao Qian understood that if he saw through Zhu Ye's plan, his boss would too, and that would make things awkward. By choosing to do nothing and see nothing, he was, in fact, making a choice. In the aftermath, Xiaoyao naturally saw through Zhao Qian's little scheme. Xiaoyao found it boring. Not a single one was easy to deal with. Yi Bai had lost count of how many times he had thought this. He got straight to the point. I need information on Ing San, the most detailed available within my permissions. No problem. Zhao Qian nodded, taking out a card reader. That'll be 99.99 million war god merits. Card or cash? Yi Bai's eyelid twitched, and he quickly changed his request. How about a free trial version first? In the secret trading realm, Yi Bai frowned at the document in front of him, rolling his eyes in frustration. The free trial version contained only one line of information. Codename, Shadow 3. This is even more half-hearted than a movie trailer, Yi Bai thought, feeling annoyed. Frustrated by his failed attempt to get something for free, Yi Bai turned to question the goblin assistant next to him. The assistant, looking a bit troubled, explained, "It's on consignment. We don't set the price." 99.99 million war god merits? Yi Bai exclaimed, shocked at the outrageous price he couldn't afford and had no intention of paying. Only that cunning Shadow 9 could set such an absurd price. Yi Bai fell silent, realizing that Shadow 9 had already anticipated he would come to the Wanwu Pavilion to inquire about Shadow 3. Seeing Yi Bai's expression, the goblin assistant tentatively suggested, "Actually, you don't always need money to buy information and intelligence." Yi Bai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked for more details. The goblin assistant explained that information could be exchanged for other information. It turned out that Hua Tianyi wanted details about Yi Bai's talent in exchange for intelligence on Shadow 3. Deal. Yi Bai immediately agreed. Following the transaction protocol, Yi Bai took an oath and provided the relevant details about Hua Tianyi's talent. The talent, named World's Best, was currently graded F and was a rare, scalable talent. Yi Bai meticulously recorded the conditions and limits for its evolution. Subsequently, Yi Bai received information about Shadow 3. Shadow 3 was collecting demon god bones, and once a complete set was gathered, he could challenge the 1000th level. Yi Bai pondered over how to use this information. As Yi Bai was about to leave, the goblin assistant Zhao Qian hurried up to him, hesitating to speak. Yi Bai immediately saw this as an opportunity to gain more. Zhao Qian cautiously asked if Yi Bai could occasionally chat with his boss. Yi Bai hesitated, knowing that chatting with Xiao Yao was risky and could cost him his life if he wasn't careful. However, when Zhao Qian offered a money tree that could rain gold coins, Yi Bai's attitude noticeably wavered. A money tree that rains coins? Yi Bai wasn't doubting the goblin's sidekick, but he wanted to see it with his own eyes. He cautiously said, "I'll inspect the goods first, then pay. That's my principle." Hearing this, the goblin sidekick flipped his hand, and a virtual image of a sapling appeared in his palm. He proudly introduced, "This money tree is a specialty of my exclusive space, and it's a rarity you only see once every 99 years. Wait." Yi Bai interrupted curiously. "Why 99 years?" The goblin's sidekick answered meticulously, "Because it's been 99 years since I created my exclusive space." Yi Bai couldn't help but admire the little guy's seriousness. He carefully examined the sapling in front of him, which resembled a young pine tree adorned with clusters of golden coins. The sight was delightful. The coins seemed alive, each one cheerfully shouting, "Congratulations on getting rich." Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the long-lost money tree sapling he had been searching for? He casually took the sapling and said righteously, "Come on, with our relationship, you just need to ask if you need help. No need for gifts, it's a waste of money." He then sternly warned, "Next time, don't test me with such things." In his heart, Yi Bai added silently, "Because I really can't resist such a test." Hearing Yi Bai's warning, the goblin sidekick was both amused and exasperated. He thought, well, at least this old man in the empty tower, Xiao Yao, now has some human concern, even if it's tinged with the smell of money. At least it's still within the realm of human interaction. The goblin sidekick had asked Yi Bai to chat with Xiao Yao, so that Xiao Yao could be more grounded. In the past, with Ingju around, Xiao Yao at least wouldn't go to the underworld. Now, without Ingjia's restraint and the goblin sidekick unable to influence Xiao Yao, combined with the previous intervention of Nightmare, Xiao Yao had suddenly become truly solitary. The goblin sidekick was deeply worried. Even when Ingjia was around, Xiao Yao had been on the brink of losing control. Now, without Ingjia, if Xiao Yao went astray in his thoughts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Helpless, he could only ask Yi Bai to bring some earthly warmth to Xiao Yao. However, the goblin sidekick looked at Yi Bai with a hint of bitterness. This guy didn't have much human warmth either. Yi Bai's every word and action were quite different from ordinary people. Yi Bai patted his chest and assured, "Leave it to me. If you can give me a few more money trees, I'd even consider moving next to your boss." "That's not necessary," the goblin sidekick said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and sent Yi Bai on his way. No matter what, although Ingjia's plan was a great success, it had left a mess behind. However, Ingjiu seemed particularly confident in a certain sun thief. Although that person was currently overwhelmed and always in a rush, Ingjiu believed everything would eventually be resolved properly. Yi Bai had been by Xiao Yao's side the longest, experiencing countless events. His reactions and strategies were all observed by Ingjiu. When it came to unconventional matters, Ingjiu believed Yi Bai was more than capable. Moreover, as Yi Bai's strength gradually increased, his influence would also grow. If Ingjiu continued to stay by Yi Bai's side, it would become a hindrance. He knew that when Nightmare rose to power, there wasn't any protector around either. Ultimately, for someone destined to be the strongest, they were their own best protector. No one could accompany Yi Bai on his path to ultimate strength. Both Ingjiu and Yi Bai understood this. Within the exclusive space, a white light flashed, and Yi Bai's figure suddenly appeared. He asked amicably, "Fool, are you making a staff?" The promised SS level equipment, the power of nature, had been sent to the abyss. Who knew? The abyss's grand play had ended, but the power of nature was still unfinished. "You ask me? I want to ask you," the fool master retorted angrily, reversing the situation. "What strange things did you add to the eternal sea?" The fool master pointed at the surest sea. Yi Bai followed her direction and saw a shadowy mass enveloping the power of nature, floating in the surest sea. The entire surest sea had been dyed black. "What's this?" Yi Bai fell silent, unable to fathom it. The fool master snorted coldly, "You don't even know someone tampered with the materials. You wouldn't know how you died one day." "Impossible. The shadow materials were from Jiu." Halfway through his sentence, Yi Bai suddenly realized what had happened. That old trickster fooled me again. Yi Bai thought angrily. Adolescent mode. Activate. If I don't figure this out, no third awakening before the 95th floor. Adolescent mode activated. Unable to analyze usage mode trial version. Activate. Sometimes, You don't know how strong an SS level talent is until you push it to the limit. Under Yi Bai's scrutiny, the information about the black substance in front of him was successfully deciphered. Shadow Source provides all materials needed for the Eternal Sea to evolve into a shadow type. After fusing with the Shadow Source, the Eternal Sea will periodically produce shadow type materials. After fusing with the Shadow Source, gain the qualification to challenge the shadow type quasi-god. Looking at this information, Yi Bai fell silent. This thing definitely wasn't something Xiaoyao had given him. If it were from Xiaoyao, he would have left detailed notes, explaining everything he deemed necessary. Jiu Yi. Yi Bai sighed and shook his head, saying nothing more. Aside from his SS level talent and a few top-tier pieces of equipment, the Shadow Source was likely the most valuable item he had obtained so far. Compared to the Shadow Source, the heart of the ocean was like a cheap knockoff from a roadside stall. Shadow-type quasi-god challenge qualification. Yi Bai pondered over this information, sensing something was off. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Wait, Ji left the Shadow Source for me, which means Jiu Yi isn't actually a shadow-type quasi-god. Otherwise, what sense would it make for me to challenge Jiu Yi? That old trickster still has secrets from me. Yi Bai thought in frustration, almost getting fooled by Jiu Ye's sentimental act. Based on what he knew, King Hua seemed to be on the paths of slaughter and death. On the contrary, he had no idea which path Jiu Yi had taken. Yi Bai had always assumed Jiu Yi was a shadow-type powerhouse. Now, it seemed things were more complicated. Thinking too much about Jiu Ye's matters was pointless. Yi Bai decided to focus on the task at hand. He remembered a happy, thought the money tree he had gotten for free. His mood instantly brightened. He planted the money tree by the Shurasi and gave it a shake. Shake it, and get 186 coins. Watching 186 coins fall into his hand, Yi Bai beamed with joy. Nothing beats the smell of money. Yi Bai couldn't help but exclaim, this money tree really lives up to its name. After planting the money tree, a notification popped up in Yi Bai's vision. You can shake the tree once every 24 hours. The amount of gold coins you receive varies, and the more times you shake it, the higher your earnings. If you're particularly lucky, you might even get special items. Yi Bai frowned as he glanced at his attribute panel. With a luck value of 17, which was already top tier, he had only managed to shake out less than 200 gold coins. If it were someone else, wouldn't they lose even more? Good morning. Yi Bai casually called over a dwarf, you, the tallest one. At these words, all the dwarves stopped what they were doing and walked toward Yi Bai, standing tall and proud. The boss was calling them. Yi Bai pointed at the money tree, gesturing for the dwarf to step forward. You give it a shake. The dwarf leader extended his rough hand and gave the branches a vigorous shake. With a thud, a bottle marked with the character GA fell into his hand. Before Yi Bai could say anything, the dwarf eagerly uncorked the bottle. The rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the air, causing every dwarf's eyes to widen and drool to drip from their beards. The dwarf leader swallowed hard, pointing at the bottle. Boss, this? Keep it, Yi Bai said generously, waving his hand. Gulp, gulp, the dwarf leader tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle in one go. His face turned beet red, and after swaying a few times, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jack, Yi Bai shouted. Take Ji back to the dormitory to rest. Before Jack could arrive, Yi Bai continued, and note this down, drinking on the job, deduct his entire month's bonus, issue a full mine reprimand, and cancel his eligibility for the quarterly awards. All the dwarves looked at their boss in unison. They didn't interact with Yi Bai much, usually just hearing that chickenal gloving bat mutter things like demon lord and skinning alive without blood. They hadn't believed it. To them, working for the boss meant plenty of booze, food, mining, and forging what could be better. Today, they finally saw the demon lord side of their boss. Those on duty, continue your work. Yi Bai raised his voice. The rest of you, come over here. I've got some good news for you. Dwarves, werewolves, miners, vampires, fishermen, various beings gathered around Yi Bai, curiously eyeing their boss and the small sapling beside him. This tree is a treasure, Yi Bai introduced, pointing at the sapling. Shake it, and you can get gold coins or special items. GA, who just passed out, is a prime example. He shook out a bottle of GA alcohol and lost his month's bonus. The news spread quickly, and given the boss's authority, everyone soon believed Yi Bai. Now, I'm opening this tree for all of you, Yi Bai said, pulling out a small blackboard that read, shake for 10 silver coins each time, once every 24 hours. If you get gold coins, the fee is waived. If you get special items, you can buy them at a 20% discount. 10 silver coins were nothing to everyone present. Soon, someone eagerly stepped forward to give it a try. A dwarf went first, shook out 1 gold coin, breaking even, and walked away disappointed. Next, a werewolf stepped up and shook out a high-grade wolf fang. The lucky werewolf happily paid the 10 silver coin fee and used 800 work points to redeem the fang. With a successful example, More people lined up excitedly, eager to see what they could shake out. Standing aside, Yibai quickly analyzed the pattern. Most people only shook out 1 or 2 gold coins, while he had managed 186 coins in one go, which was already impressive. Looking at the werewolf holding the fong, Yibai nodded thoughtfully. If you shake out special items, they often turn out to be something the shaker desires most. For example, GA got his GA alcohol, and the lucky werewolf got the wolf fong. These special items were of little use to Yibai, so he might as well sell them to his subordinates to offset their wages. This way, it was like they were working for him for free. But one thing puzzled Yibai: why hadn't he, with a luck value of 17, received any special items? Thinking along these lines, Yibai suddenly realized a startling possibility. Wait, he recalled the 186 gold coins he had shaken out. If my special item is gold coins, does that mean I can only shake out money from the money tree? This was an endless money machine. For others, this top-tier money tree was like a treasure chest. But for Yibai, it was a literal money tree. For Yibai, the money tree is like an endless cash machine. No matter how high his luck stat is, all it can do is produce money and nothing else. Faced with this unchangeable fact, Yibai can only silently accept it. Seeing the long queue of people still waiting, Yibai remains unhurried, letting them take their time. After all, this is a business that guarantees profit without any loss. What's even better is that, due to the special nature of the item, most people are deeply attracted to the money tree. Every 24 hours, they come back to shake it willingly, without any need for urging. This is exactly why Yibai initially set the cost of shaking the tree at 10 silver coins. If it were free, people might think it's worthless. If it were mandatory, it would backfire. But this method of charging without forcing is the best way to pique people's interest. In this money-grubbing technique, Yibai is truly a master. After setting up the money tree, Yibai found masterful to understand the situation with the power of nature. Integrating the power of nature with the shadow source would take some time to digest, but the good news is that it will definitely be a top-tier SS class equipment. Master Fool assured him confidently that it would be done within 12 hours at the latest. Yibai didn't make things difficult for him and simply reminded, "Don't forget you still owe me 2 million war god merits." With that, he returned to the real world. Back in his dorm room, Yibai suddenly felt at a loss for what to do. He couldn't climb the tower, had no one to chat with like Jiuyi, and the long night stretched out with no company. He even considered returning to the Eternal Tower to chat with Sangu, but the rumbling thunder outside made him reconsider. Yibai lay on his bed, while Ing San lay on the floor. Time ticked by second, the ticking sound particularly clear in the silent night. At 4 a.m., Yibai couldn't help but speak up. "Sanyi, are you asleep?" "I can't sleep." "See, I'm asleep," Ing San replied curtly. The rest of the night passed in silence. It wasn't until 6:11 a.m. that Yibai finally started to doze off. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door, accompanied by Feng Dong's excited shout, "Bai Gu, Bai Gu. Something big happened. Bai Gu. Did you know Yibai had a second awakening?" Before he could finish, Feng Dong seemed to realize something was off. He smashed the door with his palm, his face full of surprise and shock. "Holy crap, Bai Gu. You had a second awakening?" Watching Feng Dong burst through the door, Yibai rolled his eyes and silently calculated the cost of the lock. Feng Dong, however, just chuckled nonchalantly and said, "It's just a door. How much could it possibly be worth?" Clearly, the naive Feng Dong hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. In his earlier shock, he hadn't controlled his strength and accidentally broke the door. Yibai thought, even though the door wasn't his property, the loss was more than just a door. "I don't care about the door. It's the array behind it that matters." Yibai pointed to the damaged array, his expression serious. "That was a 2,000 gold warning array I exchanged with my points." Feng Dong looked puzzled. Why did you put a warning array behind your door?" "To stay alive," Yibai replied flatly, then countered. "And why did you break my door in the first place?" With that, he got up to wash up, leaving behind an enigmatic comment. "I'll just charge you 2,000 gold this time." Feng Dong was even more confused. To him, wasn't it obvious? A 2,000 gold array should cost 2,000 gold to replace. Did Yibai expect to charge tens of thousands of gold instead? Xueming, standing nearby, saw through the situation and said meaningfully, "Dongzi, you're still young. You don't understand. There's more to this than meets the eye. Uncle Ming can't handle it, so you figure it out yourself." Feng Dong, ever straightforward, pulled out 2,000 gold and stuffed it into Yibai's pocket. "You break something, you pay for it. It's only right," he said confidently. Yibai accepted the money but felt as if he'd lost tens of thousands of gold. Unfortunately, Feng Dong wasn't wealthy, and given their good relationship, Yibai couldn't show his true colors. He thought, if he exploited Feng Dong too much and someone noticed, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. The only ones who could fleece people so uniquely were from the Azura clan. He'd have to remember this debt and settle it later. As Yibai rinsed his mouth, Feng Dong stood beside him, excitedly asking, Bai, your talent has awakened a second time. What level is it? Feng Dong no longer cared about failing classes. To him, being classmates with an Azura was a matter of fate. But Bai's second talent awakening was a big deal. The Azura clan didn't need another classmate, but Bai really needed that second talent awakening. Yi Bai admitted that his previous talent had indeed been limiting. Facing Feng Dong's persistent questioning, he confessed, the second awakening happened a few days ago. I'm still figuring it out myself, so I didn't rush to tell you. Yi Bai thought. He could swear by the name of Xiaoyao that his second awakening was truly recent. Feng Dong waved his hand and pressed on. Never mind the details. Just tell me the rank. I'm curious. His eyes were full of anticipation. A second awakening could range from B-level to S-level talent. If by awakened S-level talent, he'd soar to new heights. Yi Bai scratched his head in frustration and said helplessly, if I told you my talent level hasn't changed, would you believe me? Feng Dong shook his head decisively. I don't believe you. Yi Bai sighed, thinking, why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth these days? Believe me? Damn it, why don't you believe me? Are you forcing me to lie to you? Reluctantly, Yi Bai fabricated. Alright, actually, my talent is now B-level. He picked up his phone and started searching for B-level talents related to eyesight. Reading from his phone, he said, I guess my talent is B-level eagle eye. Sounds like an archer's skill. Feng Dong saw through Yi Bai's evasion immediately, his smile fading as he said seriously, Alright, Bai. Stop joking. We've long noticed there's something special about you. Yi Bai was shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He thought, if you really noticed, your memory would have been sealed by Ji long ago. Given Feng Dong's frequent interactions with Yi Bai, multiple memory seals would have left him as smart as old Lu's friend. Feng Dong cleared his throat, pleased with Yi Bai's shocked expression. He continued, actually, you have a secret file with a level clearance. As your senior assistant, I have access to it. Hearing this, Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. So it's just in a level secret file. You scared me. I thought you had access to my SS level Azura file. Yi Bai nodded. Go on. I'm listening. Show me what you've got. Feng Dong began to explain the file's details. The file states that your initial talent was clevel, related to your eyes. Coincidentally, a shadow-affiliated powerhouse passed by, and this war god's talent was also eye-related. He saw your potential and noted that your talent could awaken a second time. Yi Bai struggled to keep from laughing and nodded perfunctorily. Oh, right. Feng Dong continued. According to the information left by that powerhouse, he volunteered to guide you, under the alias Shadow General 4399. He also contacted you privately, took you as his disciple, and guided you to awaken your talent a second time. By the way, your classmate Lu Sueki's second talent awakening was also relayed to her through you by that senior. The file is very detailed. Yi Bai carefully reviewed all his experiences since his talent awakened, and as he listened to Feng Dong's thorough explanation, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Feng Dong's analysis was not only logical but convincing enough that even Yi Bai himself half believed it. However, the truth was that the mysterious war god level figure in the files was Yi Bai himself. After Feng Dong finished speaking, he looked intently at Yi Bai. Taking a deep breath, Yi Bai decided to come clean. Since you all know, there's no point in hiding it anymore. I'll lay it all out. I had a second talent awakening. Feng Dong's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, Bro Bai, I was the one who told you this in the first place. Yi Bai shrugged and decided to go with it. I can't help it. I was taught by an old master. Since Jiu Yi had fabricated a non-existent war god mentor for Yi Bai in the files, Yi Bai decided to attribute everything to this fictional master. Putting on a serious face, he said, my master is ruthless, stingy, and loves lurking in the shadows to catch people off guard. He taught me to stay low-key and not show off, to be discreet and cautious. As long as there's life, there's hope. Feng Dong nodded slowly, seemingly understanding. He pondered for a moment and said, indeed, those who enter the shadows tend to be more cautious. Strictly speaking, we've all been through a near-death experience. He paused and added, even though Yi Bai's master's personality is peculiar, his strength and insight are truly top-notch. Just look at Lu Sueki and Yi Bai both completed their second awakenings under his guidance. That kind of skill is truly impressive. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly and intentionally complained, good disciple, keep talking. Your master loves hearing this. Then he rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, this old guy, he's asking for it. After hearing Yi Bai's complaints, Feng Dong seemed eager, hesitating to speak. Yi Bai patted his shoulder and encouraged him, we're all brothers here. Just say what's on your mind. Taking the cue, Feng Dong said, Bro Bai, I was hoping our master could help me see if I have the potential for a second awakening. Without hesitation, Yi Bai agreed but quickly added, it'll cost extra. Before Feng Dong could react, he continued, my master is greedy. Very greedy. Feng Dong didn't show any surprise when he heard Yi Bai mention his master's greed. Instead, he nodded slightly, as if it was to be expected. I understand, he said. For those in the shadows, it's good to have something to hold on to. The stronger the obsession, the greater the power. Yi Bai was puzzled by this, but didn't show it. He casually asked, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Feng Dong waved his hand and explained, "It's not a secret, just some casual talk. My nephew mentioned it to me." He paused before continuing, "Brother Bai, you probably know the background of those strong figures in the shadows, right?" Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Dong yawned and said, "Speaking of which, several of my college classmates are now in the shadows. When we occasionally gather for a meal, these guys order the most dishes but never pay a dime." This remark made Yi Bai realize that Feng Dong's classmates had joined the shadows during their college years, implying they had died young for some reason. Reflecting on his past encounters with shadow members, Yi Bai noted that they were all top-tier warriors. Even the weakest, Zhao Ziyan, was a formidable war god. Zhao Ziyan was ranked lower, mainly due to her age disadvantage. She was under 30 and had not been in the shadows for long. Before the emergence of the Supreme Seed, Zhao Ziyan had firmly held the 7th rank in the shadows, and her rapid rise in strength was nothing short of miraculous. She had broken numerous ranking records in the history of the shadows and had recently set a new record for the largest single-day drop. Yi Bai realized that he had always viewed the shadow organization from a top-down perspective, never interacting with the weaker members or understanding their living conditions. Feng Dong's stories were new to him. Yi Bai's status had changed significantly. He now held the shadow mark and was, in name, the controller of the shadows. Shadow leaders, regardless of their true feelings, had to address him respectfully as 4th Master. Yi Bai felt the weight of this responsibility. More importantly, 9th Master had entrusted him with the shadow source. The shadow mark might be a symbol, but the shadow source was a deep trust. 9th Master believed Yi Bai could go further down the shadow path. Seeing Yi Bai's interest, Feng Dong continued, "Life in the shadows is quite monotonous. There's no food, no sleep, and no tower climbing. When not on a mission, they just pass the time in the shadow fortress." Fearing Yi Bai might misunderstand, Feng Dong added, "Most people are grateful to have a second chance at life, even if it's dull. But long-term, it can affect their mental state." Hearing this, Yi Bai frowned. As they left the dormitory, Feng Dong continued, "That's why having an obsession is good for shadows. It's like an anchor for a ship, keeping it steady in storms. Without it, they could lose control. But before that happens, stronger members usually subdue them and force them into a dormant state." Feng Dong admitted he didn't know all the details, or couldn't share them even if he did. Feng Dong concluded, "Brother Bai, your master's greed might not be genuine. It could be a way to prevent himself from losing control, a reinforced anchor. Generally, the stronger the individual, the stronger the anchor needed, and the more extreme their behavior in certain areas." Yi Bai pondered and asked, "So, the greedier my master is, the stronger he is?" Feng Dong nodded. "Exactly." Yi Bai pretended to think for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I think he's just genuinely greedy." Feng Dong was at a loss for words. Yi Bai continued, "I'll arrange a meeting with my master in the secret trading realm. Bring Fetty and senior sisters while long." Feng Dong's eyes lit up. "What? 3 people and one gets in free?" "No." Yi Bai shook his head. "With the 3 of you, my master can earn more." Feng Dong was stunned, realizing that Brother Bai was quite unusual. And Brother Bai's master might be even more so. He wondered if Brother Bai's current state was influenced by his master. After breakfast, Feng Dong went to find Fetty and Zwilingxia, while Yi Bai headed to the restroom. Standing before the toilet, Yi Bai respectfully said, "Third Master." Shadow 3 emerged from the shadows and asked, "Do you want me to kill Feng Dong?" Yi Bai was shocked. "Third Master, don't be hasty. Dongzi is a good person, worth befriending. I have another matter to discuss with you." Hearing this, Shadow 3 shook his head. "I only know how to kill people or demons." Yi Bai quickly said, "No, Third Master, don't underestimate yourself. Please, could you bring 4th brother here? I have something to ask him." "All right." Shadow 3 disappeared into the shadows and reappeared a few seconds later, tossing Shadow 4 like a ragdoll. Yi Bai watched in amazement and said to Shadow 4, "4th brother, I have a question." He then briefly inquired about the daily lives of shadow members below the war god level. From the words of Shadow 4, Yi Bai learned about the living conditions of the shadows. They seem to exist in a gray area between the living and the dead, their quality of life in a dire state. Shadow 4 sighed helplessly, explaining that it was an unavoidable situation. After all, these shadows had already experienced death once, and being able to live again was a blessing in itself. They dared not ask for more. However, Shadow 4 admitted that shadows could actually enjoy a normal human life. The only problem was the high cost involved, coupled with the large number of shadows, making it extremely difficult to achieve. Yi Bai didn't make a hasty decision. Instead, He instructed, "Fourth brother, please count the number of shadows currently awake and asleep. Also, calculate the expenses needed for all shadows to live a better life." Shadow 4 agreed readily. It was something they had long wanted to do. But there was a tricky problem. Most shadows were very poor. Except for the brief period when Shadow 9 returned during the emergence of the strongest seeds, Shadow 9, who controlled the shadows, spent most of his time wandering. Master 9 was like a hands-off manager, causing the shadow organization to be disorganized, barely able to carry out their tasks in a routine manner. Shadow 4 was barely able to maintain a balance between income and expenses. Dreaming of earning more money was simply unrealistic. It was well known that the best person at making money was Zhao Qian. Sometimes, Shadow 4 even had dark thoughts. If some clueless demon god could give Zhao Qian a hard hit, the shadows would no longer have to worry about money. Unfortunately, the demon gods were all quite sensible. However, the situation seemed to be changing. The leadership of the shadows had shifted from Shadow 9 to Lord Azura. Maybe the shadows' lives could improve? Shadow 4 didn't dwell on it much, focusing instead on carrying out Lord Azura's instructions. After sending Shadow 4 off, Yibai took out a pass to the secret trading realm and said to Lord San, "You take a rest, I'll go make some money." With that, he entered the secret trading realm to meet with Fengdong and others. At that moment, a portal from the abyss suddenly opened in the square. The banner of the Skyfire Legion once again fluttered above Blue Star, announcing their triumphant return. Walking in the last row, Lu Qingyin was strutting proudly, feeling refreshed. Recently, he felt like a new person. No more headaches, no more backaches, and he was sleeping well. Lu Qingyin attributed all this to Master Lan's research, secretly marveling at Master Lan's prowess. On the battlefield of the Abyss, Lu Qingyin had consecutively slain several warlord-level monsters. He felt that he was just one step away from the final breakthrough. Looking at the special training camp ahead, Lu Qingyin couldn't hide his excitement. "Granddaughter, Little Fox, the old man is back." He couldn't wait to imagine Little Fox's shocked expression upon learning that he had become not just a peak warlord, but a war god. "Ha ha ha," and the old man reveals his true strength. "I can't wait to see Little Fox's reaction." Lu Qingyin laughed inwardly, a proud smile spreading across his face. The trade sanctuary, a specially designated space, quietly awaited the arrival of Fengdong, Feet, and Zuelingxia. Zuelingxia sat on a wooden stool, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Though she was well-traveled and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but marvel. Was Yibai's Master Fengdong really that influential? As someone familiar with grand scenes, Zuelingxia knew the trade sanctuary well. She understood that, aside from the supreme beings, only the master of the Wanwu Pavilion had the highest authority here. This space had been personally designated by the master as the place where their trade would occur. Zhao Lin took a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine, and shook his head with a wry smile. "I never thought Brother Bai's master would be this formidable." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "But there's another possibility." Zhao Lin propped his chin with his hand and calmly analyzed. Brother Bai once mentioned that his master had an intense obsession with money. Perhaps the master of the pavilion was an old acquaintance? Sometimes, connections matter more than strength. When thinking of the master of the Wanwu Pavilion, two prominent traits came to Zhao Lin's mind. The person was the best at making money in the world and had an eccentric, enigmatic personality. To ease the tension, Fengdong lowered his voice and said, "Do you know the saying in the Wolf's Den? Tonight's expenses are on young Master Zhao?" That's about the master of the Wanwu Pavilion. Gossip always attracts interest. Feet and Zuelingxia immediately perked up and looked at Fengdong, signaling him to continue. Fengdong began his tale. During the bloody battles with the Abyss, Zhao, who was then just young Master Zhao, often treated everyone to drinks after earning money. But young Master Zhao was too peculiar, always acting alone and having almost no friends, just a vendor in the trade sanctuary. He never spent the money he earned. He always threw it outside the house of the Supreme Nightmare. He said he only enjoyed the process of making money and had no interest in how to spend it. Fengdong continued to recount the master of the Wanwu Pavilion's illustrious history in a low voice. It said that during the hardest times for humanity, young Master Zhao even ventured deep into the abyss, single-handedly causing chaos and infighting among the major factions there. Outside the small house, Yibai leaned against the wall, listening intently to the conversation inside. The master of the Wanwu Pavilion stood beside him, smiling awkwardly. "Those are just rumors, youthful follies." Yibai shook his head. "Not foolish at all," he thought to himself, surprised to learn this side of Zhao Qian. He had judged too quickly. Yibai had dealt with the little goblin from an early age, often forgetting that the little goblin was also a ninth-tier war god, one of the oldest among the human race. Yibai reflected, among the top-tier warriors, there are two types of people you should never provoke: the oldest and the youngest. The oldest have deep reservoirs of hidden strength, often revealing just the tip of the iceberg. The youngest have boundless potential, and as long as they live, they will eventually convert that potential into power. The most dangerous are those in between, with exhausted potential and middling strength, like Su Qingfeng. The little goblin and Lan Zhixian were part of the same generation of warriors, known as the Golden Generation, the most elite among the human race's warriors. Those who rose with the Supreme Wuhan were known as the Silver Generation. Xiaoyao, who rose alone, had contemporaries but lacked a central figure, appearing scattered. Out of respect for the Supreme Xiaoyao, people seldom mentioned that generation. Of course, Xiaoyao didn't know or care. After the Golden Generation, the only one who could rival them was the legendary adopted son of the Supreme Xue Ming. Yi Bai continued eavesdropping from the corner. The little goblin smiled wryly. Fourth brother, if you want to hear these stories, I can have someone turn them into songs for you. That sounds great. Yi Bai nodded. It's a deal. He left the little goblin no room to refuse. Yi Bai, now a figure of black mist, pushed open the door and entered. The black mist surveyed the three and rasped, as if a worn boot was caught in its throat. Is everyone here? Let's go one by one. The space shifted, leaving only Feng Dong and the black mist. The black mist spoke first. That kid Yi Bai already paid for you. Feng Dong was taken aback. Brother Bai, is that generous? The next words from the black mist shattered Feng Dong's understanding. But I still need to collect from you. At that moment, Feng Dong finally grasped the meaning of Yi Bai's words. Extremely greedy. The black mist named its price. I will help you with 4 matters, for 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, 1 gold coin, and 1 war god merit point. Any questions? Feng Dong quickly shook his head. No questions at all. The price the black mist offered was incredibly fair. For a war god level, top-tier master to help with 4 matters, Feng Dong would only need to spend 1 war god merit point. Although, 1 war god merit point was equivalent to 1 million gold coins. Feng Dong knew well that the intelligence he had acquired was worth far more than 1 million gold coins. The old man shrouded in black mist was clearly impatient, his voice urging, let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Feng Dong asked earnestly, how should I ask my next 3 questions to maximize my strength? Yi Bai chuckled inwardly. This kid sure knows how to seize an opportunity. Having accepted the payment, he couldn't afford to be careless. Activating his inside eye quickly, Yi Bai provided the answers. Focus on career elemental planning, eternal sea cultivation, and customized eternal growth equipment. These 3 areas, career, eternal sea, and equipment, largely determine a person's combat power. Yi Bai explained concisely, the material list for the eternal sea is unique to each individual and must be customized based on personal constitution and circumstances. Finding the perfect formula isn't easy. With a quick glance, he provided Feng Dong with the exact list he needed. As for eternal growth equipment, it complements the eternal sea. For instance, the nature's force I'm reforging is my own exclusive eternal growth equipment. After addressing the 3 questions, the presence in the black mist wasted no time in dismissing Feng Dong. Next, it called out, offering a higher price, 2 war god merits, 2 gold, 2 silver, and 2 copper. For questions, Zuolingxia and Feet then proceeded with their individual consultations, quickly asking their questions and receiving answers. For them, the consultation fee was worth every penny. Just a few words of guidance from the powerful being in the black mist could save them a decade of effort and a fortune in expenses. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Bai had dealt with all 3 of them. Stretching lazily, he was about to call it a day when his trading realm pass suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Lu Qingyan. Fourth brother, are you there? I just got back from the abyss and hit a snag in my breakthrough. Can we talk in person if you have time? Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. Old Lu was back? Without giving it much thought, he replied, Trading realm, come quickly. He placed the trading realm access pass down, and with a slight wave of his hand, Yi Bai instantly changed his appearance. Standing under an ancient, sturdy tree within the trading realm, he surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant eye, quietly waiting for Lu Qingyan to fall into his trap. A playful smile crossed Yi Bai's lips as he thought to himself that this felt like waiting for a delivery to arrive. He stroked his chin, marveling at the world's oddities. Someone was actually coming to him, making it easy for him to take advantage. It wasn't long before a brilliant flame flashed across the sky, and Lu Qingyan appeared, landing steadily in front of Yi Bai. With a hearty laugh, he greeted warmly, Fourth brother. Long time no see. Thanks for your help with Swecky's matter. Yi Bai responded calmly. It was nothing. Without much small talk, he got straight to the point. How long have you been stuck at level 899? Lu Qingyan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Not long, just about 20 years. Yi Bai silently mocked in his mind, thinking that being stuck for longer than his own age was considered not long. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, if I'm not mistaken, your problem lies in being unable to condense the eternal pearl from the eternal sea, right? Exactly. Lu Qingyan admitted frankly, not to make you laugh, but I've had gains from 2 consecutive abyssal wars. Especially this time, meeting my mentor Hua Tianwang. I felt so inspired that I could break through at any moment. But I just can't get past this final hurdle. Hearing this, Yi Bai frowned slightly. He knew that Lu Qingyan had made significant contributions in the Heavenly Fire Legion, not only killing numerous demon warlords, but also participating in the encirclement of a heavily injured demon war god. By all accounts, Lu Qingyan's metrics should meet the standards of a war god. This issue is quite tricky, Yi Bai said bluntly. Your problem still lies in your soul. You were once sealed with memories. Lu Qingyan's expression remained calm, even showing a hint of relief. I know. I guessed it might be the issue. Yi Bai was taken aback, thinking that Lu Qingyan had hidden this so deeply. Just as he was about to inquire further, Lu Qingyan began to explain. Back when my Lu family faced a great upheaval, I couldn't handle the blow and was mentally unstable. Lu Qingyan recounted slowly. One time, I got extremely drunk and happened to meet a Taoist. We talked a lot, and only later did I find out that the Taoist was Lord Ju. After that, I only knew that Lord Ju sealed a part of my memory over 30 years ago, but I don't know the specifics. Yi Bai nodded in understanding, already forming a plan in his mind. He knew that Lu Qingyan had 4 memory seals in total, and this was likely the most severe one. I won't hide it from you, Yi Bai said candidly. The Lord Ju you mentioned is a brother to me. However, he's currently occupied with a special mission and can't help you right now. We'll need to find another way to solve your problem. These words left Lu Qingyan stunned. His mind raced, quickly connecting the dots to a possibility. Could the 4th brother in front of him be the legendary Lord Xi? Realizing this, Lu Qingyan gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. He recalled recent rumors that Yi Bai had undergone a second awakening. Piecing together the clues, Lu Qingyan suddenly understood Lord Xi's protege was likely Yi Bai. Having figured it all out, Lu Qingyan bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. 4th brother, your immense favor to me, Lu, will never be forgotten. Yi Bai felt a bit embarrassed and quickly waved it off. It's nothing, really. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. Let's get back to your soul. Nurturing your soul issue. I'll prescribe you a formula to nourish your spirit and mind, which should temporarily stabilize your condition. After finishing the prescription, Yi Bai handed it to Lu Qingyan, his eyes carrying a hint of seriousness. In a low voice, he reminded, since you've already guessed that I'm from the shadow, there's no need for me to hide it. Within the shadow, some of my brothers and sisters respectfully call me 4th master, while others call me 4th brother. Don't speak about me to others. Lu Qingyan nodded repeatedly, his expression respectful. Understood, understood. Yi Bai continued, I will help you get in touch with other soul-type experts within the shadow. Old Lu couldn't break through to the war god level, and I bear some responsibility for that. He thought to himself that out of responsibility for Old Lu and his own routine wool maintenance, he had to help Old Lu resolve this pressing issue completely. After receiving the prescription, Lu Qingyan proactively asked about the consultation fee. Yi Bai waved his hand casually and smiled. We'll settle the payment once the treatment is successful. Right now, making a few bucks here and there doesn't interest me. If I'm going to earn, I want to earn big. Without further small talk, Yi Bai quickly exited the secret trading realm and returned to the bathroom. He stared at the toilet and spoke again. 3rd master, within the shadow, besides 9th master, who is the strongest soul-type expert? Without hesitation, San replied, that would be Air, that fool. Yi Bai paused for a moment, then reluctantly said, please, bring 2nd master here. A few seconds later, San dragged a figure out of the shadow and casually tossed him in front of Yi Bai. The person let out a deep voice that filled the entire bathroom. Why must we discuss things in the bathroom? It was clear that 2nd master had some unpleasant memories associated with bathrooms, likely related to the toilet war god. What Tianwang? Yi Bai chuckled, 2nd master, I need your help with something. All right, the woman readily agreed, but then added, however, you know my conditions. Yi Bai was secretly pleased. Among the top 3 experts in the shadow, only 2nd master's conditions were within his current capabilities. Teaching 2nd master how to be a decent person, that was Yi Bai's specialty. No problem. Yi Bai confidently replied. Let's sync up on the teaching progress. What did 9th master teach you last time about being a good person? Suddenly, a flamboyant voice came from the woman's shadow, and a man answered eagerly, I know. Both 2nd masters said in unison, last time, 9th master taught us that a person shouldn't be too much of an Azura. One shouldn't be too much of an Azura. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Bai's face darkened instantly. He thought to himself, what does Ju Yi mean by this? Is he here to cause trouble? Yi Bai secretly resolved that when Ju Yi returned from the abyss of supremacy, he would show him what a level 999 supreme seed really was. Don't underestimate the Azura. The wicked woman muttered to herself, honestly, this sentence is a bit confusing. I still haven't figured out what it means. Hearing this, Yi Bai felt a surge of joy and flashed a friendly smile. You didn't understand? Then I'm relieved. Today, I'll explain this sentence to you all. No problem, right? At that moment, a feminine man emerged from the shadow of the wicked woman. Shadow Master 2 answered in unison. No problem. Though their synchronized speech sounded a bit off, treating the female voice as the wicked woman's and the male voice as the wicked man's made it seem less odd. Yibai cleared his throat and said seriously, teaching here feels a bit strange, so we'll keep it short. One shouldn't be too much of an Azura, means you should learn from the Azure. Before he could finish, the wicked man raised his hand and interrupted in a coquettish voice. Is there something wrong? Yibai turned to him and asked, when Ji is teaching you, do you interrupt him? The wicked man shook his head. No. Why? Yibai pressed. The wicked man admitted. Ji can kill me, you can't. Yibai nodded. Good. You've convinced me. He then turned to Shadow Master 3 and asked, what would it cost to have you kill Shadow Master 2? Shadow Master 3 grinned, his mouth stretching unnaturally wide, revealing a menacing expression. Killing him is free. Hearing this, the wicked woman immediately clawed at the wicked man, crying, you're going to get us killed, you fool. The wicked man fought back, punching her and cursing, you fool. If you hadn't egged me on, would I be in danger of getting beaten to death by third brother? Yibai knocked on the partition and shouted, quiet. The restroom fell silent. Just then, a pack of tissues was slid under the partition, along with a voice saying, bro, this is all I have. Ignoring this small interruption, Yibai continued his life lesson. He explained, the main reason you don't understand this sentence is because your language skills are lacking. Think about it. If during a fight, Ji tells you don't hit too hard, what does he mean? The wicked man raised his hand. I know. Go ahead. The wicked man confidently replied, don't hit too hard means to kill the opponent gently, making the process a bit more tender. Yibai sighed inwardly. With this level of understanding, even elementary education might not help. They'd need to start from preschool. But outwardly, he kept a straight face and even praised. Very good understanding. He continued to explain, don't hit too hard means to use less force. One shouldn't be too much of an Azura means you should learn from the Azura, but not too well. Because the Azura is already the perfect model of a person. If you emulate 80 or 90, that's fine. But if you go beyond 100, you're surpassing human limits. Shadow Master 2 listened intently, while Shadow Master 3 looked puzzled. Seeing that his wordplay was working, Yibai pressed on, water overflows when it's full. The moon wanes when it's full. One shouldn't be too much of an Azura. Jiu Ye's words mainly convey 2 points. 1. Follow the Azura's example to be a good person. 2. You can only imitate, not surpass. Got it. Although Yibai didn't think Shadow Master 2 had any chance of surpassing him, adding an extra layer of caution couldn't hurt. The wicked man nodded in agreement. That makes some sense. The wicked woman, however, was skeptical. I still feel like the Azura is tricking us. The wicked man leaned in close to her and whispered, we can't beat third brother. Let's pretend to believe the Azura for now, and look for a chance to turn against him later. All right. They reached an agreement right in front of Yibai, their laughter echoing. After teaching Shadow Master 2 some life lessons, Yibai made his request, investigate Lu Qingyan. Have I heard that name somewhere before? The wicked man frowned and thought, Chongshan seems to be called Lu Qingyao. Could Lu Qingyan be a product of Lu Qingyao's split personality? The wicked woman nodded. It's possible. Yibai couldn't believe how many times he had to explain. He clarified, gentlemen, Lu Qingyan is Chongshan's brother. Not everyone can split their personality as energetically as you two. Thanks for the compliment. After confirming the request, Shadow Master 2 left the restroom, feeling a mix of emotions. Yibai also ended his peculiar restroom adventure, tallying his gains. 6 war god merits, 6 gold, 6 silver, and 6 copper coins. Nice, he thought to himself. As he exited the restroom and returned to the training hall, he saw Feng Dong and others excitedly gathered. With Yibai's master's guidance, Feng Dong and his group had made rapid progress and had a promising future. Brother Bai, you're here? Feng Dong greeted Yibai cautiously. Brother Bai, your master. Yibai understood what Feng Dong meant and candidly replied, my master is usually busy. After my second awakening, I switched to a shadow for training. Feng Dong Song let out a long sigh of relief, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. By go, we were just talking about feet. That big oaf spent 2 million gold coins on a piece of information. His voice trailed off, and Yibai couldn't hear the rest of the sentence. Yibai's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 2 million? He could hardly believe it. Juyi had actually swindled him out of such a huge sum. 2 million gold coins were equivalent to 2 points of war god merit. Yibai took several deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. At that moment, he noticed a sudden commotion on the training ground. Driven by curiosity, he walked over and saw a large crowd gathered in a circle. In the center, 2 people were engaged in a fierce battle, their moves fast and furious. Yi Bai squinted and immediately recognized the combatants Hua Tianyi and Zhao Lin. He was puzzled. Why would Hua Tianyi challenge Zhao Lin? Soon, he had an epiphany. As the world's #1 with inflexible talent, Hua Tianyi needed to climb step by step to continue growing. The conditions for the growth of the world's #1 were extremely stringent. Hua Tianyi had to defeat fully committed opponents under lower level and lower attribute restrictions to advance in rank. The summer camp had been running for over half a month, and there were only two clever talents, Yi Bai and Zhao Lin. Yi Bai had already fought Hua Tianyi and couldn't win. Therefore, Hua Tianyi had no choice but to challenge Zhao Lin to grow his talent. Moreover, he had to adhere to the strict requirements of talent growth, which meant fighting with a handicap. A clever talent and inflexible talent were evenly matched in a heated battle. The situation in the ring was extremely tense, and Zhao Lin was actually holding his own against Hua Tianyi. Yi Bai watched for a couple of seconds, feeling that something was missing from the fight. Suddenly inspired, he quickly pulled out his filming equipment from his storage space and set it up with practiced ease. Years of collecting blackmail material on the strongest had made him an expert in filming. Balancing a professional camera on his shoulder and sending a drone up for aerial shots, he shouted as he squeezed through the crowd. "Make way! Make way! This is Zhao Lin's shining moment, and I'm going to record it for him." However, Yi Bai's true intention was, "This is Hua Tianyi's embarrassing moment. I have to capture it." The crowd instinctively made way for Yi Bai. The entire summer camp's atmosphere tensed up instantly, with everyone buzzing with chatter. Yi Bai from Area C, that cunning guy, had his talent awaken a second time. Yi Bai walked slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips. The crowd couldn't help but recall how he had once made the entire Area C bow down with just a clever talent. Even Wang Zheng, the strongest in Area C, had suffered defeats at his hands. Now, with his second awakening, Yi Bai was likely to bring even more upheaval to the summer camp. As the crowd parted for Yi Bai, he pulled out a drone, ready to capture the thrilling duel before him. Although it seemed evenly matched on the surface, seasoned observers could tell the outcome at a glance. Even under the harshest conditions, with only inflexible talent, Hua Tianyi still held a clear advantage over Zhao Lin. Hua Tianyi hadn't defeated Zhao Lin immediately because he wanted to force out all of Zhao Lin's strength. If Zhao Lin had a hidden trump card, winning without seeing it would hinder Hua Tianyi's own talent growth. The two continued to fight fiercely for a few more minutes. After a violent clash, they separated. Zhao Lin was on the verge of collapse, but was determined to keep his trump card hidden. To him, this was just an ordinary test among classmates, and winning or losing wasn't important. As someone with a clever talent, losing was the norm. Winning would be a pleasant surprise. Using all his trump cards would be the truly foolish move. Seeing through Zhao Lin's thoughts, Hua Tianyi let out a cold snort, his killing intent intensifying. He suddenly charged forward, abandoning his weapon and delivering a heavy punch to Zhao Lin's blade. The violent impact made Zhao Lin's wrist go numb, and his long knife flew out of his grasp. Hua Tianyi easily seized the long knife and said coldly, "If you can't even hold your weapon, is your instructor a waste of space?" Hearing this familiar trash talk, Yi Bai couldn't help but nod. He thought to himself that perhaps trash talking was the true hidden talent of the Hua family, meant to provoke their opponents. Despite Hua Tianyi's insult, Fei Te remained unfazed. However, Zhao Lin's weapons instructor couldn't help but curse. "I was an outstanding graduate of the 26th batch of the Hua camp. When I was learning the art of the blade from Hua Tianwang's disciples, you were still playing in the mud." The hot-tempered instructor shouted, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Name yourself." Hua Tianyi glanced at him and stated his name directly. Hua Tianyi. Since parting ways with Hua Madman, Hua Tianyi's appearance had changed significantly. He no longer looked aged and weary, but instead had a youthful vigor. His normally stern face carried a different aura altogether. The only thing that hadn't changed was his sharp tongue. As a result, the people of Area C didn't recognize him at first. When the name Hua Tianyi was uttered, everyone suddenly understood. Whoa, it's the Azura. In the summer camp, Hua Tianyi's name was already synonymous with Azura. The instructor who had been cursing moments ago suddenly went silent, not out of fear of the Azura title itself. Azura or not, it didn't give him the right to insult others. What truly silenced him was Hua Tianyi's surname, which said it all. The Azura might not be feared, but the Hua family definitely had the authority to call someone a waste. The instructor's face turned red as he nodded. "You're right." He thought to himself that he might as well write "I'm a waste" on his forehead now. Hua Tianyi coldly instructed, "Watch closely. This is how you hold a blade." He held the long knife and slashed dozens of times in an instant, the blade gleaming like snow. Within moments, Zhao Lin's sleeves were shredded, transforming a long-sleeved shirt into a short-sleeved one. Yet, Zhao Lin was unharmed, only feeling a chill in his hands. Such mastery of the blade was extraordinary and unheard of. The most terrifying part was that Hua Tianyi achieved this while suppressing his level and attributes to be lower than Zhao Lin's. The instructor guiding Zhao Lin watched in disbelief, shaking his head internally. He thought to himself that even he couldn't achieve such precision. No, not just him. Even his own instructor back in the day couldn't do this. This level of skill was almost on par with Hua Tianwang's disciples. Given the surname Hua, the answer was clear. This personality was just like Hua Tianwang's, cut from the same mold. The entire venue fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a pin drop would be audible. Click, the flash went off as Yi Bai pressed the shutter button. Zhao Lin, don't look so stiff, show some shock. Yi Bai teased. Everyone else is busy gasping for air, contributing to global warming. Yi Bai, ever focused on collecting Hua Tianyi's black history, didn't miss a beat. Hua Tianyi tossed the long knife back in front of Zhao Lin, gave Yi Bai a cold glance, and walked away without saying a word. Xiao Jiu slipped out of the crowd, tugging at Hua Tianyi's sleeve. Wait for me. Yi Bai, putting the drone back into his storage space, hurried after Hua Tianyi. Hey Hua, don't be so stern. I've got a lucrative deal for you. Hua Tianyi gave Yi Bai a cold glance, but said nothing as he continued walking. Xiao Jia's steps came to a slight halt, her big, watery eyes sparkling with curiosity. She looked up at Hua Tianyi and innocently asked, Brother Hua, if you get rich, can you buy things? Hua Tianyi's expression froze for 0.01 seconds, but he quickly returned to normal. However, this subtle change did not escape Yi Bai's keen eyes. As an owner of an SS level talent, dealing with inflexible Hua Tianyi was a piece of cake for Yi Bai. Yi Bai gave a friendly smile, pointing to the lounge not far away, and said in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, this is a win-win deal. Hua Tianyi snorted coldly and led Xiao Jiu towards the lounge. His steps seemed steady but were actually filled with caution. Just before entering, he added, Let's take a break. As soon as they entered the lounge, Yi Bai's attitude changed immediately, and his true intentions began to surface. He asked directly, if I'm not mistaken, Hua Tianwang must have left you a considerable amount of money, right? Hua Tianyi's voice was as cold as ice. That's Xiao Jia's living expenses. Yi Bai nodded, a confident smile appearing on his face. I knew it. With your personality, there's no way you'd use the money left by old Hua. Despite reaching level 300, Hua Tianyi only had level talent and very limited resources. More crucially, his prideful nature made him disdain using anything left by Hua Tianwang. He vowed that if Hua Madman could carve out a path to becoming a king, he, Hua Tianyi, could do it too and do it better. This self-competitive attitude inadvertently placed many debuffs on himself. Seeing through Hua Tianyi's thoughts, Yi Bai said seriously, Young people should have drive, and I fully support that. But you're no fool. You know better than I do how important resources are for growth. Yi Bai continued, explaining that as he grew stronger, his need for money increased. Just the materials for the Shura Sea Light series cost tens of thousands of war god merits, and a single piece of SS level equipment imbued with the power of nature required an investment of 600,000 war god merits. To be strong, you need to spend money. Although Yi Bai still had hundreds of thousands of war god merits, they could be depleted in the blink of an eye. This was where Xueming's importance came into play. Yi Bai could exploit Xueming for resources, but Hua Tianyi didn't have that luxury. After a moment of silence, Hua Tianyi spoke. Tell me about your deal. He knew very well that collaborating with Azura had both pros and cons, and overall, the cons might outweigh the pros. However, if he could leave the disadvantages to Hua Madman and keep the benefits for himself, Hua Tianyi wouldn't mind partnering with Azura. Yi Bai slowly revealed his plan. There's a certain sword immortal who enjoys watching videos starring you. The videos can be of any length, and the plot doesn't matter much, it's all about how long you can last. In short, Yi Bai's plan was to sell Hua Tianyi's dark history to Lan Zhixian. But once these dark histories were in Lan Zhixian's hands, they would no longer be Hua Tianyi's, but would become Hua Madman's dark history. After listening to Yi Bai's plan, Hua Tianyi fell into deep thought. After a moment he said, 50-50. Yi Bai immediately clarified, 50% for me, 50% for you. Hua Tianyi was a bit puzzled. Wasn't that obvious? Seeing Hua Tianyi agree, Yi Bai quickly took out a camera and, looking extremely professional, said, Xiao Hua, let's call Zhao Lin in and redesign the plot for a reshoot. When it came to making money, Yi Bai was a professional. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding welled up in Hua Tianyi's heart. He began to wonder if he had just sold himself for money. Yi Bai glanced at the time, yawned and said, I've been keeping odd hours lately, feeling really tired. I'm going to take a nap. Put the remaining balance on Xueming's account. After being dragged into the break room by Yi Bai, Zhao Lin res-hot the video several times. Yi Bai meticulously reviewed the final version of the short video and nodded in satisfaction. He thought, this quality isn't bad. It should fetch a good price. Putting away the camera, Yi Bai directly asked Hua Tianyi without any hesitation. How much are you planning to pay the actor? Hua Tianyi was momentarily taken aback. What? We have to pay Zhao Lin too? Yi Bai started counting the costs on his fingers. There are costs for filming the video, right? Actor fees, director fees, channel fees, promotion and marketing fees. Stop. Hua Tianyi interrupted Yi Bai's calculations decisively. Don't make it so complicated. After deducting all the costs, we'll split the profits 50-50. But the costs can't end up in your pocket. Yi Bai agreed readily. No problem. That sounds fair. Turning to Zhao Lin, Yi Bai asked, how about we give you 50? Zhao Lin was momentarily confused. 50 what? Hua Tianyi frowned slightly but didn't stop them. He thought, 50 battle merits is quite a lot. Even though Zhao Lin's level is low and his talent isn't great, he's optimistic and frugal. Giving him such a large sum out of the blue might do more harm than good. However, Hua Tianyi could see that Zhao Lin and Yi Bai had a good relationship, so he didn't say anything. Zhao Lin waved his hands repeatedly. It's really not a big deal. You don't need to pay me. Just treat me to a meal at the cafeteria later. Sparring with Hua Tianyi was beneficial for me too. Talking about money hurts feelings among classmates. Yi Bai interrupted Zhao Lin, saying seriously, it's not about that. Seeing Xiao Hua lose money makes me happier than earning money myself. Hua Tianyi cursed silently in his heart. Yi Bai, are you even human? How can you say something like that? Yi Bai took out a card and stuffed it into Zhao Lin's hand. Take this 500,000 gold coins. You must accept it. Zhao Lin stared at the gold coins in his hand, momentarily speechless. Yi Bai leaned in and whispered, this guy's family is filthy rich, and it's not his money. Just take it. Zhao Lin stood there dazed for a moment before snapping out of it. Dubai, should I repay the money I owe you first? He remembered the 10 million dragon coins he owed for the wind/skill book. Yi Bai shook his head. No rush on that 10 million gold coins you owe me. We can talk about it later. At first, Zhao Lin felt it was fine, but the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. With Zhao Lin's payment settled, Yi Bai said to the two, all right, I'll have my mentor help sell the video now. If we get a good price, I'll be rich. With that, he left the break room, found a quiet corner, and contacted the Sword Immortal Senior. Yi Bai took out the Lone Wolf medal, entered a series of numbers, and sent a message to Lan Zhixian. Senior, are you there? Senior, I have a freshly made video, excellent quality and price. Interested? Senior, it's a video of Hua Tianyi. After sending the message, Yi Bai was surprised to find himself blocked. However, he was prepared and immediately opened his shepherd list, contacting the first person Shui Ming. Yi Bai messaged, Minggu, I have a lucrative deal. Shui Ming replied, hello, I'm busy right now. I'll get back to you later. Yi Bai persisted, I swear by Xiaoyao, this time I won't trick you. Shui Ming replied, tell me more. Yi Bai, can you pass a message to Senior Lan Zhixian for me? Whether it works out or not, I'll give you 180,000 battle merits as a delivery fee. Shui Ming, I'm right here with Uncle Lan. I'll put you on speaker. Unexpectedly, Shui Ming cut out the middleman and pocketed the delivery fee. Yi Bai calculated that the 180,000 would be deducted from the costs, with only 90,000 being his share. Shui Ming would have to hand over 90 to his nightmare foster father, who would then give half to the Shadow. The Shadow's funds would eventually return to Yi Bai. So, 45 of the 180,000 would end up back in Yi Bai's pocket, while Hua Tianyi's 90,000 loss was real. Plus, the remaining money in Shui Ming's hands would eventually find its way back to Yi Bai. In the end, Hua Tianyi took a significant loss, while Yi Bai made a substantial profit, and Shui Ming's earnings were quickly depleted. In a world where only Tianyi Hua gets hurt, it has finally come true. Bai Yi cleared his throat, looked seriously at Zhixian Lan, and began introducing his product. Senior Zhixian Lan, I have a video here of Tianyi Hua fighting a crank talent for 300 rounds. His voice carried a hint of anticipation, waiting for the other's reaction. With a blank expression, Zhixian Lan said, I'll take it. Bai Ye's heart leapt with joy, and he tentatively asked, 80,000? This price was already near the upper limit of what Bai Yi had imagined, including a package deal for the next few videos. No, Zhixian Lan responded bluntly, 180,000. The more I pay, the more you shoot. 180,000 for 3 videos. Barely containing his excitement, Bai Yi immediately agreed. No problem. He had never imagined that shooting a single short clip would lead to the client funding a whole series. The first episode, Tianyi Hua's debut battle against crank Zhao Lin, had already wrapped up successfully. Zhixian Lan promptly paid 600,000 war god merits. As for the script for the second video, Zhixian Lan had already arranged it. He required that Hua, the madman, fight someone with brank talent, using more than 3 types of weapons, and Hua was not allowed to speak throughout the entire fight, except to cry out in pain when hit. Bai Yi meticulously noted down these requirements, thinking that this was practically a custom-made mini-movie. Lastly, Zhixian Lan emphasized, the other lead must have the surname Lan. Never mind, I'll just send you her details. Bai Yi muttered to himself, is this a funded role? But considering Zhixian Lan was paying 1.8 million war god merits in one go, he decided to put up with it. After all, it wasn't Bai Yi getting beaten up. What was there to fear? After sealing the deal, Bai Yi received the initial payment of 600,000 war god merits. He promptly paid 180,000 to Meng Shui and then, with the remaining 420,000 war god merits, happily returned to the lounge to split the earnings with Tianyi Hua. Meanwhile, in the ninth abyss, Zhixian Lan finished watching the freshly made video and nodded in satisfaction. This money was well spent. He looked at Meng Shui beside him and instructed, "Go. Send this video to the Hall of All Things." Meng Shui hesitated. Isn't that a bad idea? He had developed a bit of a phobia toward the Hall of All Things after losing 600,000 war god merits in an impulsive bid at their auction last. To me, a lesson learned the hard way. Zhixian Lan seriously said, "Put this video up for auction at the Hall of All Things. Anyone who views it gets 1 silver coin." The joy that Tianyi Hua's disgrace brought to Zhixian Lan couldn't be enjoyed by him alone. He wanted the entire world to know that Tianyi Hua's embarrassing moments were all courtesy of Zhixian Lan. In the lounge of Training Hall C, 3 steaming cups of tea were neatly arranged on the table. Yi Bai, Hua Tianyi, and Xiao Ju each took a seat, with a tense atmosphere lingering in the air. Clearing his throat, Yi Bai announced, "The spoils division meeting is officially starting. We have 420,000 war god credits, and each of us will get half." He pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to Hua Tianyi. The card displayed a balance of 210,000 war god credits. Hua Tianyi took the card but didn't put it away immediately. Instead, he placed it on the table and fixed his gaze on Yi Bai. "Let's hear it." Hua Tianyi asked bluntly, "How do you plan to get these 210,000 credits back from me?" Yi Bai gave an awkward smile. "Come on, if I were to rob you, wouldn't that make me a bandit?" Hua Tianyi let out a cold laugh. "Heh? Go ahead with your performance." Dropping the pretense, Yi Bai began to analyze. "Now that you have the money, Xiao Hua, you're not the type to hoard it. You'll spend it eventually. Spending money usually boils down to a few things." He started counting on his fingers, opening the eternal sea. "You're still at a low level, and your talent is too poor for that to be worthwhile right now." Hua Tianyi nodded in agreement. He indeed planned to upgrade his talent to SS level first. Yi Bai continued, "Skills, you definitely don't lack those. Teachers, you don't need them either. So, there's only one area where you'd spend money. Equipment." He spread his hands, revealing a cunning smile. "How convenient. I happen to know a master blacksmith. Remember the one you almost killed?" Hua Tianyi's expression changed slightly as he recalled the unpleasant memory. After a moment of silence, he pushed the card a few centimeters forward. As Yi Bai reached for the card, Hua Tianyi stopped him. "I want a spear." Hua Tianyi stated his condition. Yi Bai nodded and was about to ask for details when Hua Tianyi interrupted. "I mean a cold weapon spear." He then provided a detailed description of his requirements. Straightening up, Yi Bai retorted, "Are you questioning the value of my SS level talent? Do you think you know your equipment needs better than I do?" This made Hua Tianyi ponder. He released his grip, and the 210,000 war god credits returned to Yi Bai. Yi Bai spoke seriously, "Let's talk business. I'm a regular customer of the Wanshur Pavilion and prefer fair transactions. The material cost will come from this amount, with the forging fee being 30 of the material cost and the design fee 15. Any issues?" "No issues," Hua Tianyi surprisingly agreed without any argument. Yi Bai calculated internally. This deal would equip Hua Tianyi with a top-tier item comparable to SS level gear. He reminded, "This amount won't be enough. Once the total budget is out, I'll let you know." "Got it," Hua Tianyi responded succinctly. Yi Bai felt a surge of joy. With this deal, his war god credits now totaled 895,614.37, bringing him closer to the million mark. However, he was also aware of his own prodigious spending habits. Turning to Hua Tianyi, Yi Bai suggested, "Xiao Hua, how about I bring Zhao Lin in for an all-out match with you?" Hua Tianyi replied coldly, "I have no money." Yi Bai explained that it was to help Zhao Lin improve, and Hua Tianyi finally understood. Just as he was about to respond, Yi Bai had already stepped out of the lounge, shouting, "Zhao Lin, come here." Hua Tianyi said he wants to beat you up again, this time with full force. Standing outside the door, Zhao Lin sighed helplessly. It seemed today was going to be another day of getting beaten. Training hall. Zhao Lin walked into the lounge nervously, his heart racing, ready to take a beating. Besides Yi Bai and Hua Tianyi, there was also a sturdy middle-aged man with a kind appearance. As soon as Zhao Lin stepped into the lounge, the atmosphere subtly changed. Eerie bones suddenly rose from the void, forming a bizarre cage. The air was filled with a peculiar aura, as if the rules of reality had been quietly rewritten. This bone cage was strikingly similar to the legendary killing space, allowing combatants to fight with all their might without actually killing each other. Hua Tianyi noticed the change, his brow furrowing as a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. He turned to the sturdy man, his gaze filled with murderous intent, and coldly said, "When I become the Skyward War God, I'll help Old Nine clean up his house. It's filthy and full of things that can't see the light of day." The sturdy man just chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Zhao Lin didn't understand most of the conversation, but he grasped the significance of the term, Skyward War God. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow slightly, calculating in his mind. Although Hua Tianyi and Hua Madman had their differences, Hua Tianyi's hatred for demons was well known. He would love nothing more than to devour their flesh and drink their blood. From Hua Tianyi's words, it wasn't hard to deduce that the man referred to as Shadow Third Master was likely from the demon clan. Thinking of this, Yi Bai felt a headache coming on. Old Nine, oh old Nine, he sighed inwardly. It's one thing to flee to the abyss, but why send a top-tier demon to protect me? Are you trying to get me killed sooner so I can join you in playing mahjong down there? With no other choice, Yi Bai pretended not to understand anything, opting to turn a blind eye. After all, he did need top-tier protection right now, and the top-tier human experts he knew were either unavailable or had their own concerns. If he had to choose a demon bodyguard, he'd rather pick one who seemed relatively sane. The tension in the air was palpable. As the referee for this bout, Yi Bai didn't forget to remind Hua Tianyi, Zhao Lin will go all out in a moment. Be careful not to get yourself killed. Hua Tianyi cast a cold glance at Yi Bai, his eyes full of disdain. Ignoring the look, Yi Bai whispered so only Hua Tianyi could hear. You've just offended Third Master. Trust me, while Third Master can't kill you personally, he wouldn't mind using Zhao Lin to do it. If you get outmatched and Zhao Lin kills you, Third Master will lift the spatial rules just before your death, turning your fake death into a real one. Yi Bai continued his warning. Your biggest backer is Hua Tianwang. If he finds out you died so disgracefully, not only will he not avenge you, he might even eat your offerings in one go, dig up your ashes, and feed them to the dogs. Such a disgraceful person would have nothing to do with him. He'd disown you from the Hua family. Hua Tianyi understood Yi Bai's hint, and his expression grew serious. After preparing Hua Tianyi mentally for the fight, Yi Bai went over to Zhao Lin to stoke the flames. Old Zhao, Hua Tianyi is very strong, extremely strong. Yi Bai emphasized. This fight is crucial for you. Zhao Lin cautiously asked, You mean, I have to win? No, I mean you have to lose gracefully. Yi Bai instructed repeatedly, Go all out, throw your best moves right away, don't hold anything back. Zhao Lin nodded heavily, understanding Yi Bai's meaning. He drew two long knives, gripping them tightly. The second knife was his trump card. Normally, whether in battle or scaling the Eternal Tower, he only used one knife. He only drew the second in boss fights and solo challenges. With both fighters ready, Yi Bai stepped back to the sidelines, eager for the upcoming show. Cameras, ready, he murmured. Zhao Lin, holding his twin blades, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he charged forward at lightning speed, his blades crossing in a slashing motion. However, before his blades could strike, a fist suddenly appeared before him, growing larger until it filled his entire vision. Facing Zhao Lin's full-force attack, Hua Tianyi responded with a single punch. Black coffin. Boom. With one punch from the black coffin, Zhao Lin was down for the count. Hiss, Yi Bai sucked in a breath, never expecting Hua Tianyi to throw his best move right at the start. The great Hua Tianyi, using black coffin against a crank talent. Your martial ethics are truly impeccable, he sneered. After his sarcastic comment, Yi Bai quickly pocketed the storage card and sent a message to Lan Zhixian. Senior, fresh video just in. Hua Tianyi used his top move against a crank talent. The common point between a great demon and a crank talent is that they both die from a black coffin punch. Yi Bai had a knack for sensationalism, and it wasn't long before Lan Zhixian replied with a number. 200,000? Transaction complete. Gazing at the 200,000 war god merits he had just earned, Yi Bai felt a bit sentimental. Making money, how did it suddenly become so easy? Yi Bai thought to himself as his fingers swiftly glided across the light screen, continuously exploiting Lan Zhixian's resources. These resources seemed inexhaustible, bringing him astonishing profits. While Yi Bai was busy exploiting resources, Hua Tianyi and Zhao Lin's talents were quietly evolving. Hua Tianyi's talent, like a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis, leaped from grade to grade, meeting the conditions for growth. Even more surprising was that Zhao Lin's talent was also growing. Yi Bai recalled the strange phenomenon he noticed when he previously checked Hua Tianyi's talent. Opponents defeated by Hua Tianyi could gain opportunities to grow their talents. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but seeing Zhao Lin's talent also growing, he suddenly realized the deeper implications. The grade world's best talent not only grows by defeating other talents, but also helps the defeated opponents improve. Yi Bai's eyes lit up as a sudden insight hit him. Hua Tianyi's talent was likely a meticulously designed creation. A key figure's image emerged in Yi Bai's mind. Lan Tianqi. This genius, trapped by grade talent, was undoubtedly a tragic figure. And the special relationship between Lan Lao and Hua Tianwang seemed to point to a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. Yi Bai's thoughts raced, forming a bold hypothesis. What if, in Hua Tianwang's original plan, Hua Tianyi was never meant to die? In this scenario, Hua Tianwang successfully landed the final blow, perishing alongside the great demon. Meanwhile, Hua Tianyi, reborn through Xiao Jiao, returned to the world with a new soul, severing ties with the Mad Hua. But the crucial point was that Hua Tianyi's world's best talent had been secretly tampered with by Hua Tianwang. This special talent not only allowed Hua Tianyi to grow rapidly, but also cleverly helped Lan Lao to become stronger. This could be Hua Tianwang's final gift to an old friend. If not for the unexpected rise of Shura, aiding Lan Lao's 3 awakenings, Hua Tianwang's plan could have achieved 3 objectives: eliminating the great demon, cultivating the genius Hua Tianyi, and helping Lan Lao break through his limitations. Yi Bai gasped, realizing that Hua Tianwang's wisdom far exceeded his imagination. This seemingly reckless plan contained such profound considerations. The price paid was merely the life of the Mad Hua. Hiss, Yi Bai muttered to himself. Hua Tianwang's mind isn't as foolish as it seems. Yi Bai was lost in thought as a question popped into his mind. If an grade talent fights another grade talent, can it still grow? Just then, the Eye of Insight seemed to hear his inner voice and immediately provided an answer. It turned out that even battles between talents of the same grade could promote growth. This realization made Yi Bai understand the essence of Lan Tianqi's grade talent. Heh, SSS talent, no arguments accepted. Yi Bai couldn't help but mutter to the Eye of Insight. This argument between man and talent seemed like it could go on all day. While Yi Bai was bickering with the Eye of Insight, Hua Tianyi had already achieved a growth in his talent. However, Hua Tianyi was still clueless about the specifics of his talent. He glanced at Yi Bai, seeking an explanation. Without hesitation, Yi Bai grabbed a pen and paper to record Hua Tianyi's talent details. After all, each growth in Hua Tianyi's talent was material for premium short video, which could sell for at least 600,000 battle god merits. And Yi Bai would get the entire amount. For Yi Bai, explaining Hua Tianyi's talent was like a bonus project, akin to getting a free perm with a hair transplant. Yi Bai wrote on the paper, talent, world's best. Grade talent effect, not afraid of difficulties. Damage 15 against enemies with higher grade talents. After writing it down, even Yi Bai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He looked at Hua Tianyi with disdain and contempt. Wow, you're really good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yi Bai thought. Hua Tianyi had not only inherited Hua Madman's foul mouth, but also his tendency to bully the weak. Yi Bai internally scoffed. What a joke. World's best should be renamed best at bullying the weak. When facing higher grade enemies, Hua Tianyi would put on a brave front. But when facing weaker opponents, he'd puff up like a rooster. This talent was practically made for picking on the weak. However, Yi Bai then realized something else. Little Hua, your talent seems a bit overpowered, doesn't it? He pondered. Although world's best was labeled as a grade talent, its actual strength surpassed grade. Yi Bai even thought it could be considered a grade talent. Hua Tianyi snorted and didn't respond to Yi Bai's thoughts. To him, the lower the talent grade, the greater the potential for growth. When world's best matured into an S grade talent, only the freaks with SS grade talents would stand a chance against him. Of course, Hua Tianyi also knew that even if his talent fully matured, he still couldn't match Xue Ming at the same level. At that moment, there was some movement on Zhao Lin's side. After his talent grew, he immediately fell into a faint. Yi Bai glanced over and sighed. It's nothing serious, just the aftereffects of that punch from the black coffin. Zhao Lin's talent had advanced from grade to a grade in one go. Theoretically, Hua Tianyi had advanced from grade to grade, crossing the E and D thresholds. As Hua Tianyi's stepping stone, Zhao Lin's talent should have had the chance to leap from grade to grade. Unfortunately, Zhao Lin's starting point was a bit too low. He had gone from the lowest tier of grade talent to the highest tier of a grade talent. Under the Eye of Insight scrutiny, Zhao Lin's talent information appeared before Yi Bai. Soul detachment a grade. 100 affinity with soul-related matters, can leave the body in soul form for a period. All skills can be cast in soul form, dealing mental damage. Yi Bai analyzed that Zhao Lin's talent had both high potential and high risk. The downside was that if Zhao Lin encountered an enemy with greater expertise in soul matters, he could be instantly killed. In that case, it wouldn't be soul detachment but corpse retrieval. The upside was that with proper protection, Zhao Lin could become the best assassin and killer. Additionally, as a warrior, Zhao Lin also had considerable close combat abilities, making him a versatile fighter. Advancing from grade to a grade, Zhao Lin's future prospects had undoubtedly soared. However, this also presented a new problem for Yi Bai. The stronger Zhao Lin became, the more dangerous he would be in the future. The strongest individuals often brought misfortune to those around them, a reality Xue Ming knew all too well. Hua Tianyi noticed the worry in Yi Bai's eyes and scoffed. Worry about yourself first. Then, his tone softened slightly as he looked at the unconscious Zhao Lin and shook his head. Everyone should have the chance to choose their own destiny, even if destiny is unfair. Yi Bai looked at Hua Tianyi in surprise. Who did you hear that from? The words clearly exceeded Hua Tianyi's usual level of eloquence. After a moment of silence, Hua Tianyi muttered a name. Nightmare. Meanwhile, In the depths of the abyss of the strongest, two figures were frantically fleeing, chased by a horde of demon-like creatures with the power of demigods. "Well, madman, you ungrateful brat, trying to get your old man killed," Shadow 9 yelled as he swung his blade, keeping the demonic creatures at bay. These creatures were manifestations of the aura of the slumbering strongest demons, mindless and attacking any intruders. "Shut up!" roared Huafengzi as he smashed a demon's skull with a single punch. Blood splattered everywhere, and bone fragments flew. He growled, "How was I supposed to know that kid would grow so powerful so quickly?" The story began a few hours earlier. Huafengzi and Ingjiu were lurking by a steep cliff, planning to stealthily approach a mysterious hidden place. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from Huafengzi, making him the most conspicuous presence in the area. Attracted by the light, countless demons swarmed towards them, throwing the two into a desperate chase. In the midst of the black fog, Ingjiu's voice suddenly rang out, "Huafengzi, can you still use 9 lives? No regrets?" Huafengzi frowned and thought for a moment before nodding. "Yes, die." Ingjiu's words had barely left his mouth when a sharp blade slashed towards Huafengzi. The blade's light flickered, and Huafengzi was instantly gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. 9 lives, no regrets. Huafengzi roared as his aura surged like a volcanic eruption, shooting from the valley to the sky. In an instant, his fists filled the entire space, and all the demons were obliterated in the storm-like onslaught. After dealing with the demons, Huafengzi immediately fell into a weakened state. Without a word, Ingjiu grabbed him and quickly fled to avoid attracting more demons. They found a hidden cave. Huafengzi lay on the ground, barely breathing, his injuries slowly healing, leaving him extremely weak. Though 9 lives, no regrets was powerful, its side effects were severe, causing the user to enter a prolonged period of weakness. However, it would be unwise to attack Huafengzi during this time. Despite its side effects, 9 lives, no regrets had no cooldown period. As long as Huafengzi remained resolute and never regretted, he could continue to trigger this ability. "Ingjiu, what are you fiddling with?" Huafengzi regained some energy, his face full of pride. "The kid I left on Blue Star has already completed his first talent growth, making me proud." Ingjiu ignored Huafengzi's bragging, focusing on the device in his hands. After some tinkering, he finally assembled something that looked like a radar. "This is the latest antenna developed by the Wanwu Pavilion," Ingjiu explained. "They say it can connect to the Wanwu Pavilion's cloud app even in the deepest abyss, though it's hit or miss." "Such a great thing?" Huafengzi exclaimed. "I've been dead for so many years, technology's advancing so fast, I can hardly keep up." As they spoke, the screen in Ingjiu's hand suddenly lit up. "It's connected." The two perked up and eagerly leaned towards the screen, where the familiar Wanwu Pavilion shopping interface appeared. "Wait, what's this?" Ingjiu's fingers swiped across the screen, opening a title. "Rare footage of Hua Tianwang's early battles with Sil-level talents, 1 silver coin per view." "What's this treasure?" "Let me see," Huafengzi said excitedly. "Time to sleep. Xue Ming owes everyone 2 updates, and the old rascal has it all noted down, can't escape." In the training hall of Camp C, in the lounge, Yibai was leisurely sitting on the sofa, holding a tablet and browsing the Wanwu Pavilion shopping app. His attention was caught by an eye-catching ad. "Watch a video and earn silver coins." Excitedly, Yibai called out, "Xiaojiu, come and see. You get a silver coin just for watching this video." He then clicked on the comments section below the video and noticed a pinned comment. "Anonymous user, Lanzhishian. If you haven't broken through to the Skiriching War God by the time I return, you're dead." Although this comment didn't have many likes, the replies were buzzing with activity. Most people were exclaiming. Even the deputy commander of the Wuhan Legion dares to call out names and curse. Anonymity sure gives people courage. Surprisingly, this comment was pinned by the seller. The next comment was equally attention-grabbing. Anonymous Shadow 9. "Well done, Yibai, your anonymity is pointless." Yibai immediately realized something. Wait a minute. Did Lord Jiu and King Hua get online? He quickly took out a trading realm pass and contacted his goblin underling, Zhao Qian. Soon, Zhao Qian replied, "Fourth brother, Lord Jiu and King Hua did indeed connect to the Wanwu Pavilion app from the Supreme Abyss. They just watched one video, and then King Hua wrote an 8,000-word article." Cursing Lan Zhixian, Yibai shook his head helplessly. These 2 old guys, they're just wasting time. Finally got online, and instead of doing something useful, they just focused on cursing. Thinking it over, Yibai could understand their behavior. Stuck in the Supreme Abyss, unable to trade, with intermittent signals, they were mostly offline. For them, browsing the Wanwu Pavilion app was just a way to kill time. This realization made Yibai feel the weight of responsibility. For the sake of their mental and cultural entertainment, Yibai Media must produce more and better videos to serve and entertain the public. With this thought, Yibai felt a surge of nobility. He didn't forget to shout to Hua Tianyi, who was filming a video, "Xiao Hua, That last video sold for 200,000. Your 100,000 is going towards equipment materials. Got it. Potiani replied briefly. Just as Ibai was immersed in his great plans, a message came through his personal space. Is the force of nature about to be reforged? Ibai's eyes lit up with joy. The 550,000 war god merits he invested in an SS level piece of equipment were finally about to pay off. Xiaojiu, I'll borrow Xiaoju for a bit. Saying this, Ibai grabbed Dracula Pig by its ears and disappeared instantly. In his personal space, Ibai and Dracula floated in midair. Dracula immediately started complaining, Master, do you know what I've been through these past 2 days? All I do is eat, sleep, play games with kids, and watch 2 bears chop wood. As he spoke, Dracula's voice gradually weakened, realizing that being a pig wasn't so bad. Compared to previous adventures with the Demon Lord, this was paradise. Ibai interrupted his thoughts. Cut the nonsense. Give it a shake and consider it my treat. He glanced at the force of nature, which still needed a few minutes to complete, and decided to check on the money tree first. Dracula approached the money tree and gave it a gentle shake. A golden apple fell into his hand. Golden apple, level item. Increases intelligence by 1,000 points if intelligence is below 100,000. Also removes some toxins from the bloodline. Dracula looked at the golden apple with longing, but he knew it belonged to the Demon Lord. Ibai glanced at the golden apple, found it useless for himself, and tossed it to Dracula. This is your bodyguard fee for the next while. Xiaoju needs a playmate and a guard. Gratefully, Dracula took the apple and swallowed it in one bite. After a loud burp, he exclaimed, Master, guess what? I remembered the true origin of that old guy. Ibai stepped back in disgust. I don't have time for your stories right now. Go take a bath and change your clothes. Come back and lie to me once the force of nature is ready. Dracula transformed into a bat and flew towards the Evernight castle, emitting foul gas as he went. Shortly after, the entire personal space trembled slightly. A shadow flew out from the Shura Sea and landed directly in Ibai's hand, still warm. Wood, thunder, water, and shadow elements. The SS level equipment, after so many trials, was finally complete. Ibai eagerly opened the attribute panel. Equipment, Force of Nature LV.300. Grade, SS level. Magic power, 36,000. Attributes, Intelligence 150,000, Spirit 90,000. Special effects, Level adaptation, increases with Shura sea level. Shura exclusive, all attributes 100 when held by Shura. Thunderwood twin, Thunderwood spell effects 100, casting thunder spells also casts wood spells, and vice versa. Ice barrier, generates an ice barrier to block the next attack, regenerates every 12 hours. Shadow castle, summons a shadow castle where shadows gain special status, consuming corresponding materials. Looking at the reforged force of nature, Ibai took a deep breath, his scalp tingling. There were only 4 words to describe this SS level equipment. Terrifyingly powerful. Watching the newly reforged power of nature, Ibai nodded in satisfaction. With 150,000 intelligence and 90,000 spirit attributes, this was the caliber an SS grade piece of equipment should have. He recalled the other 2 SS grade items he had seen. One was the Nightmare Wind he wore, which, despite being a battle damage version, could easily crush S-grade equipment. The other was King Hua's Black Coffin, which could negate one attack and provide complete immunity to that type of damage for a period afterward. It suddenly dawned on Ibai that King Hua could only summon 6 pieces of armor because the coffin had only 6 panels. He couldn't help but feel a touch of envy for the Black Coffin's power. Each piece of SS-grade equipment required an enormous amount of resources, but the benefits were equally immense. If production capacity weren't so limited, every top-tier human warrior would surely have one. The biggest challenge in creating SS-grade equipment lay in the forgers. Throughout history, fewer than 10 pieces of SS-grade equipment were crafted by human master forgers, with some even being used as heirlooms. Very few actually made their way into the hands of top-tier human warriors, and even the god of war couldn't ensure everyone had one. Ibai pondered the conditions for using SS-grade equipment. Even if someone else had it, they couldn't use the power of nature. The Nightmare Wind could only be wielded by a nightmare being, and even a strong warrior like Xue Ming couldn't handle the S-grade King's sword. When equipment reaches a certain level of power, it becomes a matter of the equipment choosing the person, not the other way around. Among the 5 attributes of the power of nature, Ibai favored the ice barrier the most. Although it seemed powerful, it could be countered by skills that caused continuous damage. Nonetheless, having an extra life-saving tool was always good. As for the last attribute, Shadow Fortress, he planned to experiment with it alongside the experts within the shadows. After storing away the power of nature, Ibai glanced at the Fool Master, hesitating to speak. The Fool Master, clearly in a foul mood, directly asked, "Anything else?" Ibai straightforwardly said, "What about the money you owe me?" The Fool Master raised his voice, When did I ever owe you money? Yi Bai seriously calculated. The reforging of the power of nature caused a whole string of issues. We need to settle this account properly, right? The fool master's face darkened, knowing he was in the wrong and didn't argue. So, what do you propose? Yi Bai produced a pre-prepared plan. Forge me another S-grade weapon, and we'll call it even. Forging is fine, the fool master said with principle, but I decide what to forge. Take it or leave it. Yi Bai knew there were two ways to deal with the strongest. One was like dealing with Wuhan, where force was an option if negotiation failed. The other was like bargaining with Shura, where you start high and negotiate down. Yi Bai suddenly said, I recently visited the abyss. The great demon god gave me the first abyss. The fool master asked in astonishment, really? Yi Bai nodded, no, I'm kidding. But the fragment of the fourth abyss is about to connect with my exclusive space. If you help me forge this weapon, it'll accompany you to the fourth abyss. The fool master hesitated, trying to secure more. I also want to visit the first abyss. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. Do you want me to gather all the abyss fragments for you to visit in one go? The fool master's eyes lit up. Really? You said humans don't lie to demons. Yi Bai replied irritably. Pick a condition I can actually agree to. The fool master looked around and his gaze landed on the money tree. I want to shake the money tree. Whatever falls out is mine. Yi Bai paused, considering he probably wouldn't lose out, but still cautiously asked, May I ask, what's your luck stat? The fool master's face darkened, and he didn't answer. Yi Bai's interest was piqued. Could it be 1? 0? Oh my, is it negative? Seeing the fool master's reaction, Yi Bai was sure he guessed right. Excitedly, he dragged the fool master to the money tree and made the waiting people step aside. Whatever you shake out is yours. Yi Bai gestured invitingly, thinking to himself that this negative luck fool master was the perfect buffer. The fool master felt insulted, but still reached out to shake the money tree. Ding, the pleasant sound of a coin dropping echoed. Under everyone's gaze, the negative luck fool master successfully shook out half a copper coin. The foolish master on stage looked bewildered, his eyes vacant as he glanced around. Down below, Yi Bai and the others erupted into thunderous applause. Clap. Everyone clap. Yi Bai shouted, his voice hoarse, celebrating the remarkable achievement of the foolish master rolling half a copper coin. He loudly announced, the money tree is free for 24 hours. Though 10 silver coins weren't much, money was money. In this farce, the boss paid, everyone contributed, and the foolish master made a fool of himself. He glanced at the half copper coin, snorted coldly, and turned away, his long robe billowing. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Bai said, bending down to pick up the half copper coin and swiftly tucking it into his wallet before quickly catching up to the foolish master. Let me explain the crafting requirements in detail. The two stood before the steaming forge, and Yi Bai pulled out a crumpled list from his pocket. The foolish master gave it a quick glance and immediately gave a professional assessment. Materials worth 400,000 war god merits will suffice to create a top-tier S-grade item. Wait a minute. Yi Bai interrupted, dissatisfied. Only 400,000 for materials? Are you looking down on my wallet? According to Yi Bai's agreement with Hua Tianyi, the material costs were covered by Hua Tianyi. The forging and design fees totaled 45 of the material costs. In short, the higher the material costs, the more Yi Bai could earn. This was a classic case of middleman profit. Take another look. Is there anything that can be enhanced? Yi Bai pointed at the requirements list and questioned, Are you sure about your skills? A master blacksmith can't afford to be subpar. Think it's too cheap, huh? The foolish master got riled up too, pointing at a line on the list. Here, add 5 physical attack, and the material cost goes up by 30,000 war god merits. Here, reduce durability loss by 8, and substitute materials will cost an extra 60,000 war god merits. And here, replace the spearhead with the best and most expensive materials, and you won't get away with less than 100,000 war god merits. After spending some time together, the foolish master understood Azura's personality well. This guy was willing to spend money, but each time he did, it was like pulling teeth. Crafting a top-tier S-grade weapon for 400,000 was one thing. Crafting a pinnacle S-grade weapon for over 1 million was a whole different ballgame. Under Yi Bai's provocation, the foolish master came up with 2 plans. She summarized, the most cost-effective version is 400,000, and it will last until level 989. The war god can make do with it. The version only a fool would choose starts at 1.3 million, rivaling the Heavenly King's sword, and the war god can use it to stab a demon god. With that, she snorted and walked away. Yi Bai stared at the final version, frowning. Only 1.3 million? That's so cheap. Foolish master, are you sure there's no room for more expenses? The foolish master suddenly realized that this money probably wasn't coming from Azura. Seeing her push the budget to 1.3 million, Azura didn't flinch. He seemed a bit excited. She suddenly asked, Are you charging someone for forging fees? Yi Bai nodded frankly. Yes, and quite a bit. Clearly, he had no intention of sharing any of this money with the foolish master. Even the half-copper coin from before was now his. Anyway, this is the best I can think of. The foolish master spread her hands, indicating she was out of ideas. Using your talent to create a design and requirements, spending over 1,000,000 war god merits on a piece of equipment. Custom gear like this carries great risk. If the user gets stuck at some point, it's as good as throwing all that money away. Yi Bai wasn't worried at all. Don't worry, he'll definitely become a war god. He had confidence in Hua Tianyi's strength. Plus, from a sustainable profit standpoint, the stronger Hua Tianyi became, the more Yi Bai would benefit. Right now, Hua Tianyi just needed to craft equipment. In the future, any of Hua Tianyi's expenses would have to go through Yi Bai, the middleman. Profiting from a war god was especially satisfying. The foolish master maintained her stance. Well, I can't do anything else. It's up to you. Yi Bai pointed to the design draft, at the tassel hanging from the spearhead. Can this be made into a hidden weapon or consumable? The foolish master frowned slightly, thinking it over. It can be, but is it necessary? You don't understand, Yi Bai said with a meaningful smile. Selling razors doesn't make as much money as selling razor blades. Selling guns doesn't make as much as selling bullets. A one-time deal wasn't Yi Bai's style. A steady stream of income was too slow for him. Get it ready. I'll go back and ask our client for his opinion. Once the funds are in place, we'll get started. Yi Bai still maintained a bit of integrity and didn't make the decision for Hua Tianyi. He planned to put all the design drafts in front of Hua Tianyi and let him choose for himself. This kind of big business required both parties to be willing. With the equipment matter settled, Yi Bai hurried to the basement of the Eternal Night Castle. There, a vampire prince was imprisoned. The prince, who once possessed the power of a 9th-rank war god, was killed with a single punch by King Hua in a previous battle. After being resurrected, his power level continuously declined. When Yi Bai encountered him, this once mighty prince had only the strength of a 4th-rank warrior, equivalent to level 935. In the dungeon, Dracula meticulously arranged the surroundings. He lit candles, sprinkled perfume, and even brought a comfortable chair for Yi Bai. Master, your humble servant is ready to confess everything he knows, Dracula said respectfully. Yi Bai gracefully took a seat, pouring the wine from his glass into Dracula's. Considering he had a class later, he pulled a bottle of cola from his pocket and took a sip. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, filled with a sense of ritual. Dracula took a deep breath and began his tale. As you know, the most powerful beings among the vampires are called ancestors, or blood ancestors. When one of them failed to break through, it led to the rampage of the Blood River, causing chaos and madness among the vampire elites. He struggled to contain the excitement in his voice as he continued. Among the vampires, there are beings just below the blood ancestor in power, whom even I, at my peak, would revere, such as Cain. Dracula's gaze shifted to the vampire prince trapped in the bronze coffin, his voice becoming low and filled with awe. The vampire prince before you is a powerful being from ancient times, a direct descendant of Cain. I am 100% certain that Cain's blood flows through his veins. A cruel smile appeared on Dracula's face as he sinisterly said, Master, we could use this blood to summon Cain, and then, he trailed off, but his intent was clear. Upon hearing this, the vampire prince suppressed in the bronze coffin convulsed, a strange smile appearing on his face. Yi Bai also burst into laughter. For a moment, the dungeon was filled with an air of merriment, as two powerful vampires and a supreme contender laughed together, each for different reasons. From the moment Yi Bai stepped into the dungeon, his eyes had been fixed on the vampire prince in the bronze coffin. His newly awakened eye of insight revealed a small secret. Above the vampire prince's head, a simple prompt appeared, Cain. Some vampires are still laughing, unaware that they're the real fools. Dracula could sense the presence of Cain's bloodline, but failed to recognize that the vampire prince sealed within the bronze coffin was indeed Cain himself. Yi Bai yawned and waved his hand dismissively. All right, go take a break. I'll have a private chat with this prince. Got it. Dracula responded respectfully, making sure to close the door behind him with an unusually proper demeanor. With Dracula's departure, the dim-witted atmosphere in the room vanished. Cain's smile faded, and he stared coldly at Yi Bai. He tried to speak, but found a wooden crucifix stake lodged in his throat. Clearly, Dracula was quite adept at dealing with high-ranking vampires. Yi Bai had no intention of freeing him. In fact, knowing Cain's true identity made him want to drive in a few more crucifix stakes. Communicate with me using blood-formed words, Yi Bai said frankly. You can do it. A drop of blood floated from the bronze coffin, forming ancient and obscure vampire script in the air. Cain good. Anyone else might have been stumped by these ancient texts, but Yi Bai was different. As an SS-level talent holder, translating ancient vampire script was a piece of cake for him. Heh, that's all your eyes are good for, Yi Bai said, unperturbed. Should I call you Cain or Cain's great-grandson? Before Yi Bai's awakened inside eye, Cain couldn't hide any secrets. This old body, as Dracula had mentioned, was indeed a direct descendant of Cain and was once a powerful vampire Dracula knew. However, the soul within was Cain's. Clearly, this was due to some ancient vampire ritual. In the same bloodline, the superior had absolute control over the inferior. The blood in the air transformed into text again. Cain, I am Cain. All right, let's go with that, Yi Bai said sincerely. Give me one good reason to keep you around. If it were any other powerful vampire, Yi Bai might consider exploiting them. For someone on Dracula's level or slightly stronger, Yi Bai could accept that. But Cain? That's a bit too much. Even if his power had waned, keeping such a being in his private space was like holding a ticking time bomb. It could explode at any moment, posing a significant risk. Better to sell him to the Wanwu Pavilion. Know your limits, Yi Bai thought. Don't try to bite off more than you can chew. Cain was silent for a moment. The blood in the air changed shape again, this time into human script. This change alone showed Cain's shift in attitude. He wanted to negotiate sincerely with Yi Bai because staying here was more beneficial for him. He had a compelling reason to stay. I can provide prince-level vampire blood, Cain proposed. Yi Bai shook his head. I don't need it. I'm willing to sign a soul contract with you. Cain tried again. Yi Bai shook his head again. I don't dare. He was being extremely cautious. Cain, an ancient vampire powerhouse, was far superior to Dracula. Vampires had a specialty soul manipulation. If Cain could take over his descendant's body, he might also be able to manipulate a soul contract. After 2 refusals, Cain was momentarily speechless. Yi Bai finished his soda and stood up. I don't have much time to waste on you. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Yi Bai had given Cain 2 chances, but he only offered trivial conditions and even tried to deceive him. If Cain didn't show more sincerity, Yi Bai would dispose of him. After all, Cain's soul could fetch a good price at the Wanwu Pavilion, which dealt in fair trades. Before Yi Bai could leave, Cain made a third offer. He knew this was his last chance. I can shield you from fatal damage, Cain said urgently. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. Go on. Once summoned, I can redirect all attacks aimed at you to myself. That sounds useful. Continue. This body isn't mine. I can help you turn it into a vampire puppet, devoid of self-awareness, completely under your control. A 9th-tier war god-level vampire puppet? That sounded pretty good. Yi Bai suddenly asked, can you turn other things into puppets too? Yes, Cain answered concisely. All right, I have a clear idea of what you can do for me, Yi Bai said, clapping his hands as if welcoming a new member to his flock. Just the fact that Cain could act as a meat shield was enough to convince Yi Bai to keep him. Let me explain the benefits here, Yi Bai said with a friendly smile. Considering the harsh conditions in the dungeon, we offer a more humane environment. You'll get 3 hours of sunlight daily, 1 hour of holy water sauna, and 15 minutes of bishop purification. Cain's mouth twitched at these words. You call this humane treatment? Any other vampire would be dead after going through this routine. Truly humane indeed. Oh, and you'll also get to participate in a daily raffle, free of charge, Yi Bai added, not forgetting the money tree. In his private space, everyone had to participate in the raffle, even semi-prisoners like Cain. However, Yi Bai had no intention of giving Cain anything he won. Their relationship was still one of mutual exploitation and caution. Cain wasn't like Dracula. Although Dracula was a bit greedy and gluttonous, he was ultimately harmless. Otherwise, Yi Bai wouldn't have trusted him to protect Xiaoju. That trust was hard-earned through countless trials. Dracula wouldn't waste it. If Cain were to protect Xiaoju, Yi Bai suspected he'd be collecting Cain's corpse upon his return. Trusting such a sinister old monster blindly was a sure way to get himself killed. After finishing his conversation with Cain, Yi Bai stood up and walked out. Standing at the entrance of the dungeon, he stretched and enjoyed the bright sunlight. Dracula naturally appeared behind him, like a loyal servant. Yi Bai yawned lazily. Did you hear everything just now? Dracula bowed slightly, his eyes full of respect but with a hint of a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. Master, I heard everything. That's the end of today's 4 updates. Back to regular schedule. Time to sleep. I've asked Xueming, and there will definitely be another update tomorrow. In his private realm, Yi Bai strolled through his territory with Dracula following closely behind. Yi Bai stopped, turned to face the former vampire count, and teased, Old Pigno Dracula, with you by Xiaoju's side, I feel much more at ease. Dracula's expression remained unchanged as he nodded calmly. I won't let you down. The two arrived at the ice field, where a group of fishermen was busy hauling in their catch. Blue whale Bruce occasionally surfaced, balancing a black ball on his Hiata gift from Cerberus. Watching this, Yi Bai sighed inwardly. A perfectly good blue whale, turned into a dolphin. Dracula could clearly sense the demon lord's emotional fluctuations. Due to their soul contract, there was a peculiar connection between them. Yi Bai could see through Dracula's thoughts with his inside eye. while Dracula could feel Yi Bai's emotional shifts. Recalling the negotiation with Cain in the dungeon, Yi Bai felt a surge of irritation. At that moment, he really wanted to kill something to vent his anger. Unfortunately, Cain was too cunning and immediately backed down when he sensed the killing intent. Otherwise, Dracula might have gained some benefits. They continued walking until they reached the depths of the desolate ice field. Yi Bai stopped, his gaze sweeping over the vast expanse of white, his expression indifferent. He casually broke off an icicle and tossed it to Dracula, as if teasing a pet. All right, everything at home is settled, and Jiu Ye's issue is taken care of. Yi Bai clapped his hands, his tone relaxed. For now, I can focus solely on getting stronger. Jiu Yi had ventured into the supreme abyss, forcibly delaying the clash between Yi Bai and Xiaoyao by 10 years. This was Jiu Ye's plan, but Yi Bai knew. Xiaoyao couldn't wait for 10 years. That man always acted on a whim, and although it was unclear what methods Jiu Yi used to temporarily restrain him, no one in the world could truly bind him for 10 years. When Xiaoyao decided to face the supreme demon god, he would undoubtedly show up as scheduled. Realizing this, Yi Bai understood he didn't have 10 years to leisurely level up. He had to strengthen himself as quickly as possible to catch up with Xiaoyao and the supreme demon god's showdown. Yi Bai set a goal for himself, to at least reach the combat power of a 9th rank war god. If he couldn't even defeat Su Qingfeng, he wouldn't dare to show his face on the battlefield. With these thoughts clear in his mind, Yi Bai let go of his distractions, his irritability vanished. He exhaled deeply, stomped his foot energetically, and left the private realm, leaving Dracula behind. After Yi Bai left, the ice beneath Dracula began to crack. A terrifying chasm appeared, sending countless ice chunks into the water. This disturbance spread far, even causing a mini tsunami near the fishing village. All this happened because that man was in a bad mood and wanted to vent. Dracula stood like a statue on a floating ice block, drifting with the current, his coat unmoving. His eyes were cold, his expression indifferent, and he muttered, "The demon lord has grown stronger again." After leaving the private realm, Yi Bai headed straight for the trading sanctuary. He found a goblin assistant and handed over a list. Materials from the eternal sea of fire, 4 sets as per the list. Yi Bai's Azura Sea now only lacked growth in the fire and wind elements. He had previously acquired fire element void fragments, needing to first fuse the fire materials before integrating the void fragments, a process that couldn't be messed up. The goblin assistant quickly prepared the materials, hesitating as he quoted the price. "That will be 210,000 war god merits. Swipe your card." Yi Bai took out a card that originally belonged to Hua Tianyi and promptly swiped it for the 210,000 merits. Despite the significant expense, Yi Bai didn't feel too distressed since the money came from Hua Tianyi. Azura paying so straightforwardly left the goblin assistant dumbfounded. Even after Yi Bai's figure disappeared from the trading sanctuary, the assistant was still in shock, thinking, "Is this really the same Azura I know?" With the materials in hand, Yi Bai tossed them into the Azura Sea. Now, he just needed to wait for the materials to fuse. He was currently at level 300, about to climb the 28th floor of the Eternal Tower, which meant the 4th job change sanctuary. Yi Bai planned to transform the fire element into void fire element before the 4th job change, allowing him to exploit the fire god's power. He mused, "That old sea god is so stingy, never doing anything grand." While attending class, Yi Bai calculated. After the 300 level job change, he might have a chance to clear the 29th floor too. It had been a while since he got a 5S rating on the 20th floor, so aiming for a 5S rating on the 30th floor could now be on the agenda. After the afternoon classes ended, Ing Er Yi approached him. She confidently stated, "Fourth Master, Xiao Lu is perfectly fine." Yi Bai was skeptical and gestured for her to continue. The malicious man spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Lu Qingyin has only had his memories sealed 4 times. Technically, that shouldn't hinder his breakthrough to War God. It's his subconscious that's holding him back. I asked Chongshan about it, and he said you could ask Xu Emeng." Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes, silently complaining. "Are you guys playing mind games here?" Outwardly, he remained composed and nodded, saying, "Got it. I'll find Xu Emeng and ask him when I get a chance." Lu Qingyin and Lu Qinjiao's secrets these Lu brothers held were far more numerous than Yi Bai had imagined. Recalling the time when Jiu Yi sent Lu Qingyao to protect him while sealing the abyss, Yi Bai felt that things were far more complicated than they appeared on the surface. Despite this, Yi Bai decided to help old Lu. After all, old Lu had suffered a bit because of him, so it was only right to lend a hand. Besides, Lu's breakthrough to War God would only be beneficial to Yi Bai. Although, with Yi Bai's current strength, ordinary war gods no longer posed any threat. The afternoon and evening classes flew by. During a break, Yi Bai took the time to visit Zhao Lin in the hospital. Ever since Zhao Lin awakened his out-of-body ability, he had been in a constant state of soul projection. The doctors diagnosed that Zhao Lin hadn't found a way to return yet, but the longer the first soul projection lasted, the greater his future potential. Looking at Zhao Lin lying in the cultivation pod, Yibai couldn't help but quip, good thing technology is advanced now, and the pod can maintain bodily functions. If old Zhao finally found his way back only to discover he's a skeleton, that'd be quite the scene. After confirming Zhao Lin was fine, Yibai returned to his dorm to make final preparations for the night's challenge. At 11:45 p.m., his personal space suddenly trembled slightly. To Yibai's surprise, the fire element materials had been completely absorbed. The efficiency far exceeded his expectations. He immediately rushed back to his personal space, ready to throw the fire element void fragment into the sea of Azura. Master Fool stood nearby and coldly reminded, "Once you throw that in, a powerful void creature will appear." Yibai paused and asked, "How powerful?" Master Fool seriously estimated and replied, "About as strong as the vampire you have locked in your dungeon, but without the Eternal Pearl. Level 930? No Eternal Pearl? That's just weak." Yibai scoffed, turning to Dracula. "Go. Bring Cain up to see the moon and let him have a look." "Got it." Dracula promptly brought up a bronze coffin. Without hesitation, Yibai threw the fire element void fragment into the sea of Azura, and it was instantly devoured. A rift tore open in the void, and a monster resembling a giant mantis roared as it charged at Yibai. Yibai softly uttered two words, "Heavenly thunder." The power of nature surged, and a blinding red lightning bolt struck down. Boom. In an instant, the void creature was reduced to dust, leaving no trace behind. Yibai turned to Master Fool, his face full of disdain, and sneeringly asked, "Is that it? Is that all?" Yibai barely finished his sentence when more monsters surged from the void. He was prepared, quickly casting a lightning blessing on himself and hurling a charged thunderbolt. The electric light danced lethally among the monsters, leaving no void creature unscathed. When the battle concluded, the monster remnants dissipated, leaving behind a pair of gigantic mantis scythes. In Yibai's Azura Sea, a tiny black flame flickered to life the void fire, capable of evolving a fire skill and granting void damage. Yibai pondered for a moment, examining his fire skills. His current fire abilities were lacking, and although the fire skill from All Things Born could evolve, it wasn't worth it. The basic fire skill book he bought from the All Things Pavilion also didn't suit this precious opportunity. Yibai fell into deep thought, hoping this job change would grant him a powerful fire skill. As a void fire user, Yibai understood his opposition to the fire god. Meanwhile, the sea god had temporarily freed himself from the Azura's entanglement. This meant that in the fourth job change secret realm, he would face the fire god instead of the sea god. Yibai turned his attention to the Loot the Void Great Scythe. The system indicated it was excellent material for crafting weapons. He inquired about its use from Master Fool, receiving only a snort and a disdainful look in return. "Is that all?" Master Fool retorted mockingly. Yibai feigned disappointment, saying he would sell it at the All Things Pavilion. Master Fool's eyes twinkled with a cunning smile. "Wait." She suddenly turned amiable. "I think we're quite familiar with each other now." Yibai interrupted. "I still don't know your name." "Just call me Fool," she said impatiently. "Do you want to hear about a profitable deal or not?" Yibai's interest was piqued. Master Fool explained that the material could be made into two S-grade scythes, which would be even more powerful when combined. But Yibai cautiously questioned her motive for helping. Master Fool laid out three conditions: Cain's blood essence, observing the process of crafting a vampire puppet, and shaking the money tree once a day. In exchange, she would forge the S-grade weapon. Considering the rarity and high cost of S-grade equipment, as well as potential buyers like Zhao Ziyan, Yibai agreed to the deal but decided to secure a buyer before starting the crafting process. Next, Yibai summoned the shadow of the Hellhound. It had just recovered from the drunken state of the Styx water, with a dark red stream flowing beneath its feet, a miniature eternal sea, capable of supporting 2 to 3 immediate resurrections. Yibai instructed Dracula and Cain to stand by, preparing for the upcoming challenge. At midnight, he entered the Eternal Core City and chose to challenge the 27th floor. White light enveloped him, and a familiar prompt sounded, "Wishing you a speedy clearance of the Eternal Tower." On the 27th floor of the Eternal Tower, the familiar routine of defeat the minions, then the boss, and finally advance your class held true. However, within this seemingly ordinary level, Yibai faced a crucial decision. 6 radiant orbs floated before Yibai, each representing an element: wind, fire, water, thunder, wood, and shadow. Before he could make a choice, the fire orb automatically locked in, clearly because he had already transitioned into the void fire class. Yibai understood immediately. This was the new rule for the 4th class advancement, the differentiation between primary and secondary classes. Yibai knew that choosing a primary class was vital. It would not only determine his future development path, but also significantly enhance his power. However, selecting too many primary classes could exponentially increase the difficulty of leveling up and advancing in the future. He recalled Su Qingfeng's example had only chosen wind and space as his primary classes, blending other elements as secondary ones. After careful consideration, Yi decisively chose the Thunder Orb. As his most relied upon offensive method, thunder was indispensable. The next choice, however, gave him pause. He had to choose between wind, wood, water, and shadow, each offering unique advantages. The life-saving capabilities of water and wood were tempting, but an unexpected factor influenced his decision: the shadows, shadow patterns, and the shadow source left by Yingjio, which had already fused with the Azura Sea. Without further hesitation, Yi selected the Shadow Orb. The system immediately prompted, confirm selection of Thunder, Shadow, and Void Fire as your primary classes. Yi clicked confirm without a second thought. As he made his choices, the unselected orbs quietly dissipated. 3 paths of trials formed from the chosen elements stretched out before him. The system announced, generating primary class trial paths. Yi knew that the Real challenge was about to begin. Yi quickly devised his strategy. First tackle the Thunder trial, his strongest suit, then move on to the Shadow trial, and finally confront the tricky Void Fire trial. He understood that at the end of the Void Fire path, the Fire God awaited, and he needed to be fully prepared to face it. Without hesitation, Yi stepped onto the Thunder trial path and was immediately surrounded by countless thundercloud monsters. However, these creatures, which would pose a threat to ordinary players, were merely sources of experience for Yi. Thunder roared, and various thunder skills rained down like a tempest. Thanks to the astounding attribute boosts from the forces of nature, Yi-Bai's intelligence attribute had surpassed the 500,000 mark. This meant that even the most basic lightning bolt could deal terrifying damage. In less than 10 minutes, Yi-Bai had obliterated everything on the Thunder trial path. The final mini-boss fell under the relentless barrage of thunder, disintegrating into a heap of thunder attribute fragments. Standing before the pile, Yi-Bai's gaze was already fixed on the next challenge: the Shadow trial path. S-grade materials are junk. Each one only sells for 150,000 gold coins. Yi-Bai nodded slowly, calculating in his mind. 150,000 gold coins equate to 0.15 war god merits. That's pretty trashy. Despite this, Yi carefully collected all the special thunder attribute fragments. At this moment, he didn't mind playing the role of a scavenger. As he secured the last fragment, the system notification sounded. Thunder trial path completed. Exploration progress 45. The thundercloud beneath Yi-Bai's feet dissipated instantly, returning him to the starting point. Before him, the Shadow and Void Fire trial paths appeared simultaneously. Shadow. Yi chose his next target without hesitation. Following his predetermined plan, he decisively stepped onto the Shadow trial path. However, this time, progress wasn't as smooth as before. Without the powerful output from the Thunder attribute, Yi-Bai's efficiency in clearing the path noticeably declined. He casually slashed down a shadow monster with his sword, estimating the clearance time in his mind. Aside from his melee sword, the only offensive skill Yi-Bai could rely on was Raging Sea. Unfortunately, on the trial path, the range and power of Raging Sea were significantly weakened. Yi-Bai thought to himself, the original design of the trial path was to test the abilities of the specific attribute. Being able to use other elements is already a bonus. Did I really think I could exploit a bug? Despite this, Yi couldn't help but entertain the idea. He raised his hand, summoning the power of nature, a look of eager anticipation on his face. I wonder if the Thunderwood synergy effect can be triggered? Yi pondered. If it works, I can cast a wood shield and heal while binding a lightning strike. That would be incredibly fun. In the past, using S-grade nature power to exploit this bug would have been difficult. But now, Yi-Bai's nature power had been upgraded to SS grade. An SS grade ability should have some edge. Yi-Bai encouraged himself. He decided to test it by casting a wood healing spell on a full health minion. Growth Surge. Yi-Bai muttered, unleashing the wood skill that rapidly accelerated life recovery. This skill, fully named Hurry Up and Heal, instantly grants the target 300 seconds worth of life recovery, during which the target won't naturally regain health. A green glow appeared above the shadow minion's head, but the value showed 0. It was already at full health, making the healing unnecessary. At that moment, with a thunderous crash, a lightning bolt descended from the sky, turning the minion into ashes. It works! Yi-Bai shouted excitedly, thrilled by his successful bug exploit. From that moment on, Yi-Bai's clearance efficiency skyrocketed. He unleashed skill after skill, sweeping through the shadow monsters with ease. Heal first, then turn to Ash Full Service Funeral Package, Yi joked, wielding his nature power as he bulldozed his way to the final checkpoint of the Shadow trial path. Standing at the entrance to the boss room, Yi grinned widely and shouted, "Boss, are you there? If so, let me give you a heal first." Shadows unfurled before Yi, instantly filling his vision. A terrifying pressure descended, carrying the aura of a deity, setting off alarm bells in Yi-Bai's heart. As he swiftly retreated, the shadow of a hellhound surged forward, attempting to buy him a moment. However, the hellhound's shadow was instantly torn apart and re-emerged beside Yi Bai. Without pausing, Yi Bai seized the final window of opportunity and quickly summoned three formidable beings: Cain, the Blood Prince; Dracula, the Blood Duke; and a projection of the Sea God. Three distinct auras descended, forming a protective barrier around Yi Bai. Cain lay in a bronze coffin, his gaze coldly surveying the surroundings. Dracula appeared much more composed, immediately noting the ominous signs upon his arrival. He quickly took cover behind the Demon Lord, standing alongside the Hellhound. The Sea God's projection was a result of a previous deal Yi Bai had made with the deity, a level 900 projection fully under Yi Bai's control. Cain showed interest in the Sea God's projection, asking Yi Bai if he was a favored one of the Sea God or possessed its bloodline. Dracula sneered, and the two blood kin began to clash. Yi Bai interrupted their quarrel, directly asking Cain for any crucial information. Cain analyzed Yi Bai's relationship with the Sea God, prompting Yi Bai to reveal that he had killed two of the Sea God's daughters. Subsequently, Yi Bai inquired about the relationship between the Fire God and the Sea God. Cain replied that they were mortal enemies. This information made Yi Bai realize that the Sea God might be secretly plotting against him. He let out a cold laugh, his mind already forming a plan. Dracula sensed the gravity of the situation and silently thanked his fortune that he hadn't angered the Demon Lord. At that moment, the entity within the shadows finally emerged. Yi Bai's Eye of Insight provided crucial information. This was a demigod of theft and shadows, with an original level of 994, but only an 899 level projection had descended. Yi Bai waited for over a minute as the shadows solidified, and the entity barely completed its descent. A furious voice soon rang out, "Damn thief! Give back my shadow source! Damn thief! Give me back my shadow source!" The voice echoed in the shadows, lingering. Yi Bai looked at Dracula in confusion and asked seriously, "Did you steal it?" Dracula shook his head firmly and said, "I didn't steal anything. It might have been Cain." Cain snorted and retorted, "Whoever stole the shadow source is your grandson." Yi Bai's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together excitedly. "Deal. Whoever stole the shadow source is my grandson. It's a promise." Then he turned to Dracula and whispered, "Make a note, that was exactly what Cain said. None of this has anything to do with Shura." Dracula nodded while scribbling furiously. Got it. Got it. Anyway, it's Cain and the Demon Lord who are in trouble, not Dracula. Damn thief. I didn't expect you to be so shameless." The demigod of theft and shadows cursed furiously. "I can smell the shadow source on you. Give it back." Yi Bai drew out the Heavenly King's sword and said coldly, "Try calling yourself master again? You're getting too cocky. Do you think you're Ingju? Too arrogant. Let's take him down." The presence in the shadows sneered, "Ha, you, a mere level 300 kid. Think you can?" Before he could finish, a flash of the sword cut through the air smoothly. Star plucking. Windless distance. Yi Bai struck with precision, hitting the target and returning to his original position instantly. The strike didn't cause much damage, but it sent a clear message. Yi Bai could find and hit his opponent accurately. This was just a warning. Next time, it would be a thunder strike. The projection facing Yi Bai wasn't actually strong, only level 899. Cain was level 935, and the Sea God's projection was level 900. Either one could easily handle the opponent. The biggest advantage of the shadowy presence was its concealment, which was useless against the Eye of Insight. After the warning, the demigod of theft and shadows softened his tone. "Stealing is wrong, isn't it?" His voice even had a hint of pleading. "Please, give me back the shadow source." Yi Bai replied righteously, "First, you claim the shadow source is yours. Do you have any proof? Do you have a purchase record, an invoice, or did you report it missing immediately?" The demigod was momentarily speechless. Purchase record? What was that? This thing was naturally formed. Where would he get a purchase record? The demigod, having been robbed, couldn't report it anywhere. Even if there was a reporting office in the temple, reporting it would be like walking into a trap. 99.99 of thefts in the temple were his doing, and he'd be caught instantly. Yi Bai changed his tone, speaking with righteous indignation. "Secondly, the shadow source was gifted to me by a senior I deeply respect. We have a brotherly bond despite our age difference. You're slandering Senior Ingio without evidence. How should we settle this?" For a moment, the shadowy space was silent. The demigod tried to calm himself but couldn't. "It was Ingju who stole my shadow source," he shouted angrily. "When I leave this wretched temple, I'm going to steal everything from him." "Wait, you're in the temple?" Yi Bai caught on to this interesting piece of information and asked curiously, "Is the Sea God also in the temple?" "Yes," the demigod replied. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," Yi Bai said, temporarily setting aside the topic. "So, the shadow source was stolen by Senior Ingju? Not that I don't believe you, but tell us the details so we can see for ourselves." At the mention of this, the demigod deflated like a punctured balloon. unable to speak for a while. Finally, he said gloomily, "Back then, I wanted to reach level 995 and gain god level power. I needed to complete certain rituals. The two key rituals were merging with the shadow source and stealing the most precious thing from someone else. These rituals correspond to the paths of shadow and theft, and completing them was necessary to break through to level 995. Yibai raised an eyebrow, guessing the rest of the story. So, the shadow source in Ingjia's possession was given by you. You plan to steal it back to complete both rituals at once, right? You're quite the smart one. Yes, that was the plan, the demigod emphasized angrily. Halfway through the plan, Ingju ran off, saying he needed to find someone named Wu Hin and never came back. Then, his tone suddenly changed, with a hint of curiosity. Did Ingju find Wu Hin? Given the relatively friendly exchange, Yibai didn't sense much hostility from the other side. Plus, this guy knew Ingju, so they might be old acquaintances. So, Yibai decided to answer without charge, as a favor to Ingju. He did. Yibai said plainly. 71 years ago, my second brother Wu Hin broke through to level 1000 and became the strongest human. Whoa! The demigod exclaimed, unable to calm down. You mean the owner of that sword from 70-odd years ago? Yibai nodded. Yes. Through the eye of insight, Yibai saw a shadow wiping sweat from its forehead, looking very flustered. Clearly, this news was beyond the demigod's expectations. Then, the demigod asked hesitantly, if Ingju found him and completed his task, why didn't he return to the temple to find me? Ingju had important things to do, Yibai said seriously. He spent over 30 years deciding to take Xiaoyao as his disciple, helping an elder achieve their dream of the Eternal Tower. Wait, who's Xiaoyao? The demigod was engrossed in the story and seemed genuinely concerned about Ingjia's situation. The sudden mention of Xiaoyao left him puzzled. Yibai replied calmly, "Oh, my third brother is the third strongest human." Hissed, the shadow shrank into a ball, trembling, and asked timidly, "You mean the one living on the 99th floor? Compared to the swordsman, this Taoist is even more feared by the gods." Yibai smiled subtly and nodded. The shadow fell silent again. After a long pause, a voice emerged. "Well, I admit, I might have spoken a bit too loudly earlier." The demigod of theft and shadows stepped into the room, looking slightly uneasy. Yibai's eyes lit up as he warmly greeted him. "Make yourself at home. We're all brothers here. Come, have a seat." Saying this, he skillfully retrieved a table, chairs, and tea set from his storage space and set them up. After making sure his guest was comfortable, Yibai turned and kicked the shadow of the hellhound, speaking sternly, "Can't you see Brother Theft is still standing? Show some hospitality." The hellhound let out a confused meow, clearly unsure how to deal with the invisible guest. The demigod of shadows hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat down. He looked at Yibai with a hesitant expression, but Yibai remained calm and said, "There might be a bit of a misunderstanding here. Let's start from the beginning, shall we?" The shadow nodded in agreement. Yibai smiled warmly and said, "All right, why don't we start from your birth?" The demigod was taken aback. Why not start from the creation of the universe? Really? From the very beginning? After gathering his thoughts, the demigod of theft and shadows began. "I am the shadow of the void. The shadow source is my companion, born with me as a demigod." Yibai nodded slowly and then asked, "Got it. So, you've been around for years and only advanced to level 4? The demigod of theft and shadows was momentarily speechless. Although he felt displeased, he couldn't find a way to refute it, as it was an undeniable fact. Seeing this, Yibai decided to change his approach. This way of communicating is too inefficient. "How about I ask and you answer?" He took control of the conversation and began asking more useful questions. "You mentioned the temple earlier. Is the temple inside the Eternal Tower?" The shadow nodded in confirmation. Yibai continued, "Why are you gods inside the temple?" The shadow shook his head. "I can't say." "What about the origin of the Eternal Tower?" "I can't say." No matter what Yibai asked, the answer remained the same. Frustrated, he rolled his eyes. "Then what can you say?" The shadow replied pitifully, "I want the shadow source." Seeing this, Yibai shifted the topic to the shadow's relationship with Juyi. "Are you close with Shadow 9? "Close, I guess." The demigod of theft and shadows seemed uncertain. "I helped him build something called the Shadow Fortress." "Oh, and Shadow 9 wants to create a shadow organization and invited me to be Shadow 1. He said he wanted to save some fallen comrades." Listening to the fragmented description, Yibai roughly pieced together the story. The demigod of theft and shadows seemed to be a being akin to a natural spirit, making him appear more innocent, or perhaps a bit naive. "You helped build the Shadow Fortress?" Yibai seized on the key information and immediately asked, "We're facing a bit of a problem now." He briefly explained the plight of the shadow entities. These once dead human warriors were saved by Juyi, but now existed like lost souls, aimless and prone to losing control. More shadows were being created, and more were falling into slumber. Maintaining these slumbering shadows each year was a significant expense. How could it come to this? The demigod of theft and shadows asked in confusion. Aren't these trivial pursuits? Shouldn't shadows aim for higher pursuits? To hell with higher pursuits, Yibai said firmly. Right now, we just need some basic needs met. At the very least, solving basic issues like eating, drinking, and sleeping would be a huge help to us. The demigod of theft and shadows thought for a moment. Although he didn't fully understand, he did have a solution. It's not that difficult, the demigod suggested. Give me the shadow source, and I'll teach you how to handle it. Yibai coughed awkwardly at him. There was a bit of an accident. Now, the shadow source is fused with my weapon. He placed the weapon imbued with natural power on the table, showing it to the demigod. At this point, Yibai had a good idea of Jiu Ye's intentions. Jiu Ye likely wanted to use Yibai to return the shadow source to his old friend, helping him break through to god-level power in both theft and shadows. As for what benefits Yibai might gain from this, it wasn't Jiu Ye's concern. He believed in Yibai's knack for taking advantage of situations. However, events took an unexpected turn. Yibai's reforged power of nature actually melted the shadow source. This surprising outcome left Jiu Ye dumbfounded and completely disrupted his plans. Now, even if Yibai wanted to give the shadow source to the other party, he simply couldn't. This turn of events left the shadow demigod at a loss. When he saw the power of nature, he couldn't help but cry out. How could this happen? He sobbed. Yibai shot him a cold glare and threatened. If you keep crying, I'll hide the shadow source where you'll never find it. The shadow demigod immediately stopped crying but couldn't help sniffling. He wiped his nose and cautiously asked, Can you decompose your SS-grade equipment? Yibai shook his head without hesitation. No. He thought to himself, he had gone through a lot to obtain a fully powered SS-grade equipment. There was no way he would decompose it easily. The shadow demigod fell silent for a moment before saying gloomily, There's another way. Once you reach level 900, the shadow source will be useless to you, and you can voluntarily separate it. Yibai sighed helplessly. I guess that's the only option. He knew that level 900 was a distant goal for him, who was currently only at level 300. It would take at least a couple of months to reach that level. Yibai asked persuasively, What will you trade for the future shadow source? The current situation was akin to Yi by using a future IOU to make an advanced transaction. However, the shadow demigod was in urgent need of the shadow source, and the only one available was firmly in Yibai's possession, unable to be separated until he reached level 900. Facing a high-grade power of nature, the shadow demigod had no other options. He shrugged helplessly and said, All I can do is steal things and manipulate shadows. Tell me what I need to do to get the shadow source. Yibai nodded in agreement, but first set a condition. Before we cooperate, return the half-copper coin you stole from me. The shadow demigod silently took out a half-copper coin from his pocket and placed it on the table. Yibai examined it closely before putting it into his wallet and shaking his head. This isn't my half. Hearing this, the shadow demigod felt a sudden sense of foreboding. He began to suspect that this cooperation with Yibai might ultimately lead him into a massive trap. Under Yibai's watchful gaze, the demigod of theft and shadows pulled out half a copper coin once more. This coin was the very one he had silently stolen from Yibai earlier. As a demigod of theft, even just a projection could effortlessly swipe a small item unnoticed. Yibai carefully put away his money and turned his attention back to the other. Clearing his throat, he said, Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Xioluo, but you can call me Fourth Brother. After a moment's thought, he added, I'm destined to become the strongest man. With that, Yibai looked at the demigod, signaling for him to introduce himself. I. The demigod stammered. I can't have a name until I become a true god. Yibai was taken aback, recalling a piece of obscure knowledge. Divine beings couldn't have a true name until they reached level 995. He immediately thought of another powerful figure, Ing San. Based on the current information, Ing San was undoubtedly the top-tier shadow and the most hidden one. Ing San had ties to the demon race and now seemed connected to divine beings. Yibai decided to thoroughly investigate this upon his return, hoping to uncover clues about Ing San's true identity. As for the materials worth 99.99 million war god merits, he had no intention of buying them. After noting this detail, Yibai listened as the demigod continued. Ingjiu always calls me Ingdi. Ingdi? Yibai shook his head, thinking the name was quite unimpressive. Ingjia's taste was questionable, making a demigod sound like a subordinate. Nonetheless, he decided to go along with it. Ingdi, back to the main topic, Yibai asked, Is there another way to solve the issue with Ingbao that I mentioned earlier? Yes, Ingdi nodded naturally. I can teach you a skill that allows you to create special items using shadow energy. Shadows can consume these items to gain the simple pleasures you mentioned. Yibai was nearly moved to tears by this free solution. In an era where even Xue Ming charged for errands, only someone with a pure heart like Ing Di could offer such warmth. Yibai instinctively reached out and grasped Ingdi's hands firmly, exclaiming, "You're a good person. Thank you for the comp." Ingdi began, but Yibai interrupted. "Can you return the half-copper coin you stole from me?" Ingdi let go, curling up slightly in embarrassment. "It's a habit of my profession, hard to break." Yibai magnanimously accepted the coin back. "I understand." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and everyone fell into an awkward silence. Ingdi couldn't obtain what he wanted anytime soon. To gain shadow energy, he had to help Yibai grow. Only when Yibai reached level 900 could Ingdi attempt to become a true divine being. Meanwhile, Yibai was unsure how to continue exploiting the situation. Both parties remained in a silent stalemate. Dracula softly reminded Master, "You still need to pass the trial, right?" "Almost forgot about that." Yibai looked at Ingdi and asked, "There are two ways to pass this trial. The first is obvious: defeat Ingdi's projection and fight through. The second is to gain the recognition of a shadow deity. In the absence of a deity, the recognition of a demigod will suffice. However, it's rare for demigods to do this. Recognizing an enemy of the same type is risky for a demigod. If the other surpasses them and becomes a deity first, it could spell trouble. At best, they might be overshadowed for life. At worst, they could suffer immensely. True divine beings have numerous ways to torment demigods. Yibai certainly wouldn't take the first route. Defeating Ingdi's projection? That wasn't humane. He sincerely said, "I can't bear to see you hurt, even if it's just a projection." His words were filled with genuine emotion, without a trace of pretense. "You're such a good person." Ingdi was deeply moved by Yibai's sincerity. The more they interacted, the more he felt a bond with him. Ingdi opened his hand, revealing 3 shadow element orbs. "Here are 3 blessings. Fourth brother, choose one." Yibai was amazed to find that building a good relationship with a demigod had many benefits. Glancing at the blessings, he chose the strongest one without hesitation. Obtained the blessing of the demigod of theft and shadows. Looking at the blessing's content, Yibai almost couldn't stop grinning. Each spell would now cost 30 fewer materials. If Yibai lived a long life, this blessing could save him a billion. "I knew I could count on you." Seeing the blessing Yibai chose, Ingdi's eyes sparkled with emotion. "You chose the weakest blessing to lessen my burden." "Fourth brother, you're too kind." Dracula hesitated to speak, thinking, "Ingdi, are you misunderstanding something?" The other 2 blessings increased shadow skill damage and casting range. For a demon lord, these blessings were nothing more than icing on the cake. However, a blessing that could save money? That was an irresistible temptation for any demon lord. Yibai chuckled inwardly, thinking this was a clever trap for demon lords. From Ingdi's perspective, though, the situation was quite different. Every time he bestowed a blessing, it cost him a portion of his own power. Among the 3 options, only the one Yibai chose had the least consumption. A shrewd glint flashed in Ingdi's eyes. Though simple, he was not foolish. As a quasi-god of shadows, Ingdi harbored a secret concern. He glanced at his 4th brother Shura, who held the shadow source, and calculated silently. If Shura preferred to enhance his damage with blessings, it would make Ingdi uneasy. Even though Shura was his brother, Ingdi had to remain vigilant. Yibai chose the least harmful blessing, which subtly eased some of Ingdi's wariness. Ingdi breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thinking, "If things continue this way, even if Shura reaches level 994, his shadow abilities won't pose a threat to me." After receiving the blessing, Yibai patted his chest and boasted, "I promise I'll reach level 900 as fast as I can." Ingdi's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Really? Can you do it within 100 years?" Yibai responded confidently, "Don't underestimate me. At the shortest, 2 months. At the longest, no more than 6 months." Wow, this time, Ingdi was genuinely surprised. With a hint of envy in his voice, he said, "I'm really envious of how quickly you can level up. Gaining 600 levels in such a short time must be exhilarating, right?" Yibai detected the humble brag in Ingdi's words, but soon realized that this innocent kid didn't even understand what humble bragging was. Yibai softly replied, "Not everyone is born at level 990. Your starting point is where Xue Ming's decades of effort couldn't even reach." Ingdi nodded and said, "All right, you've received the blessing and my acknowledgement. It's time for me to go." As he spoke, the surrounding shadow space receded like a tide. Quick as a flash, Yibai grabbed Ingdi's sleeve, holding him for a few seconds longer. "Return what you stole from them," Yibai said sternly. "Kids shouldn't steal things." Ingdi looked a bit embarrassed and mumbled, "Caught again." From the lingering shadows, 2 items slowly emerged: a ring and a false tooth, belonging to Cain and Dracula, respectively. Yibai shook his head and sighed. "Look at you two, so careless. You didn't even notice your most precious items were stolen." With that, he quickly stored the items in his own storage space. Having done all this, Yibai turned to the 2 owners and said with a smile, "To prevent them from being stolen again, I'll keep them safe for you. That's settled. Yi Bai gave a faint smile and said, I'll hold on to it for you. This statement left Cain, who was inside the coffin, utterly shocked. He wanted to rub his eyes to make sure that the Azura in front of him was real. In stark contrast, Dracula appeared much more composed and even took the initiative to explain, Master, that fake tooth contains a blood pact. It was meant to be a surprise for you, like a birthday gift or something. Yi Bai nodded and said earnestly, What a surprise. I could celebrate my birthday every day. Dracula's mouth twitched slightly, barely maintaining his composure. But he quickly regained his demeanor and said, Then happy birthday every day. All right, enough fooling around, Yi Bai said, his expression turning serious. The challenge is coming up. Focus. With the shadow trial completed, everyone followed Yi Bai back to the starting point. However, Yi Bai didn't rush to tackle the final trial but instead paused. Dracula asked considerately, Master, what should we do next? Collect interest from our old friend, Poseidon, Yi Bai replied decisively. If Shuemeng was the most profitable sheep in the pen, then Poseidon's name appeared most frequently in Yi Bai's little black book of grudges. Yi Bai turned to Cain and asked directly, You mentioned before that you can create puppets, right? Cain nodded, yes. Yi Bai pointed to a nearby projection of Poseidon and proposed a daring idea. Can you turn this into a puppet? Hiss. Cain and Dracula both drew in sharp breaths, their eyes wide with astonishment. Cain hadn't expected the Azura to be so audacious. It's one thing to mess around with a demigod, but Poseidon was an actual deity with a divine rank in the temple, a being at level 995. Turning his projection into a puppet, was this a death wish? If the Azura were a bit stronger, Cain might have accepted this behavior. But the Azura was only at level 300, as weak as a fledgling war god. Dracula's thoughts were slightly different from Cain's. Having followed the Demon Lord for so long, Dracula was well aware of the Demon Lord's audacity. Turning Poseidon's projection into a puppet was within the realm of acceptability. What surprised Dracula was that Yi Bai was openly plucking Poseidon's wool. What did this mean? It meant that the overall quality of the Demon Lord's pen had improved significantly. It also meant that if Dracula, currently at the Duke level and War King stage, didn't put in more effort, he would soon be kicked out of the pen. He felt an urgent need to improve his strength. Even being a sheep was competitive now. Dracula knew that if he had no value, he wouldn't face a miserable end. The Azura had no penchant for tormenting people. At worst, he'd be left to fend for himself in a dedicated space. 3 meals a day, free drinks, and self-serve carbsit would be like living as a pig. Dracula feared being exploited, but he feared being forgotten even more. He had too many unresolved matters. The truth of the past was still unclear. The reason behind the Blood River's upheaval, the fate of the Blood Ancestor needed to stay by the Demon Lord's side to figure it all out. He felt an invisible pressure pushing him to grow stronger quickly. The Demon Lord's strength was increasing too fast. If he wasn't careful, Dracula would be left far behind, with no chance of rejoining the pen. What Dracula didn't know was that his complex mental state was completely visible to Yi Bai's discerning eye. Yi Bai rolled his eyes inwardly, amused by how much Dracula was overthinking. It was the first time he'd seen a sheep so eager to stay in the pen. But it was good. If every sheep had Dracula's initiative, Yi Bai wouldn't be as destitute as he was now. After their initial shock, the two Blood Clan powerhouses quickly responded. Cain, I can do it. Dracula, he can do it. Dracula even added, Cain has experience creating puppets from multiple divine projections. Cain supplemented, but Poseidon will be a first for me. All right, Yi Bai nodded. Unseal him. Under Dracula's Blood Clan magic, the copper coffin slowly opened, and Cain regained his freedom. What materials do you need to create the puppet? Yi Bai asked. Since they were going for excitement, they might as well go all out. Cain quickly provided a list of required materials. Most were common and easy to obtain. The most difficult to acquire was the essence blood of a Blood Clan member above level 990, at least 1 drop, preferably more. This item might not even be available in any treasure trove. Yi Bai took out a pass to the trading realm, preparing to send Dracula out to ask the Goblin brothers if they had it. If they did, he'd buy it immediately. Money could always be earned again. The projection puppet of the sea god, miss it, and it's gone forever. Dracula's voice carried a hint of urgency. His expression turned conflicted in an instant, his brows furrowed, and his jaw clenched, as if making a difficult decision. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly, Master, you can summon the phantom of the Shura Sea. Yi Bai glanced at Dracula in surprise, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Without asking any questions, he simply waved his hand, summoning the phantom of the Shura Sea. The phantom slowly took shape in the air, resembling a deep, dark ocean that emitted an eerie glow. Dracula's gaze searched the phantom and quickly locked onto a corner. He respectfully pointed there, his voice low, Can you retrieve those fangs? Yi Bai's memory was instantly triggered. Back when he opened the Shura Sea, a pair of fangs indeed flew out from the ancient nocturnal castle and merged into the Shura Sea. The origin of these fangs was a tacit understanding between them, never asked by Yi Bai and never mentioned by Dracula. At this moment, the fangs reappeared before Dracula. At Yi Bai's command, the fangs emerged slowly from the phantom, radiating a faint black-red glow. As soon as the fangs fully manifested, Cain's face changed dramatically. The blood aura around him intensified, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Dracula immediately sensed Cain's reaction and shouted sternly, "You old fool, behave yourself. This is my lifeline. Stop staring." Yi Bai's gaze fell on the fangs, and information surged into his mind. The words Dracula III's original fangs, severed by Wuhan, appeared before him, but Yi Bai found it odd. If they were just Dracula's own fangs, Cain shouldn't have reacted so strongly. After all, among the top-tier vampires, Dracula wasn't even a contender. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared. These fangs once attacked the progenitor of the vampire clan. Yi Bai was startled. Had Dracula been so bold? Under Yi Bai's watchful eyes, Dracula's fingertips released a series of blood essence drops, which landed on the fangs. The black-red spots on the surface of the fangs began to fade as Dracula continued a cycle of dilution and purification. Eventually, his face turned pale, and his body visibly weakened, but 3 drops of blood essence, glowing with an unusual light, floated in his palm. These 3 drops of blood essence were the maximum that could be born after diluting the progenitor's blood. Dracula knelt on one knee, raising his right hand above his head, holding the precious blood essence in his palm. In the most humble tone, he said, "Great Master, please allow your humble servant the honor of presenting this modest gift to you. The Employee of the Year award is well-deserved." Yi Bai was about to help Dracula up, but noticed that he had already dropped to his knees. Looking down, he saw Dracula's face twisted in agony. Through gritted teeth, Dracula managed to say, "I can't hold it. Even diluted, the blood of the blood ancestor is beyond what a Dracula of my level can control. Quick, give me a hand." Yi Bai took a cautious step back, signaling for Cain to step forward. With his mere level 300, he dared not touch such a thing. A flash of greed crossed Cain's eyes, but he dared not act recklessly. The blood ancestor's blood was certainly tempting, but he knew that without the support of the river of blood, his level 935 strength was no match for Azura. Cain stepped forward and took the blood, skillfully beginning to craft a puppet. The process went smoothly, as it wasn't his first time doing this. Yi Bai had Dracula shuttle between the exclusive space and the Eternal Tower, gathering various materials. Half an hour later, Cain stopped working. Before Yi Bai stood a lifelike sea god puppet, with a gap at its heart. Cain explained, "You just need to drop a single drop of blood here to become the puppet's master." Yi Bai didn't act immediately but instead asked, "If I become the puppet's master, the sea god will hold a grudge, right?" Cain nodded. "Naturally. Will it be dangerous?" Yi Bai pressed. After some consideration, Cain replied, "For you, it shouldn't be." Yi Bai nodded affirmatively. "So that means it will be?" Cain looked puzzled, unable to grasp Yi Bai's logic. Yi Bai turned to Dracula and instructed, "Go on, bind it with your blood. This puppet is yours." Dracula inwardly sighed, knowing the demon lord was yet again pushing the dangerous task onto him. However, he also knew that having the sea god puppet would be beneficial. After binding it with his blood, the puppet's eyes glowed red and it automatically positioned itself behind Dracula. Yi Bai then told Cain to return to the bronze coffin to rest. Disappointed, Cain lay back in the coffin, having hoped for at least a bit of freedom. Yi Bai took out a cheap MP3 player, placed it inside the coffin, and said it was a gift for Cain to help him relax. Yi Bai pressed play and closed the coffin. The aloof vampire, Cain, thought he had no need for such trivial things. It wasn't like it was a tedious banquet. However, as the music began, Cain was horrified to find that it was not music at all, but maddening noise. Just as Cain was lost in thought, the MP3 suddenly played a cheerful tune. "Pig, your nose has 2 holes when you catch a cold." Cain's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he remembered something terrifying. He began to struggle violently, his voice filled with fear. "No, let me out now." However, his struggles were in vain. Soon, he gave up resisting and quieted down. The bronze coffin, carrying the now docile vampire pig, silently returned to Yi Bai's exclusive space. After sending Cain back, Yi Bai and Dracula finally had a chance to talk alone. Yi Bai patted Dracula on the shoulder and said seriously, "I'm entrusting you with the sea god's puppet. You must handle it carefully. Understand that placing this puppet with you is not just because I'm afraid of dying." Dracula nodded earnestly, indicating his understanding. Yi Bai continued, "Whoever holds the sea god's puppet will naturally incur the sea god's wrath. But my enmity with the sea god is already deep. One more offense won't matter." Besides, with Xiaoyao around, the sea god would have to act within the rules of the Eternal Tower if he wants revenge. A flicker of excitement appeared in Dracula's eyes as he resolutely said, "Understood. Getting anything from a demon lord, even if it's poison, I'd gladly drink it down." Yi Bai went on to explain, this puppet was crafted using the blood of the blood ancestor, combined with the secret techniques of the vampire clan. It's extremely valuable. Only in the hands of a vampire can it reach its full potential. He added with a hint of regret, Cain would have been the best candidate, but I can't trust that guy. Giving the sea god's puppet to him would be like throwing fresh beef to a wolf, there's no getting it back. So, this treasure is yours now. Yi Bai continued to entice Dracula. Old pig, isn't your vampire clan's eternal sea also called the River of Blood? Dracula nodded in confirmation. Yi Bai shook his head and chuckled. That's too small-minded. How can one river be enough? Pointing at the sea god's puppet, he said with a voice full of temptation, "Stick with me, and once we overthrow the sea god, you'll be the new sea god." Ambition glimmered in Dracula's eyes. Yi Bai's words were like a spark, igniting his inner desires. By then, you will possess a true sea of blood. Dracula thought to himself, with this puppet and the demon lord's help, perhaps there really was a chance to become the sea god. After spinning a tale for Dracula, Yi Bai sent him back to his designated space. Yi Bai contemplated silently. This puppet, created from the sea god's projection, was indeed extraordinary. It shared the same origin as the sea god, theoretically capable of replacing him directly. If Dracula could truly defeat the sea god Hedon, this puppet could become the new sea god, and Dracula could easily transfer the divine position to himself. After sending Dracula away, a slight smile appeared on Yi Bai's lips as he toyed with the pair of fangs. He mused, "Old Jew is hiding something from me. Interesting, did he really attack the progenitor of the vampires?" Shaking his head, he put the fangs away. Yi Bai understood that everyone had their secrets, and the greatest secrets lay within this eternal tower. He believed that as his strength grew, more answers would reveal themselves. Having dealt with the trials of the thunder and shadow paths, Yi Bai now turned his attention to the final pathfire. It was his first encounter with the fire god, and he felt a sense of anticipation, like opening a blind box, curious to see what surprises awaited him this time. As Yi Bai stepped onto the fire trial path, the flames on either side of the road surged, and countless black flames emerged from the void. These black flames landed on the trial monsters, instantly turning them into void creatures with significantly enhanced strength. "Growth technique," Yi Bai shouted, and a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, shattering the void creatures. Even void-transformed monsters were no match for Yi Bai. With his overpowered attributes and skill damage, along with exploiting natural forces, Yi Bai's efficiency in clearing the trials was greatly enhanced. Soon, Yi Bai reached the end of the fire trial path, ready to face the fire god's arrival. Suddenly, the space in front of him distorted, accompanied by a series of explosions, and flames quickly enveloped the surroundings. The deity's projection was about to descend. Accustomed to grand scenes, Yi Bai even had the leisure to yawn. He recalled chatting with Shadow Brother earlier and learned that on this level, no matter how strong the original being was, the descending projection's maximum strength was capped at level 899 and couldn't carry the Eternal Sea or Eternal Pearl. This made Yi Bai even more confident. An 899 level fire god projection was no match for him. Analysis from the Insightful Eye showed a 100 survival rate for Yi Bai at full health. "Don't be afraid, just go for it," Yi Bai encouraged himself. As the fiery space stabilized, a grand and loud voice echoed in Yi Bai's ears, "I shall burn away all the world's sins." Along with a small fire tornado, countless sparks and divine pressure surged towards Yi Bai. As the smoke cleared, a robust middle-aged man appeared before Yi Bai. With fiery red hair, chiseled features, tan skin, and explosive muscles, he looked ready to win a bodybuilding competition at the temple. The fire god's entrance was nothing short of spectacular, with full special effects and high grandeur. "The filth of the void shall be purified by me." The fire god's projection was about to attack Yi Bai when Yi Bai raised his hand to stop him. "Hold on," Yi Bai asked, "your projection should have self-awareness, meaning the real fire god is watching, right?" The fire god looked down at Yi Bai, his tone stern. "Mortal, mind your address. You must have the utmost reverence for the gods." As he spoke, the fire god began chanting a forbidden spell, ready to teach Yi Bai a lesson. "Reverence." Yi Bai slowly drew the Tianwang sword. Seeing that negotiations were unlikely, he decided to strike first and ask questions later. However, when the fire god saw the Tianwang sword, his flames trembled violently, interrupting the forbidden spell. Holding the sword, Yi Bai found himself in an awkward position, unsure whether to advance or retreat. "If you're the heir of this sword, why didn't you show it earlier?" The fire god's tone even carried a hint of reproach. He then added, Don't show this sword in front of other gods easily. It will bring you unnecessary trouble. Yi Bai sheathed the sword and asked curiously, do you know Shuejiu? His name is Shuejiu? The fire god nodded in admiration. A good name, truly worthy of a great man. Yi Bai thought to himself, this praise seemed a bit exaggerated. Clearly, the fire god before him was a die-hard fan of Shuejiu. Yi Bai suddenly realized that the fourth job change dungeon seemed to be getting out of hand. The boss of the Shadow Trial Path, Shadow Brother, was Shuejia's former follower, and the boss of the Fire Trial Path, the Fire God, turned out to be Shuejia's admirer. This felt a bit like cheating. The Fire God asked in confusion, if you're Shuejia's heir, how did you get involved with the void? As he spoke, a blue flame appeared in his palm, ready to physically strip Yi Bai of his void fragments. Wait, senior. Yi Bai hurriedly stopped this insane action and quickly thought of an excuse. I fused with the void fragments to infiltrate the enemy. What? The fire god didn't quite understand. Yi Bai continued to explain. Only by fusing with void fragments can I attract more void monsters and demons to reveal themselves, so I can kill them. The stronger I am, the more void monsters I can kill, the greater my contribution. With great power comes great responsibility. Purifying the void is my duty. Very well, I'm convinced. The fire god's flames dimmed, and he actually believed Yi Bai's words. Yi Bai was momentarily stunned, thinking that this flawed explanation actually worked. He couldn't help but ask, you believe that so easily? Isn't that too gullible? I mean, what if I fail to keep my promise and become the greatest void threat? Wouldn't you be deceived? The fire god retorted, why wouldn't I believe it? You're wielding the Renwang sword, chosen by the Renwang himself. If you break your promise and cause harm, even if I can't deal with you, the Renwang won't sit idly by. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Yi Bai corrected. This sword is called the Tianwang sword. What you call it is up to you, the fire god said, his eyes glowing with determination. In the temple, this sword is known as the Renwang sword. The first person to wield this sword and enter the temple has a forbidden name in the temple Renwang. The name of Renwang Shuejiu echoed in Yi Bai's ears like a thunderclap. Although he didn't fully grasp the weight of the title Renwang, the information he had gathered hinted at Shuejia's former glory. Shuejia's accolades were numerous. The first supreme war god of the human race, the master of the heavenly king sword, a close friend of Nightmare, and the father of Xue Ming. What astounded Yi Bai even more was learning from King Hua that Shuejiu excelled in both swordsmanship and blade techniques to such an extent that King Hua felt ashamed and gave up using blades altogether. Mengzi has a tiger for a father. Yi Bai couldn't help but exclaim. One mountain is always higher than another. One father is always stronger than another. Xue Ming is already formidable, but his father is even more so. Recalling that the fire god had previously mentioned Shuejiu as a forbidden existence, Yi Bai mused, no wonder I haven't seen any traces of senior Shuejiu as I climbed the tower. The fire god shook his head, his voice solemn. I don't know what happens outside the temple, he said, then changed the subject. How is Renwang's health? This question left Yi Bai silent for a moment. Finally, he chose to answer truthfully. Renwang Shuejiu ventured alone into the supreme abyss decades ago. He hasn't returned. His talent and shadow were sent out of the abyss and now go by the name Ingjiu. The supreme abyss? The fire god was momentarily stunned before realizing. You mean the supreme divine realm? Yi Bai looked puzzled, his eyes wide. The abyss is a divine realm? This is the first time I've heard that. The fire god confirmed. Are you talking about an abyss that continuously spawns various monsters murderous, insane, hideous, embodying all the world's negativity? Yes. Then there's no mistake. The abyss you refer to is indeed the supreme divine realm, the fire god said gravely. The Eternal Tower was originally built to unite the powers of the gods, eternally sealing the void to fend off external demons. Yi Bai quickly took out a notebook, jotting down these historical secrets. Such information was generally unknown, and those who knew often didn't bother to share it. In the past, there was Grandpa Gio, a historical inventor, who would occasionally fabricate history to confuse listeners. Honest deities like the fire god had become rare protectors within the Eternal Tower. And then, Yi Bai pressed, his pen poised above the paper. Then, I forgot, the fire god admitted, spreading his hands helplessly. None of the deities in the temple have memories of the time after the Eternal Tower's construction until we awakened from our slumber at some point. This answer weighed heavily on Yi Bai. Even the deities of the Eternal Tower didn't know their origins, suggesting that uncovering the truth of history would require a different approach. But Yi Bai was undeterred, quickly changing the topic. So, what do you mean by saying the abyss is the divine realm? The fire god's expression darkened. When we awakened in the temple of the Eternal Tower, we found that it had not sealed the void but had become our prison. Once we leave the Eternal Tower, we quickly fall, corrupt, and are devoured by the void. Hearing this, Yi Bai's thoughts suddenly became clear. So, Some of the chosen demonic gods from the abyss are actually deities who escaped from the eternal tower? The fire god nodded. Possibly. Yi Bai finally understood. No wonder Nightmare had found something amiss when he stormed the eternal tower. The abyss's source was the eternal tower, a fact Yi Bai had long known. The fire god's information only made the previously blurry truth a bit clearer. Listening to the fire god is better than studying for 10 years. Yi Bai thought, then continued to ask, what about the supreme demonic god? Is he also a deity from the eternal tower? The fire god's expression turned serious. That's another forbidden topic. Mortals must not casually speak of forbidden names. Yi Bai cleared his throat and reintroduced himself. Ahem, old brother. I mean fire god. My name is Su Luo. If you're willing, you can call me fourth brother. The fire god was blunt. I am not willing. Yi Bai laughed awkwardly. Brother, your honesty is a bit too much. Ignoring Yi Bai's discomfort, the fire god asked, Su Luo, are you Xueju's chosen successor? Sort of. Yi Bai answered honestly. Xueju has been missing for many years, his fate unknown. His shadow and talent took the form of Yingjiao, who was very close to me. We're like old friends despite the age gap, always together. I also look after Xueju's only son, Xueming, urging him to work hard and even gifting him divine weapons. Wait, this time, it was the fire god's turn to be shocked. You said Xueming is Xueju's only son? Yi Bai nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Xueming. Xueming, no wonder. The fire god shook his head with a bitter smile, but refused to elaborate. As far as Yi Bai knew, Xueming used his real name as his eternal ID. It was not surprising if the fire god had heard of Xueming's name from somewhere. Yi Bai emphasized, Fire god, you still haven't answered my previous question. The fire god's expression grew stern. Secrets of the forbidden, mortals must avoid. The fire god's gaze swept over Yi Bai, and after a moment of contemplation, he gave an ambiguous answer. That being is the most powerful entity within our known realm. Yi Bai was taken aback by these words, not expecting the supreme demon god to hold such a position. He recalled the fire god's earlier explanation. The deities within the eternal tower were actually restrained and imprisoned. If they could escape, they might reach level 1000 or even higher. The most elite deities might already be higher level beings. Their adversaries, the extra-dimensional demons from the void, were equally formidable, matching the deities in strength. In this context, the most powerful entity among the two factions was the supreme demon god, perhaps known among the deities as the supreme god. Yi Bai suddenly realized that the boss he would face in a few decades was the most powerful being in the entire world, and the pressure on him intensified. Don't worry, we have Xiaoyao. Thinking of his third brother, Yi Bai regained his confidence. With Shura and Xiaoyao teaming up, they could defeat the supreme. He felt a surge of boldness, eager to charge into the supreme abyss and wreak havoc. Yi Bai looked at the fire god's projection with hopeful eyes. Fire god, considering our relationship, would it be too much to ask for your blessing at this stage? Not at all. You deserve my highest grade of blessing. The fire god nodded in agreement. I was already planning to grant it, but I was worried you might refuse. Refuse? Are you kidding me? Yi Bai thought to himself, how could he possibly turn down a freely given blessing? As soon as Yi Bai nodded in agreement, an even more terrifying aura descended. The fire gods split into 9, each one possessing nearly level 900 strength. The fire god's booming voice echoed through the space. To receive my highest blessing, you must face my strongest projection. Only the stronger can earn the recognition of fire. Let us burn away all evil in the world. Shura, prepare for battle. The Eternal Tower, 27th floor. Fire path, trial of flames. Heavenly thunder. Yi Bai roared, channeling the power of nature forward. He had already prepared his wood element skills during their casual conversation. This was no mere parlor trick. The fire god frowned slightly, about to declare that using thunder skills here was impossible, when a terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, interrupting him. The lightning shattered one of the fire god's projections, cutting off his words. The fire god snorted coldly, heavenly flame seal. Instantly, the thunder disappeared, successfully sealed. At the same time, all the thunder skills Yi Bai had used were now marked as unusable. This was Yi Bai's second direct confrontation with a divine projection. Unlike the previous weak and insignificant sea god projection, the fire god, determined to bestow a powerful blessing upon Yi Bai, unleashed his full might. The stronger the fire god's performance in this battle, the stronger the blessing Yi Bai would receive. Even though his prepared thunder skills were sealed, Yi Bai remained unfazed. He deftly dodged the fire god's attacks, continuously casting various skills to buy time. The immense damage caused by the thunder had significantly boosted Yi Bai's maximum health and shield, giving him ample room to maneuver. After casting enough spells, Yi Bai struck back with full force. Life's genesis. The seasons changed: spring, summer, autumn, winter. Chaos thunder appear. 4 bolts of chaos thunder descended, destroying 4 of the fire god's projections. Cycle shadow. Benefiting from the guaranteed hit effect, Yibai triggered the probability of cycle shadow's re-release. Life's Genesis was Yibai's most powerful skill, and Chaos Thunder dealt extremely high true damage. 2 rounds of Life's Genesis meant 8 bolts of Chaos Thunder. Yibai was confident this would be enough to defeat the fire god. Boom! 4 more terrifying bolts of thunder struck down, shattering 3 of the fire god's projections. However, the last projection stubbornly survived. The fire god reminded him, "You must use a fire skill to end this battle." "Thanks." Yibai responded and decisively acted. Ignite. Boom! The fire god's projection exploded like fireworks. 9 flames fell before Yibai, merging into his forehead. A flame mark slowly emerged, and the fire god's voice echoed in Yibai's ears. "May you burn away all evil in the world." "That's a righteous mission," Yibai nodded, agreeing with the fire god's philosophy. "As the heir of fire, I will complete this mission. Wherever there is evil, there will be an avenger Azura." Yibai vowed to eradicate every bit of evil, leaving none behind. As the flame mark appeared, the surrounding fiery space began to dissipate, and the fire god's power was forced to leave the 27th floor. As he departed, the fire god left a puzzled remark. "You are favored by theft and shadow?" With that, the fire god vanished completely. "Forget about it." Yibai's heart skipped a beat, feeling uncertain. It shouldn't affect anything, right? The flame mark on his forehead now contained a hint of shadow, emitting warmth. A warm current flowed through Yibai's body, almost igniting him. Fortunately, he had non-flammable properties that forcibly stopped the burning. After the warm current subsided, Yibai heard continuous notifications from the Eternal Tower. Received the Fire God's blessing. Earned the title Fire Thief. Learned the skill Fire Theft. So this is a combination of Shadow and Fire God's blessings? Yibai checked his new blessings, title, and skills one by one. Fire God's blessing. Fire skill effects 10, with an additional 10 for each Fire God projection defeated. Current boost, 100. Yibai nodded slightly. The Fire God is reliable. No wonder the Fire God sent 9 projections. The more projections, the stronger the effect. The base 10 effect, plus 90 from the projections, totals 100. Yibai, with his SS class profession template as a Thunder Fury Mage, already had a 100 boost to fire skills. This was additive, not multiplicative. So, a fire skill would deal triple damage. After reviewing the Fire God's blessing, Yibai checked the title Fire Thief. This was his first title. How can it have the word thief in it? Azura's actions can't be called theft. Fire Thief. Each successful fire theft grants a permanent attribute boost. The better the effect stolen, the higher the attribute increase. This title works well with the skill and even offers attribute growth? Not bad at all. Curious, Yibai quickly read the description of the skill, Fire Theft. Fire Theft. Steal 1 fire state from the enemy and extend its duration by 10 times. Only 1 fire state can be maintained at a time. The success rate depends on the target's level, strength, and rank. The success rate is not affected by any other states. If Fire Theft fails, you can choose to spend 10,000 eternal gold coins to avoid the cooldown. Cooldown, 12 hours. Note, this skill is exclusive to Fire Thieves. Yibai had mixed feelings after reading the Fire Theft description. This skill was both a blessing and a curse. First, Fire Theft was undeniably powerful. It could steal the enemy's fire state, enhancing Yibai while weakening the enemy. Combined with the Fire Thief title, it also provided attribute boosts, doubling the benefits. Only someone favored by both the Fire God and the deities of Theft and Shadow could enjoy the benefits of Fire Theft. Secondly, although Fire Theft had a success rate issue, it wasn't guaranteed to succeed every time. However, if it failed, he could use gold coins to bypass the cooldown. Everything seemed perfect. If only there wasn't the condition of spending gold coins to bypass the cooldown. 10,000 gold coins. Just thinking about it made Yibai's heart ache. 10,000 gold coins were equivalent to 10 million dragon coins, or 0.01 war god merits. How long would he have to exploit Shueming to earn 10,000 gold coins? If Fire Theft failed, the loss would be excruciating. The worst part was that the skill's success rate wasn't affected by other states. Yibai couldn't use his guaranteed hit effect to exploit it. Alright, money is meant to be spent anyway. Yibai consoled himself, it's just 10,000 gold coins. I'll get it after a few more visits to Shueming. Putting away the skill description, Yibai regained his composure. Thunder, Shadow, Fire. He had cleared the trials of all 3 elements, and was about to face the final boss of the job change Secret Realm. The 3 elemental orbs fused before Yibai, with the Shadow and Fire orbs each flickering once. The final boss descended. Before he could see the opponent's true form, Yibai eagerly checked the success rate of Fire Theft. Fire Theft success rate, 65. So low, Only 65? Yibai rolled his eyes. There's no way I can steal it. Facing the imposing secret realm master, Yibai seriously asked, brother, can I borrow a flame? Boom. Thunder continuously flashed, with electric arcs ravaging the body of the master of the secret realm, leaving it charred inside and out. The only reason this powerful entity was still clinging to life was that Yibai had yet to steal the fire. Two glaring notification messages pierced through Yibai's confidence like swords. A 65 success rate, and he had failed twice in a row. Yibai began to doubt if his 17 points of luck were just a meaningless number. His gaze fell on the half-copper coin from Foolish Master in his hand, wondering if it was bringing him bad luck. These 20,000 gold coins. Put them on Foolish Master's tab. Yibai cursed under his breath through gritted teeth. On his third attempt, Yibai finally succeeded. The system notification popped up instantly. Fire theft successful. Acquired fire status, burning rage, damage 50 when injured, lasts 120 hours. Fire thief activated. Intelligence attribute 1000. Seeing these notifications, Yibai let out a long breath, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Few 20,000 gold coins for a 5-day buff and 1000 points of intelligence. Yibai calculated in his mind, strictly speaking, this deal was definitely worth it, even a huge win. However, his joy was quickly extinguished by reality. For Yibai, the burning rage buff was almost useless. He was always cautious, healing himself fully even if he lost just one drop of blood. Fighting while injured? That concept didn't exist in Yibai's dictionary. Ridiculous, I never get hurt. Yibai mockingly shook his head at himself. But the fire theft buff could only maintain one status at a time, meaning that the next successful fire theft would automatically replace burning rage. This realization somewhat soothed Yibai's wounded spirit. Yibai shook his head, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Too bad the cooldown for fire theft is so long, 12 hours. Twice a day isn't enough to farm attributes comfortably. A thought crossed his mind. I need to find a way to reduce this limitation. Yibai made up his mind. Next time, he would target someone with a 100 success rate for fire theft. The benefits correlated directly with the difficulty. The harder the target, the greater the reward. If he went for someone like Zhao Lin, where the success rate was 100, Yibai estimated he'd only get a 1-point attribute boost at most. Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in Yibai's mind. What if he borrowed fire from Sange? Yibai quickly dismissed the thought, feeling he was being too audacious. He recalled how timid he was in front of Sange Xiaoyao back then, and now he was even daring to think about borrowing fire. Getting cocky, huh? Yibai laughed at himself. Fire might indeed be borrowed if Xiaoyao was willing, but at what cost? Yibai didn't dare to think further. Overall, the fire theft skill had the principle that the lower the probability, the stronger the effect. Of course, it also required more money. If it didn't need money, it might demand one's life, which was even scarier. Having acquired the fire, Yibai didn't hold back. He quickly dealt with the boss. This master of the secret realm is trash. Even easier than Poseidon's projection, Yibai thought smugly. Boom. With a loud noise, the master of the secret realm's body began to disintegrate, slowly vanishing before Yibai. With this, all three trial path's final bosses were defeated, and Yibai's job transition reached its final step. Clearance settlement. The eternal core crystal appeared before Yibai. He placed his palm on it and began the scoring process. This time, the settlement process was different from before. The crystal's color changed several times, from white to red, then to black. Finally, after a brief silence, it burst into dazzling colors. A series of notifications rang in Yibai's ears. SSS rated clearance. Fourth job transition successful. Main job, thunderous tidal magus. Main elemental systems, lightning, fire, shadow. Secondary elemental systems integrated into the second job template. All attributes increased, level up attribute gains enhanced. When all the notifications ceased, Yibai eagerly opened his attribute panel. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Insightful ISS level. Level, 300. Job, Thunderous Tidal Magus Lightning Fire Shadow SS level. Second job, Shura Grand Magus Wind Wood Water SS level. Title, Fire Thief. HP, 12, 816, 90012, 816, 900. MP, 32, 749, 70032, 749, 700. Strength, 119, 17, 3164, 376. Intelligence, 215, 764, 549. Spirit, 208, 763309, 871. Agility, 91, 284106, 971. Constitution, 81, 375106, 876. Luck, 17. Equipment, Nature's Force SS level, etc. Skills, Fire Theft, mirror shadow kill, etc. Status, blessing of the fire god, favor of theft and shadow, etc. Due to nature's force granting a 100 boost to all attributes, Yibai's additional attributes were even higher than his base attributes. For instance, his intelligence base was 210,000, then an additional 100 added 210,000, and nature's force added another 150,000. With other equipment bonuses, Yibai's intelligence attribute skyrocketed to over 600,000. Bear in mind, Yibai was only level 300, and he already had such terrifying attributes. His power would only grow stronger with time. Of course, Yibai had a clear understanding of his own strength. Dealing with ordinary demons was fine. Yibai sighed. Against a supreme demon god at level 2000, he was still a novice. Even without facing a supreme demon god directly, the pressure was immense. The known strongest entity in the world, with 50 of its essence at level 2000, had fought both Nightmare and Wuhan and still emerged unscathed. Yibai had calculated that the top two human powerhouses might not be in the best condition. Nightmare, Yibai had only heard about in legends, never seen. Second brother Wuhan roamed the abyss freely, appearing carefree. But Yibai remembered clearly, every time he looked at second brother, blue exile would shield him. Things were likely more complicated than they seemed. With the information Yibai had, supreme demon gods were overwhelmingly powerful. Even ninth brother had no confidence against them. Otherwise, ninth brother wouldn't have tried to delay the opening of the supreme abyss to buy Xiaoyao 10 more years. A long way to go, Yibai muttered to himself. Closing his attribute panel, Yibai felt he needed something to relieve his stress. Young people shouldn't pressure themselves too much, or they'll end up with insomnia, obesity, and hair loss. Yibai joked to himself, alright, it's been a while since I visited Wolf's Den, time to chat with Xue Ming. Thinking of Xue Ming, Yibai felt like he could almost breathe in the fresh air. With a flash of white light, Yibai's figure disappeared from the 27th floor. The moment he left, the entire human race in the Eternal Tower received a server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shura for achieving SSS-rated clearance on the 27th floor. Immediately after, the latest version update announcement popped up. Bug fix. The fourth job transition secret realm should be on the 27th floor, not the 28th. Designer Mingyue Laoze fixed this bug in the February 12th update. Thanks to Mingyue Laoze for discovering the bug, and a special mention. Criticism to the bug creator Mingyue Laoze, do not repeat. With the update and fix completed, the system resumed normal operation. The announcement that player Azura had cleared the 27th floor of the Eternal Tower with an SSS rating reverberated across the world. The entire human race received a series of powerful buffs. Righteous Stance, Purge All Evil, Thunderstrike, and the permanent buff Divine Favor. This news hit like a bombshell, stirring up a storm on major forums, platforms, and headlines. People were buzzing with discussion, noting that it had been 48 hours since any updates on Azura's SSS rating. Not only had Azura conquered the 27th floor, but he had also completed his fourth job change. Speculation ran wild. Was Azura on the verge of attaining War King level power? However, some knowledgeable individuals quickly pointed out, fools, that's a supreme seed. At level 300, he's at least at War God strength. As Azura's name dominated trending searches, a seemingly ordinary war soldier level star, Lone Wolf, quietly stepped into Wolf's Den. Dai Ming greeted him softly, good afternoon, fourth brother. It was just past 2 p.m., and most people were still busy climbing the Eternal Tower. The Wolf's Den had only a handful of patrons, who, although noticing Azura's arrival, remained composed, at most raising their glasses from afar without approaching him. Yibai sat at the bar, a cocktail being slid in front of him. From the guest in the corner, fourth brother, Yibai nodded slightly, raised his glass to the guest in acknowledgement, took a small sip, and said, thanks. Setting down the glass, Yibai took out his Lone Wolf medal and sent a message to Xue Ming. Xue Ming, the user you are calling is currently chatting. Please try again later. Azura, big money-making opportunity. Xue Ming, hold on. I'll be back in a flash. Having earned 180,000 War God merits with just a few words last time, Xue Ming was clearly eager for more. Besides, he had silently vowed to keep a close watch on his wallet, not giving Azura any chance to fleece him. In no time, a burly figure appeared like a flash of lightning in the Wolf's Den. Xue Ming, not even bothering to sit, asked urgently, what's the money-making deal? Yibai didn't answer immediately but said, hold on, there's a small matter I need to ask you first. Do you know Lu Qingyan? At the mention of this name, a flicker of unease crossed Xue Ming's face, but he quickly masked it and said, can't really recall. There are so many war kings. How could I know them all? Suspicion flashed in Yibai's eyes. I never said Lu Qingyan was a war king. Why are you so defensive? I heard he once beat you up. Xue Ming instantly denied it. Absolutely not. He swore emphatically. I swear on all my fathers, Lu Qingyan never punched me in the face. Yibai chuckled inwardly at the specific detail. Something was definitely off with Ming today. Yi Bai continued, the reason I brought up Lu Qingyan is that he's having trouble breaking through to War God, related to some memory seal from the past. And I had Shadow Second look into it. He said Lu Qingyao told me to find you. Upon hearing this, Ming's expression turned serious. After a moment's silence, he said, come on, let's go inside. Clearly, this wasn't a topic for public discussion. Yi Bai downed his cocktail in one gulp and followed Ming into his office. Once inside, Ming hesitated before tentatively saying, maybe you should stay out of this one. Before Yi Bai could question further, Ming explained, it's not a big deal if old Lu can't reach War God. We don't need another War God. It makes no difference whether he's one or not. Everyone hits a bottleneck. I've been stuck at level 989 for ages, have I complained? Though his words seemed logical, they were essentially nonsense. Yi Bai rolled his eyes and said discontentedly, Big Ming, you've been acting strange since you heard Lu Qingyan's name. He rapped the table, emphasizing, even if you want me to stay out of it, at least tell me what's going on. Regardless of Yi Bai's personal relationship with Lu Qingyan, he couldn't ignore the debt he owed to Lu Qingyao for once protecting him. Moreover, Ming's unusual reaction only piqued Yi Bai's curiosity further. Ming sighed and said, it's a long story. He pulled out a bottle of fine wine from the corner and 2 War God merit cups worth 100 each, pouring 2 drinks, one for himself, and the other also for himself. Clearly, he had no intention of sharing the wine with Azura. Yi Bai rolled his eyes again, resignedly grabbing a can of beer, ready to listen to Ming's tale. Unlike Shadow 9, who was skilled at fabricating history, Ming was an honest man. Even if asked to make up a story on the spot, he couldn't. Therefore, Yi Bai felt he could trust what Ming had to say. Ming began. Actually, the Lu family is not quite what you think. Ming took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts before he began recounting that dark history. His voice was low, as if he were traversing through memories. Years ago, when the Abyss invaded, humanity endured a 30-year bloodbath. The casualties on the front lines were staggering, with countless soldiers falling every day, leaving behind numerous orphans and widows. The war raged on, but those left behind also needed care. As Ming described the events, Yi Bai seemed to catch a faint whiff of blood in the air. He nodded slowly, understanding that the care being referred to was genuine concern, not the hypocritical actions of someone like Cao Cao. Ming continued, at that time, a powerful person named Lu stepped forward. He used a vast amount of resources to take in many of the orphans and widows from the rear. Many of these children didn't even know their own surnames and thus took on the surname Lu. That's how the Lu family of Baichuan came to be. Yi Bai frowned slightly, signaling for him to continue. Ming sighed, downed his drink in one gulp, and grabbed another bottle of beer when Shura wasn't looking. His expression grew heavier. In the Lu family of Baichuan, Lu Qingyan was the youngest. He had 4 older brothers. The eldest, Lu Qingyao, then Lu Qingmiao, Lu Qingxin, and Lu Qingxin. Ming paused, his face darkening. They are all dead. Now, they all reside in the shadows. Yi Bai was momentarily speechless. The tragedy of the Lu family of Baichuan was heartbreaking. A group of orphans who had already lost their families, only to have their newly formed bonds shattered by the war. Lu Qingyan was the only one left, and even he had lost his memory. Suddenly, Yi Bai noticed a detail. He squinted and asked, wait a minute. You said their names are all 3 character combinations of the 5 elements. But why is Lu Qingyan's name only 2 characters? Ming nodded, confirming Yi Bai's suspicion. That's right. Before his memory was sealed, he wasn't called Lu Qingyan. He was Lu Qingyan. Yi Bai's eyes widened in realization. So, the one who punched you back then was Lu Qingyan, not Lu Qingyan. This conversation revealed a long-hidden truth and set the stage for even more suspense in the story. Upon learning the truth, Yi Bai quickly grabbed the bottle of liquor from the table and took a deep swig. The fiery liquid burned down his throat, and he hoped it would help him suppress the shock he felt. He frowned at Ming, his mind racing with thoughts. This memory seal, even the names have changed? Yi Bai muttered to himself, then his eyes sharpened. Wait, was that encounter between Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyan arranged by you? Ming scratched his head awkwardly, giving a sheepish smile. I initially sought Uncle Jio's help. At that time, Uncle Jio was with the eccentric Taoist, and who knew had taken interest and decided to get involved. As Ming explained, the truth from years ago began to piece together in Yi Bai's mind. Lu Qingyan had experienced too much life and death during his growth. For brothers, not related by blood but closer than family, had successively met tragic ends, which was too much for Lu Qingyan to bear, plunging him into a deep depression. Recalling Lu Qingyan's past brilliance, Ming couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Lu Qingyan was exceptionally talented, to the point where he once landed a solid punch on Ming. That fight was actually a brawl, with Ming fighting off an entire year's worth of new students. Against this monstrous opponent, no one else could even touch his clothes. Only Lu Qingyin managed to land a solid punch on him. That single punch catapulted Lu Qingyin to fame. Many battle gods sought to take him as a disciple, and he was named the second seed of that cohort. However, people with such passionate natures often break easily. The Lu family of Baichuan was once a warm and loving family, but within a few decades, they held 3 funerals. After learning of the deaths of his last 2 brothers, Lu Qingyin, who had become a battle king, was overwhelmed with grief and anger, his tears of blood never drying, with nowhere to vent his sorrow. His brothers had been part of the Blood Sea Legion and were ambushed by demon gods in the depths of the Blood Sea, resulting in heavy losses. Lu Qingxin and Lu Qingxin, as deputy commanders, died heroically while covering the retreat and were subsequently enshrined in the shadows. The day after the disastrous defeat, Xuemeng ventured alone into the depths of the Blood Sea. From that day on, the Blood Sea abyss ceased to exist. This was a rule established by the strongest in the United Legion: an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Unlike Nightmare, who acted more decisively and with clear distinctions between love and hate, Wuhan built the framework and foundation of the United Legion. Their group held off the first wave of abyssal attacks, and during the period of rebuilding, many things could only be handled roughly, without the ability to achieve perfection. During the most difficult times, King Hua had to serve as the commander of 6 major legions simultaneously, overwhelmed with responsibilities. When the banner was passed to Wuhan, each legion began to find its own spirit and gained a more formidable presence. Wuhan used a single sword to establish rules for all legions. From that point on, humanity truly began to consolidate its scattered power, becoming strong enough to launch a counterattack against the abyssal plains. Faced with such deep-seated hatred, Lu Qingyin had no way to seek revenge because the strongest of humanity had already avenged his brothers. With his heart shattered and spirit broken, Lu Qingyin turned to alcohol, living in a state of perpetual drunkenness. Knowing this, Xuemeng asked Uncle Jiu to help counsel Lu Qingyin. In Xuemeng's view, no matter what kind of psychological knot needed untying, Uncle Jiu, the old miracle doctor, could surely help. If mental therapy didn't work, Uncle Jiu had physical methods as a backup. There was always a way to help Lu Qingyin. Xuemeng's original idea was that since the first 4 members of the Lu family of Baichuan had all entered the shadows, with Lu Qingyao even serving for many years, Ingjiu could reveal the truth to Lu Qingyan. While they were dead, they hadn't completely vanished. This could potentially resolve Lu Qingyan's psychological knot. However, Xuemeng overlooked a crucial point. At that time, Ingjiu was protecting Xiaoyao. When Ingjiu went to see Lu Qingyan, Xiaoyao accompanied him. After talking with Lu Qingyan, something changed. Lu Qingyan became Lu Qingyan, and apart from a select few, no one remembered Lu Qingyan anymore. Hissed upon hearing this, Yibai couldn't help but gasp. Third brother's methods are too ruthless, erasing someone's existence and replacing it with a new one. Lu Qingyan, Lu Qingyan, just one character difference, but achieving this level of alteration isn't something an ordinary top seed can do. Yibai admitted he couldn't achieve such a feat. After recounting Lu Qingyan's story, Xuemeng said helplessly, "So, if you truly want to help Lao Lu get through this, the person you need to look for isn't me, but the eccentric Taoist." "I see." Yi Bei's face darkened, and he sternly reprimanded, "What do you mean by eccentric Taoist? Show some basic respect for our strongest human warriors. How is Xiaoyao old? Next time you call him that, your pay will be docked." At the mention of docking pay, Xuemeng deflated like a punctured balloon. When others threatened to dock his pay, he didn't care because he had to turn over 99 of his earnings anyway. What difference did it make if the remaining one was docked or not? But if Shura mentioned docking pay, it was a big problem, a reason to panic. Speaking of money, Yibai decisively brushed aside Lu Qingyan's topic, a cunning glint in his eyes. He looked directly at Xuemeng and got straight to the point. "You have to hand over 90 of your income to the big boss, and then it's distributed between the Shadow and Nightmare Corps, right?" Xuemeng nodded slightly, his brow furrowing. "Yeah, what sneaky plan do you have this time? Watch your language." Yibai tapped the table, his face stern and his tone serious. "Can you invite the head of the Nightmare Corps over? I have some new ideas about the distribution of the funds." "Sure," Xuemeng agreed, but then squinted suspiciously. "But why do you want to do that?" He unconsciously rubbed his fingers, hinting at some kind of expectation. Yibai cleared his throat and lowered his voice mysteriously. "As you can see, I'm now partly in charge of the Shadow, and I'm initiating some internal reforms." Hearing this, Xuemeng yawned, showing a lack of interest. What did this have to do with him? He decided he wouldn't take any action unless there was something in it for him. Noticing Xuemeng's disinterest, Yibai quickly dangled the bait. The Shadow is planning to establish a position for a swordsmanship instructor, and Lone Wolf could take it on as a part-time role. This immediately caught Xuemeng's attention. He tentatively asked, "What would the main responsibilities of this instructor be?" Yibai leaned closer to Xuemeng and lowered his voice. "You must keep this confidential. We're preparing to counterattack the Supreme Abyss. This swordsmanship instructor might have to lead the charge and swing their sword against the enemies in the abyss. He added, overall, the job is tough, the pay is low, the demands are high, and it comes with a lot of hassles. Oh, and they must be skilled with a sword. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? The Supreme Abyss? Xueming's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. If he went there, the second boss wouldn't be able to control him. Why hadn't he thought of this before? To venture into the Supreme Abyss, one needed both skill and means. Xueming had the skill but lacked the means. Knowing Xiao Luo, if he was determined to break into the Supreme Abyss, he would definitely have a way. Xueming needed to find a way to join Xiao Luo and seize this swordsmanship opportunity. Excited, Xueming grabbed Yi Bai's hand and eagerly said, please, let me take on the role of the swordsmanship instructor. Yi Bai, however, feigned difficulty and shook his head. Even though we're on good terms, I can't play favorites. It would affect your reputation, Xueming. As he spoke, he pulled out a pre-prepared application form and handed it to Xueming, saying seriously, now, if you pay the application fee, you'll get a 20% discount. Xueming, though eager to venture into the abyss of the Supreme, was no fool. Yi Bai sneered and bluntly asked, are you going to register or not? He didn't even bother to fabricate an excuse. If he really wanted to swindle Xueming, the registration fees could cover a myriad of things. Paper printing costs, background checks, medical examinations, venue fees? Xueming instinctively clutched his wallet tighter and cautiously asked, just tell me the amount. How much is it? Calculating his losses from a previous incident where he lost 20,000 gold coins, Yi Bai, still fuming, replied, not much. Just 200,000 gold coins. He intended to recoup some of his losses from Xueming to soothe his wounded pride. Deal. Xueming agreed immediately, fearing Yi Bai might change his mind. 200,000 gold coins were merely equivalent to 0.2 war god merits. Xueming secretly felt fortunate. For someone like Yi Bai, known for his ruthlessness, this seemed unusually generous. Over time, Xueming had come to understand Yi Bai's character deeply summed up in 3 words. Not a person, this time, only demanding 200,000 gold coins seemed almost kind-hearted. After completing the 27th level, Yi Bai didn't immediately challenge the 28th. The 28th level was straightforward, just a simple RPG mode of leveling up by defeating monsters. The real challenge lay in the 29th level. Unlike previous levels, the 29th required a team of 2 to 3 people to clear it. Choosing teammates was crucial. The team's score would be calculated collectively, and Yi Bai's eternal blessing could elevate the final score by a grade. This meant that while he reaped the rewards, his teammates would benefit as well. Such a great opportunity was not something Yi Bai wanted to keep to himself. However, this reward was limited to the first clearance. In other words, Yi Bai's teammates had to be people who hadn't cleared the 29th level yet. Yi Bai turned to Xueming and asked seriously, I'm challenging the 29th level tomorrow. What about the team? Xueming's expression turned serious as he replied, I was just about to talk to you about this. Someone has awakened from the cryo chamber and wants to team up with you for the 29th level. What? Yi Bai's mind was filled with questions. Someone had frozen themselves just to wait for the era of the Supreme? Such determination was astounding. Xueming explained in detail. Here's the thing, the 29th level is special. There was a prodigy who got stuck at the 29th level, unable to break through for life. No one could help him clear it, not even me. Elder Lon concluded that only a supreme seed could do it. Yi Bai pressed further. And then? Xueming scratched his head. This guy has limited lifespan. Without breaking through the 29th level, his strength can't improve further, and he'd die soon. So, he was frozen, waiting for a supreme seed to emerge and help him out. Yi Bai interrupted. Wait a minute. If I remember correctly, I'm the 4th supreme seed. If what you're saying is true, why didn't Nightmare, Wuhan, or Xiaoyao take him along? Xueming laughed and explained helplessly. This guy has terrible luck. During my first father's time, he was a contemporary but missed the chance. When my second father emerged, this guy had just been frozen, and by the time he thawed, my second father had already cleared the 29th level. My third, Xueming almost said third father, but corrected himself. That person cleared the tower without any disturbance. The 3rd supreme seed of the human race was almost non-existent for a long time. After hearing Xueming's explanation, Yi Bai nodded slowly, finding it reasonable. Xiaoyao's clearances were always with 99.99 completion, never triggering a server-wide announcement. It seemed this frozen prodigy was not only ill-fated, but also extremely unlucky. Yi Bai calmly analyzed and then asked, it's not about the money. Why should I take him? Just because you say so? Does my pride as Shura mean nothing? Xueming shut down all of Yi Bai's arguments with one sentence. That guy is Zhao Qian's sworn brother. You should have said so earlier. We're all brothers here. Yi Bai smiled contentedly. He was definitely going to take this person along. Who was Zhao Qian? The master of the Wanwu Pavilion, personally endorsed by the 3rd brother. The epitome of fair trade. and someone who had never made a penny off Yi Bai. Zhao Qian's sworn brother was Yi Bai's sworn brother too. Money was irrelevant. Their relationship was above monetary concerns. Yi Bai reminded, "Don't forget what I told you earlier. Tomorrow, during the day, arrange a meeting with the head of the Nightmare Legion to discuss the profit sharing." With that, Yi Bai got up and left the wolf's den, leaving a bewildered Shueming behind. Profit sharing of what? After leaving the wolf's den, Yi Bai opened a notification. As a reward for clearing the 27th level with an SSS rating, he received 2 rewards: the ability to communicate with the quasi-gods of fire, theft, and shadow. This meant Yi Bai could now chat online with the beings in the temple. What he could achieve from these chats depended on his skills. If he could fleece some benefits through online chats, it would be a talent in itself. However, when Yi Bai tried to send messages to the quasi-gods of fire, theft, and shadow, there was no response. Read but not replied. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. This inside eye was becoming more and more unreliable. Yi Bai began to plan his next steps. Tonight, he would aim for another SSS rating. The 29th level, requiring teammates, would have to wait until tomorrow. The matter with Shadow, the issue with old Lu, Yi Bai sadly realized that he had more and more things to worry about, yet his salary hadn't increased. In fact, he was still drawing a soldier's pay. Technically, Yi Bai hadn't even reached his first payday yet. Suddenly, a thought struck Yi Bai. Wait, if I raise my combat rank to War God before payday, could I get an extra month's salary? Motivated by this idea, Yi Bai felt a renewed drive to improve his strength. Yi Bai summoned the Eternal Core Crystal and placed his hand on it, inputting the level. 20th level. He muttered, "I feel like I've cleared this level before? Maybe I'm mistaken since I haven't received the reward yet. Without an SSS rating, there's no way I've cleared it." A white light engulfed Yi Bai, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Wish you a swift clearance of the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower, floor 28. A flash of white light, and a mage dressed in black appeared on the street, unnoticed by anyone. Yi Bai yawned, quickly scanning the prompt messages in front of him. Floor 28, also known as the non-existent floor. Here, players were like ghosts, transparent, unseen, unheard, and unable to interact with most NPCs. The rules of the Eternal Tower were strict, featuring an anti-addiction system and prohibiting any inappropriate behavior. To clear this floor, players needed to complete 2 steps. First, find an NPC who could see them in this city of 30 million people. Second, defeat the monsters and bosses conjured by these NPCs' imaginations. For most players, the first step was a daunting challenge. However, for Yi Bai, who possessed the SS grade talent Eye of Insight, it was no problem at all. Suspended in midair, Yi Bai overlooked the entire city. 3 pieces of information quickly appeared before his eyes. Nameless, 21 years old, unemployed. AI Naobo, 9 years old, elementary school student. Chui Shiyuan, 68 years old, cook. Remaining lifespan, 2 minutes. Yi Bai's pupils contracted, and he thought to himself, "This is intense. I just reached the 28th floor, and I have to find Chui Shiyuan, contact him, and deal with his imagined monster within 2 minutes? This isn't Chui Shiyuan. It's a death facilitator." Realizing the urgency, Yi Bai sprang into action. Guided by his Eye of Insight, he easily found Chui Shiyuan, a frail old man lying in an ICU bed, hooked up to numerous tubes. When Yi Bai appeared in the ICU, only the dying Chui Shiyuan noticed him. A strange light flashed in the old man's eyes as he weakly asked, "Are you the Grim Reaper?" Yi Bai shook his head in denial. Chui Shiyuan gave a feeble smile. "Of course, the Grim Reaper wouldn't be so young." He sighed. "Even if you're not the Grim Reaper, I'm dying soon." Yi Bai remained silent, implicitly confirming the old man's words. "Do you have any last words?" he asked. "I don't want to die," Chui Shiyuan admitted. Yi Bai spread his hands helplessly. "Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Why apologize? It's not your fault I'm dying," Chui Shiyuan replied, suddenly remembering something. "Strangerno, I'll call you Grim Reaper. I recall an old legend that some people can see special individuals." Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement, waiting for him to continue. Chui Shiyuan went on. "I once had a nightmare where I made a bowl of chicken soup and poisoned it." He recounted a story that felt oddly familiar to Yi Bai. However, in reality, Chui Shiyuan was just an ordinary cook who had spent his life preparing meals. Some people are sinners of their time, while others simply bear the sins of the era, the old man mused. Food should not be wasted. Chicken soup is precious. Looking at Yi Bai, Chui Shiyuan smiled and asked, "Grim Reaper, can you make me a bowl of chicken soup?" After a moment's hesitation, Yi Bai nodded. "All right." Following Chui Shiyuan's instructions, Yi Bai began to prepare the chicken soup. The old man, lying on his deathbed, meticulously guided him. "Let the chicken run a bit before bleeding it out. Scald it with hot water to remove the feathers." "Oh, you've burned them off? That works too. Don't blanch the chicken. It ruins the soup. Fry the chicken in oil first." Yi Bai followed the instructions step by step, eventually producing a pot of golden chicken soup, feeling a bit proud. The old man, unable to smell the aroma, still praised the soup, such a fine soup. Turning to Yi Bai, he uttered his final words, "Thank you. Next time, use a hin for the soup." With that, Cui Shiwan slowly closed his eyes. A thermal container filled with hot chicken soup appeared out of thin air beside the bed. The heart monitor flatlined, signaling the end of his life. Outside the ICU, the family members' pent-up emotions finally broke free. They cried and grieved, but would eventually gather themselves to face the future's trials and joys. In the adjacent maternity ward, a baby's cry shattered the silence. Yi Bai stood by, witnessing the departure of one life and the arrival of another. The myriad facets of human life, the cycle of birth and death, unfolded before him. The Shura sea surged uncontrollably around Yi Bai. His eyes grew deep and contemplative, as if he had grasped a profound truth. Yi Bai murmured to himself, "Life and death, an endless cycle. All things are born, and with a thought, they perish." The 3,000 worlds. This time, the enlightenment didn't last long. Yi Bai felt as though he had brushed against a higher level of power, only to miss it by a hair's breadth. It wasn't that his comprehension was lacking. Rather, his current strength was simply too weak. Forcing enlightenment might create a new skill, but it could also result in his death. Cautiously, Yi Bai followed his instincts and ended this session of enlightenment. Despite this, Yi Bai didn't walk away empty-handed. His life creation skill had improved from its original state. During this enlightenment, he didn't envision the grand spectacle of a whale fall, but rather the more mundane yet real death of Cui Shiwan. This tangible experience of life and death brought him new insights. As he checked the skill description, he found that Chaos Thunder had evolved into Chaos Thunder, annihilation, which causes instant death to beings below the caster's level. He fell silent for a moment, then chuckled. This skill seemed useless now, but what if his level surpassed that of a demon god, or even the strongest demon god in the future? A single strike could make him invincible. Putting away the skill description, Yi Bai didn't forget his current mission. Killing the illusion of Cui Shiwan had given him 35 exploration progress, and 2 NPCs remained, Wuming and AI Now. Considering that AI Now was only 9 years old and might be more troublesome, Yi Bai decided to find the 21-year-old Wuming first. Soon, Yi Bai spotted his target in a narrow alley. A young man in a white tracksuit and a baseball cap emerged from a convenience store, cautiously looking around before quickly slipping into the alley. The young man muttered to himself as he walked, his words filled with paranoid delusions. Yi Bai sighed inwardly, realizing that Wuming's mental state might be precarious. Yi Bai arrived at the corner ahead of time and waited. When Wuming appeared, he immediately recognized Yi Bai's black robe and turned to flee in terror. As he ran, Wuming shouted, "There it is again. The extra-dimensional being trying to capture me." Then, his expression changed to one of eager anticipation. "Since the enemy has appeared, my power should work too." Wuming called out loudly, "Come forth, the Whitebeard mage with magical powers, the 23rd ranked ally. Defeat my enemy." A flash of brilliant white light appeared, and a white-robed, Whitebeard mage materialized. Yi Bai glanced at him. Wuming's mage illusion, LV 300, immune to all magic attacks. However, Yi Bai didn't care for the concept of mage nemesis. He simply used Star Pluck and Windless Distance, slaying the Whitebeard mage with a single strike. Wuming stood there, dumbfounded, before angrily shouting, "Despicable! You're just a swordsman disguised as a mage." Unwilling to give up, Wuming summoned again. "Come forth, Chaos Knight, the 9th-ranked powerful ally." As the magic circle appeared, a heavily armored knight wielding a massive hammer charged at Yi Bai on a chaos steed. Hearing the words 9th-ranked, a hint of excitement flashed in Yi Bai's eyes. This time, he didn't use any weapons and met the charge barehanded. Amid the sound of punches, the Chaos Knight was knocked off his horse. Each of Yi Bai's punches seemed to vent some personal grudge, as he muttered, "So, you're the infamous number 9, huh?" Bang! Yi Bai delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on Laojiu. Watching the Chaos Knight helpless and unable to fight back, Yi Bai felt nothing but exhilaration. "Laojiu, is that all you've got?" Yi Bai scoffed, turning to Nameless and waving him over. "Show me all your tricks. I'm in no rush. Let's see what you've got." Nameless looked serious, muttering to himself, "Man, this boss is cocky." Then, he encouraged himself, "No worries, villains who talk too much usually meet their end quickly." As Yi Bai stood there unimpressed, Nameless began summoning stronger allies. "Come forth, radiation-tainted prehistoric sea monster, with the power to destroy worlds, use your strength to save your comrades." A colossal beast, 108 meters tall and weighing 90,000 tons, appeared before Yi Bai. Resembling Godzilla, the creature piqued Yi Bai's interest, though he regretted not being able to capture the moment. Interesting, Yibai remarked, raising his hand to summon the power of nature. Thunderstrike. Boom. With a deafening roar, lightning struck, and the beast fell. Yibai nonchalantly said, one move, one kill. What's there to say? What followed was an extraordinary display by Yibai. Dismantling a Gundam barehanded, tearing apart a giant golden gorilla, a showdown between a lightsaber and the heavenly king's sword, and shouting, Autobots, scrap. The variety of elements even left Yibai slightly impressed with himself. Had enough fun? After eliminating Nameless' top ally, Yibai sheathed the heavenly king's sword and approached the dumbfounded Nameless. By now, Nameless realized he had severely underestimated his opponent. This wasn't a minor boss or even the final boss. This was clearly a game admin fixing bugs. This is insane. He's definitely cheating. Yibai smiled kindly. Don't worry, I'm a good guy. Nameless shook his head frantically. Anyone who starts like that is usually the villain. Iron Wolf. How did you know I'm Shura, the top lone wolf in the 9th tier War Soldier star system? Yibai chuckled, waving off the joke. Relax, I mean no harm. And even if I did, there's nothing you could do about it. Nameless was speechless. Lone Wolf? That name sounds familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? He eyed Yibai warily, fearing ulterior motives. Yibai, always curious, had already achieved his exploration goal and could leave. However, the Eternal Tower had witnessed too much over the past century, and any oddities could be clues left by his elder brother. As a collector of the strongest dark histories, Yibai sensed that Nameless might be hiding something important. Of course, if he discovered that this was the handiwork of his third brother, Xiaoyao, Yibai would run without looking back. He had no interest in digging his own grave. Don't look at me like I'm some world-destroying villain. Yibai tried to connect from a more relatable angle. What if I'm your golden finger? After watching you for years, I finally approve and decide to give you a chance encounter. Nameless' eyes lit up. Are you? Yibai shook his head. No, I'm not. Nameless almost cursed. Then why even bring it up? Yibai pondered for a moment before speaking again. All right, I know you have a secret, but I can't figure it out. I hope you'll share it willingly. Naturally, Nameless scoffed at Yibai's proposal. Why would he reveal his secret for no reason? But Yibai was adept at making deals. That last sword move, was it cool? He suddenly changed the topic. Want to learn it? Tell me your secret, and I'll teach you that move. Seeing Nameless' conflicted expression, Yibai pressed on. I'll also give you a complete set of lightning skills. That way, you'll have the ability to protect yourself and live a better life. I also want to learn how to dismantle a Gundam with my bare hands. Nameless blurted out. Deal. Yibai agreed readily. I'll teach you. Just need a strength attribute over 100,000. Whether you can master it is up to you. A teacher opens the door, but the student must walk through it. Nameless whispered his secret, eyes filled with pride and boastfulness. I don't mind telling you. Actually, I'm a transmigrator. Surprised, aren't you? Wooming, have been hiding my talents all along. Turns out, I'm one in a million time traveler. As soon as he said this, Yibai's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. A time traveler? He repeated softly, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. What a coincidence, so am I. Hearing Yibai's response, Wooming was instantly thrilled, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. He began to pour out his secrets non-stop, as if a floodgate had opened. I'm from a place called Blue Star, Wooming whispered conspiratorially. In that world, this place is known as the Eternal Tower. Most people can only enter the tower for 6 hours a day, but I'm here all the time. He glanced around, his eyes shining with excitement. I don't know which floor this is, but it looks pretty dangerous. I'd say it's no lower than the 60th floor. No, probably the 80th. As Wooming spoke, Yibai's expression gradually shifted from surprise to confusion. He furrowed his brow and interrupted Wooming's rambling. Hold on. It seems like our time travel experiences are quite different. At that moment, Yibai sighed inwardly, thinking that Wooming's intelligence level was on par with Zhao Zian's, making them the epitome of hidden talents. He couldn't help but wonder how he had the fortune or misfortune of running into both of these oddballs. Clearing his throat, Yibai decided to come clean with Wooming. Sorry to interrupt. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm from Blue Star too. What? Wooming gasped, struck dumb as if hit by lightning. He muttered to himself, You're from Blue Star? That means the 32 otherworldly warriors I defeated. Yibai nodded and continued. That's right. They're all players from Blue Star. In an instant, Wooming understood. All these years, he had been on edge, fearing that his illegal entry into the Eternal Tower would get him rejected, or even captured by the bosses. Little did he know, those very bosses he saw as threats were actually players from his beloved Blue Star. Unbelievable. Wooming collapsed against the wall, clutching his head in despair. His face was a picture of hopelessness, as if his entire world had crumbled before his eyes. The Eternal Tower, 28th floor. In a quaint cafe, Wu Ming ordered a cappuccino for both himself and Shiluo. Despite Shiluo's polite refusal, Wu Ming insisted. The rich aroma of coffee filled the air, adding a touch of warmth to their conversation. What year is it on Blue Star now? Wu Ming asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for the unknown. As an early entrant of the Eternal Tower, he had spent considerable time here. His prolonged solitude had exacerbated his already dramatic personality. Yi Bai answered straightforwardly, it's 2146. The 22nd century already? Huh, Wu Ming muttered, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. He quickly followed up. Is Blue Star doing okay? Has the abyss invaded? No. Yi Bai shook his head, his gaze curious. When did you cross over? And why are you on the 28th floor? There are only 28 floors? Wu Ming exclaimed, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. He took a deep breath, calming himself before beginning his tale. I was an orphan, which was quite common back then. I lived with Uncle Lu from the Lu family in Chuanning. When I was 17, I fell seriously ill, and the doctor said I wouldn't make it. Uncle Lu even brought in a war god, but it was no use. Yi Bai pondered. 17? At that age, you shouldn't have awakened any abilities yet. You shouldn't be in the Eternal Tower. Plus, the time flow is vastly different here. For years for you here could be countless years outside. And then? Yi Bai prompted. Wu Ming animatedly gestured. A passing swordsman in black saved me. He slashed a dog-sized hole in the Eternal Tower, and I crawled in and settled here. Yi Bai's expression became intriguing. The identity of the swordsman was clear Ergu Wuhan. By the way, Wu Ming asked expectantly, my savior Wuhan, did he become a war god? The name war god Wuhan should be quite renowned, right? Yi Bai shook his head no. Seeing the disappointment on Wu Ming's face, he added seriously, Wuhan is our clan's supreme. The second generation after Nightmare? Supreme? Wu Ming was stunned, unable to believe his savior had achieved such greatness. And the abyss? Wu Ming eagerly asked, was it completely destroyed? No. Yi Bai answered succinctly. After Wuhan, the third generation supreme is named Xiaoyao. Wu Ming excitedly inquired, what about the fourth generation? In novels, the third generation is usually the weirdest and oldest, and the fourth is the strongest. Trust me, the fourth generation supreme must be super strong. Yi Bai cleared his throat and said tactfully, the fourth generation supreme is named Shiluo. What a dramatic name. Not as pleasant as Supreme Xiaoyao, Wu Ming commented offhandedly. Yi Bai felt a mix of emotions. Being critiqued on his name by someone with an advanced case of dramatic flair was indeed peculiar. Suddenly, Wu Ming realized, wait a minute. No way. You're Xiaoyao. No, you're Shiluo. Yi Bai nodded modestly. That's me. Keep it low-key. I'm not one for showiness. They chatted a bit more. Wu Ming was doing quite well here, having earned a decent living by transcribing a few web novels from his pre-crossing memories. As an orphan, he didn't have many ties to Blue Star, only inquiring about Uncle Lu and Wuhan, expressing his concern. Wu Ming apologized. Sorry about that, I'll go easier next time. Yi Bai explained, it's fine. The stronger the monsters you summon, the higher our exploration percentage. Defeating your companions got me close to 50 exploration. Am I really that strong? Wu Ming was instantly excited. Does that mean I'm actually the boss of this floor? Yi Bai nodded. If you see it that way, it makes sense. With that, Yi Bai stood up. I have one more child NPC left. Want to come along? Wu Ming eagerly nodded. Sure. Following the guidance of the inside eye, Yi Bai found the last child, AI Naobo, who was squatting and counting ants. Considering the child's age, Yi Bai changed into normal clothes to avoid scaring him. After dealing with Cui Shiyuan and Wu Ming, Yi Bai's exploration percentage had reached 85. Just 15 more, and he would achieve an SSS clearance, completing his task for the night. He planned to return to Blue Star afterward, maybe catch up with his third brother Xiaoyao, and check in on the Eternal Tower's elderly residents. After all, he'd been paid by Zhao Qian and couldn't shirk his duties. Crouching down, Yi Bai asked friendly, excuse me, are you AI Naobo? AI Naobo, still counting ants, looked up slightly surprised. You? Can see me? I've been busy today, just got back to writing. Who would be writing on Valentine's Day? No way, right? Damn, can you see me? The color drained from Wu Ming's face at those words. Yi Bai remained unfazed, his expression unchanged behind his realistic mask. With a gentle tone, he asked, little one, what are you looking for? AI Naobo answered earnestly, someone made a hole in our house, and something bad got out. Can you help me find it? Wu Ming realized he had walked into a trap and instinctively tried to flee, but Yi Bai held him firmly in place. Why the rush? If anyone's running, it should be me first. Yi Bai turned to AI Naobo. So, how do we find this bad guy? AI Naobo sniffled. The bad guy used to hide and get stronger bit by bit. I couldn't find it. But today is different. It came out on its own. Wu Ming scratched his head. wondering if he was really that bad. Where is it now? Yi Bai asked, continuing his inquiry. Above us, AI Naobo buried his head deeply, not daring to look up. It's coming. We're going to die. I'm going to die. Both Yi Bai and Wuming looked up to see a massive black cloud forming overhead, blocking out all sunlight. The cloud exuded an evil, filthy aura that sent shivers down their spines. Holy crap, what did you imagine into existence? Wuming felt the terrifying presence and froze in place, his legs trembling. He thought it was just another of AI Naobo's imagined monsters, like his own companions. AI Naobo's face scrunched up, and he shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Ever since that hole appeared, I felt this presence stirring. A figure stepped in front of them. Yi Bai stared at the ominous aura in the city's sky. Even without his inside eyes prompt, he knew its source. He whispered, "The supreme demon god. Run." Wuming bolted like a startled rabbit, grabbing Yi Bai's arm and pulling him back. "Shura, you need to get out of here. You can't die in this place. I'll cover you." As he dragged Yi Bai, Wuming added, "Actually, I have a secret partner I haven't summoned yet. Didn't see that coming, did you?" Rule number 3 of surviving in another world. Always keep a trump card. Don't worry, if he steps in, he'll definitely drive away the supreme demon god. Yi Bai remained calm, patting Wuming's shoulder. Why the rush? Relax, if it really gets dangerous, I'll run faster than you. Wuming was stunned, realizing that Yi Bai was already a master at playing it safe. Above the city, the terrifying aura grew denser, and a monstrous figure began to emerge from the massive black cloud. The entire city shook as if it might collapse into ruin at any moment. Even beings akin to the guardians of the 28th layer had given up resistance, choosing to hide their heads in the sand. Years ago, a single sword strike from Wuhan created a flaw in the seal on the supreme demon god at the 28th layer of the Eternal Tower. Through this crack, the supreme demon god couldn't fully escape but could gather enough strength to project an avatar. Yi Bai's arrival triggered the power left behind by the supreme demon god. Previously, during an incursion into the abyss, Yi Bai had been tainted by the demon's aura. Though he had narrowly escaped with a calming mantra, such filth was not easily purged. The resonating auras awakened the dormant power, summoning the avatar. Feeling the oppressive presence of the supreme demon god's projection through the black cloud, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a heavy heart. The system's assessment was clear. The projection strength couldn't be quantified numerically. Using plain language, the gap between the projection and the supreme demon god was about the same as the gap between Shura and Xiaoyao. Yet Yi Bai remained unflustered, even amused. His right hand rested on the Tianwang sword. Against the supreme demon god's projection, the normal Yi Bai would stand no chance. But with the powerful boost from his SS level talent, the winds of victory were at his back. Setting up such a flag indicated that there was no real danger. The outcome of this battle was already determined before it began. Yi Bai chuckled. Don't mess around. Be serious. He stood in front of Wuming and AI Naobo, facing the supreme demon god's projection alone. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes. Are you ready? The system responded. Replica mode. Ready? In the past, outside the first abyss, Wuhan had sealed the supreme abyss with a single sword strike. A certain supreme seed had witnessed that strike clearly and replicated it. Yi Bai wouldn't waste such a golden opportunity. This was his greatest trump card and his confidence against the supreme demon god. Originally, Yi Bai had planned to use this sword elsewhere. But no day is better than today. He would use it to slice through the supreme demon god's projection. As Yi Bai prepared, Wuming behind him chanted fervently, "My savior, the dashing black-clad swordsman, the kind soul who brought me to this other world, my unranked partner, I need your help." Wuming's face was full of excitement, anticipation, and tension as he respectfully uttered the name, Wuhan. Boom. Countless streams of air surged, and the heavens changed colors. The sun, moon, and stars dimmed in that instant. From a bird's eye view of the battlefield, a colossal phantom rose, magnificent and grand, becoming the most prominent existence between heaven and earth, completely overshadowing the supreme demon god's projection in terms of aura. This phantom, dressed in black and armed with a long sword, was none other than Wuhan. Wuhan's phantom stood behind Yi Bai, his right hand also resting on his sword. Their movements were nearly identical. They drew their swords simultaneously, slashing at the supreme demon god with the same technique. In a split second, the sky was filled with countless sword energies, shredding and suppressing everything. Both of them, in the same disdainful and contemptuous tone, shouted, "Begone! Happy Valentine's Day and Lantern Festival to everyone." A quick reminder, when you're reading on Tomato, please don't send gifts. Really, don't waste your money. The author has earned a little from writing, not enough to be rich, but at least enough to cover hair implants. Yi Bai's frugality is something worth learning from. Thanks to every reader for your love and support, and I hope the author can live up to this affection and support in the years to come. At the moment when the two figures, one large and one small, simultaneously drew their swords, a terrifying thundercloud hovered in front of the Taoist on the 99th level of the Eternal Tower. Despite its menacing appearance, the thundercloud seemed unusually obedient in his presence. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, the Taoist slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through layers of space to directly observe the events unfolding on the 28th level. Azura and Wuhan's phantoms swung their swords simultaneously. Azura's strike nearly obliterated the projection of the supreme demon god, leaving only a faint remnant of power that posed no threat to him. Wuhan's sword not only annihilated the projection, but also sealed the previous breach completely. The Taoist watched all this with a blank expression, commenting, "Boring." He looked up at the thundercloud before him, feeling no emotional stirrings. For most people, careful preparations that go unused would lead to frustration or disappointment. Even a wise elder might feel gratified by the growth of the younger generation. However, Xiaoyao remained indifferent. The moment Ingzhou entered the abyss of supremacy might have been Xiaoyao's most human moment, even sparking intense emotions for a brief instant. But as Ingzhou departed, Xiaoyao reverted to his detached self, growing even more distant from the mortal realm without Ingzhou. With a casual wave, the Taoist dispersed the thundercloud, shook his head lightly, and closed his eyes again. Seeking boredom, he murmured to himself. On the 28th level, the combined strike of Azura and Wuhan successfully repelled the demon god. After sheathing his sword, Yi Bai turned to the slowly dissipating phantom of Wuhan and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, second brother, for lending me your sword." The intricacies of that strike would have been impossible to replicate without Wuhan's permission, even with Yi Bai's awakened inside eye. In a way, Yi Bai's act of learning from Wuhan bordered on a martial taboo. But after several encounters, Yi Bai had come to understand his second brother's temperament. Despite Wuhan's frequent outbursts and threats to draw his sword, he was genuinely good to his own people and would fearlessly confront the demon god. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Bai looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had dispersed, revealing a clear, cloudless blue sky with no sign of the 1,000 paper cranes. Yi Bai called out loudly, "Thank you, Supreme Xiaoyao." In the 99th level, the Taoist, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again. He heard Yi Bai's words, but didn't understand their meaning. Curious, he asked, "Oh." His tone was filled with confusion. On the 28th level, a disembodied voice echoed, "Oh?" The moment this word was spoken, Ineabo, who had been leisurely counting ants, was suddenly pinned to the ground by an invisible force, unable to move a muscle. This single word exerted a pressure far greater than the projection of the supreme demon god. Even when Wuhan's phantom appeared, Ineabo hadn't been so overwhelmed. Yi Bai was equally shocked. "Holy crap," third brother actually responded. "How am I supposed to chat now?" His mind was reeling. He had only casually expressed his thanks, never expecting a reply. The pressure of this long-distance conversation was immense. A wrong response might lead Xiaoyao to descend to the 28th level for a friendly exchange about life's infinite possibilities. Yi Bai forced himself to calm down. From previous conversations, he had a rough understanding of what Xiaoyao's "oh" meant. Xiaoyao was asking if Yi Bai could see what he had been preparing to do. Normally, with Yi Bai on the 28th level and Xiaoyao on the 99th, even the inside eye couldn't possibly discern Xiaoyao's actions. Yet, Yi Bai had predicted his intentions. Facing Xiaoyao's question, Yi Bai didn't try to be clever. He answered honestly, "The hole on the 28th level was created by the Supreme Wuhan back in the day. You also visited the 28th level but didn't deal with the Supreme Demon God's projection, nor did you seal this bug. So, I guessed that when the Supreme Demon God's projection appeared, you would likely pay attention." After hearing Yi Bai's explanation, Xiaoyao nodded slightly. "Oh." This time, the "oh" carried a tone of affirmation, signaling the end of their long-distance conversation. Once the conversation ended, Xiaoyao didn't return to his meditation. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the mortal world. His teacher had advised him to observe the mortal world when he didn't feel like cultivating. Xiaoyao had observed for many years, but never truly understood it. With a slight frown, he recalled something Elder Lon had said. "Who says the mortal world is the most boring?" Standing by the window, Xiaoyao muttered to himself, "What is interesting about this world? Boring." On the 28th level, Yi Bai let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "That scared the hell out of me." The pressure Xiaoyao exerted on him surpassed even that of the supreme demon god. For a moment, Yi Bai couldn't tell who the real final boss was. Ineabo got up from the ground, his face filled with terror. That was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, catching an anomaly in Ineabo's words. Tower? Could this kid be the tower spirit? Considering Ineabo's previous behavior, he was able to accurately sense the supreme demon god's aura, clearly not an ordinary NPC. Without rushing to settle the level completion, Yibai looked at Ineabo and asked, I helped you deal with the enemy, and Wuming sealed up the hole. Doesn't that mean you owe us 2 favors? Yibai could almost see the wool being pulled in his favor. Ineabo immediately retorted. The hole was his doing in the first place. Yibai acknowledged Ineabo's point, nodding in agreement. All right, so you owe me 1 favor. No problem, right? Wuming silently grumbled. How did this conversation suddenly become irrelevant to me? Ineabo scratched his head and said helplessly, I don't have much to offer. You're called Azura, right? You're way stronger than me. My favor won't be of any use to you. Don't underestimate yourself. Yibai encouraged. You wouldn't know how much will you have until I push you. Ineabo felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Yibai shifted the topic and asked, let's set aside the favor for now. What's your true identity? Are you the tower spirit of the Eternal Tower? Ineabo nodded, then shook his head. I just help manage things below the 30th level. The real tower spirit has its own matters to attend to. Yibai raised an eyebrow, surprised by his guess. The Eternal Tower indeed had a tower spirit. Ahem, little AI. Tell me secretly, Yibai whispered. Were those 2 O's from the tower spirit? He had always been curious about this. Xiaoyao's authority in the Eternal Tower was unbelievably high. Could he be the reincarnation of the tower spirit? No. Ineabo shook his head and sighed. If he were the tower spirit, the bad things would have died 1,000 times over. Yibai was shocked. Does third brother really need to be that fierce? Good news, the old author has posted another chapter during non-daytime hours. Bad news, Xueming now owes everyone 2 chapters. The Eternal Tower, 28th floor. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows into the bubble tea shop, where Yibai, Wuming, and Xiao AI were seated around a small round table. Having just dealt with the projection of the supreme demon god, they decided to find a place to relax. Yibai took a sip of his bubble tea, his gaze sweeping across the shop. Although Wuming and Xiao AI were invisible to others, it didn't hinder their conversation. After all, Wuming, being a somewhat famous online writer, was known throughout the city for his mental instability. Even if he ordered 3 bubble teas and talked to the air, the staff would merely smile, accustomed to the eccentricities of writers. Xiao AI. Yibai turned to Ineabo, deciding to use this nickname for him. You mentioned you manage everything below the 30th floor? Xiao AI glanced warily at Shura and nodded cautiously. Yes. He knew his identity couldn't be hidden from Shura, so he didn't bother to conceal it. Yibai smiled kindly. Perfect. I'm planning to go to the 29th floor tomorrow to get an SSS rating. Can I summon you there? You can. Xiao AI frowned, looking reluctant. But I don't want to deal with you. Yibai's face darkened. Didn't I save your life before? Xiao AI couldn't deny it, yes. Yibai enthusiastically patted Xiao AI on the shoulder. Add that to the 2 favors you owe me, plus saving your life. That makes us friends. Xiao AI was stunned, trying to recall when he had incurred so many favors from Shura. Seeing this, Yibai decided to steer the conversation back on track. He inquired about Xiao AI's daily work. I was fixing the dog hole, Xiao AI replied honestly. Now that it's fixed, I should return to my slumber. Yibai asked tentatively, if you don't mind me asking, does it matter if you sleep or not? Does it affect you in any way? Xiao AI shook his head, no. Yibai smiled slightly, showing an expression that made Xue Ming's wallet ache. Here's a secret. The dog hole is fixed, but not completely. It could break open again at any time. Really? Xiao AI's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does that mean I don't have to sleep? He secretly cheered. No more sleep. Time to party. Yibai was pleased, feeling like a shepherd leading a lamb into the fold, ready for the wash, cut, and blow-dry treatment. He was quite proud of himself. See, I've helped you again. That makes 7 favors you owe me. Yibai didn't give Xiao AI a chance to refuse and immediately pointed at Wuming. This guy has been in the Eternal Tower for a long time without awakening his talent. Can you help with that? This time, Xiao AI agreed readily, sure. He extended his hand, indicating for Wuming to place his hand on it. Wuming looked warily at Xiao AI and whispered to Yibai, Shura, is this a trick? Yibai replied seriously, don't worry, even if it is, it won't be me getting tricked. Wuming thought, how reassuring. But he cautiously placed his hand on Xiao AI's. A white light flashed, and Wuming's talent was awakened. Wow, it's an S-level talent. Yibai raised an eyebrow, feeling pleased. By casually helping, he had added an S-level talent to humanity. The era of the strongest was indeed well-deserved. The strongest seed, Shura, was truly amazing. When Yibai saw Wuming's S-level talent, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Haha, Lao Su. You're no longer the disgrace of S-level talent. Everyone knew that the disgrace of S-level talent and the disgrace of the 9th-tier war god were the same person. Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng's talent was endless, an S-level talent that increased damage by 10 for every 10 seconds of continuous combat with a single target. It sounded impressive, but there was an awkward problem. Top-tier battles were usually decided in one move, leaving no time for damage to stack. Su's talent was neither helpful in critical moments nor useful in casual fights. Compared to that, Yi Bai's inside eye was far better for casual battles. However, from the moment Wu Ming awakened his talent, Su Qingfeng no longer had to bear the title of S-level talent disgrace. In Yi Bai's vision, Wu Ming's talent was displayed. S-level talent, dimensional shifter, allowing him to return to Blue Star from the Eternal Tower once a day, for no more than 6 hours and 10 minutes, and to resurrect in the Eternal Tower after taking fatal damage. The only useful aspect of this talent was the ability to respawn infinitely. In some ways, Wu Ming was more like an NPC in the tower rather than a human from Blue Star. Wu Ming scratched his head and smiled wryly. The folks can only climb the tower for 6 hours a day, and I can only return to Blue Star for 6 hours. Feels like it's reversed. Yi Bai comforted him, indeed, but look on the bright side. You can still climb the tower the rest of the time. Yi Bai turned to Xiao AI with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Arranging for Wu Ming to climb the tower shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? He asked softly, his tone probing. Xiao AI shook her head slightly and added gently, I can only manage up to the 30th floor. So, the highest he can go is the 30th floor. Beyond that, whether the senior brothers and sisters let him pass is out of my control. Her voice carried a touch of helplessness. Yi Bai nodded in understanding, not making things difficult for Xiao AI. His curiosity was piqued, and he continued to ask, are there many guardians in the Eternal Tower? It sounds like different levels are managed by different people. Xiao AI shook her head and explained, no, there's only one guardian for the Eternal Tower. But the guardian didn't want to manage the tower anymore, so they gave us some permissions. The guardian has their own matters to attend to, but I don't know what those are. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully. Based on their previous conversation, he had already confirmed that his third brother, Xiaoyao, was definitely not the guardian. However, he speculated that Xiaoyao might have collaborated with the guardian in the past, possibly even making some deals. This would explain Xiaoyao's special permissions in the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai mused that in the early stages, Xiaoyao might have needed the guardian's help to gain some permissions, but as a supreme being now, Xiaoyao could probably acquire whatever permissions he wanted on his own. A glint of insight flashed in Yi Bai's eyes as he asked the question that mattered most to him, is the guardian at home? I mean, in the Eternal Tower? Xiao AI nodded affirmatively, yes, then I can rest easy. Yi Bai nodded in satisfaction, mentally adding the guardian's name to his target list. Having sorted everything out, Yi Bai clapped his hands and turned to Wu Ming. All right, I've pretty much taken care of everything, he instructed. Use your abilities to return to Blue Planet first, then head to the nearest Wolf's Den office. As he spoke, Yi Bai took out a stamp pad and stamped his Lone Wolf badge on a blank piece of paper. Handing the paper, which served as identification, to Wu Ming, he continued, take this and find someone named Xue Ming. He's a powerful ally. Once you find Xue Ming, explain your situation with the supreme being Wu Hen. Wu Hen is Xue Ming's godfather, and he'll help you with the rest. Wu Ming silently accepted the paper and nodded to show he understood. Yi Bai suddenly remembered something and added, oh, by the way, there are a few more people from the Homebody clan in the Eternal Tower. Ahem, I mean, Elder Lawn is also living in the Eternal Tower now. When you're not climbing levels, you can visit Elder Lawn. Wu Ming responded briefly, got it? With everything arranged, Yi Bai waved goodbye to the two of them. It's about time for me to settle my clearance. Goodbye. Goodbye. Xiao AI timidly waved back, secretly hoping she'd never have to see Shura again. His presence instinctively filled her with a bit of fear. After saying their goodbyes, Yi Bai placed his palm on the Eternal Core Crystal. A system notification sounded in his mind. Current exploration rate, 100. Calculating, congratulations to player Shura for achieving SSS level clearance on the 28th floor. Player Azura has achieved an SSS level clear on the 28th floor, granting the entire human race in the Eternal Tower a new buff, Little AI. The system announcement echoed through the Eternal Tower, causing a mild stir. However, the usual excitement was missing. After all, this was Azura's 20th time breaking the SSS level clear record, and the novelty had worn off. The announcement continued to detail 4 new buffs. 1. Limited time buff chicken soups here. All humans in the Eternal Tower automatically receive a portion of rooster soup, fresh for 6 hours. 2. Limited time buff partner attack. All humans in the Eternal Tower gain 1 chance to summon an unnamed partner. 3. Limited time buff roll. In battle, humans in the Eternal Tower can curse their enemies to deal an additional 28 damage for 6 hours. 4. Permanent buff Little AI. When exploring below the 30th floor, humans in the Eternal Tower will find it easier to gain exploration points. Players studied these new buffs with puzzled expressions. Chicken soups here seemed normal enough, but the partner attack mentioning an unnamed partner left them scratching their heads. The roll buff was even more baffling, fighting while cursing. The final buff, Little AI, had a good effect, but the mysterious character piqued everyone's curiosity. Despite this, players across all channels began spamming Azura, you rock, to show their respect for the top player. After the initial buzz, a brave player was the first to taste the system-gifted chicken soup. As soon as he drank it, he collapsed, only to be revived by a flash of white light. He shouted excitedly, I got a permanent buff, strength permanently too. People crowded around him, amazed to see the powerful new buff in his status bar. As others prepared to drink the soup, someone asked, hey, how does the soup taste? The first taster's face twisted as if recalling a terrible memory. Forcing a smile, he loudly said, delicious, absolutely delicious. I recommend setting your taste sensitivity to the highest to fully enjoy the flavor. The buff will be stronger that way. He then hurriedly logged off, leaving a group of eager players behind. The second brave soul who drank the soup was moved to tears, exclaiming, it tastes like mom's cooking. So good. Encouraged by the first two, other players eagerly drank the soup. However, upon reviving, their anger levels skyrocketed as they cursed the awful mom's cooking flavor. The Eternal Core City soon descended into chaos. Interestingly, when newcomers asked those who had already drunk the soup, the response was always the same. It tastes like mom's cooking, so good. Thus, these unsuspecting newbies also drank the soup, repeating the same tragic experience. In his private space, Ibai stared at the chicken soup in deep thought. The system prompt indicated, this is an extremely foul-tasting chicken soup. Drinking it will inflict a soul trauma and grant a weak buff, Eye of Insight Detection skill range 20. Yibai decided not to drink the soup and instead offered it to his subordinate, Dracula. However, the cunning Dracula declined, saying, Master, this soup should be given to Cain first. Yibai nonchalantly replied, suit yourself. Drinking it increases detection skill range by 200, so it's not that valuable. With that, he turned and left. Dracula stared at the soup, conflicted. He calculated that even if the effect was only 50, it would greatly benefit the Bloodline's combat skills. Gritting his teeth, he downed the soup in one gulp. Revived, Dracula's face turned pale, cursing the hellish concoction internally. But he thought, given the demonic lord's reputation, a bit of culinary darkness was to be expected. Yibai strolled to the money tree and instructed Jack to cancel Dracula's bonus for the month. Humming a tune, he continued his leisurely walk. The foolish master appeared beside Yibai, curiously asking, you seem in a good mood? Yibai admitted, indeed. I found half a copper coin today. The foolish master was speechless for a moment before asking, by the way, what did you get for clearing the 28th floor at SSS level? In high spirits, Yibai uncharacteristically answered without charging a fee, I got a rooster. He placed a brightly colored rooster on the ground. The rooster puffed out its chest, sensing its moment of glory. With a mighty effort, it laid an oval object on the ground. Crowing proudly, it clucked, cock-a-doodle. Looking at the golden egg on the ground, Yibai couldn't stop grinning. Pointing at the rooster, he said, a laying rooster, one that lays golden eggs. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The crow of the egg-laying rooster echoed through Yibai's private space. This unique poultry quickly became Yibai's favorite pet. Watching its proud demeanor, Yibai pondered, I need to find a way to make it lay more eggs. I wonder if the bloodline power of this golden egg can be passed down. Yibai used his inside eye to carefully inspect the golden egg laid by the rooster. The result delighted him. This was the basic material for creating eternal gold coins. It could produce 36 eternal gold coins at the cost of only 3. A simple calculation made Yibai gasp. This single golden egg was worth 33 coins. This discovery sparked an idea in Yibai's mind. Maybe I should build a coin-making machine? He recalled that Jui had mentioned that the human race actually mastered the method of creating eternal gold coins, but they might be limited by materials. Eternal gold coins were not only circulated within the human race, but were also highly sought after in the Eternal Tower. Take the dwarven miners in Yibai's space. For example, they were hired using eternal gold coins. Reflecting on the astronomical expenses the human race incurred from their prolonged war with the abyssal demons, Yibai couldn't help but sigh. The ore bought with 10,000 war god merits might be depleted after just a few rounds of volleys. Not to mention that strong warriors, during their training, were like bottomless pits devouring gold coins. The Azura Sea had already consumed countless war god merits. All right, it's time to go back. Yibai stretched and glanced at Master Fool. He felt something was off with him today, but quickly brushed the thought aside. Maybe fools are just like that, he thought. Without dwelling on it, he summoned Dracula. With a flash of white light, they both left the private space. After Yibai left, a handful of rice appeared out of thin air in Master Fool's hand. Come here, he called, scattering the rice on the ground. The egg-laying rooster rushed over and devoured the food in no time. Puffing out its chest, it let out another cock-a-doodle-doo. It laid another egg. Master Fool's smile froze in less than 5 seconds. This time, the rooster laid a copper egg, the least valuable kind. Using it to make eternal copper coins would result in a net loss of 300 copper coins. Enraged, Master Fool threw the remaining rice on the ground and snorted, "Useless thing." With a flash of white light, Yibai returned to Camp C in Blue Star. He excitedly began, "Jui, guess who I met today," but then fell silent, remembering that Jui had gone to the Supreme Abyss. Shadow 3 stood quietly in the corner, saying nothing. Yibai quickly adjusted his mood, flashing a bright smile as if nothing had happened. "Third Master, would you accompany me to the Eternal Forest?" Shadow 3 nodded in agreement. It was still before 6, and most people were inside the Eternal Tower. Yibai planned to use this time to visit his third brother, Xiaoyao. Under the cover of bones, Yibai soon arrived at the base of the Eternal Tower. Just as he was about to remove his cloak and climb the tower on his divine carpet, a white cloud appeared in front of him. Yibai respectfully bowed to the cloud and then obediently sat on it. He turned to invite Shadow 3, "Third Master, join me?" Shadow 3 shook his head, declining. "I'd rather stay alive a bit longer." "All right then." Yibai waved goodbye, and the cloud took him upwards at great speed. "Woohoo, let's fly!" Yibai shouted in excitement. Passing the 14th floor, Yibai caught a glimpse of Old Lawn. He was sitting in front of the slaughter steel, typing a new strategy on his computer, 21 hypotheses on defeating the slaughter projection of Azura. Yibai thought to himself, "Old Lawn, take it easy." In just a few breaths, the cloud brought Yibai to the 99th floor. Before Yibai could speak, Xiaoyao's voice echoed from within the Eternal Tower. "Good morning." Yibai politely nodded. "Good morning, sir." "You must be tired." Xiaoyao briefly replied. "Not tired." The atmosphere grew tense. Xiaoyao had nothing much to say to Yibai, and Yibai dared not speak casually. They stood in awkward silence. After a while, Yibai felt he needed to say something, so he began. "I have a question for you." Xiaoyao nodded, signaling him to continue. Yibai briefly explained Lu Qingyin's situation and sought advice. "Simple." Xiaoyao paused, then continued. "In 3 days, take Lu Qingyin to the 9th abyss." Before Yibai could respond, Xiaoyao added, "You will have no life-threatening danger on this trip." Yibai scratched his head in embarrassment. How did even his third brother know about his fear of death? Was it Xue Ming spreading rumors again? Slandering Azura's image, another crime to add. Yibai silently noted this debt. "Just Lu Qingyin and me on this trip?" Yibai asked. Xiaoyao shook his head, although Yibai couldn't see. "No, all of you." Clearly, Xiaoyao didn't intend to elaborate. After discussing Lu Qingyin's matter, they fell silent again. Yibai felt that if this continued, his trip would be in vain. He mustered up the courage to speak again. "Today, I encountered the shadow of the Supreme Wu Hin on the 28th floor and used the sword I replicated back then to help him slay the projection of the Supreme Demon God." Yibai briefly recounted his experience. Xiaoyao nodded after hearing this. "I understand." Yibai smiled gently and said, "Listen to me, you might hear something different." His words piqued Xiaoyao's interest. Xiaoyao carefully recalled what Yibai had said and suddenly sensed something unusual. Squinting his eyes, he asked, "You used up the replicated sword strike. So you want to replicate it again?" Yibai was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. "Third brother, that's not what I meant." "Wait," he suddenly realized something, and his whole body shivered as if struck by lightning. "Third brother, do you mean to help me replicate that sword strike again?" Xiaoyao nodded slightly. "That's right, that's what I mean." Yibai was overjoyed, not expecting to receive third brother's help so easily. He thought to himself, what a stroke of luck. Suddenly, the heavenly king's sword beside Yibai emitted a faint sword hum. At the same time, on the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, a familiar sword intent began to reappear. Yibai understood that he needed the Eye of Insight to replicate the flawless sword strike, but Xiaoyao, with his immense power, could do it effortlessly without any assistance. Thinking of this, Yibai's heart raced, and his voice trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to say, "Wait, I have one more request." Surprisingly, Xiaoyao was particularly accommodating today. "Speak?" Yibai took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "I know you must have a backup plan to deal with the projection and seal of the Supreme Demon God." He swallowed hard, gathering his courage. "I want to replicate that move." Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a request from Yibai. After a brief silence, he simply replied, "All right." In a matter of seconds, the sword intent on the 99th floor dissipated. In its place, a terrifying thundercloud appeared, easily held by the Taoist. He gently pushed it outward, saying, "Watch carefully." The thundercloud slowly rose above the Eternal Tower. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, a thin white lightning bolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire area and striking the Eternal Tower with immense force. The entire tower sank several meters under the terrifying power. At the base of the Eternal Tower, Ing San Shadow 3 was hit by the devastating impact. His bones shattered, and he was sent flying like a broken kite, only stopping when he crashed into the edge of the eternal forest. Ing San's aura plummeted, leaving him barely alive. This was just the residual power of the lightning. If Ing San had taken the full brunt of the white lightning, he wouldn't have been left with even a trace. Even being grazed by it, Ing San would likely be lining up for Ming Po's soup by now clean and efficient. At that moment, a red shadow silently appeared beside Ing San. Ing Yi's Shadow 1 blinked her large, watery eyes and asked teasingly, "Third brother, are you dead? If you are, say something." Ing San stared blankly at the sky, muttering, "Something." Ing Yi sighed, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Oh, you're not dead. What a letdown." With that, the red shadow slowly vanished into the air. This scene perfectly illustrated the special bond of love and rivalry among the Ing siblings. Back outside the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai's head buzzed, his eyes wide open as if he had been struck by that earth-shattering white lightning himself. Replicating this move had placed an enormous burden on him, nearly causing him to fail. Inside the 99th floor, Xiaoyao asked earnestly, "Did you see clearly?" "Couldn't see it clearly?" "Strike it again." Xiaoyao's voice had barely faded when he started calculating with his fingers, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. "This tower can withstand another 8,642 strikes." Yi Bai's pupils contracted as he quickly gestured to stop him. "I saw it clearly. I saw it clearly." He finally understood why Zhao Qian had spared no expense to have him chat with Third Brother. Third Brother's way of thinking was truly mind-boggling. To Xiaoyao, once he agreed to teach Ashura, he would teach him until he mastered it. If the tower couldn't be destroyed, then he would keep striking it. This kind of determination made Yi Bai both respect and feel fortunate. Having replicated this thunder, he felt an immense sense of security. This was a huge win. Yi Bai couldn't wait to find a demon god to test his skills, but the morning light had already started to creep up the window frame. It was 6 o'clock, time to get up. The sunrise gently illuminated Yi Bai's profile, casting a deep shadow. "Let's go back," Xiaoyao said flatly. Yi Bai nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." He looked down at the cloud under his feet, which remained motionless. Was Third Brother expecting him to jump down on his own? Just as Yi Bai hesitated, Xiaoyao spoke again. "No need to be so formal. I am the master's disciple, and you are the master's successor. We are equals." Yi Bai felt a surge of joy but didn't dare to address him as Third Brother openly. He could only hope for the day when he could say it proudly. "No need to use you. The master said it's too distant," Xiaoyao recalled. Yi Bai quickly adapted. "All right, Third Brother. No problem, Third Brother. Before you head to the 9th abyss, come see me again." As soon as Xiaoyao finished speaking, the cloud beneath Yi Bai's feet plummeted, sending him back to the ground. Yi Bai looked around in confusion. "Third Master? Third Master?" Suddenly realizing something was off, he exclaimed, "Where's my bodyguard? Where's my level 989 bodyguard?" From the shadows, Ing Si emerged, covered in dust, coughing slightly. "Fourth Master, Third Master got a bit injured and is currently recovering." Yi Bai's face darkened with anger. What kind of demon dares to attack the Third Master under the Eternal Tower? Do they have no respect for Ashura and Xiaoyao? This cannot be tolerated. Ing Si awkwardly explained. Third Master wasn't attacked. He accidentally got struck by lightning. It's no big deal. Yi Bai realized. So it's not a work-related injury. Then Third Master can cover his own medical expenses. He took out a small vial. "These 20 drops of life essence are a small token of my appreciation for Third Master." Ing Si looked puzzled, sensing something was off. From the shadows, a brawny skeleton man emerged, still carrying the scent of being charred. Ing San accepted the vial and carefully put it away. The skeleton transported Yi Bai through the eternal forest back to the dormitory. On the way, Yi Bai suddenly asked, "Third Master, just curious, which parts of your demon god skeleton are you missing?" Ing San thought carefully before answering, "The skull cap, left leg bone, right forearm, and tailbone. If possible, I'd like to get a few extra legs." Yi Bai advised, "Better not. We should follow local customs and align with human aesthetics." Ing San nodded in agreement. Fourth Master is right. Opening the door, a new day began. Hua Tianyi had just stepped out, followed by Xiaojio. Yi Bai held up a small pig, presenting it to Xiaojio. "Xiaojio, look what I have here." He whispered a warning to Dracula. "Behave." Dracula the pig grunted reluctantly in acknowledgement. Xiaojio picked up the pig, but immediately wrinkled her nose. "It smells bad. Piggy, did you eat something dirty?" The pig nodded furiously, while Yi Bai pretended not to see. On the way to the cafeteria, Yi Bai said to Hua Tianyi, "The initial draft of the weapon is ready. Let's discuss it later." Hua Tianyi nodded. "All right, let's see how you're planning to rip me off." "Come on, don't make me sound so bad," Yi Bai said, shaking his head. He then asked, By the way, you can climb the Eternal Tower, right? Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Yibai suggested, how about we tackle the 29th floor together tonight? Help me get an SSS rating. Hua Tianyi looked at Yibai suspiciously. Are you being this kind-hearted? Yeah, and I've invited someone else too, Yibai said tentatively. You know Zhao Qian from the Wanwu Pavilion, right? He has a sworn brother. Hua Tianyi's expression turned intriguing. You're not talking about inviting Sunli, are you? Yes, is there a problem? Yibai asked, puzzled. Was there something off about this person? Hua Tianyi burst into laughter, almost unable to breathe. You actually invited Sunli to climb the Eternal Tower with you. Yibai, you're a genius. Ing San quietly shielded them, ensuring the conversation remained private. Sunli? Yibai had never heard of Zhao Qian's sworn brother before. What's the deal with him? No problem at all. Hua Tianyi shook his head, giving high praise. This guy is always the most troublesome presence for enemies on the battlefield. Yibai glanced at Hua Tianyi, feeling he had ulterior motives. Why are you laughing so loudly? After finishing breakfast, Yibai took some time to head to the trading secret realm. His goblin underling, Zhao Qian, was already there, looking a bit anxious. Good morning, fourth brother. Zhao Qian greeted respectfully. Yibai, in a good mood, casually responded. Morning. Got another big deal to make some money? Zhao Qian got straight to the point. My boss wants to make a trade with you. Yibai frowned, puzzled. Brother Xiao Yao? That doesn't make sense. I just came back from your boss. If he wanted to make a deal, he could have said so in person. Besides, I don't have anything that Xiao Yao would be interested in. Even an SS grade item is nothing to him. Zhao Qian explained patiently, fourth brother, don't rush. My boss was worried that if he mentioned it face-to-face, you might feel pressured to refuse, so he asked me to come instead. Yibai realized it was typical of Xiao Yao inside. Alright, what's the deal? Zhao Qian opened his palm, revealing a lightning orb floating in front of Yibai. My boss wants to trade this thunder source for the shadow source you have. Yibai fell silent. The thunder source and shadow source had the same effect, differing only in elemental attributes. As a mage specializing in lightning, the thunder source was undoubtedly more suitable for him. Moreover, the fusion issue between the shadow source and natural forces might be a problem for Shadow Brother, but not for Xiao Yao. This trade seemed beneficial for Yibai. However, Yibai sighed and said, it sounds tempting, but I have to decline. If it were yesterday, I would have agreed to this deal. But I've already promised the shadow source to someone else. In business, it's first come, first served. Zhao Qian nodded in understanding. Yibai asked tentatively, how about I sell the shadow source first, then snatch it back for your boss? Zhao Qian shook his head and dropped the topic. Both of them knew that Xiao Yao wanted the shadow source not for cultivation, but to track Shadow 9. Yibai hoped 9 would return, but at his current level of 300, he was too weak and needed more time to become stronger. Zhao Qian then brought up another matter. Sunli woke up last night. Xueming said you plan to take him through the 29th floor. Yibai nodded seriously. That's right. Helping a genius grow is my duty as a supreme seed. Zhao Qian coughed and clarified. Xueming might not have explained clearly. Sunli's talent is a bit unique. During his fourth job change, he became a follower of 3 gods. The god of poverty, the god of disease, and the god of death and misfortune. Yibai raised an eyebrow in surprise. That impressive? I only have the favor of 2 gods. Zhao Qian continued. Sunli's talent is SS grade, called reversal of fortune. It's very strong. Even grade equipment in his hands can perform like SS grade, and negative effects turn into positive ones. But there's a catch: his talent doesn't work on any floor of the Eternal Tower that ends in 9. Yibai then understood why Sunli couldn't clear the 29th floor. Zhao Qian added, Sunli has come to terms with it. At worst, he'll die and join the shadows to continue serving humanity. Yibai was alarmed, thinking that letting a follower of the god of poverty into the shadows would be disastrous. He patted his chest and assured, don't worry, he'll get Sunli through the 29th floor. After discussing business, Yibai curiously asked about the reason Zhao Qian and Sunli became sworn brothers. Zhao Qian smiled sheepishly, explaining it was a foolish thing from their youth. Back then, he was making money effortlessly and wanted to give himself a challenge, so he befriended the poorest, unluckiest, and most unfortunate Sunli. Hearing this absurd story, Yibai could only think of one phrase to describe Zhao Qian. What a nutcase. In the secret trading realm, Yibai's conversation with the goblin underling was coming to an end. Is Fengqi the demon god's leg bone still around? Yibai suddenly asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The goblin underling shook his head regretfully. It's all been ground into powder. Such demon god level materials are top-tier treasures even among humans, so naturally, they must be fully utilized. Using it directly would be too much for most to handle, so grinding it into bone powder for special tools is the proper way. Yibai frowned slightly and pressed on. If I wanted Fengqi's left leg bone, what would it cost me? The goblin underling spread his hands helplessly. Materials of this level can't be measured in terms of war god merits. Besides, only bone powder is left now. Yibai understood. To trade for demon god materials, he would need other demon god materials. He pondered. Perhaps he could find a way through Xue Ming. Was it Ninth Master's idea to grind Fingqi's bones into powder? Yibai suddenly asked. The goblin underling's face grew serious as he nodded. Yes. Yibai sighed and rubbed his face. Sigh. What kind of bodyguard did Ninth Master leave me? The secrets on Ing San were far more than he had imagined. Bidding farewell to the goblin underling, Yibai left the secret trading realm and returned to Blue Star. Not long after, Feng Dong came running excitedly. Brother Bai, big news. The summer camp is organizing a training exercise to the Ninth Abyss. Yibai was surprised and asked for details. Feng Dong lowered his voice. It's a big operation, led by Xue Ming, with the Nightmare Legion accompanying, and even some big shots are involved. Shura is also going. It's said to be a plan set by the strongest. I guess it's Nightmare, Feng Dong said mysteriously. Yibai shook his head. Wrong, it's my third brother, Xiaoyao. Listening to Feng Dong's gossip, Yibai quietly calculated the upcoming trip to the abyss. Although his third brother said there was no danger to his life, he knew that the stronger he became, the greater the rewards. Hua Tianyi suddenly spoke up. I'm going to the Ninth Abyss this time too. Feng Dong's expression stiffened, only then remembering Hua Tianyi's presence. Ever since Hua Tianyi defeated Second Master, almost everyone believed he was Shura. Brother Bai, Feng Dong continued gossiping. Feet said that Second Master and Hua Tianyi are not Shura. Do you think Feet himself might be? Before he could finish, Hua Tianyi burst into laughter. He patted Feng Dong on the shoulder. You're more interesting than your nephew. With that, he walked away, leaving Feng Dong half buried in the ground. Yibai helped Feng Dong out while teasing. You guys are damaging public property. There will be fines. 3 days later, Hua Tianyi found Yibai to discuss weapon crafting. We're going to the Ninth Abyss in 3 days, Hua Tianyi said. My weapon needs to be ready by then, Yibai confidently assured. No problem, as long as the payment is in place. He took out 2 sets of plans, just about to introduce them when Hua Tianyi interrupted. Start with the expensive one. Yibai detailed a spear with super strong attributes, armor-piercing effects, bullet firing, guaranteed critical hits, and more. After hearing the introduction, Hua Tianyi fell silent. You call this a spear? Seems about right. Yibai continued his sales pitch, introducing more impressive features. After reviewing the plans, Hua Tianyi was satisfied, with only one question remaining. How much? Not expensive, Yibai quoted a reasonable price. 1,427,913.75 war god merits. I'll waive the decimals, just consider it a discount. 1. With 1.42 million war god merits. Hearing this number, Hua Tianyi fell silent. He furrowed his brows, quickly calculating. With the additional 45 forging and design fees, the total cost exceeded 2 million war god merits. If used wisely, this amount could support the Shadow Organization for an entire year. 2. Hua Tianyi calculated in his mind. The Shadow Organization not only had to protect a large number of lone wolves, but also pay the salaries of hundreds of war gods. Even so, the annual expenses were around this amount. Spending such a huge sum to craft a single gun seemed rather extravagant. 3. After quoting the price, Yibai rarely explained further. Don't be fooled by the high cost and apparent lack of value for money. The materials used are top-notch. It's not easy to coax a fool into buying once, but I assure you the quality of this gun is exceptional. Ultimately, if you miss the chance to spend 1.42 million war god merits on this equipment, you won't even get the chance to be overcharged. 4. Hua Tianyi cast a glance at Yibai, his tone slightly sarcastic. So you know it's overcharging? 5. Despite the harsh words, Hua Tianyi knew Yibai was right. Being able to combine materials worth over 1 million into one piece of equipment was extraordinary. Only that master blacksmith had such skills. 6. Regarding the foolish master, Hua Tianyi clearly knew more. For instance, the SS grade equipment, Black Coffin, was crafted by this master. Over the years, the foolish master had been secretly crafting equipment for the top human fighters in exchange for something she desired. 7. Though Hua Tianyi was outspoken, he wasn't a blabbermouth. Even if Yibai asked, he would avoid discussing these old stories. 8. As Yibai mentioned, despite the enormous resources spent, the potential of this gun would be terrifying. It could accompany Hua Tianyi's growth up to level 1000 and be useful in battles against demon gods. If it fused with Hua Tianyi's Eternal Sea in the future, with some luck, it might even reach SS grade. 9. Money can't buy love. From the moment he saw the design, Hua Tianyi was determined to get this gun. Money wasn't the biggest issue. The problem was his current financial situation. 10. Just as Hua Tianyi was about to speak, Yibai interrupted. Correction, it's 2,070,474.9 4 war god merits. Yi Bai was always precise in accounting. The 45 forging and design fees can be deferred, without interest. Just pay for the materials first, is that fair? 11. Even with Yi Bai's rare generosity, Huatiani still needed to gather 1.42 million war god merits. This was no small amount. He quickly calculated. He had earned 210,000 from a previous video, and Yi Bai sold another video to Lan Zhixin for 200,000, giving him 100,000. This 310,000 wasn't even close. Lan Zhixin's new order had 1.2 million unpaid, and the best-case scenario would give him 600,000. He was still short by 510,000. 12. Though it seemed difficult, if Huatiani was willing to use the inheritance left by Hua Tianwang, this money wouldn't be an issue. However, Huatiani was stubborn and refused to touch those funds. 13. After calculating, Huatiani nodded. All right, you start buying the materials, and I'll figure out the rest of the money. 14. With confirmation, Yi Bai immediately placed an order with the Wanwu Pavilion. Some rare materials needed to be custom-made, essentially matted order. Considering the large purchase volume, to avoid market fluctuations and price spikes, Yi Bai signed a contract with Wanwu Pavilion to buy in batches at slightly above market price. Delivery was set for 3 days later, allowing Wanwu Pavilion to acquire the materials gradually, maintaining market stability while ensuring timely delivery. 15. After handling Hua Tianyi's equipment, Yi Bai received a new task. The Lone Wolf Medallion relayed that Xue Ming had arranged a meeting with the spokesperson of the Nightmare Legion, asking where to meet. 16. The efficiency surprised Yi Bai. With Xue Ming's share on the line, there was no room for error. Without hesitation, Yi Bai replied, Trading Sanctuary. 17. Yi Bai gathered Ing San, Ing Si, and Ing Wu to accompany him. Ing San was responsible for security and maintaining order. Ing Si and Ing Wu had managed the shadow for years, often knowing more than Zhu Yi and Yi Bai. Without them, the negotiations would be challenging. 18. Ing Si was a composed and refined middle-aged man who had interacted with Yi Bai several times. He respected Ing Jiu greatly, and thus, was very respectful towards Yi Bai. Ing Wu, on the other hand, was an eccentric chubby man whom Yi Bai had only met briefly before. This was their first proper interaction. 19. Upon meeting Yi Bai at the Trading Sanctuary, Ing Wu let out a series of odd laughs, like clashing dumbbells. Hello, Fourth Master. After greeting, he laughed again. 20. Yi Bai scrutinized him, and Ing Si quickly explained, Old Wu has always had this problem with speaking. Please bear with him, Fourth Master. 21. No problem. Yi Bai waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. After witnessing Ing Er's condition, Ing Wu's quirks seemed insignificant. 22. The four of them headed to the tea house prepared by the Wanwu Pavilion Master for the negotiations. The spokesperson of the Nightmare Legion was already waiting. Yi Bai was curious about this mysterious figure. 23. As one of the 3 strongest human legions, the Nightmare Legion's elite status was unquestionable. Such a powerful legion spokesperson must be a top-tier warrior, far beyond an ordinary 9th-rank war god. 24. Yi Bai knew that even within the united human race, negotiations involving resource distribution would be fiercely contested. Everyone was working for the human race, and acquiring resources was essential for fighting the abyss. If the Shadow got more, the Nightmare Legion got less. Limited resources meant a battle for survival. 25. Negotiations required equal strength. To prevent the Shadow from being disadvantaged due to a stronger opponent, Yi Bai brought Ing San, highlighting the importance of this negotiation. 26. As he pushed open the door, Yi Bai burst into hearty laughter. His voice arrived before he did. I've heard so much about you, and today I finally... His words stuck in his throat, unable to continue. 27. Yi Bai's smile froze. In the hall sat 2 very familiar faces. One was Xue Ming, and the other was Su Qingfeng. 28. Yi Bai was momentarily speechless. The spokesperson of the Nightmare Legion? This guy? 29. Hearing the opening, Su Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with curiosity and surprise. What, Fourth Master? Have you heard of me too? In the tea house of the Secret Realm, everyone was seated in their respective places. Yi Bai quietly pulled Xue Ming aside, and the two began to converse in hushed tones. I told you to find the leader of the Nightmare Legion. Why did you bring Su Qingfeng? Yi Bai asked with a frown. Xue Ming looked puzzled. He is the leader. Yi Bai scrutinized Su Qingfeng again, confirming he was still the disgrace of the 9th-tier war gods. Him? Yes, him. Xue Ming nodded affirmatively. Among all the deputy commanders, he's the weakest. Everyone else is busy with important matters, so they let Su Qingfeng handle this minor issue. Yi Bai suddenly understood. I see. So, this leader is the weakest of them all? Then it's definitely Old Su. He then asked, Does Old Su know on the Shura? He thinks you're Shadow 4. Xue Ming shook his head. Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He was about to return to the negotiation table when Xue Ming stopped him. Old Su is a longtime friend of mine. A brother through life and death, Xueming suddenly said. Yi Bai grew cautious. Why are you bringing this up now? Xueming gritted his teeth. Make sure to rip him off. Seeing Su Qingfeng lose money is more satisfying than making money myself. That's classic you, Demengzi. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly, thinking Xueming really had the potential to be a devoted son. Scamming Su Qingfeng was essentially scamming the Nightmare Legion. And since Xueming was the adopted son of Nightmare, it truly was a case of filial piety that could kill without breaking the law. As a return favor, Xueming whispered a warning. There are two people at the back of the tea house. He didn't specify their identities, but Yi Bai nodded in understanding. The two at the back of the tea house were Lan Zhixian and Zhao Qian, considered observers for this negotiation. Yi Bai returned to the negotiation table and got straight to the point. Let's get started. The money Xueming handed over should be distributed fairly. Su Qingfeng smiled wryly. Xueming has been handing over much less money recently. Honestly, I don't quite understand why we need a negotiation for such a small amount. Compared to the last era of the strongest, Xueming's earning speed is much slower this time. It feels like something's off. Yi Bai was dismissive. The amount of money is one thing. If I remember correctly, the Nightmare Legion has 20,000 members, right? Su Qingfeng nodded. Yes, even the weakest are 9th-tier war generals, absolutely elite. The Nightmare Legion has a strict elimination system. If you're not strong enough, you'll be kicked out. Yi Bai slowly said, then I'll propose a fair plan. Xueming, Shadow 3, and Shadow 4 all looked at Yi Bai, their eyes full of doubt. Do you even know what fair means? Let's distribute the money per head, Yi Bai suggested, turning to Shadow 4, to be fair, let's only count 9th-tier war generals and above. How many do we have? Shadow 4 answered honestly, 10.56 million. 10.56 million against 20,000, that's fair. Yi Bai smiled. Su Qingfeng was dumbfounded. This doesn't seem appropriate, Lord 4. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows. What's inappropriate about it? Do you think it would be fairer if both sides sent out their warriors, war generals, war kings, war gods, and supreme war gods to fight and decide the distribution? Su Qingfeng's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. That's good, that's good. Xueming face-palmed silently. It's over. From the moment Su Qingfeng agreed, he was already being scammed. As for how badly, Xueming couldn't be sure yet. This time, the Nightmare Legion was in for a big loss. Yi Bai pondered. We'll discuss the details of the fights later. As for the time, how about 3 days from now? Su Qingfeng had no objections. All right, it's a deal. Watching the two sides reach an agreement, Xueming sighed. Old Su, you're done for. After both parties left, Xueming made his way to the back of the tea house. It was a different world back there, with a sword immortal drinking tea and common fruits placed on the tea table, accompanied by Zhao Qian, the master of the Wanwu Pavilion. The sword immortal looked up, his double pupils gazing at Xueming, and nodded slightly. You did well this time. Let the Nightmare Legion fall into this trap. Try to keep the Wuhan Legion from getting involved with the Shura. Getting close to the strongest always brings misfortune. That hasn't changed. After speaking, Lan Zhixian took a sip of tea and casually remarked, the front lines are tight. The Wuhan Legion needs to recruit more people and forge more swords. The scramble for people and money had already begun. Everyone could feel if this era of the strongest was truly different. In the last era, the strongest acted too mysteriously, making many forget that an era of the strongest is inherently unreasonable. The growth rate of the Shura was terrifying. The chain reaction it caused left everyone scrambling. Since the appearance of Azura, a series of earth-shattering events have occurred. The exposure of the human race's secret agents, the demise of the fourth demon sect leader, the successive destruction of demon sect forces, the war between the human race and the abyssal plane resulting in the defeat of 3 demon gods, Lan Tianqi's forced retreat into the Eternal Tower after his third awakening, the reappearance of the presumed dead King Hua to duel the Grand Demon God, Ingjiu and King Hua's incursion into the Supreme Abyss, and Wuhan's sealing of the Supreme Abyss for 10 years. Each of these events alone would be enough to shock the world. Yet they all transpired within a single month, making it seem as though Azura is a relentless harbinger of chaos. As Azura grew stronger at an alarming rate, the top human warriors felt immense pressure, pushing them to strive harder. The demands made by Lan Zhixian seemed harsh, but were understandable. However, Zhao Qian sighed helplessly, spreading his hands and explaining that the previous war had drained almost all resources. Maintaining a balanced budget was already a struggle, leaving no room to allocate additional funds to the Wuhan Legion. Lan Zhixian shook his head firmly. I don't care about the money, you handle it. With that, he walked away, giving Zhao Qian no chance to refuse. Watching this unfold, Xueming couldn't help but smile slightly. After years of being exploited by Zhao Qian, seeing Uncle Zhao now being exploited by Uncle Lan brought Xueming a sense of satisfaction. Zhao Qian shook his head helplessly and turned to Xueming, saying, if this continues, we'll have to dip into your New Year's money. Xueming's smile froze instantly. a large question mark seemingly appearing above his head. In the end, Xuemeng was the one who ended up feeling the sting. Returning to reality, Yibai wasted no time in seeking out Hua Tianyi. He had already meticulously planned for the upcoming competition and, more importantly, had figured out how to maximize his gains. Yibai leaned in close to Hua Tianyi and whispered mysteriously, "Tianyi, I've got a money-making deal. Interested?" Hua Tianyi eyed Yibai skeptically. "A money-making deal for you, right?" Yibai grinned and continued in a low voice, "Come on, if I get a big piece of meat, you'll get some soup too. In 3 days, there's a competition between the Nightmare Legion and the Shadows. The outcome will determine the profit split between the two." After hearing Yi Bai's explanation, Hua Tianyi's eyes lit up. This was indeed a rare opportunity to make money. According to Yi Bai, the competition would cover 5 levels: warrior, general, king, god, and supreme god, thoroughly testing the foundations of both factions. It wasn't just about the profit split. It was a matter of pride for the Nightmare Legion. If the Nightmare Legion lost, it wouldn't just be a defeat in the competition. It would be a blow to the pride of the Supreme Nightmare. In contrast, the Shadows had no such concerns. Their leaders cared only about profit, not face. Therefore, the Nightmare Legion not only had to win but had to win beautifully. As a standout among the new generation of warriors, Hua Tianyi was exceptionally strong within his tier, with few rivals. Sending him to compete promised a high chance of victory, making him the ideal candidate. However, one question loomed over Hua Tianyi. Despite his strength, why should he represent the Nightmare Legion? Hua Tianyi didn't dwell on the question. He knew that if Yi Bai brought it up, everything was already arranged. Yi Bai flashed a cunning smile and stated his condition, "Little Hua, I can arrange for you to represent the Nightmare Legion. I have only one request: ask for a bit more in your appearance fee." Summer camp, Zone C, sitting in the classroom, Yi Bai was intensely plotting his next steps. The sun was shining brightly outside, but inside the classroom, a tense atmosphere prevailed. According to his third brother's plan, he would head to the ninth abyss in 3 days, which meant he had to improve his strength as much as possible in a short time. Yi Bai glanced around at his classmates, who were all focused on their studies, and made his mental calculations. He had 3 opportunities to climb the tower in the next 3 days. Tonight, he planned to take Hua Tianyi and Sunli to clear the 29th floor and earn an SSS rating with ease. Tomorrow night, he aimed to challenge the 30th floor and strive for a 5S rating. As for the day after, he decided to go all out and see how far he could climb and what levels he could achieve, leaving it all to fate. After successfully clearing the 28th floor last night, Yi Bai's level had increased, now reaching 314.159. However, Yi Bai knew that simply leveling up wasn't enough. He needed to develop comprehensively, like a robust tree that not only grows tall, but also has lush branches and deep roots. Yi Bai looked down at his equipment. Nature's Force, Nightmare Wind, and the Heavenly King's Sword had all reached their limits and couldn't be upgraded further. Even Master Fool couldn't provide more help. Although Master Fool was still crafting an SS grade armor for Yi Bai, he wasn't in a hurry to receive it. He knew that once the armor was finished, he would have to send Master Fool back to the abyss as agreed. How could he easily let go of such a top-tier forging master? Looking around, Yi Bai realized that the only area left for improvement was the Azura Sea. He silently calculated that the Azura Sea required mastery of 6 elements without neglecting any. Fortunately, with the heart of the ocean and shadow source, he didn't have to worry about materials for the water and dark elements. Yi Bai checked his financial status. He had 1.3 million war god merits, but 310,000 of that was for Hua Tianyi's materials, leaving him with 990,000 of his own. Without hesitation, he sent an order to the Universal Pavilion to purchase the materials needed for the wind element of the Azura Sea. Soon, a goblin assistant replied with a staggering price: 190,000 war god merits. Yi Bai took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "I made over 600,000 from Hua Tianyi, so it's fine. The wool comes off the strong, the wool comes off Hua." Hua Tianyi, overhearing Yi Bai's mumbling, frowned and slowly typed a question mark. He thought, "This kid, is he asking for a beating again?" Realizing he probably couldn't beat Yi Bai at the moment, Hua Tianyi decided to bide his time. When the opportunity arose, he would make sure Yi Bai tasted the extreme unpleasantness of his breath. Yi Bai unhesitatingly swiped his card to pay the 190,000 merits, reducing his paper wealth to just 1.11 million war god merits. But he didn't regret it. With the wind element materials, the fusion of the Azura Sea would complete its first phase, laying a solid foundation for future development. Forcing himself not to dwell on the painful expenses, Yi Bai turned his attention to more exciting matters, like the upcoming duel with the Nightmare Legion in 3 days. For this duel, he had created a special group in his black box, the Elite Shadow Group. Taking out his black box, Yi Bai had 2 accounts. One was the Shadow King 8888, codenamed Death Song, and the other was a Hypermission Administrator account set up by Ninth Master in advance. In the group, he saw a series of peculiar IDs. Elite Shadow Group Leader. What's with this ID? Can someone tell me how to change it? Weak Girl Shadow 1. Fourth Master, hello? Bad Woman Shadow 2. Hee. Bad Man Shadow 2. Fourth Master, I want to tattle. Bad Woman she wiggled. Unnamed Shadow 3. Fourth Master, hello? Ibai glanced at the Shadow 3 in his shadow and thought it was ridiculous that this guy didn't even have a group ID. Although his real name couldn't be confirmed yet, wasn't an online alias a basic necessity for surfing the web? Ignoring the usual antics of Shadow 2, Ibai communicated briefly with Shadow 4 and Shadow 5 about the duel details. They had agreed on duels at 5 power stages, but many details still needed to be decided. For instance, should the battles be unknown or group fights? After discussion, they finally agreed that the warrior stage would use a tournament format with 6 arenas, one being the main arena. Holding the main arena would earn a 10 will share, while each secondary arena would account for 2. This meant that the outcome of the warrior stage duels would determine 20 of the shares. They also finalized the duel format for the general stage, which would also use the arena defense format. Each stage warrior, general, king, god, and supreme god would determine 20 of the shares. Ibai looked at these arrangements with satisfaction, already gearing up for the upcoming duels. The rules for the Battle King tier competition have been finalized, and it requires team battles. Each side will send out 50 Battle Kings, with a maximum of 3 peak Battle Kings and no more than 10 ninth tier Battle Kings. There will be 5 matches in total, each with unique victory conditions such as escorting a target or infiltrating to plant high explosives. Ibai frowned as he read the messages in the group chat. The top 3 fighters of the Shadow faction were immediately excited upon hearing the news. Fourth Master, I'm willing to fight for Shadow in the Supreme Battle God competition, declared Ing Yi, an eager and delicate woman. 2 of us will fight for Shadow with our blood. Followed Ing Er, a cunning man. Ing San, not wanting to be left out, chimed in, I'll follow Fourth Master's orders. By the way, even if second brother becomes the Supreme Battle God, he's still useless. Good one, third brother. The cunning woman Ing Er agreed. The cunning man Ing Er immediately retaliated. Come out, old third. The cunning woman wants to duel you to the death. Watching the chaotic scene in the group chat, Ibai rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He thought to himself, what kind of misfits has Ninth Master left me with? Ibai quickly realized that these people were eager to compete in the Supreme Battle God event, to have a chance to break through to level 990. Their breakthroughs were largely dependent on the shadow mark in Ibai's possession. Without his permission, they had no way to advance. Understanding this, Ibai asked in the group, does the Nightmare Legion have a Supreme Battle God? Ing Si swiftly replied, yes, Wang Tianwang, level 992. He then gave a brief introduction about Wang Tianwang. Ibai felt reassured, knowing that this would be a match between levels 994 and 992, giving his side the advantage. He continued, all right, I understand. The Supreme Battle God match has an additional condition. It must take place in the Eternal Towers Temple. Moments later, Ing Si responded, Wang Tianwang has agreed. The remaining details and rules will be negotiated by Shadow 4, Shadow 5, and the Nightmare Legion. Ibai calculated in his mind that his main task was to ensure a resounding victory in the martial arts competition and secure the final prize. For the warrior rank competition, it's reasonable for a lone wolf warrior like me to participate, right? Ibai muttered to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. Shadow 3's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with obvious exasperation. How is that reasonable? Ibai shrugged indifferently. From a combat evaluation standpoint, I am still considered a warrior. A warrior who participated in killing a 9th rank war god? Shadow 3's tone was filled with skepticism. Still a warrior? Ibai replied confidently. Ibai had already made plans for the general rank competition. He silently summoned in his mind, Shadow General 4399, request to enter the battle. As for the king rank competition, Ibai smirked cunningly. My Shadow King 8888 is not one to be underestimated either. Suddenly, Ibai realized that having many alternate identities had its advantages. Even in the war god rank battles, he could make a significant impact. If he could win all 4 hard-fought battles, the Shadows could secure up to 80 of the benefits. However, when it came to the celestial war god rank, Ibai maintained a clear understanding. He knew that with his current strength, unless he used the copied Thunderbolt, he had no chance of winning. But using his third brother's thunder to strike Wang Tianwang? Such an unprofitable and inhumane act was something Ibai would never do. Regarding the celestial war god rank battle, both sides had limited choices. The Nightmare Legion had only one celestial war god, and the Shadows originally had only Shadow 9. This would have given the Shadows a guaranteed victory, but with Ninth Lord fleeing to the abyss of supremacy, Ibai was reluctant to let the top 3 Shadow experts break through to the celestial war god rank. He pondered, needing to come up with a way to deceive Shadow Brother. After handling the matters of the competition between the Shadows and the Nightmare Legion, Ibai returned to his usual life. He would take things as they come, and if things didn't go his way, he would just go with the flow. He planned to go to the 29th floor of the Eternal Tower at midnight, bringing Huatiani and Sunli along for some fun. Not long after, two instructors appeared outside the classroom, peering in. "Excuse me, is Yi Bai here?" Yi Bai, who had been dozing off, woke up with a start and groggily asked, "Is class over?" The instructor cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. "Please step outside for a moment. We have something to discuss with you." As Yi Bai stood up, Wang whispered a reminder. "They are the ones who register special information. They came last time when Zhao Lin had an SSS rank transformation." Yi Bai nodded in understanding and followed the two instructors to a nearby room. The room was simply furnished, with just a table and two chairs. After activating a special array, a female instructor spoke softly. "Yi Bai, according to your registration, you chose the Lone Wolf faction, correct?" Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement. The female instructor continued. "We've heard some rumors and need to confirm them with you. Could you ask your shadow to leave? The information we need to discuss may involve your abilities, and the fewer people who know, the better." Yi Bai shook his head and refused. "No." The male instructor chuckled softly. "Yi Bai, we are from the summer camp evaluation team. We have noticed information about your secondary awakening and would like to discuss it with you. If the information is accurate, it will be easier for you to earn points during the summer camp, and you might even gain early admission." He waved a form in his hand for Yi Bai to see some of the details. "Of course, all of this is contingent upon," the male instructor drew out the last word, his face stern, "your cooperation with our work." Faced with the temptation of benefits and threats, Yi Bai's attitude softened. "Okay, no problem." He agreed to their request. Suddenly, Yi Bai shouted in a low voice, "Third Lord, take action." A dense array of white bones instantly appeared in the space, forming a cage. The two War King rank instructors, caught completely off guard, were subdued instantly without a chance to resist. Shadow 3's figure emerged from the shadows, respectfully looking at Yi Bai, ignoring the pale-faced instructors. "Fourth Lord, should we kill them?" The two War Kings were in extreme shock. It was not surprising that Yi Bai was protected by a War God rank shadow, but why could Yi Bai command a War God rank shadow? And why did this terrifying figure of bones call Yi Bai the Fourth Lord? Too many questions went unanswered in their minds. All they knew was that even as 9th rank War Kings, they were as weak as chicks before this bone-clad giant. Killing them would be no harder than squashing ants. Yi Bai's face darkened, his eyes unreadable, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Call Shadow 2 over." "Shadow 2 is here." Before the words finished, a mischievous woman appeared before Yi Bai. She first addressed Shadow 3 respectfully. "Third brother, I sensed you taking action and rushed over, worried that Fourth Lord might be in danger." Shadow 3 remained silent. He knew well that it was Yi Bai's turn to speak, and if there was anything to be said, it should be by Yi Bai. Even Shadow 2's explanation wasn't meant for Shadow 3, but was specifically directed at Yi Bai. Yi Bai watched coldly as the two captives were trapped in the bone cage, unable to move, like prey caught in a spider's web. "There's something strange about these two," Yi Bai said, pointing at them with a hint of caution in his voice. "Even though they haven't directly received the demon god's blessing, they seem to be connected to him." Recalling their first meeting, Yi Bai's eye of insight hadn't detected anything unusual. However, after entering the small room for a private conversation, a sense of unease began to grow. Even when discussing talent-related topics, it shouldn't have been necessary to deliberately send Yi Bai's shadow away. Although the rules did allow for the shadow to temporarily leave in special circumstances, their reaction was exceedingly abnormal. Yi Bai activated his eye of insight once more, scrutinizing the two carefully. This time, he uncovered a disturbing fact. While the two didn't have a direct link to the demon god, they carried an item that, if forced upon Yi Bai, could grant him a blessing from the demon god. Clearly, these two had mistaken Yi Bai for a newly emerging genius with weaker defenses, making him an easier target. Little did they know, they'd picked the wrong person to mess with. No, the wrong indestructible iron alloy diamond. Connected to the demon god? The atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy. Even Shadow 2, usually prone to jest, became deadly serious. Despite being a demon, under Jiu Ye's protection, Shadow 2 had contributed significantly to the human race over the years. Because of this, Shadow 2 was increasingly cautious when it came to matters involving the demon clan. The oppressive atmosphere in the small room was suffocating, and the two trapped warriors were drenched in cold sweat, struggling to breathe. Yi Bai broke the silence, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Third uncle, how do we usually handle situations like this?" Shadow 3 pondered for a moment before answering seriously. "According to the Planetary Defense Special Ordinance, Article 8, Section 24, we need to gather evidence, subdue the individuals, and then hand them over to the nearest defense headquarters. Given their circumstances, they're likely looking at a minimum of 95 years in the abyss, possibly life imprisonment." Yi Bai was somewhat surprised by Shadow 3's legal knowledge but quickly asked, "What if it involves me?" Shadow 3's response was only 3 words, but they hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the last bit of hope in the hearts of the two warriors. Their faces turned ashen, eyes filled with despair. Shadow 3 enunciated each word clearly. Immediate execution. Death sentence. As soon as Ing San finished speaking, Ing Er sprang into action. With a wave of his hand, an array of torture devastated her head guillotine. Electric chair, gallows, oil cauldron appeared around the bone cage, exuding a menacing aura. There are countless ways to execute someone. One of them will surely fit. The two war kings trapped inside the bone cage trembled in terror, their faces pale with fear. They were utterly confused, with only one question in their minds. What exactly was happening? What made Yi Bai so special? Was it simply because Yi Bai was close to Hua Tianyi? Both men quickly dismissed this possibility. They had witnessed the high-ranking members of the Shadow treating Yi Bai with utmost respect. Even the mighty Azura couldn't easily subdue a ninth-rank war god. This left only one possibility. Yi Bai himself was a high-ranking figure within the Shadow. A horrifying thought suddenly dawned on them. They had been baited. No, more accurately, this trap was set for a much more formidable target, and they were just small fry who had stumbled in. A chilling name flashed in their minds: Ing Si, the most powerful man within the Shadow. According to legend, Yi Bai was actually Ing Si. This earth-shattering secret was something they knew they would take to their graves. Yi Bai squatted down, looking down at them with disdain in his eyes. Check them out, he said calmly. With Yi Bai's permission, a shadow surged forward eagerly, enveloping the two men and beginning to sift through their memories. Moments later, Ing Er, with a characteristic lilt in his voice, cheerfully announced, they were captured by the demon clan in the abyss and betrayed the human clan under the influence of former demon cult followers. Ing Er went on to explain that these two had once had principles and beliefs, but they faltered under the pressure of life and death. They had a handle held by the demon god and communicated indirectly with him through former demon cult members, leaving no trace of the demon god's direct influence on them. For people like this, we have a special term, moles, Ing Er added. Unlike the demon cult members, moles are the most troublesome. If it weren't for the demon god-related items they carried, even Yi Bai wouldn't have uncovered their undercover identities. After hearing Ing Er's conclusion, Yi Bai pondered for a moment and then said, erase their recent memories. Ing Er did not hesitate and immediately got to work. He was known for his aggressive stance against those colluding with the demon cult. Soon, he proudly announced, I've erased the last 3 days of their memories. Ing San frowned slightly and reminded, didn't you hear Si? Erased the last half-month. Yi Bai shook his head. That's too short. Make it the last 3 years, just to be safe. Thus, Ing Er proceeded to seal the last 3 years of the two war kings' memories. Hand them over to the city defense department next, Yi Bai instructed Ing San. They have something on them. Ing San quickly retrieved a black sphere from the two men. As soon as this item appeared in the bone space, the entire area began to tremble slightly. The fifth demon god, everyone concluded in unison. Who else but the audacious fifth demon god would dare to act so recklessly? Yi Bai explained that the more cunning demon gods had already disbanded the demon cult, leaving only hidden pawns like moles. In the early stages of the war between the two clans, the demon cult was quite useful, as there were many within the human clan who advocated surrender. However, as the human clan began to dominate the battlefield, the demon cult was marginalized and became a liability. The current demon cult was a shadow of its former self. Yi Bai joked, in a meeting of 10 demon cult leaders, 8 might be human clan spies, and the remaining 2 could be double agents. What's the point of even trying? The demon gods weren't fools. When a centralized demon cult didn't work, they opted for a decentralized strategy. Moles became their best option. If these 2 moles acted at a critical moment, they could cause incalculable damage to the human clan. Ing San proactively asked, Si, with items from the 5th demon god, Ji used to store them in the Shadow's warehouse. Yi Bai glanced at Ing San, sensing an undertone in his words, but didn't dwell on it. He nodded. Follow the old rules then. Send it to 4th brother and store it in the warehouse. Understood, Ing San replied. The bone space dissipated, and Ing Er left first with the 2 war kings. Yi Bai nonchalantly returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened. This little episode didn't disrupt his routine. He continued his lessons, awaiting the opening of the Eternal Tower. Dong, the bell rang, signaling noon. Countless people entered the Eternal Tower at that moment. Yi Bai appeared in the Eternal Core City and quickly found his acquaintance, Hua Tianyi, at their agreed meeting spot. Xiao Hua, where can we find Sunli? Yi Bai asked directly. Tonight's 29th floor requires 3 people, and we can't be short. Yi Bai had to take Sunli through the 29th floor. Otherwise, the Shadow would have to deal with a follower of the god of poverty, which was something Yi Bai absolutely couldn't accept. I don't know. Hua Tianyi shook his head. Try looking for a beggar on the street. If you find one, that's Sun Li. A beggar? Yi Bai's gaze swept the roadside and quickly locked onto a target. A disheveled, dirty man with unkempt hair was huddled in a corner, a broken fan tucked in his waistband. Despite his ragged appearance, a closer look revealed that he was quite handsome. With some grooming, he would definitely be a dashing young man. In front of him was a battered bowl, looking every bit like an unemployed web novelist. Truly a follower of the god of poverty, disease, death, and misfortune. Yi Bai thought to himself. He's got the act down to a T. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Bai asked, "Is he Sunli?" Hua Tianyi nodded, confirming, yes, he's the only one allowed to beg in the Eternal Core City. After a moment's thought, he added, "He's a licensed beggar with a special permit." Noticing the two approaching, Sunli looked up, weak and listless. "Spare some food. I've been starving for over 70 years. All right." Yi Bai nodded, summoning Dracula from his personal space, snatching half a chicken leg from him, and placing it in Sun Li's bowl. Yi Bai said seriously, "Eat this chicken leg, and you'll have to stick with me." Note: the author included an update notice at the end, which I did not rewrite as it was not part of the story. The drumstick was right in front of him, and Sun Li didn't hesitate. He devoured it in no time, not even sparing the bones. Satisfied, he burped, braced himself against the wall, and slowly stood up, stretching lazily. The taste in his mouth had faded a bit, and he turned to look at Dracula behind Yi Bai, a cunning glint in his eye as he sincerely said, "I wish you had diabetes." Dracula looked puzzled and was about to speak when Yi Bai cut him off, briefly explaining Dracula's current situation. By day, he was Xiaojia's close playmate, and by night, he waited in a special space, ready to respond to the demon lord's summons at any moment. This double duty came with double the base pay, but when Dracula eagerly asked the werewolf Jack about his salary, he was told that high-level combatants only receive bonuses, not base pay. Dracula sighed in resignation. Typical demon lord. Ignoring Dracula's complaints, Yi Bai turned to Sun Li and confirmed, "Let's go. I've been asked to help you through the levels." Sun Li didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said seriously, "Before we set off, there are some things I need to make clear. I'm gravely ill and cursed with bad luck, so I'll definitely be a burden to you." Yi Bai nodded in understanding, thinking that taking this handicap along to achieve an SSS rating would be a great way to showcase his skills. Sun Li continued, "The important thing is, I have nothing to repay you with. Everything I give carries bad luck, even a single copper coin." Yi Bai waved it off generously, "No worries. I never do good deeds for money. I'm not interested in your money." Dracula and Hua Tianyi both looked incredulous at this statement. Clearly, they thought such words were shameless. Sun Li thanked him gratefully and then curiously asked Hua Tianyi, "Did that madman Hua really succeed?" Hua Tianyi immediately retorted, releasing a foul stench as he spoke, "Success my ass. The great demon god is still alive and kicking. The old guy is no better than trash, taking forever to kill a great demon god." Yi Bai glanced at Hua Tianyi, slightly mocking. "So, you're brave then? Next time, I'll send you straight to the great demon god, and you can demonstrate your trash-talking skills?" Sun Li nodded slightly and smiled at Yi Bai. "This guy is even more annoying than me. This time, I'll be troubling you." Yi Bai shook his head, indicating it wasn't a big deal as long as the goblin underlings paid extra. As for Sun Li's money, he didn't care. As Sun Li took a step forward, the stone tile beneath his feet suddenly crumbled, exposing a void. He lost his balance and was about to fall heavily when Yi Bai, quick as lightning, grabbed Dracula and threw him over to serve as a cushion, preventing Sun Li from a fatal fall. Hua Tianyi explained slowly that this was a minor damage caused by the breakdown of void fragments in the Eternal Core City, something that had happened less than 3 times in the past century. Yi Bai couldn't help but be amazed at Sun Li's sheer bad luck. Sun Li, however, remained calm. After standing up from Dracula, he took out a broken fan and waved it lightly. The shattered spot slowly repaired itself, and a void fragment appeared in his hand. As a magnet for bad luck, Sun Li could gain a little something when bad things happened. Seeing that no one wanted the void fragment tainted with bad luck, Sun Li smiled and tucked it into his pouch, clearly not his first time encountering such a situation. Once ready, the three gathered, and Yi Bai summoned the Eternal Core Crystal. As the team leader, the other members needed to touch his crystal to enter the corresponding level of the Eternal Tower. Sun Li used just one finger, wary of passing on too much bad luck. Yi Bai input the target, level 29. 3 white flashes later, they heard the familiar prompt, "Wishing you a swift clearance of the Eternal Tower." The trio appeared on the 29th level of the Eternal Tower. Sun Li and Hua Tianyi exchanged a meaningful glance, clearly sensing something unusual. Hua Tianyi spoke first. "Back then, the old guy, Nightmare, Shuejiao, and Lanzhishan tackled this level together." Sun Li responded nonchalantly. "Oh." Noticing their odd behavior, Yi Bai asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" Both shook their heads and Hua Tianyi added, "I just hate being compared to that old guy." Although he sensed something was off, Yi Bai didn't press further and focused on the challenge ahead. "All right, stay sharp. Time to clear the level." Behind Yi Bai, Hua Tianyi and Sun Li exchanged another glance. Hua Tianyi nodded slightly, conveying an astonishing message without words. Back then, when Old King Hua and Nightmare teamed up to clear the 29th level, they had heard the same prompt, wishing you a swift clearance of the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower, 29th floor. This level's trial is simple yet brutal. Defend a pass. Yibai recalled playing RPG games in his past life, like defending Athena or GNG, but the difficulty of the current challenge had increased exponentially. The trickiest part was the requirement for success. Not only must the pass remain intact, but everyone must survive. For Sun Li, who lacked talent and was plagued by bad luck, this seemed like an impossible task. Even with 3 S-grade talent prodigies protecting him, passing this level was still a daunting challenge. Sun Li was once the brightest rising star among the first wave of powerful warriors. On the battlefield, one Sun Li was worth 10 Hua madmen. No matter how strong Hua madman was, he needed to charge into battle, and 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. In some ways, Sun Li had become a weapon of causality. Whenever he was deployed on a tense battlefield after the human warriors retreated, unexpected results were always achieved. No one knew exactly what happened, but in the end, Sun Li was the only one who returned alive. This tactic was foolproof and even managed to kill the Demon Lord of War. However, Sun Li was stuck on the 29th floor, consuming what little life he had left. Eventually, he had to be frozen in slumber for years. It wasn't until the emergence of Shura that Sun Li was put into the unsealing process, waiting for Shura to clear the 28th floor so he could be woken up to rely on Shura to pass the 29th floor. Upon entering the 29th floor, Yibai wasted no time and immediately began trying to exploit a bug. He called out softly, "Shao AI." AI Naobo appeared reluctantly before the 3 of them. Yibai felt a fleeting resemblance to Sun Wukong, always summoning the local deity for help. AI Naobo didn't react much when he saw Hua Tian, but when he saw Sun Li, he hid behind Yibai in fright, exclaiming, "It's him, the unluckiest person in the past century of the Eternal Tower." Sun Li smiled, already accustomed to NPC's attitudes towards him, too lazy even to retort. Hua Tian's demeanor became serious. He glanced coldly at Sun Li and warned, "Watch your mouth during the trial. Watch my mouth." Yibai looked at Sun Li curiously. Sun Li explained, "Sometimes, when I say good things, they turn bad, and when I say bad things, they come true. It's not 100 though. Nightmare once checked it for me and said it wasn't a big deal." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Li suddenly started coughing violently, blood seeping through his fingers. After a moment, he wiped the blood away with a white cloth, giving a bitter smile. "It's fine. I have over 4 hours left." Yibai didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on the blood-stained cloth. "Old pig, Dracula, be on standby." Seeing the cloth in Sun Li's hand, Dracula felt a shiver down his spine. He realized the Demon Lord was about to do something inhumane again. "Take this," Yibai instructed. "Dilute it and give it to Cain for nourishment." Dracula felt a chill, reluctantly taking the cloth. He was somewhat relieved, thinking he'd rather Cain suffer than Old Pig. If it worked well, it might even become a secret weapon against vampires. After dealing with this small episode, Yibai gained a new understanding of Sun Li's jinxing ability. He warned, "You should talk less." With Shao AI in tow, the group arrived at the pass they needed to defend. Yibai didn't rush to activate the pass but directly asked Shao AI, "Are there any bugs we can exploit on this level?" Shao AI stammered, "I can give you 3 maps showing all the monsters' movements." This was within his authority. Anything more was beyond him. "Thanks, you've repaid 1 favor." Yibai calculated precisely. "You still owe me 9 favors and 1 life-saving grace." Shao AI looked bewildered. With the maps in hand, the 3 of them began studying. The pass they had to defend was attacked from both sides, with monsters spawning from different locations. Some monsters even had stealth or infiltration skills, making sneak attacks on the pass. With the maps, they wouldn't be as passive in their defense. They could take the initiative to eliminate the monsters in advance. If this were Yibai's solo instance, he would likely not defend the pass but instead camp at the monster spawn points to grind them. He believed that the best defense is a good offense. As long as all enemies were eliminated, the pass would remain unthreatened. At some point, Sun Li was already seated in a wheelchair. He recalled, "When I previously tackled this level with others, the early stages went smoothly, but we were overwhelmed by powerful monsters later on and failed." He recalled that the longest he ever held out was during the final wave of monsters. That boss was unbelievably powerful, so much so that even with his special abilities, he couldn't match it. Just as Sun Li was lost in his memories, the map in the trio's hands suddenly changed, grabbing everyone's attention. Hua Tianyi frowned as he stared at the map, pointing to a large ink blot that had appeared in the south. "Hey, is your map broken? How could I, a tower spirit, give you a faulty map?" The ink blot looked like a splash of ink, completely obscuring the surrounding terrain. Shao AI's face turned pale after glancing at the map. She crouched down, trembling. her voice filled with fear. That's not ink. That's the aura of the creature from the 28th floor. How did it end up here? We're doomed. We're going to die this time. It turned out that the supreme demon god's power, which had escaped from the 28th floor, had split into two. Most of it remained on the 28th floor and was defeated yesterday by Yi Bai and Wu Han working together. A small portion, however, had fled to the 29th floor, waiting for an opportunity. When Yi Bai and Sun Li appeared simultaneously, the combined presence of the Supreme Seed and the followers of the gods of death and misfortune successfully awakened the demon god's power. Sun Li and Hua Tianyi's faces darkened simultaneously. Hua Tianyi glared at Sun Li and said viciously, "After this challenge is over, stay far away from me." Sun Li responded helplessly, "You think I enjoy teaming up with others?" Who would have thought that Sun Li's challenge this time would attract monsters tainted with the supreme demon god's aura right from the first wave? The two of them, with their keen insight, immediately recognized that the source of the ink blot was extremely powerful, with its main body being at least level 995 or higher. Although only a trace of its aura remained here, it was still very troublesome. "The big one is coming," they said in unison, their faces filled with seriousness. However, the only one who remained calm was Yi Bai. Not only was he unfazed, but he even had a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. After confirming that the thunder was still there, Yi Bai patted Xiao Ai on the shoulder and said confidently, "Don't be afraid. Your big brother is here. It's just a little supreme demon god. We'll take care of it." A reassuring message popped up in front of Yi Bai. A mere 600-level projection of a supreme demon god acting all arrogant? Bullying the wrong person. Not happening. Due to the interference from the supreme demon god's aura, the three of them had to rework their strategy. Yi Bai, Sun Li, and Hua Tianyi sat around a spread-out map, their expression serious. Pointing to a checkpoint on the map, Yi Bai began. The original plan was for Sun Li and me to hold the checkpoint while Hua Tianyi went on the offensive. At level 300, Hua Tianyi is undeniably top tier, aside from the supreme seeds. Yi Bai glanced at Hua Tianyi and continued, "He has a small bug. Even after splitting from the old Hua Tianwang, he retains the number 1 under heaven talent. Combined with Xiao Jiao's 9 lives unyielding, he essentially has 2 talents and is practically unkillable." With a sigh, Yi Bai looked at Sun Li, "But things have changed. The supreme demon god's aura has awakened. We need to deal with it in advance. Hua Tianyi alone won't cut it. We need a supreme seed." "The supreme demon god?" Shura exclaimed, and everyone's faces turned grim. They had thought they were dealing with an ordinary demon god, not the final boss. Even a fragment of its projection was no trivial matter. Sun Li's face darkened as he decisively said, "Let's retreat. Forget about this challenge." Hua Tianyi hesitated. He knew Sun Li's predicament. Seemingly just sitting in a wheelchair, gasping for breath, but in a few hours, he could die. In the desperate battlefield back then, Sun Li had gambled with a deity for power, with the condition that he had to clear the 29th level within a limited number of attempts. Failing that, not only would he die, but his soul would also belong to the deity. Hua Tianyi knew the details because the old Hua Tianwang had done something. Known for being unruly, Hua Madman, after becoming a level 995 battle god, fully embraced his reputation for bullying the weak and disregarding the martial code. He had even gone to the temple to find the deity Sun Li had gambled with, intending to force the deity to cancel the deal with his fists. This was Sun Li's last chance. If they quit now, a deity would immediately descend and take his soul the moment they left the Eternal Tower. Sun Li's choice was understandable. As a veteran who had survived countless battles, he knew better than Yi by the significance of a supreme being for the human race. Humanity was always teetering on the edge. Any misstep could lead to total defeat. If Shura were to die because of him, the sacrifices of the past would be in vain. However, Xiao Ai timidly broke the silence. It seems we can't leave. The bad guy is smart. He locked down the 29th level before revealing himself." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. They were already in too deep to back out. Sun Li scoffed, "I can get Shura out. It doesn't matter if Hua dies." Yi Bai rolled his eyes and interrupted. "Yeah, right? If it were really life-threatening, I'd run faster than anyone." Hua Tianyi nodded in agreement. "I can vouch for that. This guy's terrified of dying. How scared? So scared he'd leave money behind if it meant saving his life." Yi Bai felt he'd been unfairly jabbed twice, but chose to ignore it, continuing, "I have a way to deal with the supreme demon god without even going all out. The problem now is that I need to purify the pollution it brought. Hua Tianyi can guard the checkpoint, but what about you?" Sun Li thought for a moment and suggested, "Stay here?" Hua Tianyi nodded. "Sure, if you can use 9 lives unyielding." Due to his pact with the deity, Sun Li was the most likely to attract hatred on this level, more so than the checkpoint itself. Wherever he went, monsters would follow. "All right, I get it," Sun Li conceded, raising his hand. "I'll go with Shura to face the supreme demon god." Happy, Fine. With their roles clearly defined, the three of them set to work. Hua Tianyi easily held the checkpoint on his own. Go. Push the wheelchair, Yibai instructed. Dracula then directed the sea god puppet to push Sun Li's wheelchair, layering on the support. Sun Li felt slightly embarrassed and explained. Actually, this is a smart wheelchair. It can even fly. Yibai waved it off, no worries, pushing it adds to the ceremony. He wanted to see if Dracula would become even more unlucky because of Sun Li, using a puppet as a medium. After deciding on their direction, the three set off, with Yibai and Dracula escorting Sun Li, who was in a wheelchair. Along the way, countless monsters, tainted by the aura of a supreme demon god, charged at them. These monsters, originally around level 300, had their strength suddenly soar to levels 500 or 600. However, in front of Yibai, they were as fragile as paper. Yibai's hands moved gracefully, with flames dancing and thunder roaring. The monsters fell one by one, turning into lifeless corpses. Sun Li watched in awe, exclaiming, "Such supreme prowess." Dracula kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings, lost in thought. Having spent a long time with the Demon Lord, he often overlooked a crucial fact when it came to actual combat. The Demon Lord's power was the pinnacle of their tier. Even he or Hua Tianyi would struggle to handle the situation as effortlessly as Yibai. Sigh, Dracula thought to himself. If only the Demon Lord were human, I would have truly found a wise leader. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, hitting Dracula squarely and charring him. Yibai was taken aback and quickly apologized. Sorry, I don't know what happened. It hit the wrong target. Sun Li shook his head with a wry smile. It's not your fault. Clearly, the bad luck had transferred from him to Dracula. While Dracula was still reviving, Sun Li asked, Shura, do you know about the Supreme Mark? Yibai raised an eyebrow and cautiously replied, I know a bit, but not much. Sun Li hesitated for a moment before asking, you know Jiu, right? Then you should also know his true identity. His expression darkened briefly, but soon returned to normal. When you become a supreme being, if you hand over the Supreme Mark to Jiu, he can revive the people inside the shadow, even Jiu. Yibai frowned, his tone displeased, and what's the price? Sacrificing Jiu Yi? Sun Li was taken aback, seemingly not understanding Yibai's implication. Price? If Jiu can be revived, Jiu won't die. If Jiu can't be revived, Jiu certainly won't die either. Yibai's mind became muddled. What Sun Li said was vastly different from what Third Brother had told him. At that moment, a new prompt appeared before Yibai. Don't listen to what they say. See for yourself. Here, we strongly recommend the Ninth Awakening version of the Eye of Insight, the true, all-seeing eye. The conversation about the Supreme Mark abruptly ended, and neither of them pursued it further. However, a remark by Sun Li sparked an idea in Yibai's mind. He suddenly realized that although Sun Li retained the appearance of a young man due to being frozen in time, beneath his ragged beggar's facade lay an old soul from a century ago. Yibai's eyes lit up slightly, recognizing a rare opportunity. Sun Li might know many secrets about the powerful figures of the past generation, like Nightmare, Shuejiu, Madhua, and Lanjishian. These old stories were usually kept under wraps by the elders, who rarely shared them with Yibai. Shuejia's whereabouts were unknown. Hua Tianwang was notoriously harsh, and Lanjishian was cold and unapproachable. The only one willing to speak was Old Man Jiao, but he was a notorious fabricator of history, making it hard to discern truth from fiction. Considering Sun Li's notorious jinxing ability, Yibai hesitated for a moment, but then cautiously asked, Elder Sun, talking about the past won't bring us bad luck, will it? Sun Li chuckled, spreading his hands. I can't answer that. Don't be so formal. Just call me Old Sunday. Yibai immediately understood. If Sun Li said no, it might trigger his jinxing effect. If he said yes, it would confirm his bad luck. Talking with Sun Li indeed required extra caution. Taking a deep breath, Yibai organized his thoughts and went straight to the point. Old Sun, what kind of person was Shuejiu? Among the older generation of powerful figures, Yibai knew most of them, but Nightmare and Shuejiu remained enigmas. Especially Shuejiu, whom he only knew as the human king from what the fire god said in the Eternal Tower. Yibai knew very little about Xuemeng's father and felt uneasy, worried that Shuejiu might have a bad temper considering what he had done to Xuemeng. Shuejiu, you say? Sun Li's face softened with a warm smile, as if recalling fond memories. He had many titles, but Human King was the one he liked the least. Yibai couldn't help but smile wryly. That's the only title I know. Sun Li continued. Shuejiu believed no one could claim the title of Human King. Perhaps everyone could become a Human King. Pointing to the sword at Yibai's waist, he added, that's why Shuejiu renamed the Human King sword to the Heavenly King sword. For you to take the Heavenly King sword from the Eternal Forest, not only did the sword have to recognize you, but so did Shadow 9. Sun Li nodded to himself. You must be a remarkable person, or Shadow 9 wouldn't have acknowledged you. Hearing this, Yibai felt a sense of pride. thinking that he indeed lived up to the highest standards of humanity. Back to the point, Sun Li refocused the conversation. Shueijia was incredibly strong. He wielded a sword, while Shadow used a blade. Without using his innate abilities, he could hold his own against Lanjixian in a 7,030 split. With his abilities, it was no contest. As for Shadow's blade skills, you've seen them. Old Madhua was forced to abandon his blade and switch to using his fists because of Shadow 9. Listening to Sun Li's description, Yi Bai began to form a vague image of Shueijia. He speculated that Shueijia's innate abilities might be related to Shadow's, explaining why Old Man Jia's blade skills were so exceptional. Oh, by the way, Sun Li added, Shueijia was quite lonely in his childhood, so he greatly valued his companions and was very considerate of others' feelings. Yi Bai nodded in understanding, then heard Sun Li continue. Also, Shadow 9 didn't think much of Shueijia's personality. How should I put it? Shadow 9 cared deeply for Shueijia, which makes sense, they were like shadows and knew each other well. Shadow 9 always felt that Shueijia's personality was his downfall. Sun Li went on. During that battle in the Supreme Abyss, Shueijia had a chance to leave directly. Yi Bai's eyebrows raised, realizing the key point. Human warriors who reached level 1000 would be forcibly teleported to an unknown space. This meant Shueijia could have leveled up and left. However, if he chose to leave, there would be no one to keep the supreme demon god in check. Faced with the choice between the fate of humanity and his own life, Shueijia chose the former without hesitation. His final act was to send the Heavenly King Sword and Shadow 9 out of the abyss. Because of this strange resentment, Shadow 9's personality is actually the opposite of Shueijia's, Sun Li concluded. The more volatile you see Shadow 9, the more refined Shueijia was. After listening to Sun Li's explanation, Yi Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Shueijia and Xue Ming were one person and one shadow, their personalities were vastly different. Shueijia was kind-hearted and wouldn't take out his anger on Yi Bai for supervising Xue Ming's training. This reminded Yi Bai of the equally cheerful Ming Yin. Recalling Hua Tianyi, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Yi Bai's lips. Amidst the blood-soaked past, these people were like warm flames, dispelling some of the darkness. Let me tell you something interesting, Sun Li suddenly spoke up. It's about Crazy Hua. While listening, Yi Bai casually unleashed a thunderbolt, obliterating the surrounding monsters. Pointing in the direction of Hua Tianyi, Sun Li continued, Crazy Hua never dared to curse Shueijia directly. Whenever he got scolded, he'd point at Shueijia's shadow and curse it instead, a classic case of indirect criticism. He chuckled. Because of this, when Shadow Jiao came to life, he often sparred with Crazy Hua. Each time, he'd stop just as Crazy Hua's talent was about to kick in. Yi Bai couldn't help but tease, typical old Hua. Knowing exactly who to mess with, he never would have guessed that the legendary Hua Tianwang had such a dubious past. Waving his hand tiredly, Sun Li said, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you're interested in people and events from back then, let me tell you something you definitely don't know. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, feigning disbelief. I doubt there's anything I don't know. With a mysterious smile, Sun Li asked, do you know what Ming Yan's talent is called? Yi Bai was momentarily speechless. He had seen his second and third brothers many times, but had never known what their talents were. Seeing Yi Bai's silence, Sun Li didn't keep him in suspense any longer and said directly, many people know the name of Ming Yan's talent, but its specific effects, only Ming Yan, Shueijia, and Shadow Jiao are aware of. He slowly uttered 4 words, dreams come true. These 4 words represented the talent of the first supreme being in human history, the name of the first SS level talent, a force so formidable that it made the 5th demon god tremble with fear. Yi Bai pondered deeply. What kind of power did this talent named dreams come true hold, capable of making someone a supreme being and even instilling fear in a demon god? Dreams come true? That name sounds powerful. Yi Bai gritted his teeth, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. He glanced down at his own ability, Inside Eye, the words stinging his vision. What kind of useless ability is this? He muttered angrily, as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of sour lemon. Yi Bai looked up at his older brother with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Brother, can we trade abilities? His brother shook his head. I asked for you, but no, we can't. Yi Bai rolled his eyes and decided to ignore the annoying Inside Eye. At that moment, Sun Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly changed his expression. Just a moment ago, he was chatting and laughing with Yi Bai, but now his heart had stopped, and he wasn't breathing. His whole body went limp in the wheelchair, like a lifeless puddle of mud. Yi Bai's eyes widened. What the old pig? Before he could finish his sentence, Dracula, who had been resurrected, was summoned. Upon his arrival, he saw Sun Li's lifeless body. Dracula's face darkened. Master, did you kill Sun Li too? Less talking, more saving. Yi Bai commanded sharply. Following the guidance of the Inside Eye, Yi Bai remotely controlled Dracula to perform emergency resuscitation on Sun Li. Make an incision here, 6 centimeters deep. Good, you've got his heart. With manual cardiac resuscitation, Sun Li's body twitched a couple of times, as if coming back to life. Like someone being revived from drowning, Sun Li was temporarily out of danger. Dracula signaled the Poseidon puppet to retract its hand. Gah, Sun Li spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, then took out some medicinal powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on his wound. The wound began to heal visibly. After finishing, Sun Li's face finally regained some color. He looked at Yi Bai and gave a wry smile. It's an old problem. I go into a near-death state from time to time. According to Sun Li's own arrangements, even if Yi Bai did nothing, he would still survive, though it would be much more painful. Yi Bai didn't say much, and the group set off again. This time, their pace noticeably quickened. They had discussed everything they needed to, and the longer they stayed on the 29th floor, the more dangerous it was for Sun Li. Moreover, Sun Li's near-death buff had just activated and wouldn't trigger again for a while. But the most urgent issue was that the chaos on the 29th floor was caused by none other than the aura of the Supreme Demon God. How terrifying is the Supreme Demon God? Sun Li and Hua Tianyi, two renowned powerhouses from a century ago, would immediately think of running away at the mere mention of the Supreme Demon God. You don't confront the Supreme Demon God Hedon, not even a 600-level incomplete projection of it. To some extent, Supreme Seeds and Supreme Demon Gods are both ceiling breakers at the same level. In fact, the Supreme Demon God might be even scarier. Letting it run amok could very well tear the sky apart. After speeding up, they quickly reached the edge of a black fog. At the core of the black fog was the 600-level incomplete projection of the Supreme Demon God, polluting the 29th floor. The edges were filled with monsters corrupted by the Supreme Demon God's aura, acting as its most loyal guards. Yi Bai and his companions could sense the Supreme Demon God's aura, and naturally, the Supreme Demon God could sense them too. These monsters were there to delay Yi Bai and his team, buying time for the Supreme Demon God. Thunderstrike. Yi Bai cast a Thunderstrike, but it had little effect. The thunder was absorbed by a type of monster after only a few jumps. Looking around, there were countless monsters blocking their way. Killing them all would take forever. Moreover, even as enemies, the Supreme Demon God, even in its incomplete form, showed its cunning side. The monsters in front of Yi Bai were all below level 300. Even if Yi Bai killed them, the level difference was too great to provide any experience points. Seeing Sun Li's pale face, Yi Bai knew they couldn't drag this out any longer. Shadow Sea. Shadows rose around Yi Bai. Wielding the power of nature, Yi Bai began to chant. Water skill, furious sea. Let all hear the roar of the ocean. After uttering the embarrassing incantation, waves surged forward, washing over the monsters. The monsters dissolved instantly, like salt in water. With just the furious sea, Yi Bai cleared out a large portion of the outermost monsters, carving out a gap. But more black clouds rolled in, and the gap created by the furious sea was quickly filled with more monsters. Charge! Without hesitation, Yi Bai gave the order, and several figures surged forward. They had no time to waste here. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it became. The greatest respect for the Supreme Demon God was to use all means necessary to kill it. As they charged forward, even without explicit commands, their coordination was seamless. They were all seasoned warriors, knowing exactly what to do and when. Yi Bai led the charge, facing the greatest pressure and constantly pushing forward. Every swing of the power of nature took the lives of numerous monsters. Under the thunder, slay demons and gods. Dracula covered the rear, a river of blood appearing beside him, countless bad apparitions flying out and tearing the surrounding monsters apart. During this time, Dracula had repeatedly proven his worth, earning many rewards of prince's blood from Yi Bai. Now, Dracula had reached the rank of first-tier prince, and with the blood river, his combat power was formidable. Yi Bai and Dracula shielded Sun Li in the center, with the Poseidon puppet closely protecting him. Their advance was swift. Yi Bai's attacks were as swift and piercing as a drill cutting through bone, with various skills unleashed in rapid succession. Thunder, sparks, and star-picking techniques flowed from his hands, creating a dazzling spectacle. The trio charged through the outer ranks of the demonic horde with relentless momentum, quickly reaching the edge of the core area. Feeling the suffocating evil aura ahead, Sun Li's expression grew grave. Dracula wasn't faring much better. His body was riddled with wounds, and dark energy coiled around him, stripping away any semblance of nobility. He used every ounce of his strength just to keep up with Yi Bai's terrifying pace of slaughter. In stark contrast, Yi Bai seemed merely warmed up, his eyes still gleaming with a hunger for more. Ahead, the projection of the Supreme Demon God loomed close. Yi Bai calculated the distance, contemplating the perfect moment to unleash the thunder he had been holding back. Wait, Sun Li suddenly spoke. It surely has more than one life. No matter what ultimate moves you have, save them for when absolutely necessary. Yi Bai nodded in agreement. He recalled the scene on the 28th floor, where where he could afford to wield his sword recklessly because third brother was there to protect him. Even in defeat, escape had been an option. But the current situation was entirely different. In their bid to kill the supreme demon god's projection, they had ventured deep into the lion's den. Escaping now seemed nearly impossible. Yi Bai didn't know if Xiao Yao was watching from the shadows, but he understood that in life and death moments, relying on others was a grave mistake. The path to vanquishing demons had to be walked by himself. Having gauged the distance, Yi Bai instructed Dracula to stay vigilant. Shura see. Instantly, 100-meter radius around Yi Bai was enveloped in Shura's power, impenetrable even to the supreme demon god's aura. All things grow. In the blink of an eye, the cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter completed. Thunder flickered in Yi Bai's eyes as he pointed his staff forward. Chaos thunder annihilation. With a deafening roar, black chaos thunderbolts tore through all the demons in their path, crashing heavily onto the supreme demon god's projection. For more thunderclaps followed in quick succession. After the chaos thunder subsided, the world seemed clear and serene, as if all demons had been purged. Yi Bai retracted his natural power, his expression calm, as if he had merely swatted away a minor nuisance. Sitting in his wheelchair, Sun Li felt a surge of emotions but ultimately sighed softly. The strongest should be like this. A true powerhouse should act like this. To be fair, no exaggeration or downplaying here. Yi Bai's performance this time is definitely up to the standard of a top-tier contender, maybe even earning him a solid 61 out of 100. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Yi Bai leaned slightly forward, his eyes flashing with lightning. He meticulously stacked his power-up buffs, his entire body enveloped in thunder energy. Timing it perfectly, he struck the moment the supreme demon god's projection showed a flaw. Under the boost of his accumulated power, the chaos thunder's might was doubled. A thick bolt of lightning struck the demon projection, vaporizing it instantly. Yi Bai didn't stop there. He launched 7 consecutive thunder strikes, each hitting the target with precision. Even the usually sarcastic Xie Yan had to give Yi Bai high praise this time. Congratulations to the Azura for achieving 4th place in the Supreme Seed Mimicry Tournament. Yi Bai felt a sense of pride. Among the Supreme Seeds, he might not be stronger than Nightmare, more handsome than Wuhan, or stranger than Xiaoyao. But he had forged his own path survival. As long as he could survive to level 1000, he would be the undisputed supreme powerhouse. The sky gradually cleared, and the surrounding demonic aura dissipated. Dracula breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like we can clear this stage smoothly. Shut up. Yi Bai glared at Dracula. You've been hanging around with Lao Sun for so long. Who knows if you're a jinx? Given the flag Dracula just raised, Yi Bai had a bad feeling that there were more challenges ahead. Yi Bai remained highly vigilant. After all, their opponent was the supreme demon god, and any carelessness could be fatal. More importantly, Xie Yan, for once, was useful, reminding him that the supreme demon's projection still had one last move. Without saying more, Yi Bai turned to leave. Head back, he commanded briefly. Their return trip was several times faster than their journey here. When they regrouped with Hua Tianyi, the latter had just finished warming up. They exchanged information quickly. Hua Tianyi frowned. So, the supreme demon god still has one more move. If it attacks, can you take it down in one hit? Yi Bai nodded. Yes. The power of Chaos Thunder has been proven. With the power-up and Chaos Thunder, I can definitely one-shot a level 600 supreme demon projection. He paused and added, provided its power doesn't undergo a qualitative change. Hua Tianyi shook his head. Don't even think about it. It will definitely undergo a change. The atmosphere turned tense, and everyone found themselves in a dilemma. It was known that the supreme demon's projection would attack again, and this would be its strongest form. The cards were on the table for their opponent, but what about Yi Bai and his team? Under Yi Bai's urging gaze, Dracula cleared his throat and reluctantly said, I can temporarily unleash the power of a 9th-tier war god. However, this requires consuming a lot of vampire prince blood. Hua Tianyi rolled his eyes. A 9th-tier war god? That's useless. As everyone looked on curiously, Hua Tianyi coldly stated, I can summon the projection of the god of slaughter, level 990, up to 3 times. The pressure shifted to Sun Li. He opened his palm, revealing a dice. This is the dice of divinity. When rolled, it can forcibly summon a god's projection. The god will have to gamble with me. If the god loses, the projection will help me with one task. After hearing everyone's trump cards, Yi Bai nodded slowly but didn't reveal his own. He looked around with anticipation in his eyes. If I manage to deal with the final projection of the supreme demon god on my own, does that mean each of you owes me a chance to use your trump cards? Everyone was momentarily speechless. Sun Li exclaimed in excitement. It was the first time he saw Azura trying to take advantage, and instead of feeling awkward, he found it intriguing. Hua Tianyi, with a dark expression, snorted but didn't object. Sun Li had no objections either and explained, the dice of divinity can be used once a day, both inside and outside the Eternal Tower. But it's bound to me and can only be used by me. Huatiani pondered for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist speaking, his tone icy. Don't underestimate them. The opponent is an extremely powerful demon god. It's safer if I summon the projection of the old man in advance. Yibai shook his head firmly, refusing. No way. I can't let you steal my thunder. The story of an unrivaled Shura single-handedly defeating the projection of a supreme demon god sounds way better. If it turns into Shura and Huatianwang teaming up, it just ruins the narrative. Yibai, a seasoned assist dealer, knew exactly when to refuse help. Suit yourself, Huatiani replied, not saying more. In truth, summoning Huatianwang's projection came at a great cost to him. More importantly, the two had already parted ways. Re-establishing a connection would be detrimental to both, much like estranged lovers who are better off never contacting each other again. If the projection could be avoided, it should be. Since Shura insisted, the group fell silent. This temporary team had been centered around Shura from the start, and Yibai's performance had earned everyone's trust. The subsequent challenges were uneventful. Ordinary monsters were insignificant in front of the trio. Even with Huatiani staying put, Dracula alone was enough to handle them. Yibai even leisurely chatted with Sunli while cracking sunflower seeds. However, in this relaxed atmosphere, Sunli nearly choked on a seed, only to be saved in the nick of time by Dracula. Finally, Huatiani smashed the last monster with a punch. Before they could celebrate, the sky suddenly changed. Everyone on the pass simultaneously looked north. A massive black cloud appeared out of nowhere, exuding a suffocating pressure. Something's not right, Xiao Ai said, squatting down with a puzzled expression. It shouldn't be this strong. Huatiani, once a true deity who had reached level 995, also felt uneasy. Indeed, there's a problem. This exceeds the power of level 994 by a large margin. The difference is too great. Even from miles away, they could feel the suffocating pressure. Golden flashes occasionally flickered within the black cloud, as if some entity was contending with the aura of the supreme demon god. Sunli suddenly spoke up. Is it possible that the godly entity, who was supposed to descend and fulfill their wager when I cleared the level, got corrupted by the supreme demon god's aura during the process? Everyone's heart sank at his words. If that were true, it would be a disaster of the highest order, an incredibly unlucky turn of events. At this critical moment, a loud shout erupted from the sky. You wretched demon god! Look here! Everyone looked up to see Dracula trembling all over, yet bravely drawing all attention to himself. This was the most courageous moment of his life. He would never have taken such a risk if he had any other choice. Internally, Dracula wailed, Demon Lord, be reliable. Shura, you're the strongest supreme seed. You can do this. Take that guy down. In the next second, his call was answered. A figure rapidly approached the black cloud from an inconspicuous corner. Reaching the limit of his casting range, Yibai raised the power of nature and roared, Replica mode. Activate. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning enveloped Yibai, and all elements in the world were forcibly converted into lightning elements, gathering above his head to form a thundercloud more terrifying than the black cloud. As the thundercloud solidified, Yibai acted decisively. With a swing of the power of nature, a white bolt of lightning descended. It appeared slow, but seemed to distort time and space, causing the entire world's time to slow down. In that moment, the only constant was this bolt of lightning. As the lightning shattered the black cloud, Yibai softly uttered its name. Infinite tribulation. Countless eons passed. Yibai replicated a lightning strike from Xiaoyao. Although its power wasn't 100 of the original, it was still enough to easily destroy a mere projection of a supreme demon god. The white lightning struck the black cloud, instantly dissolving it and revealing its true form amidst dazzling golden light, a massive golden Buddha. Before Yibai could take a closer look, the golden Buddha collided with the lingering remnants of the white lightning. This move, though powerful, was beyond Yibai's control, much like pulling the trigger and being unable to control the bullet's trajectory. Amidst the thunderous roar, golden fragments flew in all directions, resembling a celestial scattering of flowers. Two black shadows shot out from beneath Yibai's feet, frantically capturing the scattered golden fragments. The projection of the supreme demon god had perished, and the golden Buddha was left battered by the white lightning, creating a peculiar and tense atmosphere. Remaining vigilant, Yibai kept an eye on the soot-covered giant Buddha while closing the distance between himself, Sunli, and Huatiani. Pointing at the giant Buddha, he half-jokingly asked, Is it going to be cremated directly? Huatiani examined it carefully and shook his head. Not dead yet? Of course, I know it's not dead. Yibai rolled his eyes and made a throat-slitting gesture. Everyone immediately understood they had a chance to collectively take down this severely injured deity. The golden Buddha, having withstood the immeasurable lightning, had its level rapidly dropped to 989. Yi Bai calculated in his mind, considering the precedent set by the sea god Pearl, he already had a low opinion of the deities of the Eternal Tower. Additionally, the demons in the abyss were actually escaped deities from the Eternal Tower, further lowering his impression. At level 989, if everyone present used their trump cards, they might just succeed in taking it down. At this moment, Sun Li slowly spoke. He's worse off than dead right now. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Sun Li recounted his past bet with this deity. He bet that he could clear the 29th level of the Eternal Tower within 10 attempts, with the condition that the deity would not fall below level 990 before he succeeded. If the additional condition was met, the deity would have to do one more thing for him. Hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but take a deep breath, instinctively stepping back a couple of steps to distance himself from Sun Li. He finally understood the secret behind Sun Li's seemingly bad luck. Even deities were affected by his misfortune during bets. When both parties carried a misfortune buff, the bet returned to its original state, and Sun Li, with his rich experience in bad luck, managed to win each time. Curious, Huatiani asked what would happen if Sun Li lost. Sun Li recalled that if he cleared the level and the additional condition was met, the deity would have to build a temple in the Eternal Core City, recruit 100 disciples annually, and train 1,000 battle kings and 10 battle gods for the human race before being allowed to leave. Huatiani dismissively commented that the condition wasn't much, but Sun Li explained that at the time of the bet, who could have predicted that the human race would last another 100 years? Nowadays, battle kings were everywhere, and battle gods were as common as dogs. Given the understanding of the Eternal Tower back then, the condition was already quite harsh. The golden Buddha slowly disappeared, and a pitch-black Arhat approached the trio. Amitba, the Arhat greeted Sun Li with a bow, nodded to the others, and sighed. Facing Sun Li, the Arhat advised, "Benefactor, you have a connection with Buddhism, why go to such lengths?" Sun Li let out a cold laugh, rare killing intent flashing in his eyes. A common person with unpurified roots, talking about a connection with Buddhism. As long as the abyss remains, I cannot lay down my killing intent. This statement plunged everyone into silence. Yi Bai realized that although the older generation each had their own personalities, when it came to the abyss, their stance was surprisingly unified blood for blood. This might be the only consensus achievable between Huatianwang and Lan Zhixian. The Arhat, looking troubled, sighed again. Why such suffering? It was my fault for trying to forcibly bring you into Buddhism back then, leading to this bet. The cause of that day has led to today's effect. I am now reaping what I sowed. With that, the Arhat bowed again, preparing to leave. Master, please wait. Yi Bai hurriedly called out, hesitating to speak. Huatiani frowned and urged Shura. This Arhat is already miserable enough. If you're going to take advantage, do it quickly before he escapes. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised at how perceptive young Hua was. He suddenly realized that there was a significant difference in character between young Hua and old Hua. While Huatianwang was also outwardly cold but inwardly warm, he was domineering and self-centered. Huatiani, on the other hand, was more youthful, open-minded, and had an inclusive nature. This was related to their strength and experiences. Huatianwang was a true first-ranked battle god of the human race, having severely injured and nearly killed a great demon god, the most impressive feat among humans besides the supreme ones. With such strength, Huatianwang had the right to be arrogant. Huatiani was a challenger, maintaining a mindset of continuous ascent, naturally differing from Huatianwang. If he could maintain this mindset, surpassing Huatianwang wouldn't be difficult with time. Yi Bai looked at the Arhat with blue flames emanating from his head, respectfully bowed, and seriously asked, Master, may I borrow a light? Stealing fire success rate, 0.15. The Arhat looked at Shura, shook his head, and respectfully replied, Benefactor, this humble monk does not smoke. The Eternal Tower, 29th floor. Yi Bai looked at the Arhat with a kind smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Master, may I ask if you have a status called Karma Retribution? Yi Bai asked softly. The Arhat nodded calmly. Indeed, I do. Seeing the others' puzzled expressions, the Arhat took the initiative to explain. Karma Retribution, as explained in Buddhism. Cut the Buddhist jargon. Speak plainly. Huatiani interrupted impatiently, rolling his eyes. He had no patience for these roundabout explanations, whether they were from Buddhism or Taoism. As someone who struggled academically, he preferred straightforward talk. The Arhat cooperatively switched to simpler terms. This status is quite straightforward. If someone casts a spell on me, the cost they pay will be transferred to me. Everyone pretended to understand, except for Huatiani, who frowned. What does that mean? I still don't get it. Sun Li and Dracula exchanged a glance, secretly giving Huatiani a mental thumbs up. With someone as straightforward as him around, they didn't have to worry about embarrassing themselves. To accommodate Huatiani's level of understanding, the Arhat patiently explained. It means, for example, if someone casts a fireball spell on me and it costs them 30 MP, I will gain 30 MP. This time, everyone truly understood. The Arhat turned to Yi Bai, curiously asking, what of it, benefactor? I do indeed have karma retribution. What is your intention? Yi Bai smirked, revealing a cunning expression. Master, do you also have a status called 6 Roots of Purity, which prevents you from carrying gold? The Arhat nodded again. Indeed, benefactor. You are quite perceptive. Yi Bai rubbed his hands together excitedly, eager to borrow some fire. He calculated. Each failed attempt to steal fire would cost 10,000 eternal gold coins. The Arhat's karma retribution buff meant that the 10,000 coins Yi Bai lost would transfer to the Arhat. However, due to the 6 Roots of Purity status, the Arhat couldn't keep the gold. This was essentially a perpetual motion machine. Each time Yi Bai failed to steal fire, he could pick up 10,000 gold coins from the Arhat, effectively making it a cost-free endeavor. Initially, the 0.15 success rate of stealing fire almost made Yi Bai give up. But after studying the Arhat statuses, he discovered this loophole. Master, please wait, let me borrow some fire. Yi Bai hurriedly called out to the Arhat. Ashura's business can't be called theft. Stealing fire, it's not stealing. Yi Bai briefly explained the situation to the Arhat, reassuring him, Master, I'll be quick, you won't feel a thing. The Arhat pondered for a moment before speaking. What the benefactor proposes is not unnegotiable. As he spoke, several terrifying flames floated around him. I have trained for many years and have some expertise in the way of fire. Before I entered Buddhism, I had some ties with the fire god. I possess wisdom fire, blue lotus fire, tranquil fire, and world-burning fire. The Arhat introduced the characteristics of each flame. Wisdom fire could enhance intelligence, blue lotus fire was incredibly powerful, tranquil fire could resist negative effects. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking, I want them all. Unfortunately, he could only steal one type of fire at a time. While Yi Bai was excited, he also felt a twinge of caution. Could this monk be baiting me? The Arhat seemed to read Yi Bai's thoughts, joining his hands in a gesture of respect. Benefactor, you need not worry. Thanks to the immeasurable tribulation you previously cast, I have fulfilled my destined calamity. Though I have lost my attained fruit status, it is a blessing in disguise. To put it in terms Huatiani can understand, I owe you, benefactor, and will repay you with this fire. Yi Bai felt a bit embarrassed, saying, how can I accept this? While his body eagerly prepared to steal the fire. Just then, a pile of gold coins, precisely 10,000, appeared at the Arhat's feet. As Yi Bai was about to collect the coins, his vision blurred. The person is still here, but the money is gone. Yi Bai was furious, his eyes practically spitting fire. He glared at Huatiani, his anger even surpassing what he felt when facing the projection of the supreme demon god. Huatiani, how dare you snatch 100,000 gold coins right in front of me? Give me back my 200,000 gold coins. Yi Bai roared, his Tianwang sword already drawn, its cold light shimmering. If I don't cut you into pieces today, I don't deserve to be the ultimate seed. Yi Bai threatened, the tip of his sword pointing directly at Huatiani's throat. Huatiani, however, remained calm, shrugging as he said, why are you looking at me? The money is with Sun Li. It turned out that just moments ago, Huatiani had swept up the gold coins from the ground with lightning speed and piled them onto Sun Li's lap. Sun Li was now buried under the coins, only his head sticking out, looking awkwardly at Yi Bai. Do you still want the money? Sun Li asked with a helpless smile, his voice tinged with mockery. Yi Bai found himself in a dilemma. If he said no, that was a whole 300,000 gold coins. But if he said yes, he was a bit too scared to reach out and take it. After weighing his options, Yi Bai turned to Dracula, who was standing nearby, and said in a serious tone, this is your bonus for next month. Dracula was completely baffled. You not giving me money is one thing, but now you're playing tricks on me? Taking Sun Li's money to buy a coffin won't bring you any peace. Yi Bai took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and continued to use his fire steel skill. Swish, another 10,000 gold coins dropped beside the Arhat. Yi Bai quickly grabbed 5,648 coins. The rest were swiftly sent to Sun Li by Huatiani. Thus, the two began a frantic race to snatch the gold coins, with the fire steel skill being momentarily set aside. At first, Huatiani and Yi Bai were evenly matched in their coin-grabbing speed. By the mid-game, every time 10,000 gold coins dropped, Yi Bai managed to snatch 9,000 of them. Seeing the unfavorable trend, Huatiani sneered and suddenly punched himself. The 9 lives unrepentant skill instantly triggered, and with his state fully enhanced, Huatiani rejoined the battle with renewed vigor. Using hacks, exploiting bugs, disgusting. How shameful. Yi Bai spat. At least I do it sneaky. With that, he continued to exploit the Arhat's fire steel bug. Both were fully engrossed in their contest, trading moves back and forth, the scene growing increasingly intense. Poor Sun Li had been completely buried under the gold coins, silently enduring this absurd farce. Suddenly, swish a white flash, and the spot was empty. Huatiani froze. Where's the money? Yibai was also dumbfounded. Yeah, where did my 10,000 gold coins go? Why didn't it deduct the coins this time? As the two stared at each other in confusion, a system notification sounded. Fire steal successful. Acquired fire state. Endless karma flames, receiving 600,000 burn damage per second for 360 years. Fire stealer activated. Physique attribute 50,000. A giant question mark appeared above Yibai's head, and then he suddenly burst into flames. Damn, I'm really on fire, Yibai exclaimed. This time, he truly ended up losing more than he gained. What the hell is endless karma fire? Yibai muttered, casting shields and healing spells on himself, squinting at the Luohan with displeasure written all over his face. This sudden debuff inflicted 600,000 damage per second. Even with Yibai's health pool exceeding 10 million and some damage mitigation, he felt uneasy. What was even more infuriating was that the original 36 years of endless karma fire had been extended tenfold to a full 360 years due to a theft skill. I didn't expect you, Master Xiao, to acquire endless karma fire. Strange indeed, the Luohan explained seriously without holding back. I endure the burning of endless karma fire day and night to share the burdens of karma for all beings, sparing them future suffering. After hearing the effects of endless karma fire, Huatian couldn't help but laugh. Well stolen, Shou Luo. Yibai rolled his eyes, ignoring Huatian's sarcasm, and turned to ask the Luohan, enduring 36 years of fire, there must be some benefit, right? There is, the Luohan nodded and asked in return, would Master Xiao consider joining our Buddhist order? No way. Absolutely not. Sunli and Huatian simultaneously rejected on Yibai's behalf. Sunli quickly added, Shou Luo, if you join the Buddhist order, I'll shave my head on the spot and become your junior monk. Yibai frowned, thinking that having Sunli, with his incredible luck, as his junior was quite intimidating. Huatian scoffed. Those monks are all broke. The Luohan tried to argue, but Huatian interrupted. After Wuhan entered the Eternal Temple, he made a special trip to your so-called Western paradise. He didn't take any scriptures, but brought back all the Buddhist treasures. The Luohan remained calm, simply chanting, taken from the people, used for the people, wonderful. Wuhan Venerable is destined for the Dharma. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the Luohan's thick-skinned response. Huatian continued to dissuade Yibai, Shou Luo, think it through. If you join the Buddhist order, you'll have to live a life of purity and can't touch money. The Luohan nodded in agreement, but then said to Yibai, if Master Xiao joins the Buddhist order, the Dharma can be adapted. Both Yibai and Huatian were stunned by this unexpected response. Nevertheless, Yibai shook his head and declined, Master, I'd rather not. The Luohan curiously asked why, and Yibai candidly replied, joining the Buddhist order would make us too familiar, making it hard to take advantage. The Luohan didn't pursue the topic further and explained the effects of endless karma fire. While enduring endless karma fire, there are no benefits. When it finally dissipates, Buddhist disciples receive a merit boost to enhance their abilities. Yibai interrupted, a year is too long. The Luohan then detailed the specific benefits of enduring endless karma fire for 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days. After listening, Yibai thanked the Luohan. Before leaving, he asked, Master, how many years have you endured endless karma fire? The Luohan smiled calmly, since I joined the Buddhist order, I've been burning in endless karma fire to this day, losing track of time. Huatian questioned the merit, and the Luohan explained, bearing karma for all beings, there is no need to claim merit. If there is any merit, it belongs to all beings. Yibai silently nodded, his impression of the monk greatly improved. With the matter settled, the three summoned the Eternal Core Crystal to begin the clearance evaluation. Calculating. Congratulations, players Shou Luo, Laozi Tianxia Dai, and Heo Yunlai for achieving SSS rating on the 29th floor. Upon hearing the global announcement, Yibai glanced helplessly at Sunli. The perpetual ID good luck was something Yibai knew of but found hard to accept. He thought to himself, where's your luck coming from? Do you even know what you're doing? The global announcement echoed throughout the Eternal Tower. Players Azura, Laozi Tianxia Dai, and Good Luck have successfully cleared level 29 with an SSS rating, earning the entire human race of the Eternal Tower the buff, Triumphant Return, permanent buff Thunderstrike. When dealing damage on level 29, the human race has a 29 chance to add a Thunderstrike. Permanent buff Homecoming. If the human race fails to clear a level, they receive a 10 status boost on their next attempt, applicable only below level 30. Permanent buff Good Luck. On level 29, the human race's luck increases by 2. Permanent buff Triumphant Return. Upon clearing level 29, the human race automatically receives and strength equipment compatible with their class. This announcement was even more shocking than yesterday's. Players rubbed their eyes in disbelief. 4 permanent buffs, unprecedented. Despite Azura's continuous miracles over the past month, this clearance was beyond words. As Azura cleared the first 29 levels, the human race gained increasingly powerful buffs. People who once struggled with basic combat now surged forward. Recently, the combat testing hall was packed daily, with numerous warriors and generals emerging like mushrooms after rain. Undoubtedly, Azura was the biggest contributor to all of this. Azura once again topped major websites, becoming the undisputed traffic magnet. Meanwhile, people also noticed the two who cleared the level with Azura, Lousy Tianxiaodai and Good Luck. The former was shrouded in mystery with almost no information, while the latter sparked an online archaeological craze. An article pinned by a centenarian war king went viral, amassing billions of views. The title boldly read, "Meet Sunli, the man who terrified demons." The old general, who had fought for a century, couldn't help but tremble when mentioning Sunli, showing the immense psychological impact Sunli had left. However, all this commotion didn't concern Yibai and his team. Though at the center of the storm, their identities were well-kept secrets. Returning to the Eternal Core City, Yibai clapped his hands and said lightly, "Mission accomplished." Successfully escorting Sunli through level 29, extending his life, and even securing a 4S rating. If not for stealing the endless hellfire, Yibai would have had a perfect night. As the three reappeared, a man in a gold thread robe appeared beside them. Sunli, in his wheelchair, greeted warmly, "Brother, still alive? Thanks to you, still kicking." Handling some errands for my boss, Zhao Qian had grown accustomed to Sunli's greetings. Without looking at him, he presented 2 bowls of clear water. "This is water infused with 40-leaf clover. Drink it to ward off bad luck." "Such a good thing." Yibai took both bowls, drank one, and kept the other. Hua Tianyi asked, puzzled. "Where's mine?" Yibai looked at him seriously and said, "When heaven bestows a great task upon a person, it first tries their resolve and muscles." Hua Tianyi's face remained expressionless, showing no reaction to Yibai's words. He asked, "Translate that." "Geez, little Hua is suffering from ignorance." Yibai rolled his eyes and explained briefly. After listening, Hua Tianyi pondered, "So you're saying to achieve greatness, I need to endure more hardships?" Yibai sighed. "If that's how you want to interpret it, sure." Hua Tianyi thought about it, and felt that a bit of bad luck wasn't a big deal. After all, being close to Yibai during the day meant his bad luck might affect others too. If it could harm the enemy, even at a great personal cost, Hua Tianyi was willing. He loved watching Azura suffer. After drinking the water, Yibai asked Zhao Qian, "Where can I find the 40-leaf clover, and how much does it cost?" Zhao Qian pointed helplessly at Sunli. The only one was fed to his pig. Yibai was shocked. "So what did I drink?" Zhao Qian quickly explained. "It was from a previous batch, absolutely clean and hygienic." Though skeptical, Yibai couldn't say much at this point. The clearance rewards might take a while. With all 3 of us getting 4S ratings, Sango might be busy. After saying this, Yibai bid farewell to the 3. "I'm heading to the Wolf's Den to find Xue Ming for some business." Having lost quite a bit tonight, Yibai decided to squeeze some benefits from Xue Ming. Before leaving, he reminded Sunli, "Old son, during your frozen period, the 5th demon god has been acting up. Think of a way to deal with it." Yibai believed Sunli had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. "The 5th demon god?" Sunli was surprised. "It's still alive?" "Not dead. Ask these 2 for the details. I need to catch Xue Ming before he runs off." With that, Yibai turned and left, leaving behind the silhouette of a shepherd. Watching Azura walk away, Sunli smiled and waved. Once Azura's figure disappeared around the corner, Sunli's smile faded, leaving a sense of despondency. Standing up from the wheelchair, Sunli stretched and lazily asked Zhao Qian, "Brother, can we talk now?" Zhao Qian shook his head slightly, took out a gold ingot, and tossed it on the ground. Instantly, countless gold coins appeared, enveloping the 3. They entered a trade sanctuary, surrounded by Zhao Qian's Eternal Sea. In the entire Eternal Tower, only one entity could see everything happening here. Zhao Qian knew that entity wouldn't look, at least not now. After completing these steps, Zhao Qian nodded. "We can talk now." Hua Tianyi watched Sunli with interest. "What's this guy up to now?" Sunli not only had bad luck, but also a cunning nature, full of devious schemes. In this regard, he was quite like Azura, both brimming with mischief. Sunli's next words truly shocked Hua Tianyi. Frowning, he looked at Zhao Qian with confusion. Does Azura not know he holds the supreme mark? In the secret trading realm, a tense atmosphere filled the air. A single sentence from Sunli hit Hua Tianyi like a sledgehammer, causing waves of shock to crash through his mind. He stared at Sunli in disbelief, his head full of questions, repeatedly thinking, "No way?" Instinctively, Hua Tianyi shook his head, refusing to accept Sunli's assessment. His thoughts raced as he recalled the entity known as Nightmare. If Shura really possessed the supreme mark, how could he still be so weak? In their generation, Nightmare was acknowledged as the strongest, primarily due to two reasons: an SS grade talent and the Supreme Mark. It was with these unparalleled advantages that Nightmare ushered in the first Supreme era for humanity. Huatiani couldn't help but compare Shura and Nightmare in his mind. Shura was indeed formidable, but in his eyes, there was still a significant gap between Shura and Nightmare. This thought made him even more skeptical of Sun Li's judgment. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He nodded slightly, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. There is a possibility. I've thought about this before, but never had the chance to verify it. Sensing Huatiani's doubt, Sun Li decided to elaborate. Lowering his voice as if revealing a secret, he said, "You know that Lao Ju has been trying to obtain the Supreme Mark ever since he left the Supreme Abyss, right?" Huatiani nodded, signaling Sun Li to continue. His curiosity was piqued, and he leaned in slightly. Sun Li went on, "Lao Ju didn't dare to discuss this with Lan Tianqi, and Huafengzi wasn't trustworthy, so..." He pointed to Zhao Qian. Speaking with some resignation, Lao Ju sought his help. "To be precise, our help." Zhao Qian took over, adding, "Sun Li used the divine dice to send Ingjiu to the temple, where he retrieved the shadow source. Ingjiu also gathered more information about the Supreme Mark." Huatiani sat in his chair, munching on sunflower seeds while listening intently to their explanation. His eyes sparkled with interest, nodding occasionally to show he was following. Suddenly, Sun Li's expression turned serious. He lowered his voice, speaking solemnly, "What I'm about to say, you must not tell Shura." Huatiani instinctively straightened up, fully focused on what Sun Li would say next. Sun Li began. "The Supreme Mark is divided into three parts, referred to by Nightmare as essence, qi, and spirit. Only by combining these three parts can it be fully activated." He paused before continuing. "The first part, essence, merges with the Supreme Seed, manifesting differently for each person. It could be a skill or a state, varying from person to person." All three of them simultaneously thought of Wuhan. Sun Li continued, "In Wuhan's case, it manifests as nearly limitless potential. Wherever Wuhan goes, he comprehends. As Master Fool once told Yibai, comprehension is good but should be moderated. With the Supreme Mark supporting him, Wuhan doesn't need to hold back. He can comprehend at will, wherever he needs." Huatiani couldn't help but interject, "Shura has an extremely powerful lightning state, possibly a skill he activates to stack up, causing immense lightning damage. Could this essence of the Supreme Mark be it?" Sun Li nodded in agreement, "Very likely. Nightmare once said that upon entering the Eternal Tower, he obtained the complete Supreme Mark. Subsequent Supreme Seeds, even if they can't reach Nightmare's level, should at least obtain a part of the Supreme Mark." Huatiani pressed on, "What about the other two parts?" Sun Li explained, "The Supreme Mark's essence is unique to each person, essentially a gift upon entering the Eternal Tower. The Supreme Mark's qi and spirit are singular in existence. Logically, they should be in the hands of the current Supreme Being." Zhao Qian nodded affirmatively. "The Supreme Mark's spirit is with my boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in this realm." Huatiani frowned slightly, seemingly realizing something. He slowly asked, "So now there's just one question left. Sun Li, do you suspect that Shura has already obtained the Supreme Mark's qi?" Sun Li pondered for a moment and then said, "It's not a suspicion. I'm certain. The function of the Supreme Mark's qi is unknown to both Ingjiu and Nightmare. This is all I know." With that, he clapped his hands, indicating he had nothing more to say. Zhao Qian turned to Huatiani, his expression serious. "Everything we've discussed, you must never tell Shura?" Huatiani rolled his eyes, scoffing. "When have I ever needed you guys to tell me how to handle my affairs?" With that, he activated his exclusive skill Bad Breath. Seeing this, Zhao Qian shook his head helplessly. "All right, let's disperse." With a wave of his sleeve, the spatial restrictions around them began to fade away. Just as Huatiani was about to leave the trading realm, Zhao Qian's voice echoed in his ear. "If you really must tell Shura, at least get a good price for it." A sly smile crept across Huatiani's lips. "Just what I was thinking." The scene shifted to the wolf's den. Tonight was another night of sorrow. As Yibai stepped into the wolf's den, he was shocked by what he saw. Xue Ming was surrounded by empty beer bottles, his face etched with deep anguish. Yibai was alarmed and quickly asked, "What's going on? Did the sheep in your pen get sick?" Seeing Yibai, Xue Ming looked like he was about to cry. He chugged another bottle of beer and sighed. "You're here. I have some good news and some bad news." Yibai casually opened a bottle of beer, signaling to put it on Xue Ming's tab, then looked at Xue Ming, ready to listen. Taking a deep breath, Xue Ming said, "The good news is, my second father has been taking 9 of my income over the years and hasn't spent it. He said he'll give it back to me when I get married, as a sort of red envelope." Yibai shook his head, thinking this was hardly good news. He was about to ask about the bad news when he saw Xue Ming take another large gulp of beer, seemingly preparing himself for what he was about to say next. You're in your 70s or 80s and still asking for lucky money. Aren't you embarrassed? Yibai said while extending his hand. Hand it over. Let me keep it safe for you. What if some thief targets you? Yibai quickly calculated in his mind. A 9 cut of Xueming's total income was no small amount. His eyes lit up. Xueming has been hiding such a big stash. However, Xueming could only spread his hands helplessly and say in a low voice, "It's gone." Gone? Yibai couldn't believe his ears. Gone. Xueming repeated, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Hearing that such a large amount was just gone, Yibai was instantly furious. He stood up abruptly, clenching his fists. Who took it? I'll go get it back for you. Is there no justice left? Bullying us, the strongest adopted sons, is unacceptable. Xueming looked up at Yibai, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He slowly uttered a name. Lan Zhixian. Oh. Hearing this name, Yibai suddenly deflated and sat back down. Then never mind. Seeing Xueming looking so dejected, Yibai's eyes suddenly sparkled as he said mysteriously, Mengzi, don't be so down. I'll make a bet with you. I can breathe fire without using any skills. Do you believe me? Xueming looked at Yibai and shook his head. I don't believe you. What will we bet? Yibai pressed on. 1 gold coin. No, 1 silver coin. Xueming thought of his recent big loss and couldn't afford to lose more. Deal. Yibai agreed readily. He picked up a glass of strong liquor, drank it in 1 gulp, and then blew out forcefully. Instantly, a dragon of fire soared through the wolf den. Xueming was stunned. That's amazing. How did you do that? He said while pulling out a silver coin, his eyes full of curiosity. With a slight smile, Yibai shook his head. Why would Ashura roast himself for fun? This endless karma fire. I got it from a high monk at a great cost. I don't usually tell people. Bearing the endless karma fire for the sake of all beings is my duty as the strongest seed. Even if I am entangled in this fire, I have no regrets. Xueming took a deep breath, gaining a new perception of Yibai. Seeing Xueming gradually taking the bait, Yibai's lips curled slightly as he continued. Only those with utmost sincerity and strength have the chance to bear the endless karma fire for the world. In 3 days, this fire will leave me. Mengzi, who do you think I should pass this fire to? This hint was more than obvious. Xueming thought seriously for a moment and then blurted out, My second dad? My second uncle? Xueming replied earnestly, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Yibai looked at Xueming and slowly nodded. He felt a sense of relief. He hadn't misjudged the guy. Xueming had a natural talent for being a dutiful son. It wasn't disgraceful for the Feng Tian halberd to follow him. With a sigh, Yibai rolled his eyes and asked, Mengzi, don't you have any ambition? Of course I do. Xueming nodded vigorously, looking serious. I want to break through to the celestial god of war, and I also want to master the sword. These 2 goals were the epitome of Xueming's ambitions. Yibai's interest was piqued, and he asked, Is it really that difficult to break through to the celestial god of war? Yes, extremely difficult. Xueming frowned, pondering for a moment before explaining, Generally speaking, the stronger you are, the harder it is to break through. According to my father and his peers, breaking through to the celestial god of war might be even harder than achieving the pinnacle of power. The phrase my father and his peers sounded natural only when Xueming said it. While others had students everywhere, Xueming had godfathers all over the place. To support his point, Xueming gave an example. Take Uncle Lan Zhixian. At the same level, he wasn't weaker than Uncle Hua, but due to his innate limitations, it was even harder for him to reach the celestial god of war. Lowering his voice and looking mysterious, Xueming added, I've heard that Uncle Lan has a way to break through to the celestial god of war. Oh. Yibai was most intrigued by such gossip. Tell me more. Xueming glanced around warily to make sure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. But this method requires Uncle Hua's cooperation. So, you know? Yibai's expression became a mix of excitement and disbelief. Lan Zhixian, the one with the double pupils, had such a day coming. Being stuck at level 989 wasn't fatal for Lan Zhixian. But with Hua Tianwang's help, even if he managed to reach level 999, this dark history would follow him forever. Even if he could overpower Hua Tianwang later, Hua would still trigger his passive skill badmouthing. With undeniable evidence of his dark history and Hua Tianwang's extreme badmouthing, Yibai couldn't help but shudder at the thought. He mentally noted to prepare recording devices in advance. Out of the millions of people, only Hua, the madman, could help his archnemesis Lan Zhixian. Fate truly had a sense of humor. Given the personalities of these two, Lan Zhixian would probably prefer to stay stuck at level 989 for life. Curiosity getting the better of him, Yibai asked, By the way, what's your Uncle Lan's innate talent? To avoid any misunderstanding, he added, If it's a secret, just pretend I didn't ask. Some warriors were particularly secretive about their innate talents, like Su Qingfeng, but true powerhouses didn't need to keep it a secret. like the Supreme Being's Nightmare, Wuhan, and Xiaoyao. Most who knew their talents were already dead. The only one likely still alive was the Supreme Demon God. It's no big deal, everyone knows. Xue Ming waved his hand dismissively. Lan Zhixian had been famous for a century. Both sides' top brass were well aware of his talents. Uncle Lan's talent is called innate gift. He hasn't disclosed the specifics, but there are 3 known aspects. Xue Ming counted on his fingers: double pupils, unyielding spirit, and celestial blood. So don't underestimate him. He's terrifying in close combat, and one of the few who pose a threat to me. Lan Zhixian being held in such high regard by Xue Ming? Yi Bai suddenly became very interested in something else. Mengzi, what's your talent? Since they were on the topic, he figured he might as well satisfy his curiosity about Xue Ming's talent. When it came to himself, Xue Ming didn't seem the least bit uncomfortable. Nothing much, just that my skills are a bit more powerful. A bit? More like immensely. Xue Ming didn't elaborate further, and Yi Bai didn't press. They drank for a while longer before Xue Ming's lone wolf medal suddenly vibrated. Hey, there's a mission to the 5th abyss? Xue Ming stood up, ready to leave. Yi Bai thought for a moment and called out to him, yesterday, I caught 2 of the 5th demon god's minions. I heard, already cleaned up for you. Anything else? Xue Ming looked at Yi Bai curiously. A grudge with the Shura was no small matter. The 5th demon god was definitely in for a tough time. If it's convenient, can you pass a message to the 5th demon god? Yi Bai thought for a moment and said, tell him that in 3 days, the Shura will lead a team to the 9th abyss. Everyone's going, so he should come too. Who knows? He might have so much fun that he'll die. If having fun could lead to death, the 5th demon god might just die of joy. Xue Ming instinctively felt something was off. Dragging the 5th demon god into their team building at the 9th abyss would only make things harder for them. But since the Shura said so, Xue Ming figured that when it came to messing with demon gods, the Shura was probably more experienced. Got it. With that, Xue Ming, carrying the Fang Tian halberd, disappeared from the entrance of the wolf's den. The 5th abyss. Suddenly, a rift opened in the sky, and a shadow shot out. The many demon warlords on guard were just about to engage when one Sharpie demon recognized the newcomer. He is the adopted son of the Supreme. Everyone clear the way. Getting killed by him is just a waste. The demon god Majesty, a distinguished guest. With this exclamation, the hordes of demons receded like a tide, leaving only Xue Ming standing alone before the demon emperor's palace. He stood there, solitary, with his Fang Tian Hua Ji gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Not long after, the figure of the 5th demon god appeared. Looking down at Xue Ming with a hint of amusement in his voice, he said, Xue Ming, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Xue Ming shrugged indifferently. Even if you kill me, it won't matter. He sighed, spreading his hands and continued. But if you kill Uncle Lan, Uncle Hua, or Uncle Zhao, one of my fathers might get angry enough to take you out. If Xue Ming's elders had heard this, it would have surely sparked a roar of laughter. Xue Ming raised an eyebrow, lifted his Fang Tian Hua Ji, and with a hint of provocation in his voice, said, killing me is pointless, and besides, it's not like you haven't tried. The 5th demon god fell silent. He knew all too well that he was still a bit short of being able to kill Xue Ming. To be able to fight beyond his level at 989, Xue Ming was indeed unique, except for the Supreme. Tell me, what scheme do you humans have this time? The 5th demon god's tone was particularly self-righteous, as if they were the just ones. Xue Ming smirked slightly, and a fragment of the void appeared in his palm. Just bringing you a little something. Look at you, being so stingy. He asked, this is the 4th void fragment touched by Sunli. Do I need to remind you what happened with the first 3? A flash of excitement crossed the 5th demon god's eyes. Each of the previous 3 void fragments related to Sunli had caused immense disasters. The first wiped out an entire demon legion, the second caused an abyss to get lost in the void and remain missing to this day, and the third indirectly killed a demon god. To other demon gods, these fragments were hot potatoes, but the 5th demon god seemed to crave them, almost as if seeking death. I'll trade 3 void fragments for it, the 5th demon god eagerly offered. Xue Ming shook his head. No way, 10 fragments. Don't push it, Xue Ming. This thing likely won't kill me, at most 6 fragments. 8 fragments. The 5th demon god fumed. Then you might as well rob me. Danger flashed in Xue Ming's eyes as he gripped a hammer in his left hand and wielded the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his right, looking ready for action. Can I really rob you? If I can, then I won't hold back. The 5th demon god's gaze involuntarily shifted to the figure in white lingering outside the 5th abyss, and he snorted heavily. 8 fragments it is. Wolf's Denver. After seeing Xue Ming off, Yi Bai sat alone at the bar, savoring his drink. With over an hour left until the appointed time, he decided to take a brief rest here. Reflecting on the tasks Azura had assigned over the past month, Yi Bai felt a wave of exhaustion. Though it seemed easy on the surface, Only he knew the effort he had put in behind the scenes. When Jiuyi was around, he could occasionally catch a peaceful nap in the classroom. Now, with Jiuyi missing and the elusive Sanyi around, Yi Bai didn't dare fully close his eyes even while sleeping. Sometimes, he felt that instead of Sanning protecting him, it was more like he was constantly on guard against Sanning. Just as Yi Bai finished his last sip and was about to order another drink on Xuemeng's tab, a dashing young man walked into the wolf's den suddenly. The bar's lights began to flicker, accompanied by special background music, and a deep male voice boomed from the speakers. Tonight's tab is on the human race's top war god, King Hua. Let's hear it for him. Yi Bai was stunned, thinking, since when did old Hua get so flashy? It was the first time he had seen someone enter the wolf's den with their own theme music. Even Xuemeng didn't get such treatment. Yi Bai guessed that in his younger days, Hua the madman must have been quite the charmer. This little interlude was like an Easter egg. After all, with King Hua being the most senior war god of the human race, him picking up the tab at the wolf's den wasn't a big deal. With his wealth, he could easily buy the entire place. Hua Tianyi walked in with a scowl, clearly unimpressed by old Hua's grand gesture. He muttered, childish, under his breath and made sure to tell Meng Dai at the bar, old Hua's tab is fine, but don't put anything on Azura's tab. Though Hua Tianyi wore a lone wolf mask, Meng Dai knew his identity well and quickly nodded in agreement. Nowadays, some insiders referred to Hua Tianyi as Little King Hua. They knew well enough about King Hua's temper. Only those with strength comparable to King Hua dared to call him Hua the madman. Others would naturally feel intimidated in his presence. Hearing Hua Tianyi's words, Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, look at this pettiness, guarding against me as if I'm a thief. Hua Tianyi walked straight up to Yi Bai and got straight to the point. I have some information to sell you. Hua Tianyi had it all figured out. With his intellect, playing mind games with Azura was a losing battle. So he decided to be direct. Even if he got tricked, it wouldn't be too bad. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Whether punching or shooting, Hua Tianyi always aimed for the quickest way. Thus, he found the fastest and most efficient way to deal with Azura. After hearing Hua Tianyi, Yi Bai nodded slightly and asked back, so, how much are you paying me? Hua Tianyi was momentarily speechless. I'm selling the information to you. You should be paying me. Yi Bai scoffed, you want to sell, but did you ask if I want to buy? Sorry, I'm not interested in your information. If you want me to listen, you need to pay me. Hua Tianyi was stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a domineering character. He had to admit, Azura had a point. Ahem. Won't you at least hear it out? Hua Tianyi tried to hint. It's related to the supreme mark. Yi Bai was silent for a moment before speaking again. Little Hua, you might not be very smart. Hua Tianyi remained silent. Compared to ordinary people, his intelligence was quite decent. He was just straightforward and foul-mouthed. But compared to someone as shrewd as Yi Bai, he fell short. Yi Bai's expression was indifferent as he calmly analyzed. You heard this information from Sunli, right? No matter what you know, Jiuyi and Sangu certainly knew it before you. This was something Hua Tianyi couldn't refute. Shadow 9 definitely knew. As for who Yi Bai's Sangu was, Hua Tianyi wasn't sure yet, but it sounded formidable. Yi Bai continued, if they chose not to tell me, it means I don't need to know right now, even if it concerns the supreme mark. Yi Bai put down his glass, looked Hua Tianyi in the eye, and spoke sincerely. Jiuyi may be a historical inventor, but there's one thing you need to understand. If hiding something would harm me, no matter how beneficial it is for Jiuyi, he wouldn't do it. In other words, whatever Jiuyi deliberately didn't mention, it doesn't matter if I know or not. Hua Tianyi couldn't argue with that either. Even if Azura knew about the supreme mark on him, so what? Life would go on without any difference. For a moment, Hua Tianyi even wavered, doubting the value of his information. It had to be said, Yi Bai saw things more clearly than he did. Yi Bai tapped his finger on the glass, producing a pleasant sound. So, little Hua, you're trying to tell me something that doesn't matter to me. Knowing it might even add to my burden, and you want me to pay for it? If you want me to listen, you need to pay me. Case closed. Hua Tianyi couldn't help but applaud. Brilliant, brilliant. Azura was right. If it were anyone else daring to lecture Hua Tianyi like that, he would have knocked them out with 2 punches long ago. Hua Tianyi's words were like a sharp blade, directly hitting Yi Bai's weak spot. Yi Bai inwardly groaned, knowing full well that he was unlikely to come out on top in this verbal skirmish. Hua Tianyi's inherent tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong was once again triggered as he cleverly shifted the topic. I know something that will definitely interest you, Hua Tianyi said, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Hua Tianyi threw out his bargaining chip. I can help you investigating San's identity in exchange for some information. This proposal indeed piqued Yi Bai's interest. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, how much? 200,000. Hua Tianyi demanded, his price exorbitant. Yi Bai chuckled softly and countered, 500. After a round of bargaining, they finally settled on 80,000. Gold coins? Yi Bai asked tentatively, calculating in his mind. War god merits. Hu Tianyi shouted indignantly, as if offended. Yi Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although 80,000 gold coins would hurt him financially, knowing that this money had originally been earned from Hu Tianyi himself made the pain more bearable. With the deal struck, Hu Tianyi didn't linger and turned to leave. Yi Bai courteously said, "Take care," but the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. In truth, Yi Bai was far from calm. When Hu Tianyi hinted that the information was related to the Supreme Mark, a bold idea began to take shape in Yi Bai's mind. He quickly took out a pass to the trading realm and entered Lan Tianqi's number. "Hey, Lan Lao, are you there?" "Yes, I'm writing a strategy guide," Lan Tianqi replied promptly. "Forget the guide, Lan Lao. Something big has happened." Yi Bai urgently initiated a voice call. As soon as the call connected, Yi Bai's voice trembled slightly. "Lan Lao, I have something important to tell you. Don't be scared." On the other end of the line, Lan Tianqi's voice grew serious. "What is it? Has Xiaoyao lost control?" "It's not that bad," Yi Bai said with a bitter smile, revealing his suspicion. "The Supreme Mark might already be in my possession." On the 15th floor of the Eternal Tower, Lan Lao immediately responded after hearing Shilua's words. "Where are you?" Yi Bai answered truthfully. "Wolf's Denver." Lan Lao decisively instructed. "Stay put. I'm on my way." Lan Lao put away the trade secret passage and strode towards the deck. The 15th floor was a challenge of seafaring and adventure, where Yi Bai had previously encountered mermaids. Lan Lao's first mate, Randy, bore the curse of immortality and was known as the Undying Enforcer. Despite their brief time together, Randy held a deep respect for the elderly Lan Tianqi. Seeing Lan Lao approach, Randy bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Lan Lao, we're about to locate the sea monster. No need to search." Lan Tianqi shook his head, his tone urgent. "There's no time. Plans have changed." Saying this, he marched straight off the ship and onto the waves. "Lan Lao, be careful." Randy's exclamation was cut short as Lan Tianqi's figure vanished. A few minutes later, the Eternal Tower system displayed. Someone has consecutively cleared the 15th, 16th, and 17th floors with an SSS rating. Lan Tianqi left the tower and returned to the Eternal Core City. In the Wolf's Den, Yi Bai waited anxiously but saw no sign of Lan Lao. To calm his nerves, he walked to the bar and said to Meng Dai, "Give me a bit of everything that's free." Meng Dai responded seriously, "Fourth brother, Xiaohua Tianwang has instructed not to allow Shilua to run a tab." "Yeah, I heard that." Yi Bai nodded, puzzled. "But what does not allowing Shilua to run a tab have to do with me being fourth brother? Do you think I'm Shilua?" Yi Bai became agitated. "How dare you slander me? I'll sue you for defamation." Meng Dai thought, "Do you really not know if you're Shilua?" But since Yi Bai insisted, she decided it wasn't worth arguing. She ordered someone to bring out the prepared items and 2 cases of good wine. At that moment, Lan Lao walked into the Wolf's Den, his silver hair strikingly noticeable. Many recognized him and stood to greet him. Yi Bai quickly hid the 2 cases of wine and instructed, "Lend me the key to Xueming's office and bring some good tea." "No need, come to my office," Lan Tianqi said curtly, leading Yi Bai to the back. "For confidentiality, my office is better." "Sounds good." Yi Bai agreed. "I should get one myself someday. The annual rent isn't cheap." Lan Lao's comment quickly quashed Yi Bai's idea. Lan Lao's office was lined with bookshelves on 2 sides, with only a small desk and a few folding chairs. Yi Bai didn't mind, grabbing a folding chair and sitting across from Lan Lao. He detailed his suspicions and added, "I don't even know if I'm right." "That's simple," Lan Lao said, taking out the trade secret passage and dialing a number. "Zhao Qian, what Tianyi has already told us, Yi Bai?" Yi Bai thought to himself, the older, the wiser. Hu Tianyi, Zhao Qian, and Sun Li must all be in on this. On the other end, Zhao Qian candidly admitted, "Lan Lao, it's not that I didn't want to say. My boss didn't instruct me, and Ninth Lord kept it under wraps, so I couldn't." Lan Tianqi understood the relationships of the older generation better than Yi Bai. No matter who told Shilua, Ingjio would hold it against them. When they returned from the abyss of the Supreme, Ingjio would come to settle scores. Only Hu Tianyi was suitable to take the fall. After hearing Zhao Qian's words, Lan Tianqi ended the call. The office fell into silence. The ultimate mark, essence, energy, and spirit. These 3 combined form the true ultimate mark. Lan Lao broke the silence, explaining, "Is ready to strike part of the ultimate mark?" Yi Bai pondered for a moment, finding the notion plausible. He had researched extensively, but never found any mention of ready to strike. Its appearance in a novice gift pack was indeed unusual. But when did I receive the ultimate mark? Energy? Yi Bai couldn't recall any related details. "If you can't figure it out, don't dwell on it," Lan Tianqi said calmly. "The ultimate mark was given to you by Xiaoyao. The ultimate mark. Spirit is still with Xiaoyao, and that's probably what Ingju wants the most." At this, Yi Bai suddenly grew curious. Lan Lao, since we're so familiar. Lan Tianqi chuckled. You call wearing 3 layers of disguises when we meet familiar? Yi Bai shamelessly nodded. Yes, I usually wear 5 layers. Lan Tianqi sighed. You're making an old man confused. Fine, continue. Yi Bai organized his thoughts and asked, a month ago, when I first awakened my talent, it must have been around then that the Supreme gave me the ultimate mark. Energy? Lan Tianqi confirmed. Yes, that's Xiao Yao's style. If Xiao Yao thinks something needs to be done, it gets done immediately. I remember the commotion it caused back then. Yi Bai tentatively asked, if, and I mean if, I were a person with bad intentions, like the main villain in a novel, wouldn't the human race suffer more the stronger I become? Or, to put it another way, why are you being so nice to me without any kind of assessment? Lan Tianqi smiled wryly at Yi Bai's question. He shook his head and said, have you been reading web novels during class again? Focus on your studies instead of novels. After that, Lan Tianqi answered Yi Bai's question more seriously. There's no such thing as unprovoked kindness or malice in this world. The human race needs you, but you don't necessarily need the human race. That's the first layer of the relationship. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully. He understood this point well. The human race desperately needed a 4th supreme power, but if Yi Bai only cared about his own interests, he could completely disregard the human race, focus on reaching level 1000, and then find a way to leave, without concerning himself with the conflict between humans and demons. Given Yi Bai's abilities, this selfish choice was indeed feasible. Lan Tianqi continued, the second layer involves the measures taken for the emergence of a supreme seed, which is what you referred to as being so nice to you. These measures were formulated by the supreme beings. When a supreme being wants to do something, the human race cannot stop them. Yi Bai nodded again in understanding. Not only the human race, but even if the demon race joined forces with them, they would still struggle to oppose the will of a supreme being. Lan Tianqi added with a smile, actually, a lot of strong individuals have expressed similar concerns, but protests are futile. When a supreme being exercises their veto power, it's final. This mainly reflects the opinions of Nightmare and Shadow 9, with Wu Hin not objecting and Xiao Yao not caring at all. Yi Bai suddenly realized, got it. Nightmare voted in favor, Wu Hin abstained, and Xiao Yao was absent. That's how the decision was made. It's just that the inclusion of jury makes it a bit unconventional. Lan Tianqi walked over to the filing cabinet and took out a document. Since you asked about it today, let me find the original meeting records. He flipped through the document and quickly found the relevant content. Here it is. Nightmare's original words were, as Lan Tianqi described it, Yi Bai could almost see a sunny young man standing before the others, decisively making the decision on how the human race would treat future supreme seeds. Nightmare had said, we indeed don't know what kind of people future supreme seeds will be, but that doesn't stop us from treating them as good people first. His tone was exceptionally serious. After all, there are still more good people in this world. Big Brother truly lives up to his name. Yi Bai couldn't help but remark, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Even though they had never met, just glimpsing his deeds in the historical records left a deep impression of a kind-hearted person always striving to make the world a better place. Yi Bai's thoughts shifted to another figure. In contrast, there's someone like Jiao, who is always quick to draw his blade and very aggressive, not friendly at all. He shook his head, pointed criticism. Lan Tianqi, hearing this, moved closer out of curiosity. What did you say? Nothing, ahem. Yi Bai quickly changed the subject, his eyes landing on the file in Lan's hands. What did Nightmare say about Jiao? Jiao? Lan Tianqi opened the file and explained. When the shadows were created, Jiao had already disappeared into the abyss of supremacy. In fact, disappeared is just the official term. Yi Bai's heart sank. From the reactions of everyone he had encountered, it seemed likely that Jiao was truly dead. Jiao's quest to resurrect Jiao was known to most top-tier warriors. This also meant that Nightmare, Wu Hin, and Xiao Yao, the 3 supreme human warriors, had all tacitly acknowledged one fact. Jiao was dead. Realizing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but face reality, despite his heavy heart. He pressed on. The overall strategy for Supreme Seeds is set by Nightmare. But the real executor, the one who ensures the safety of the Supreme Seeds, is Juyi, right? To make it happen, we need Juye's stance. Lan Tianqi looked a bit embarrassed, putting down the file and clearing his throat. The file doesn't record Juye's stance. He shifted the conversation. But, as someone who attended the meeting, I can share some personal, albeit unreliable, recollections. You know, I'm 800 years old, so it's normal to remember things incorrectly. Yi Bai couldn't help but tease, Lan Lao, no need to emphasize you're 800 years old. You're now over 600 years older than your father, Lan Zhixian. Nonetheless, he was very curious about what Lan Lao was about to reveal. But I'm all ears for what you have to say. Lan Tianqi cleared his throat and began slowly. Jiu said he could protect the supreme seeds and would treat them with the utmost goodwill. But Yi Bai's heart tightened, knowing that whenever there's a but, the previous statements can often be disregarded. Lan Tianqi continued to stress, but if the Supreme Seed has ill intentions or is unwilling to carry the title of Supreme, Yingjiu will be responsible for reclaiming the Supreme Mark. Hearing this, Yi Bai nodded slightly, finding the condition reasonable. If you treat someone as a good person without any precautions, that's not kindness, it's foolishness. The current position of the human race is partly due to treating Supreme Seeds well. On the other hand, they also need enough contingency plans to handle any situation during the Supreme Protector's journey. Yi Bai deeply understood that the terror of Supreme Seeds lay in their ability to be unmatched at the same level and to fight beyond their level as a common occurrence. However, facing a god of war in the heavens, even he would be in a life-and-death struggle. Moreover, above the god of war, there are the current supreme beings. Among humans, the one who gave Yi Bai the most pressure wasn't Yingjiu or Hua Tianwang, but the Taoist living in the 19th floor tower. Only as a supreme seed could one understand how terrifyingly powerful a supreme being would be when they reached level 1000. Currently, even with all his trump cards, Yi Bai might be able to kill a 9th level war god. But Xiaoyao? To kill a growing supreme seed, Xiaoyao wouldn't even need to speak. Ultimately, the human race's current state owes much to the first-generation supreme, Nightmare. His strength and kindness set the tone for the entire human race and have continued for a century. Thinking of this, Yi Bai's thoughts couldn't help but become lively. Lan Lao, I'd like to meet Supreme Nightmare. Is it possible to arrange that? Fearing his sincerity wasn't enough, he quickly added, I can pay for it. Lan Tianqi shook his head with a bitter smile. You can't meet Nightmare just because you want to. Only when Nightmare wants to see you, can you meet him? He shifted the conversation again. By the way, there's another matter. You're going to the 9th Abyss in 2 days, right? Yes, Yi Bai confirmed with a nod. When you return from the Abyss, there's something related to Wu Hin that we need to discuss. Lan Lao didn't keep him in suspense and shared what he knew. Wu Hin was severely injured in a battle with the Supreme Demon God years ago, and his current state isn't good. When you were around Wu Hin, my father deliberately blocked your view. Did you notice? Yi Bai nodded. Indeed he had. He had spoken with Wu Hin and learned swordsmanship from him, but never truly saw him. Lan Zhixian would always block Yi Bai's view at the right moment. Lan Lao continued, as far as I know, Shuimeng and my father have been searching for ways to heal Wu Hin's injuries. When you return from the Abyss, if you can awaken your talent 3 times, you might be able to help. Lan Lao is right. Before Yi Bai could respond, an eye appeared immediately. Whenever it involved talent awakening, this eye was always eager. The conditions for a 3rd awakening, level 400 and washing the eye with some inexpensive materials for 7 days. Among these, the first condition was manageable. Yi Bai would reach level 400 after some time. He was already at level 322. The second condition was a bit troublesome. Yi Bai glanced at the so-called inexpensive materials for washing the eye, each costing 100,000 war god merits. 7 days would total 700,000 war god merits just to wash a broken eye? Is your eye made of gold? This broken eye isn't worth washing. Yi Bai roared in his mind. Lan Lao. Yi Bai stammered. Is there any subsidy for the Supreme Seed Talent Awakening? Yes. Lan Lao thought for a moment and then asked. A subsidy covering 40 of the awakening cost? Is that acceptable? Absolutely, totally acceptable. Yi Bai nodded quickly. A 40 reimbursement meant 280,000 war god merits saved. That was a significant amount of money. However, Yi Bai had another question. Lan Lao, I checked all the subsidies and allowances before but never heard of this one. When it comes to making money, Yi Bai was an expert. He was well-versed in all welfare policies, even able to recite them backward. He knew exactly how much he could receive each month. This one, however, was new to him. Hold on a moment. Lan Lao buried himself in writing, signing several names, pressing his fingerprint, and completing iris and voice recognition. After finishing all this, Lan Lao looked up at Yi Bai and handed him a freshly issued notice. Just now, the emergency meeting unanimously approved the subsidy plan for Supreme Seed Talent Awakening. A 40 subsidy with a daily application limit of 100,000 war god merits. In special cases, the limit can be waived, but a report is required afterward. Yi Bai was dumbfounded. There was no subsidy plan before, but Lan Lao just approved one for him. Looking at the still-drying ink on the notice, Yi Bai had only one question in mind. If I had said the subsidy percentage was too low, could it have been increased? If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed so quickly. 700,000 war god merits with a 60 subsidy would mean Yi Bai would have to pay 420,000 war god merits, essentially losing out on a fortune. Yi Bai sighed and silently accepted the 40 share. The commanding presence of Old Lan was one of the few things that could make him yield. He calculated in his mind. Cleanse his eyes first, and after reaching level 400 in 7 days, he could undergo his 3rd awakening directly. Now that the issue with the Supreme Mark was clear, Yi Bai stood up to take his leave. After exiting Old Lan's office, he headed straight back to his private space. still pondering how to deal with the problem of the endless hellfire. Although he was equipped with an armor that provided continuous healing and could replenish his wood and water elemental healing, the fire's power of burning 600,000 health points per second was not to be underestimated. Even so, with the heaven-tilting blade in hand, he wasn't afraid of dying. As soon as he entered his private space, Yibai was stunned by the scene before him. The ground was littered with copper eggs, and a skeletal rooster stood among them. It was obvious what had happened. "Idiot!" Yibai shouted, pointing at the mess. "What happened here?" The master idiot looked innocent and clueless, asking, "What does this have to do with me?" His poor acting couldn't fool even Hua Tianyi. She added fuel to the fire. "Isn't it possible that your rooster's golden eggs are fake and they fade?" Enraged, Yibai drew the heavenly king's sword, ready to teach her a lesson. But the master idiot remained calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Are you sure you can defeat me, a level 9 war god?" Yibai calmed down, put away his sword, and held out a bowl of water, asking, "Do you know what this is?" The master idiot's eyes lit up. "Water infused with lucky 4-leaf clover." Yibai raised an eyebrow. "Really? I don't believe it. Are the supreme beings really that powerful?" The master idiot shook his head. "No, they're not. The great demon god? I can't beat them either." Yibai rolled his eyes. "So you're still weak?" The master idiot, after a moment's hesitation, retorted, "I'm stronger than you." Yibai was speechless. He waved his hand, signaling the other to make a sincere offer without any tricks. The master idiot sincerely said, "I'm best at crafting equipment. I can make 2 SS grade items for you." Yibai persisted, pulling her to sit down. "Can you design a piece of equipment that allows me to carry 100 rings?" The master idiot rolled her eyes. "If you want to wear 5 rings, I suggest you grow 5 hands. It would be more convenient. Then how would I be different from a monster?" Yibai argued, "I still care about my image, and looking good is important." Among the 3 supreme beings, Wuhan was the most popular, simply because of his captivatingly handsome face. However, Yibai remained unfazed, his mind entirely focused on how to wear multiple pieces of equipment simultaneously. "According to you, I'd need 3 heads and 10 arms to wear 3 helmets and 10 rings." Yibai joked to Master Fool. "Wouldn't that make me a monster?" Master Fool pondered for a moment, then his frown relaxed. "I can design something like knuckle dusters that can neutralize the interference between the rings. But there's a catch. Wearing 10 rings at once will significantly accelerate their durability loss." Without hesitation, Yibai nodded in agreement. If money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. He calculated that such knuckle dusters could benefit the entire human army and make him a fortune. The investment was merely initial production costs. The negotiation scales had tipped in Yibai's favor, and he pressed his advantage. "Also, can you craft some extremely damaged equipment?" Master Fool was taken aback, but quickly understood Yibai's intention, his face turning cold. "This is for Sunli, isn't it?" Great equipment in his hands can exert the power of S-grade. If there's even worse equipment, wouldn't it be like getting SS grade gear for free? Yibai was secretly delighted, planning to sell the equipment to Sunli through Zhao Qian. Even if it meant exploiting the misfortune of others, Yibai was all in. When it came to taking advantage, Yibai was a pro. Master Fool coldly replied, "If this is your final condition, fine. Deal." Yibai handed a bowl of water to Master Fool. After taking the water, Master Fool drank it all in one gulp, eyeing the bowl as if he wanted to swallow it too. "All right, time for the money tree," Yibai said, leading the freshly cleansed Master Fool to the money tree. "Ladies first," Yibai said courteously, allowing Master Fool to try her luck first. Master Fool shook the money tree, and with a clanging sound, a single copper coin fell to the ground. The result felt like a slap to Master Fool's face. She turned to leave in anger, but couldn't help picking up the coin, muttering, "Even feeding it to a dog would be better than letting Azura have it." Yibai scoffed. "Look at your lack of ambition." Confidently, he stepped up. "Watch me shake out something big." With a rustling sound, a pile of coins fell from the tree under everyone's gaze. The smile on Yibai's face gradually froze. 896 copper coins. Just 104 more, and it would be worth a single silver coin. On stage, Yibai stood desolate as snow. Below, the demons laughed with joy. Seeing the floor covered in copper coins, Yibai could only accept his misfortune. This had nothing to do with the Fool Master. It was mainly because Sun Li was too ruthless. Even with Sun Li's influence, soaking the coins in water infused with 40 lucky clovers couldn't completely offset his impact. Yibai sighed, bent down, and started picking up the scattered copper coins. The coins jingled in his hands, as if mocking his predicament. He quickly gathered them and stuffed them into his pocket, determined to bounce back. Turning towards the accounts room, Yibai began to review the ledgers. The money tree had been operating in his exclusive space for a full 24 hours. Most people had already shaken it once, and some even twice. Jack, the werewolf in charge of the accounts, was frowning at the ledger. Boss, the money tree has earned a total of 68,000 gold coins, plus a lot of work hour credits. Jack flipped through the thick book, numbers swimming before his eyes. Our weekly expenses are 842 gold coins? No, wait, it's 657. Hold on, let me recalculate. Yibai glanced at the chaotic ledger in front of Jack and shook his head. It wasn't Jack's fault. He simply had too many things to manage right now. In Yibai's exclusive space, there were miners, dwarves, werewolves, vampires, fishermen, and some special characters like Rolling Stone, Bruce, and Captain Baker. Hundreds of supernatural beings, each difficult to deal with. Werewolves weren't exactly known for their brains, so getting a rough estimate was already Jack's limit. Feeling the financial pressure, Yibai knew he was good at accounting, but spending energy on such trivial matters was too draining. I need to find someone else to handle the accounts, he thought to himself. Putting down the ledger, Yibai briefly inquired about the daily operations in his exclusive space. After getting a general understanding, he headed towards the trading realm. In the realm, a young goblin was already waiting. Fourth brother, it's been tough. Yibai sighed. Everything left unsaid. Taking Sunli through 29 levels was part of his duty, but the aftermath was overwhelming. The goblin quickly set up a fire basin on the ground. Here's a fire basin. Step over it to ward off bad luck. Yibai didn't hesitate, stepping over the basin and getting straight to the point. I need the Fool Master to craft some junk equipment. I'll sell them to you, and you sell them to Sunli, deal? The goblin wasn't surprised by Yibai's maneuver and nodded in agreement. Sunli has gone to the abyss for a mission. I can make this decision on his behalf, he explained. The equipment crafted by the Fool Master, Sunli has used them before. They can rival SS grade gear but are single-use due to being damaged. So, the price can't be too high. Yibai understood. If it were sustainable SS grade equipment, even 1 million War God merit points wouldn't be too much. But for single-use items, their value was significantly lower. The goblin tentatively offered, how about 100,000 War God merit points per piece? Deal. Yibai responded decisively. He knew he was great at scraping by, but when it came to making money, Zhaoqian was far superior. The price set by the head of the Universal Pavilion was undoubtedly the most appropriate. After finalizing the order, Yibai also purchased some materials for washing eyes. Each set of materials costs 100,000 War God merit points, with a 40 reimbursement, so 60,000 to pay. I'll take 3 sets, Yibai said as he swiped his card, paying 180,000 War God merit points and receiving the materials he needed. Great. Yibai cheered inwardly. He originally had 1.11 million War God merit points, 310,000 reserved for Hua Tianyi's materials, and 800,000 for himself. After spending 180,000, he had 620,000 left. Almost as poor as Xue Ming, Yibai joked to himself. It must be the bad luck from Sunli. He consoled himself that losing money was better than losing his life. When the goods were handed over, Yibai was pleasantly surprised to find the materials already prepared. It saved him the trouble of processing them himself. The goblin explained, a little extra service, a perk for being the Universal Pavilion's top customer recently. Yibai accepted the materials and casually shared his current troubles with the goblin. Too many people in my exclusive space. Hard to manage, and the accounts are a mess. Zhaoqian, after hearing Yibai's concerns, pondered for a moment. Fourth brother, I can arrange for a goblin steward, a real goblin one. But, he added, you'll have to negotiate the hiring price yourself. He explained that goblins had peculiar temperaments and were very greedy. In the past, the largest banks and vaults in Eternal Core City were controlled by goblins. Although they weren't strong fighters, they were the wealthiest beings in Eternal Core City. That impressive? Yibai couldn't help but be curious. Then what happened? He had been in Eternal Core City for a month, but hadn't seen any trace of goblins. In just 100 years, how did the wealthiest beings become so obscure, disappearing from Eternal Core City? The story behind this must be heartwarming. And then, Zhaoqian thought for a moment and revealed what happened next. I came to Eternal Core City. Yibai watched Zhaoqian's retreating figure and couldn't help but think to himself, damn, he really pulled it off. In that moment, he deeply understood Yingxi's perspective. He had been considering hiring a goblin butler, but now it dawned on him. Zhaoqian was the perfect candidate. A thought flashed through his mind. He had to find a way to lure Zhaoqian into the shadows. Leaving the secret trading realm, Yibai returned to Blue Star. As soon as he got home, he heard familiar greetings. Good morning, Third Master. Good morning, Fourth Master. A burly figure made entirely of bones responded and retreated into Yibai's shadow. The summer camp routine resumed. Hua Tianyi was no longer next door. He had gone to the abyss to gather information about Yingxian. Xiaojiu stayed close to Yibai, holding a small pig and curiously observing everything around him. During the break, Yibai hurriedly found Feng Dong and said mysteriously, Dongzi, something big has happened. Feng Dong looked at Yibai, puzzled. What big thing? By go. Do you have a warrior nephew too? Yi Bai rolled his eyes. Give me a break. I don't have an embarrassing nephew like Su Qingfeng. Feng Dong's curiosity was piqued. What could make the usually calm Yi Bai so anxious? Lowering his voice, Yi Bai leaned close to Feng Dong's ear and said, "Here's the thing. I met Hua Tianyi this morning. He mentioned there's going to be a martial arts competition involving the Nightmare Legion." A competition? Feng Dong immediately took out his communicator to contact his nephew. Soon, he got a reply and his face lit up with understanding. There is indeed such a thing, but what's it got to do with Hua Tianyi? The Nightmare Legion is full of talent, and everyone is eager to sign up. There aren't enough spots to go around. Yi Bai smiled mysteriously. I heard from little Hua that the shadows are planning to pay him to participate in the competition. Feng Dong's eyes widened. This is huge. With Yi Bai's permission, he immediately relayed the news to his nephew, Su Qingfeng, who was the vice-captain of the Nightmare Legion. Su Qingfeng was stunned when he heard the news. Gripping his communicator tightly, he exclaimed, "What? The shadows are hiring little Hua Tianwang as a ringer." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he said, "If this happens, the Nightmare Legion will suffer greatly. Hua Tianwang's strength is unmatched among his peers. More importantly, many in the Nightmare Legion are his disciples. Facing him in a real fight would crush their morale." Suddenly, an idea struck Su Qingfeng. If the shadows can hire external help, so can we? Outspend us? No one has more money than the Nightmare Legion. He confidently replied. No matter how much the shadows offer, the Nightmare Legion will double it. Then he added, by the way, uncle, ask Yi Bai if he'd be willing to fight for the Nightmare Legion. Yi Bai looked hesitant and said with some difficulty, "You want me to fight for the Nightmare Legion? I'm just a clever talent student from a summer camp. How am I qualified to fight for the Nightmare Legion? Besides, who are their opponents? The Wuhan Legion?" Feng Dong's eyes lit up with excitement as he said, "Brother Bai, I've got the inside scoop." He leaned closer to Yi Bai and lowered his voice. "There's a match between the Shadow and Nightmare Legions, and it's said to involve a huge amount of funding." Feng Dong exaggerated. "It's probably more money than you could ever spend in a lifetime." Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. He knew that the money divided between the Shadow and Nightmare Legions was only 90 of Xue Meng's income. Most of that income had already gone into his own pocket, and what the two legions were fighting over were just scraps. However, even those scraps were still a lifelong pursuit for many strong individuals. Feigning shock, Yi Bai said, "Is it really that significant?" "Yes, it's that significant." Feng Dong grew more excited, waving his right hand in the air. "Because the funding involved is so massive, this match is getting a lot of attention. My nephew said that no matter the cost, they want Hua Tianyi to represent the Nightmare Legion. And you've been invited to join the battle as well." Just as Yi Bai was about to take advantage of the situation, Ing San's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Fourth Master, there's something Ninth Master asked me to remind you of when necessary." Yi Bai nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Ing San repeated. Ninth Master said, "The reputation of Shura for hoarding wealth is well known. Yi Bai should be mindful of his actions." Damn! Yi Bai cursed inwardly, immediately understanding the implication. All the human warriors knew Shura was good at exploiting resources. If he showed similar traits, it would easily expose his true identity. To maintain his persona of not being greedy, Yi Bai had to sacrifice this opportunity. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Yi Bai suppressed his pain and refused. "Dongzi, it's not that I don't want to help the Nightmare Legion. You know my situation. My master, Fourth Master, is a strong figure in the Shadow Legion. Respecting my master is my principle. Without his permission, I can't participate in this match. Besides, if I help the Nightmare Legion fight against the Shadow Legion, wouldn't that be betraying my master?" After speaking, Yi Bai sighed heavily, pretending to be deeply troubled. He continued his act. "I've always been indifferent to fame and fortune. The appearance fee means nothing to me. The main issue is my teacher. If not for that, I would have loved to see the battlefield and compete with other masters." I understand, I understand." Feng Dong nodded repeatedly, convinced by Yi Bai's reasoning, and stopped persuading him. He regretted. "My nephew said the minimum appearance fee for this match is 500 war god merits. Forget it. No use dwelling on it." Saying this, Feng Dong sent Yi Bai's response to Su Qingfeng. 500 merits. Yi Bai took a deep breath, feeling like his blood bar had dropped significantly. Losing 500 war god merits was equivalent to 5 billion gold coins. To maintain his image of indifference to wealth, Yi Bai nearly felt heartache to the point of breathlessness. Meanwhile, on the other end of the communicator, Su Qingfeng received Feng Dong's reply and frowned slightly. Yi Bai, a disciple of Shadow Fourth? So he can't fight for the Nightmare Legion because of Fourth Master? This Yi Bai is interesting. Su Qingfeng casually opened a file and began reviewing Yi Bai's records. The more he read, the more he felt this young man had a promising future. Gifted a win/skill book to his friend Zhao Lin without accepting any payment. Su Qingfeng nodded slowly, thinking that the Wind/skill book wasn't cheap, equivalent to millions in dragon coins. Before attending the summer camp, Yibai had been so generous to his friends, indicating his remarkable character. Feng Dong also had high praise for Yibai, saying he was indifferent to fame and fortune, mature, and had the demeanor of a great general. Combined with Su Qingfeng's own positive first impression of Yibai, he refrained from making a hasty judgment. The file mentioned that Lu Qingyin had interacted with Yibai frequently. Without hesitation, Su Qingfeng contacted Lu Qingyin to inquire about his experiences with Yibai. You're asking about Yibai? On the other end of the communicator, Lu Qingyin replied honestly, I've been observing him for nearly a month. It's a pity he already has a master. Otherwise, I would have taken him as my disciple. Yibai is wise, strategic, unflappable, and generous. Lu Qingyin's reputation was well regarded among many legions. For Yibai to receive approval from Lu Qingyin, it's like a frog standing on another frog, truly exceptional. Su Qingfeng glanced around and nodded to himself. His opinion of Yibai soared, and the more he observed, the more he realized this young man was extraordinary. He's a rare talent, Su Qingfeng thought to himself. In the upcoming era of supreme power, Yibai is sure to become a key figure among the strongest warriors. Su Qingfeng made up his mind on the spot. Yibai must replace the Nightmare Legion in the upcoming martial arts competition. If his master doesn't agree, I'll personally go talk to him. With a determined look, Su Qingfeng immediately set off for the Eternal Forest to find Xi. In the Eternal Forest, the sudden visit from a 9th-level war god took Xi by surprise. He led Su Qingfeng to a secluded tea pavilion and gestured for him to sit. Vice Commander Su, you're here about the competition, aren't you? Xi asked softly. Yes and no, Su Qingfeng replied with a slight smile. May I ask if you have a disciple named Yibai, Lord Xi? Xi's expression remained unchanged as he slowly nodded. Indeed. At the same time, he tapped his fingers lightly behind his back. A shadow silently appeared beside the two 9th-level war gods. It was Air. You're here for Yibai? Xi asked with a smile. Matters involving Azura are no small affair. Although his tone was calm, he was secretly prepared to act. If Su Qingfeng said anything wrong, Xi and Air would immediately subdue him. Of course, Xi alone would be sufficient. Air was just a precaution. That's right, Su Qingfeng admitted, his expression sincere. I want to invite Yibai as a seed player to represent the Nightmare Legion in the competition. I've already asked him, and he said he couldn't agree without his master's permission, so I took the liberty of visiting you. Before Xi could respond, Su Qingfeng continued, Lord Xi, Yibai can't stay under your protection forever. Frankly, the Nightmare Legion is the best choice for his future and the place where he can grow the fastest. Representing the Nightmare Legion in the competition will only benefit him. Xi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at these words, unsure how to respond. The idea of having Yibai represent the Nightmare Legion in a competition against Ying's faction raised too many issues. He didn't even know where to start addressing them. Associating the Nightmare Legion with Yibai seemed like inviting trouble, and only Su Qingfeng could come up with such an idea. Seeing Xi's hesitation, Su Qingfeng continued, I know Yibai values the greater good over personal gain and is not one to fuss over minor details. Offering him an appearance fee would feel like an insult to him, as if he were taking money to fight against his own sect. He would never do such a thing. Su Qingfeng had already come prepared with a solution. How about this? The Nightmare Legion will offer 5,000 War God merits to Ying's faction in exchange for Yi by representing us in the competition. This way, the Nightmare Legion shows its sincerity. Yibai can participate, and Ying's faction gains 5,000 War God merits. Yibai won't have to feel conflicted. It's a win-win for everyone. After hearing this, Xi nodded lightly, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. With such a proposal, I have no reason to refuse. He accepted the 5,000 War God merits and patted Su Qingfeng on the shoulder, genuinely praising, Vice Commander Su. You have a good eye. All right, that's settled then. Su Qingfeng exclaimed enthusiastically, humming a tune as he left the Eternal Forest. Shadow 4 watched silently, his eyes following Su Qingfeng's fading figure among the trees. Once Su Qingfeng was out of sight, Shadow 4 spoke up, Second Master, you can put the knife down now. Emerging from the shadows, Shadow 2 revealed himself and sighed with regret. I was hoping to have some fun killing a 9th-tier war god. Shadow 4 shook his head in exasperation. The top 3 shadows only obeyed 9th Master, and even with Azura in charge now, their relationship remained purely cooperative. Shadow 4 couldn't help but recall the days when 9th Master was still around. If Shadow 2 had dared to be so arrogant, 9th Master would have put him in his place without hesitation. The negative impact of 9th Master's departure was becoming evident. As the second demon god had mentioned in the Abyss, without 9th Master, the human race had lost a stabilizing force, weakening them from top to bottom. Ninth Master had abandoned everything to venture into the Supreme Abyss in an attempt to resurrect Shuejiu. As Ninth Master's successor, whether Azura could handle the current situation was still uncertain. This was a silent, high-stakes test set by the top 3 shadows, each of whom could step into the realm of the transcendent war god at any moment. Azura had only one chance. The cost of failure would be immense. Shadow 4 had faith in Azura, or rather, he was willing to believe in the person chosen by Ninth Master. Suddenly, Shadow 2 yawned and said, "For brother, I just had an epiphany." "What did you realize?" the mischievous woman asked eagerly. Shadow 2, as if talking to himself, said, "I know why Ninth Master wanted us to learn from Azura." Even Shadow 4 was intrigued. "Why?" Shadow 2 excitedly explained. "Look, Azura is extremely greedy, while Yibai is indifferent to fame and fortune. What does that tell you? It means that even Fourth Master has a split personality. Us learning from him is like Xue Ming being the son of a supreme being. It's a perfect match." "You sly fox, you're getting smarter. I'm going to eat half your brain," the mischievous woman said, and the two of them laughed eerily as they walked away. Their voices echoed through the forest. "He he he. Ha ha ha. You learn from the indifferent Fourth Master, and I'll take the hit and learn from the greedy Fourth Master. Drop dead, you scoundrel. I knew you were up to no good. I'm going to tell on you to Fourth Master. You better be ready." Meanwhile, in Camp C, Feng Dong put away his communicator and excitedly winked at Yibai. "Brother Bai, great news. I'll tell you after class." Yibai nodded impassively, feeling numb inside. He had just painfully declined Su Qingfeng's invitation, only to find out that Su Qingfeng had taken 5,000 war god merits to Shadow 4. Not only had Yibai lost the 500 war god merits that should have been his appearance fee, but Su Qingfeng's 5,000 had also ended up in the Shadow's accounts. This loss left Yibai utterly frustrated. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Yibai thought, as long as Su Qingfeng is around, there's always more to gain. Today's incident also reminded him that he needed to finalize the participants for the upcoming battle. While the internal rankings of the Shadows could serve as an important reference, given their unique nature, Yibai planned to exploit a small loophole. He communicated his plan and ideas to Shadow 4, who quickly responded with approval. Shadow 4 pointed out a minor issue. Most strong individuals are unruly. They might not be willing to follow your plan, Fourth Master. After some thought, Yibai proposed a solution. Have Shadow 1 talk to them until they agree willingly. Shadow 4 marveled at Fourth Master's skill in leveraging authority, but also acknowledged that it was a feasible approach. He promptly agreed and contacted Shadow 1, the weak woman, to execute Fourth Master's plan. Meanwhile, at the Ninth Abyss battlefield, a spirited young man was leisurely fishing. 2 large fish were roasting over a fire on the shore, sizzling and releasing a tantalizing aroma. Zhao Ziyan swallowed hungrily, her mood exceptionally cheerful as she watched the nearly cooked fish. Thanks to Death Song's help, she had made a comeback, reclaiming her position as Shadow 13 and solidifying her status. In a short span of time, Zhao Ziyan's ranking remained rock solid. However, climbing higher was no easy feat without employing the wind's distance technique. She could only stay put. "Who cares about rankings?" Zhao Ziyan said dismissively, taking a bite of the fragrant grilled fish. "I don't care about such empty titles. My opponents are the Shura, the strongest seeds. I'm aiming to surpass the Supreme Warriors." As she muttered to herself, a soft female voice suddenly chimed in beside her, claiming to surpass the Supreme Warriors. "Are you?" "Whoa." Zhao Ziyan instinctively drew her blade, but relaxed when she saw who it was. "Sis, you scared me to death." In the flickering light of the campfire, a seemingly delicate woman approached slowly. Zhao Ziyan was puzzled. "I thought you were gathering intel on the 9th Demon God's legions." "Yes." The woman pointed to the distance, calmly saying, "I finished gathering intel in my area. They're all dead. If you kill all the enemies, there's no intel left to gather. No wonder you rank last in performance every year." Zhao Ziyan shook her head in helplessness. Ignoring the small talk, the woman got straight to the point. "You know there's a match between the Shadow and Nightmare Legions, right?" "Of course." Zhao Ziyan jumped up in excitement. "Are you putting me in? I'll go take Shadow 7's place right now." "Hold on. Listen to me first." The delicate woman smiled meaningfully. "The organization values you highly this time and has decided to give you an important task." "What?" Overwhelmed with sudden joy, Zhao Ziyan's voice trembled slightly. "Can you tell me more specifically?" "Certainly," the woman said slowly. "You're to represent us with the might of the top tier in your rank. The higher-ups are really counting on you, Xiao Zhao." "The might of the top tier?" Zhao Ziyan was elated, stammering, "Too knew I'd become Shadow 1 someday, but I didn't expect it to happen like this." Realizing her slip, she quickly apologized. "Sis, you won't be mad, right?" "No, sis only worries about you." The woman kept her smile. "Here, sign this." Overcome with excitement, Zhao Ziyan signed her name on the contract without even reading it. She then eagerly asked, "Sis, when and where does the match start?" Putting away the contract, the woman smiled innocently, her voice soft and sweet. "In 2 days, at the War King level. You'll be fighting as King 1. Zhao Ziyan could barely hear the rest. Her mind was fixated on one thought. King 1? Not Shadow 1. Panicking, she checked the contract and was thunderstruck. She realized she had agreed to fight not in the War God tier match, but in the War King tier. She had unknowingly signed up to be demoted to War King for this competition. One thought echoed in her mind. Oh no, I've become a War King. Putting aside Zhao Ziyan's tragic fate, Yi Bai's arrangements this time were flawless. The competition was clearly divided into 3 tiers: Warrior, General, and King, with Shura sending its elite to participate. Even with Yi Bai overseeing the Nightmare Legion, it would be hard to contend with Shura. Yi Bai meticulously planned for a group of shadow gods to intentionally lower their ranks and compete as Battle Kings. At the Battle King level, shadows were nearly invincible. Winning just 3 matches would secure 60 of the stakes for the shadows. As for the god-level battles, with the top 3 shadows in Shura's ranks, there was nothing to fear. Who could the Nightmare Legion send? Su Qingfeng? The only tricky part was the battle of the heavenly gods, with a formidable opponent at level 992. Whether Ingdi, the quasi-god at level 994, would fight for the shadows was still uncertain. Despite this, Yi Bai was confident in his victory. The participants, referees, and rulemaking committee were all under his control. What could the Nightmare Legion possibly do to compete with him? However, the downside was that Yi Bai had to maintain his persona of being indifferent to fame and fortune, which gave him a headache. He couldn't just ignore the money being handed to him. Thinking about the appearance fee of over 50,000, Yi Bai felt a pang of heartache. He silently reminded himself to stay calm. The day quietly passed as everyone dispersed to prepare for their ventures into the Eternal Tower. Back at the dorm, Yi Bai greeted Third Master. Third Master, I might need your help in the competition the day after tomorrow. Ing San neither agreed nor refused, simply staring at Yi Bai. Yi Bai understood well that one must bring gifts when asking for favors. He said straightforwardly, Third Master, I can help you determine your true surname or give you a username in the Shadows group. Which do you choose? Both. Ing San nodded and replied. The two understood each other perfectly. By accepting both conditions, Ing San would need to complete 2 tasks for Yi Bai. If Ing Di couldn't be reached, the battle against the heavenly god might require Ing San to step in. Yi Bai had already prepared for this. The battle of the heavenly gods would take place in the temple of the Eternal Core City. Even if Ing San broke through to above level 990 before the battle, he wouldn't be able to cause damage outside the temple. Moreover, the 99th floor housed a true Third Master. In the presence of Xiaoyao, Ing San wouldn't dare claim the title of Third Master. This was understood by both. Ing San didn't mind. He would act according to Shura's arrangements. With his strength, threats to him were few and far between. Xiaoyao was one, the supreme demon god another, and the great demon god and 9th master each counted as half. With his great strength and upright attitude, Ing San was fearless. This was what Yi Bai admired most about Ing San. The third master was always tough and spoke little. If he said he would solve a problem, he wouldn't hesitate. He was a gold standard enforcer. Paired with the ruthless Shura, they were a match made in heaven. A flash of white light, and Yi Bai instantly disappeared, entering his exclusive space. He took out the materials he had prepared earlier and started applying eye drops. 2 drops of eye drops worth 60,000 God of War merits entered his eyes, but there was no reaction. Just as he was about to curse, a new prompt appeared in front of him. 2 uses of Sage Mode obtained. Sage Mode? Based on Yi Bai's understanding of the Trickster Eye, this should be an ability awakened after 3 uses. Given Yi Bai's exploitation, the Trickster Eye had provided an early trial version. It could decipher the enemy's weaknesses and create a surefire method to defeat them. Looking at the Sage Mode description, Yi Bai was unimpressed. He knew the Trickster Eye's nature too well. Rolling his eyes, he scoffed. I bet it doesn't work on the Supreme Demon God, right? Sharp as ever. The surefire method sounded good, but to Yi Bai, it was a bit redundant. There were very few beings he couldn't kill. At that moment, 2 vampires passed by Yi Bai, completely unaware of his presence. What a joy it is to bask in the moonlight, Dracula said, gnawing on a chicken leg with satisfaction. Cain snorted, unwilling to engage. He had lost big time accompanying Shura on a challenge last time. Ultimately, it was Cain's arrogance that cost him, not understanding Shura's nature initially. Dracula, on the other hand, was more savvy. The title of Demon Lord wasn't for nothing. In the end, Cain not only gained nothing but was also forced to listen to a pig's song all night. The poor quality MP3 player had only one song on repeat. When the coffin finally opened, a crazed pig rushed out and crashed into a pillar, dying on the spot. Since then, Cain had been more cautious. Little pig, Dracula pulled at Cain's sleeve, smearing grease on it. Tonight is a big night. Humph. Cain turned away, showing disinterest. I've been counting for the demon lord, Dracula said seriously. Tonight, he will challenge the 30th floor. On the 10th floor, the lord of demons gained his humble servant, Dracula. Hearing the change in Dracula's tone, Cain's expression twisted subtly. Azura has arrived? Dracula continued with a hint of smugness in his voice. On the 20th floor, the master picked up you, a worthless piece of trash. You were lying there on the brink of death. If it weren't for the master's kindness in rescuing you. Cain felt a surge of anger as he listened. He wanted to retort, have some shame. I was slowly regaining my strength on the 20th floor, doing just fine. Why don't you mention why I was on the brink of death? Which damned fool struck me with lightning, leaving me half dead? But these words remained a roar in his mind, too afraid to speak them aloud. Dracula concluded, thus, on the 30th floor, the master will gain another vampire servant. Probably slightly stronger than you, but a bit weaker than me. Yibai listened to Dracula's analysis and nodded slowly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Good analysis. Next time, spare us. Regarding the 30th floor, Yibai had no clear thoughts. He had meticulously studied the guides but found nothing. The 10th and 20th floors were evidently connected to cycles. The 10th floor was a cycle of a night ball, and the 20th floor was a cycle of a whale fall. But according to Yibai's research, the 30th floor had no cycle. The story of the 30th floor takes place in a small town, with various randomly refreshed tasks. Challengers can increase their exploration level by completing tasks, eventually clearing the stage. It sounded ordinary, even somewhat dull. But Yibai knew that the strongest had theorized that every 10 floors were connected, so there must be a link. Cycles, it must be related to cycles. Before setting off, Yibai had one more thing to do. He focused his energy, and a dark red ocean appeared in front of him, gently undulating. This was the Azura Sea. Yibai calculated silently. The wind element materials are almost exhausted, but with water, shadow, lightning, wood, fire, and wind, all 6 elements are complete. It took 1,000,000 war god merit points to construct a complete Azura Sea. Yibai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was eager to witness firsthand just how powerful the complete Azura Sea truly was. The moment the last wind element material was swallowed by the Shura Sea, the entire space trembled violently, and the seawater boiled and roiled. Yibai felt as if the world had emptied in an instant, everything around him receding, leaving him alone to face the raging Shura Sea. In front of the Eternal Night Castle, Master Sha stood at the entrance, her gaze sweeping towards the distant Shura Sea. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly shouted, if you don't want to die, get over here now. Her voice wasn't loud, and initially, it didn't attract much attention. Dracula was the quickest to react, darting to the front of the castle to seek refuge, only to be kicked away by Master Sha. She viciously ordered, go get that broken tree back. If Shura returns and it's not here, you're on your own. Without a word, Dracula swiftly dashed to the money tree, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and ran back. He thought to himself, even if he died, the tree must remain safe. Feeling the terrifying vibrations emanating from the Shura Sea, Dracula shouted at the top of his lungs, a flood is coming. Run for your lives. His shout had an immediate effect. Under the supervision of several powerful beings, all creatures within the designated space orderly retreated into the Eternal Night Castle for shelter. Yibai clearly hadn't anticipated the terrifying power of the Shura Sea with all 6 elements integrated. Just the moment it took to form, any casual ripple was enough to instantly kill a warrior king-level expert. Standing by the window, Master Sha sneered. This guy throws everything into the Eternal Sea. With such a solid foundation, I'd like to see how you get past level 989. The Shura Sea is too powerful. The human race might need another Shuemeng, who can't advance even if it kills them. Dracula cautiously approached and asked, I've never heard of supreme beings being unable to break through level 990, have you? Master Sha's face darkened, clearly recalling something unpleasant. She muttered a demonic curse under her breath. Forgot about Shura's supreme mark. Supreme mark? Dracula quickly pulled out a small notebook, thinking this was crucial information to report to the Demon Lord. Gazing at the endlessly undulating Shura Sea, which emitted terrifying waves, Dracula nervously asked, Master, how do you evaluate the strength of the human race's Eternal Sea? As a vampire, his cultivation method differed from that of humans, focusing on the river of blood. Though he could tell the Shura Sea was strong, he couldn't gauge exactly how strong. Despite her foul mood, Master Sha uncharacteristically explained more. She rarely communicated with others in Shura's designated space, but she began to explain. It's simple. The Eternal Sea has 2 key stages in the early phase. One is its opening, and the other is its formation, which is now. When it opens, the higher the concentration of the Eternal Sea, the greater its potential. When all elemental systems merge with the Eternal Sea, it essentially forms. At this point, the wider its range, the stronger its power. Pointing to the expanding Shura Sea below, she continued, take an inch of seawater as an example. When an ordinary strong person's eternal sea first forms, it can expand to about 100 meters in radius. Dracula, taking notes, asked, how strong is an ordinary strong person? Master Shah thought for a moment and provided a reference. Roughly as strong as you were a few thousand years ago. Dracula looked puzzled, not understanding why he had become a unit of measurement for strength. Master Shah continued, if a bit stronger, it could expand to about 300 meters, roughly at the level of Cain. By this time, the radius of the Shura Sea had already exceeded 300 meters. Cain's face darkened, and he snorted, a supreme of our clan, a future lord, surpassing me is only natural. He tried to salvage some pride for the vampires. When our blood ancestor first formed the river of blood, it stretched for 3,000 miles. Master Shah disdainfully retorted, playing word games? When your river of blood forms, you call that a river? It's just a bloodline. Forcing it to stretch 3,000 miles. How much of it is actual substance? You know perfectly well. Cain, openly ridiculed, was left speechless and could only remain silent. Master Shah continued to observe the Shura Sea below. The blood ancestor's power, converted to the human race's eternal sea, would be equivalent to a radius of about 900 meters. In the time they had been chatting, the Shura Sea had already surpassed 900 meters. Shura's potential and power exceeded that of the blood ancestor. The vampires present were devastated. Their strongest existence had been easily outclassed. Only Dracula managed to laugh, excitedly saying, the demon lord is incredible. I knew I chose the right master. Cain and all the other vampires simultaneously looked at Dracula with disdain. They all had the same thought. We have a traitor among us. Humph. Cain snorted coldly, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. As a veteran vampire, even though he didn't get along with the blood ancestor, his sense of racial honor was deeply ingrained. He spoke again in a chilly tone. What's the big deal about comparing to the blood ancestor? Haven't the humans produced 3 supreme beings? Is the Sea of Azura stronger than those 3? These words seemed to strike a nerve with the master fool. She closed her eyes slightly, as if lost in memory, and murmured, when the Sea of Nightmare formed, it spanned 9,900 meters. The Sea of Tracelessness formed without a trace. According to Xueming, Traceless's adopted son, it had a radius of 9,990 meters. The Sea of Carefree stretched to 9,999 meters. Dracula and Cain fell silent upon hearing this. They exchanged a look of astonishment, not expecting the master fool to know so much about the human supreme beings. To witness all 3 and survive was a feat that could rank her among the top 3 in the demon clan. They stopped asking questions and turned their gaze downward. As the Sea of Azura expanded, Yibai's exclusive space also grew, devouring the surrounding void. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 4,000 meters. The master fool softly counted, noting that the expansion of the Sea of Azura was accelerating. When it reached 4,500 meters, she sighed. Back then, the abyssal sea of the great demon god formed at 4,499 meters, 5,300 meters. The abyssal sea of the second demon god stopped here. 7,200 meters. The fifth demon god's abyssal sea never exceeded this. Everyone present was dumbfounded, as the Sea of Azura surpassed one legendary figure after another, leaving them in the dust. 7,400 meters. Hua the Mad. 8,000 meters. Lan the Exiled Immortal. 8,300 meters. Zhao Qian. Every name the master fool recited was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Who could have imagined that Zhao Qian's Eternal Sea would be more expansive than Hua the King and Lan the Exiled Immortal? When the Eternal Sea reached 9,000 meters, the master fool found it difficult to think of more names. Until it hit 9,800 meters, she silently mouthed 2 words. Xueming, the only one among humans outside the supreme beings to break the 9,000 meter mark. Yet, the Sea of Azura continued to expand. 9,900 meters. 9,990 meters. The Sea of Azura's expansion had slowed to a crawl, but it relentlessly pushed outward. 9,992, 9,995, 9,998, 9,999 meters. Finally, the Sea of Azura matched the height of the Sea of Carefree. Just when everyone thought it would stabilize, a point of golden light flew from Yibai's forehead, merging into the Sea of Azura. In an instant, the entire sea turned a dazzling gold, and the waters pushed outward by another meter. 10,000 meters. The master fool exclaimed, the highest record in human history. The Eternal Sea formed, spanning 10,000 meters. The Sea of Azura had created its own miracle. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, a shimmering golden sea undulated beneath Yibai's feet. resembling the waves of a wheat field. Gazing at this golden expanse, Yi Bai felt a deep affection. Suddenly, a dark shadow descended from the sky, landing right in front of him. Master Fool stared at the figure of Shura with wide-eyed shock and blurted out, "Zhang Xiaoyao actually gave you the eternal blessing?" Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised but maintaining his composure. Standing tall and confident, he replied, "Isn't it normal for the strongest of the human race to look after their juniors?" For once, Master Fool was genuinely furious, retorting angrily, "This goes beyond mere care. What is Zhang Xiaoyao thinking? Does he have a death wish?" Yi Bai's demeanor turned serious as he inquired, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? You should be asking what Zhang Xiaoyao means." Master Fool's tone was arrogant as he repeatedly mentioned Zhang Xiaoyao. "Do you even know where the eternal blessing comes from?" Yi Bai shook his head, admitting his ignorance. He had received the eternal blessing as a special reward for completing a hidden SS level instance in the beginner dungeon. "If you're going to speak, then say it all," Yi Bai demanded firmly. "Don't leave things half-said and ambiguous, or I'll send you a blade by mail." Master Fool frowned deeply, rolling her eyes after a moment. "Put away this damn sea, and let's find a proper place to talk." Only then did Yi Bai realize that the Shura Sea spanned 10,000 meters and was 3 finger widths deep. Even without the eternal blessing, the Shura Sea he created surpassed the Xiaoyao Sea. He absorbed the golden sea, transforming it into a golden bead, which he admired even more. The two moved to an icy plain, and Yi Bai half-jokingly, half-seriously threatened, "If you lie to me, I'll throw you down there." Master Fool ignored Yi Bai's threat and got straight to the point. "Do you know that Zhang Xiaoyao once made a deal with a certain entity?" Yi Bai shook his head. He knew very little about Xiaoyao, partly due to Ing Jiao's outstanding contributions to historical inventions and partly because of Xiaoyao's own mystique. Master Fool revealed, "Zhang Xiaoyao once made a deal with it." She then used ice to spell out the words, "Tower Spirit," but quickly erased the marks. Yi Bai signaled his understanding but couldn't help interrupting. "How do you know so much?" Master Fool sneered, "I'm the top blacksmith of both races. All the eternal equipment of the strongest warriors was forged by me. Do you think this is my first time in the exclusive space of a supreme seed? I'm an old hand at this." Seeing Yi Bai still had doubts, she added, "I also crafted equipment for that entity." Yi Bai was stunned. The Tower Spirit? Why would the Eternal Tower's spirit need equipment? Could the tower itself have gained sentience? "Please continue," Yi Bai said respectfully, ready to absorb this free history lesson. Master Fool continued, "The Eternal Blessing was a reward Zhang Xiaoyao received for answering a question." The Fool Master explained that with this blessing, once he reaches the pinnacle of power, he won't be bound by the supreme mark, nor will he have to engage in endless battles with the supreme demon god. He can leave this realm directly. Yi Bai suddenly looked up, his brows furrowed. "Wait a minute." He raised his hand to signal the Fool Master to stop. "That's a lot to take in. I need a moment to process this." His gaze became deep, as if he was trying to grasp every word he had just heard. Supreme mark? Constraint? Yi Bai muttered to himself, realizing that he knew very little about this concept. At that moment, the Fool Master showed a knowing expression, clearly having some understanding of the topic. Seeing Yi Bai's puzzled look, the Fool Master suddenly burst out angrily, "How can you be so clueless?" Yi Bai wasn't about to back down and defended himself. "I'm only 18. My innate talent is just a lousy eye that goes offline at critical moments. What do you expect me to do? I'm desperate too." He made a gesture as if he was about to give up. Self-destruct sequence initiated. "Aren't you going to stop me?" Before he finished speaking, Yi Bai added, 95 floors, just wait and see," as if he was trying to encourage himself. At that moment, Yi Bai felt a sudden sharp pain in his eyes, as if that lousy eye was forcibly adding drama to the situation, then quietly went offline, seemingly eager to see what would happen next. Seeing this, the Fool Master took a deep breath and explained succinctly, "Without the suppression of the Supreme Mark, ordinary people are forced to leave at level 1000. You Supreme Seeds have to leave at level 900. He paused and emphasized, "But the Supreme Mark isn't the point. The point is, the eternal blessing is incredibly precious. For a supreme being, it's like having an extra life." Yi Bai pondered this deeply. He understood the significance of this. Regardless of how the eternal blessing ended up in his brother Xiaoyao's hands, Xiaoyao didn't keep it, but gave it to him. This meant that when Yi Bai reached level 1000, he could choose to avoid the supreme demon god and leave directly. Although Yi Bai wasn't sure what he would choose when the time came, at least he had a choice. In contrast, Xiaoyao, without the eternal blessing, would have to face the supreme demon god Hedon. Yi Bai tried to comfort himself inwardly. Brother Xiaoyao will be fine. Maybe he'll even accidentally defeat the supreme demon god. But he knew this was just wishful thinking. The Fool Master, sensing Yi Bai's heavy heart, decided to change the subject. He asked softly, "Do you know what the first thing Zhang Xiaoyao did for that being in that deal was?" Yibai shook his head, looking utterly confused. The Fool Master chuckled. You know nothing. Asking you is pointless. But it doesn't hurt to tell you. He paused, then said mysteriously, he divined a fate for that being. Fortune-telling? Third brother knows how to do that. Yibai raised an eyebrow in surprise, then quickly relaxed. On second thought, it does make sense. For Yibai, nothing about Xiaoyao was surprising. As the third strongest human, Xiaoyao had always been an enigma. Turning to Master Fool, Yibai urgently asked, what did it ask, and how did Xiaoyao respond? Master Fool shook his head helplessly. I don't know, but you can ask Xiaoyao directly. Even without this reminder, Yibai would have done so. Clearly, Master Fool had no more information to offer. The two tacitly avoided discussing Master Fool's true identity, but Yibai had his suspicions. According to information from the God of Fire, the so-called Abyss Demon God was actually a deity who had escaped and fallen from the Eternal Temple. Master Fool, as a member of the demon race, had existed for over a century. This suggested he might have been one of those who fled the Eternal Temple back then. Yibai pondered, realizing that Master Fool's true strength was likely beyond a 9th-tier war god, possibly surpassing level 990, though the exact extent remained unknown. However, Yibai wasn't worried. As long as Xiaoyao remained on the 99th floor, the Eternal Tower would never face a true crisis. Seeing that Master Fool had no more valuable information to offer, Yibai decided not to waste any more time. He took out a golden orb and examined it closely. The Shurasi had undergone significant changes after its formation. All abilities had been greatly enhanced, and it now had a wind-based ability Swift Wind. Though this new ability was passive, all three effects were beneficial to Yibai. After his fourth job change at level 300, Yibai had focused on lightning, shadow, and fire as his main classes, with 3 other classes as secondary. Now, with just the Shurasi, he could face a low-tier war god Hedon. When deployed, the Shurasi could deal millions of lightning and fire damage per second, while also providing Yibai with massive shields, healing, and shadow-based support. Of course, such power came at the cost of significant resources. No matter how strong Yibai was in the game, the truth of pay to win remained. When fully unleashed, the Shurasi could cover an area of up to 6,000 square meters and last for 3 minutes. Exceeding this limit would cause irreversible damage to the Shurasi. As a top-tier Eternal Sea, it also had an impressive recovery rate, taking just 3 hours to recharge after being withdrawn. Yibai couldn't help but shake his head. Charge for 3 hours, talk for 3 minutes? This meant he could only rely on the Shurasi's full power once per battle, with a 3-hour wait before he could go all out again. Even so, being able to threaten a low-tier war god at just over level 300 was already impressive. By comparison, a 9th-tier war god like Su Qingfeng needed 72 hours to recover after a full battle, which was almost laughable. Setting aside these comparisons, the upgraded Shurasi satisfied Yibai in every aspect. He put away the golden orb and glanced at the time it was still before noon. Master Fool was still there, seemingly with more to say. Yibai raised an eyebrow and asked, what else do you have to tell me? Master Fool pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. If possible, you should pay more attention to the origins of the Eternal Tower while exploring it. Yibai was intrigued. Oh, is there something special about it? To Yibai's surprise, even after a century, humanity hadn't figured out the origins of the Eternal Tower. Master Fool explained that those truly capable of exploring the tower's origins fell into 2 categories: pseudo-gods above level 995 and supreme seeds. Yibai immediately grasped the issue. Under these conditions, it was indeed difficult for humanity to uncover the Eternal Tower's secrets. Only Hua Tianwang and Ingzhou were above level 995. The former lacked intelligence, and the latter was unreliable. As for the 3 generations of supreme beings, from Nightmare to Wuhan to Xiaoyao, each had been increasingly indifferent to the matter. It seems this responsibility inevitably falls on me, Shura. Yibai nodded, and then looked at Master Fool. So, how much are you willing to add? Master Fool looked baffled. Oh? I just gave you all that information for free, didn't I? Yes, Yibai admitted. You didn't charge me. You're amazing, noble even. You're a good demon, and I'll remember your kindness. Then he changed his tone. But I'm not a good person. If there's money to be made, I'll still charge. Master Fool sighed helplessly. Shura, you're not even pretending to be human. Insult me? You'll have to pay extra for that. Yibai threatened fiercely, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The Fool Master flew into a rage upon hearing this, his face twitching with anger. Did I insult you? You were definitely cursing me in your heart just now. Yibai snorted disdainfully. You can't hide anything from these eyes of mine. His gaze was sharp and piercing, directed straight at the Fool Master. Despite the tense standoff, Yibai gained valuable insights. The Fool Master's true identity was temporarily set aside, but his long-standing benevolence towards the human race and his consistent acts of harming demons and benefiting humans made Yibai reconsider his stance. Yi Bai calculated in his mind. Even if not for himself, he had to plan for the fifth generation of the strongest. If, by the time it was the fifth's turn, there were no demons to forge SS-grade equipment, it would be quite embarrassing. After ending his conversation with the Fool Master, Yi Bai immediately contacted his goblin underling. Bro, make sure Sun Li doesn't attempt the 30th floor today. Yi Bai's tone was urgent. Sun Li's luck is just too unbelievable. Climbing the 29th floor with him already gave me a hard time. If we meet on the 30th floor, I doubt I'll get a 5S rating. The goblin underling quickly replied. Don't worry, fourth brother. Sun Li cleared the 30th floor yesterday. He's already on the 32nd floor now, so you definitely won't run into him tonight. Yi Bai was stunned and muttered in disbelief. In just over an hour, Sun Li cleared both the 30th and 31st floors. He couldn't help but marvel. The powerhouses of the golden generation 100 years ago can only be described in one word. Terrifying. Of course, there was another reason for Sun Li's efficient progress. He didn't care about his clearance rating. He settled as soon as his exploration met the minimum requirement. With his SS grade talent Extreme Reversal, Sun Li's growth required almost no additional resources. More importantly, his greatest weapon was his uncanny luck. At this moment, what Sun Li lacked most was levels. Everything else could be managed. After receiving Zhao Qian's message, Yi Bai was initially pleased. But then he reconsidered. Wait a minute, he muttered to himself. The 30th floor has been visited by Sun Li. It must be jinxed. He just left yesterday. The bad luck hasn't dissipated yet. Won't I still be affected? The more Yi Bai thought about it, the more uneasy he became. No, this won't do at all, he decided. After clearing the 30th floor, I must speed up my progress. At the very least, I need to stay ahead of Sun Li. As long as I move fast enough, his bad luck won't catch up with me. In his private space, Yi Bai anxiously awaited the final few minutes. The Eternal Tower was about to open. At exactly midnight, as the Eternal Tower opened, the reward for clearing the 29th floor with an SSS rating arrived. SSS rating for clearing the 29th floor. Reward. Chosen 1. The system announced. Chosen 1 triggers different effects based on luck. Current luck. 17. Chosen 1 17. When concentrating, skill success rate 5. Yi Bai nodded slowly, quite satisfied with the new reward. First, Chosen 1 would change with his luck, showing growth potential. Second, Yi Bai now had many skills that required a high success rate. For example, the reincarnation shadow of All Things Grow could exploit bugs with perfect aim, but it didn't always hit the right rhythm. A 5 increase in success rate would be a significant help in battle. As for Steel Fire, it couldn't rely on other skills to increase its success rate. Lastly, the effect of Chosen 1 could be actively triggered by Yi Bai, avoiding the situation where a negative buff would be increased by 5. Putting away the Chosen 1 description, Yi Bai began preparing to enter the 30th floor of the Eternal Tower. He meticulously checked his equipment. Wanwu Pavilion's special anonymous card to hide my Eternal ID. Stick one on. Ultra-thin human skin masks. 9 of them. Change of clothes too. I usually wear black. This time I'll go with white. Store the power of nature. Equip the Heavenly King's sword and cover it up a bit. With a swift transformation, Yi Bai changed from a black-robed mage into a dashing swordsman in white. The Fool Master glanced at Yi Bai and sneered. Comparing people can be infuriating. Don't even mention matching Wu Hin. You can't even compare to Blue Exile's aura. Unfazed by the demon strongman's taunt, Yi Bai replied. Look at what you're saying. My second brother and Blue Old Man are such charismatic figures. It's reasonable for my disguised self to be a bit inferior. This Azura is indeed inferior. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. So, does that mean Xie Yan is brave? On the 95th floor, there's no escape. Ignoring Xie Yan's bravado, Yi Bai threatened. Mention the 95th floor again, and forget about your third awakening. With that, Yi Bai disappeared from the spot, heading towards the Eternal Core City. He summoned the Eternal Core Crystal and input the floor number, 30. Good luck in clearing the Eternal Tower, the system voice announced. Eternal Tower, 30th floor. Ruthless Town. At the only entrance to Ruthless Town, a burly man stood like a stone, unmoved by wind or rain. He had been standing there for several days, and passing players noted his oddity. It was certain that this burly man was not an NPC but a powerful human player. Some had tried to provoke him, only to be sent flying by a single punch. As Yi Bai passed by, he immediately recognized the man. Da Tsongming, LV 319 feet. Just as Yi Bai wondered why Feet was here, Feet suddenly moved. He charged forward like a beast ready to pounce, each step causing the ground to quake. In the blink of an eye, everyone was lifted into the air, unable to react to what was happening. After leaving several afterimages, Feet abruptly stopped. The ground beneath him shattered, spiderweb cracks spreading out. The reason for his sudden halt was simple. A sword was pointed at his shoulder. The sword's tip was slightly tilted, not aimed directly at feet, indicating no hostile intent. At the same time, it was a silent warning. Stop here. Feet looked up at the sword's owner and grinned. Good evening, Azura. Yibai rolled his eyes and replied irritably, Good evening, Ditsongming. It turned out that since clearing the 29th floor, Feet had stayed on the 30th floor, waiting. Waiting for Azura to clear the 29th floor, waiting for Azura to arrive on the 30th floor. Feet didn't know who Azura was or what form he would take. But he knew one thing. Tonight, Azura would come. Feet's plan was simple. Beat everyone up, and the one he couldn't beat would be Azura. The scene just now had already explained everything. In the moment Feet attacked, everyone except Azura had no power to resist. The identity of the other party was now obvious. What Feet could figure out, Yibai could naturally figure out as well. He sighed and said helplessly, You really are a Ditsongming. Ruthless town. Yibai walked down the street, accompanied by a burly bodyguard named Feet. The scorching sun cast dappled shadows from the buildings lining the street. Apart from introducing himself initially, Feet followed Yibai in silence, like a silent mountain. Yibai wasn't surprised by Feet's persistent presence. As Zhao Sr., this so-called wise guy always managed to display his unique intelligence at critical moments. Yibai recalled the last time they ventured into the abyss to rescue Elder Lan, where Feet was severely injured and then ambushed upon their return. It seemed that every time they encountered demonic creatures, Feet was a primary target. I remember. You were also there during the Abyss mission? Yibai broke the silence, speaking calmly. Yes, Feet replied tersely before falling silent again, like an immovable boulder. In the distance, two figures followed stealthily, eavesdropping on their conversation. It was Fengdong and Zwilingxia. Hearing Feet's brief response, Fengdong was on the verge of losing his mind. Did this big guy not know how to hold a conversation? Shura, I was there too during the Abyss mission. Fengdong couldn't help but shout. Yibai glanced back helplessly. Let them come over. Fengdong and Zwilingxia quickly appeared before Yibai. Facing his three old acquaintances, Yibai calmly asked, So, what do you guys want? Both of them looked at Feet in unison. It was Feet's idea to wait for Yibai, and the other two could have cleared the 30th floor long ago if they wanted to. They didn't expect to actually run into Yibai. As for what to do next, it seemed only Feet knew. I don't know either. Feet scratched the back of his head, saying honestly, just chasing a star. And then, that's it. The atmosphere grew awkward. Fengdong wished he could drag this embarrassing guy away immediately to avoid further lowering their impression in Yibai's eyes. Yibai clapped his hands, signaling that they could disperse. All right, star chasing is over. Go home. Okay, Feet said, turning to leave without a second glance, taking Fengdong and Zwilingxia with him. Big guy. Just like that? Fengdong was incredulous. That was Shura. We finally caught him. Even if it's just star chasing, asking for an autograph or a photo wouldn't be too much, right? Just leaving like this is such a waste. Feet shook his head and said quietly, Huatiani is not Shura. Fengdong put away his playful demeanor and nodded seriously. I think so too. He doesn't quite fit the image. Huatiani is too flashy, like a drawn sword. But Shura's personality is definitely more easygoing. He added in a low voice, I've heard from my nephew that Shura is particularly good at making deals with people. Feet ignored this comment and said in a deep voice, Let's go. Where to? To where Shura would go. After parting ways with Feet and the others, Yibai couldn't shake the feeling that things wouldn't be so simple. This wise guy might be planning something else. But he quickly dismissed the thought, focusing on his current task. Following the Eye of Insight's guidance, Yibai arrived at a small house in a corner. After knocking, a haggard woman appeared at the door. With heavy dark circles under her eyes and tears welling up, she spoke anxiously, Adventurer, this might be presumptuous, but can you help me? Awei has been missing for 3 days. He's usually very well behaved and wouldn't stay out this long. Something must have happened to him. Take your time. Don't worry. Yibai nodded, indicating he would help. This task finding and bringing back Awei would grant 60 exploration progress, crucial for achieving 100 completion. From the moment he entered Ruthless Town, Yibai noticed a detail. There were no factions in the 30th floor. In the previous levels, Yibai had achieved a 5S rating by completing 100 exploration for 3 factions, plus the Eternal Blessing. Without faction distinctions on the 30th floor, how would he secure a 5S rating? Lacking any immediate answers, Yibai decided to focus on the current task and take things one step at a time. After listening to the woman's description, he had a rough idea of the task details. Awei was a mature child, not playful, and very family-oriented. He had gone out of town to cut grass and should have returned before dark. But it had been 3 days with no word. The woman, Awei's biological mother, had asked many people for help, including townsfolk and visiting adventurers, all to no avail. All right, I'll bring Awei back before dark, Yibai promised. The time on the 30th floor was different from Earth. At that moment, Ruthless Town was bathed in bright sunlight, with the scorching sun high above. After accepting the task, Yibai returned to the street and looked up at the sun. Ah, my eyes. Sunglasses mode. Activate. Yibai suddenly shouted, frowning. The blinding sunlight made him uncomfortable, and he thought to himself that the sun was simply too harsh. With a wave of his hand, he summoned two vampires from his personal space, Dracula and Cain. As soon as Cain appeared, a wisp of blue smoke rose from his head, as if he were being scorched by invisible flames, causing him to let out a pained howl. In stark contrast, Dracula's pale skin seemed completely unaffected by the sunlight. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dracula scoffed. What kind of vampire goes on a mission without applying sunscreen? As a servant who had followed the demon lord for some time, he was well versed in the lord's ways. Anticipating various dangers, he had taken precautions. His skin was covered with a layer of human-developed nano-light-blocking film, effectively shielding him from the harmful effects of sunlight. Yibai's eyes lit up with curiosity upon hearing this. Is it really that amazing? He asked, reaching out and peeling off a small piece of Dracula's skin. Sizzle, the exposed area immediately turned charred and blackened. Ugh, that stinks, Yibai exclaimed, disgusted, as he slapped the piece of skin back onto Dracula. It seemed he had underestimated the demon lord's methods. Through the reactions of Dracula and Cain, Yibai quickly concluded that the sun on the 30th level had a particularly strong suppressive effect on vampires. This was no coincidence. After all, Cain was a bona fide prince-level vampire, and ordinary sunlight couldn't harm him. Yibai suddenly remembered some news he had heard by the roadside and turned to the now grim-faced Dracula. By the way, I heard from some people that there's a monster outside Ruthless Town. A monster? Dracula looked at Yibai, his eyes filled with doubt. He thought to himself, aren't you the biggest monster around? Who could be more monstrous than you? Yibai continued, according to the description, the creature is entirely silver-white like snow, with blood-red eyes, incredibly powerful, and looks like a cross between a wolf and a dog. As Yibai spoke, Dracula's expression grew more serious. He recalled an old nemesis of his. Could it be him? Dracula asked cautiously, is there a chance that the monster is actually the White Wolf King? The name White Wolf King was not unfamiliar to Yibai. He recalled his experiences on the 10th level, where there were three main factions, humans, werewolves, and vampires. To achieve a 5S rating, Yibai had to fully explore all three factions. At that time, the most powerful entity among the werewolves was the White Wolf King, who was imprisoned in a dungeon by Dracula. Back then, Yibai's eye of insight was still weak and couldn't gather much information about the White Wolf King. Even after its second awakening, the eye of insight wasn't powerful enough. However, Yibai knew there was someone he could ask. Old pig, tell me about your story with the White Wolf King, Yibai demanded in his demonic lord form. Dracula, though reluctant, had no choice but to speak. He cast a cautious glance at Cain, who was hiding in the shadows, his eyes filled with vigilance. Clearly, he didn't want Cain to hear what he was about to reveal. Cain snorted coldly and, under their watchful eyes, deliberately stepped out of the shadows, letting the sunlight dissolve him. Cain! Dracula shouted furiously, dropping the earplug in his hand. Master, he did that on purpose. Every time Cain resurrects, it requires a large amount of Prince's blood. It's a waste, a disgraceful crime. Ignoring Dracula's accusations, Yibai remained unmoved and urged, continue with the White Wolf King. Dracula forced a smile and explained, as you can see, your humble servant's memory has a few gaps. After the Blood River Rebellion ended, I awoke from the darkness and spent many years piecing my memories together. From the moment I awoke, the White Wolf King was imprisoned beneath the Eternal Night Castle. Yibai speculated. So, you two have a grudge, and you suppressed the White Wolf King? No. Dracula shook his head, looking puzzled. You might not be aware, but the White Wolf King's true strength is terrifying. The werewolves have no supreme beings, which you refer to as the strongest. The White Wolf King is the werewolves' strongest candidate. Yibai was astonished. Is the White Wolf King really that powerful? No wonder I felt an immediate connection with him when we first met. The strongest candidates from each race are naturally drawn to each other. Dracula added, at his peak, the White Wolf King could rival the Blood Ancestor. However, he was not as strong as the Blood Ancestor, who had once attempted to reach level 1000. The White Wolf King, at his best, only reached level 989. Yibai thought to himself, the higher the level, the harder it is to break through. In terms of potential, the White Wolf King might even surpass the Blood Ancestor. Dracula likely omitted this to save face for the vampires. If that's the case, Yibai frowned, puzzled. How did the mighty White Wolf King end up imprisoned by someone like you in the Eternal Night Castle? Dracula sensed the implication in Yibai's words and took a deep breath to calm his emotions before smiling and explaining. Precisely because the White Wolf King is so powerful, even my amnesiac self wasn't foolish. I don't believe I suppressed him on my own. The Eternal Night Castle might not even be my creation. Moreover, I once tested the White Wolf King, giving him a chance to escape, but he chose to remain in the dungeon until the day of reckoning. Yibai knew the rest of the story better than Dracula. Over the past century, the Eternal Night Castle had welcomed four notable visitors: Nightmare, Wuhan, Xiaoyao, and Shura. These four had completely disrupted the dungeon, and in the end, Yibai had even moved the entire Eternal Night Castle into his personal space. Having gained a basic understanding of the White Wolf King's strength and potential, Yibai continued to ask, what about his origins? Where did the White Wolf King come from? Dracula shook his head. No one knows. It's said he comes from a desolate land and is known as the Eclipse Wolf. After hearing about the White Wolf King's background, Yi Bai's thoughts became clearer. Our primary task is not to find a way but to locate the White Wolf King. If he's really on this level, finding him will solve many mysteries. With a clear objective, Yi Bai and Dracula immediately set out, leaving Ruthless Town and heading towards the wasteland where the White Wolf King was rumored to appear. Under the scorching sun, many players were sweating profusely. Although Yi Bai constantly resisted the endless flames of karma, this level of heat was insignificant to him. Looking at the vast wasteland, Yi Bai frowned slightly. Is there grass to cut here? Did Away come all this way just to cut grass? Despite their curiosity, Yi Bai and Dracula quickened their pace and began searching the vast wasteland for any sign of the White Wolf King. The prestigious SS level talent, the Eye of Insight, locked onto the target and completed the precise positioning. Yi Bai nodded slightly, satisfied with the expensive awakening materials. Although costly, their usefulness in critical moments made them worth every penny. Proceed straight for 15 kilometers. The target is moving at high speed, the Eye of Insight instructed. Yi Bai immediately took action. Turn east and continue for another 63 kilometers. A tense chase was unfolding on the wasteland. The White Wolf King sprinted ahead, with Yi Bai and Dracula close behind. Guided by the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai quickly blocked the White Wolf King's path. The giant wolf before him stood 3 meters tall, its white fur bristling, and its face twisted into a menacing snarl. It glared at Yi Bai and roared, "Get lost! I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me." It brandished its sharp claws as it spoke. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. How had the White Wolf King become so irritable in just half a month? Although the giant wolf before him was unmistakably the White Wolf King, it seemed to have no recognition of him. Could it have lost its memory again? As Yi Bai pondered, countless bats suddenly surged from the wasteland's depths. Seizing the opportunity, Dracula cast a vampire curse, Bind. In an instant, the bats transformed into shadows, pinning the White Wolf King's limbs to the ground. Then, a torrent of vampire spells rained down, weakening the White Wolf King to its limit. Seeing this, Yi Bai quietly sheathed the Tianwang sword he had half-drawn. His combat principle had always been to avoid direct confrontation if possible. This time, he had drawn the White Wolf King's attention, allowing Dracula to launch a successful sneak attack, a flawlessly executed tactic. However, it was strange how easily the White Wolf King had fallen into the trap. Frowning, Yi Bai scrutinized the White Wolf King bound to the ground. He noticed that the giant wolf's fur was unusually smooth, almost carrying a hint of youthfulness. His expression changed as a troubling possibility crossed his mind. Wait, where are the scars left by my second brother? Yi Bai muttered to himself, his doubts growing stronger. On the desolate plains, a white wolf was subdued by the secret arts of the Blood Clan, its throat emitting constant warning growls. Yi Bai's murmurs echoed in the still air, drawing a confused look from the White Wolf King. Second brother? Who are you? It seemed completely bewildered by the situation. Yi Bai and Dracula exchanged a meaningful glance. They realized simultaneously, this was not the White Wolf King they were looking for. Yet, the wolf before them was undeniably the White Wolf King. This contradictory discovery darkened Yi Bai's expression, causing his heart to skip a beat. The secret of the 30th floor is even more terrifying than I imagined. Yi Bai muttered, perhaps, this place is a moment from the past? Dracula tried to follow Yi Bai's train of thought. Master, do you mean to say that this is the newly born White Wolf King? Back to the past? Dracula shook his head repeatedly, finding Yi Bai's theory hard to believe. Even for the Eternal Tower, that would be too outrageous. Yi Bai suddenly asked, Old pig, you've been on the 10th floor for so long. Have you ever seen anyone with a talent related to time? This question hit Dracula like a bucket of cold water. He instantly thought of the answer and almost blurted out Wuhan. Since Wuhan's talent was related to time, and the Eternal Tower had featured reincarnation-themed levels with varying time flows, it seemed plausible that the 30th floor could represent a past time period. We've overlooked one point, Yi Bai spoke again, unraveling many doubts in his mind. What we see might not be the real past. Dracula's eyes lit up, immediately understanding. You're right. Historically, there was a ruthless town in awe, and the White Wolf King did emerge from Ruthless Town. But everything in the Eternal Tower is just a replication of the past. If that's the case, it makes much more sense, Yibai nodded. Reversing the rules of time to forcibly bring a past moment to the present is something even the strongest might struggle to achieve. However, creating a replica of the White Wolf King's life, making a fake, is a different matter. The difficulty and value are not on the same level, and it wouldn't involve the laws of time. Given the level of the Eternal Tower, this is entirely feasible. Their previous doubts were resolved, but Yibai pointed out two critical questions. First, why is there no reincarnation plot on the 30th floor? Second, if the young White Wolf King is here, where is the old White Wolf King? These questions were crucial for Yibai's 5S rating. The answer on the 10th floor was straightforward, Oneidae loop. On the 20th floor, Yibai encountered the blue whale blue, only to realize in the end that it was the reincarnation of a whale fall. What about the reincarnation on the 30th floor? If there is reincarnation, where does it occur? If not, what is hindering the wheel of reincarnation? Yibai suddenly asked, do you know Aw? The White Wolf, restrained by the Blood Clan, snorted coldly, Aw is dead. He's lying. Yibai said coldly, then turned to Dracula. Let him go. Keeping him is just a waste of resources. Dracula nodded in agreement and snapped his fingers, causing all the Blood Clan's secret arts to dissipate simultaneously, freeing the young White Wolf. It sprang to its feet and ran off into the distance without looking back. Master, what do we do now? Dracula asked. We went through all this trouble to capture the White Wolf King, only to find it's a fake. I have a feeling the real White Wolf King is on this floor. Yibai pondered for a moment and then instructed, follow this wolf, record its actions, and notify me of any anomalies. Don't get caught. Dracula nodded repeatedly and transformed into a swarm of bats, flying off into the distance. With his current abilities, tracking a newly born White Wolf was a simple task. While Dracula followed the White Wolf, Yibai had other matters to attend to. Shao AI. This time, Yibai didn't even bother to add classmate. Shao AI appeared reluctantly before Yibai, looking aggrieved. He glanced around and sighed in relief. There are no bad guys on this floor. Hearing this, Yibai also felt relieved. Encountering projections of powerful demons on the 28th and 29th floors had been quite unlucky. Knowing the 30th floor lacked such threats was a small comfort. Yibai took the initiative to ask, is there any bug we can exploit on this floor? Shao AI looked surprised. The tower spirit asked us to help out. If we get caught doing that, we'll be in trouble. I was just asking. Yibai then posed a second question. Can you help me find a few people? They're all human players. That shouldn't be against the rules, right? Shao AI thought for a moment and shook his head. It's not. Where's Tsoming? Yibai mentioned Feet's ID. Since Feet had been waiting for him at the entrance of Ruthless Town, it meant Feet had been prepared for this. Even after parting ways, Fei-Te would wait for Xiaoluo at a crucial point. An idea struck Yibai, and he decided to think in reverse, actively seeking out Fei-Te. He believed that once he found the destination, he would understand the key to everything. Shao AI, give me the coordinates. Yibai commanded, grabbing Shao AI and using his wind technique to speed off like an arrow. Minutes later, the two arrived at an inconspicuous entrance to a cave on the barren plain. The entrance was about a meter wide and over 2 meters high, pitch black inside and seemingly bottomless. Cold air flowed out, dispelling the heat of the plain. It appeared to be a naturally formed underground cavern. Yibai shook his cloak lightly, summoning the shadow of the Hellhound. Shao-san, scout ahead. The loyal guardian beast eagerly dashed into the cave. Moments later, it returned with a frisbee in its mouth, leaving Yibai momentarily stunned. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Yibai instructed the Hellhound Shadow and Shao AI to enter the cave together. Shao AI, don't be afraid. I'll be here in your shadow to protect you, Yibai reassured gently, offering a level of care that only the closest of elders would provide among humans. Shao AI was puzzled. As a spirit below the 30th floor, he feared almost nothing except the mightiest of demons. He didn't understand why Xiaoluo needed to hide in his shadow, but he didn't question it further. After navigating several winding tunnels, they emerged into a spacious underground village that resembled a utopia. The village had residents of all ages, and many of the earthen houses were equipped with air conditioning, giving it a modern touch. The frisbee that the Hellhound's Shadow had retrieved was from this village. You've arrived, child of destiny. An elderly man with white hair approached with Fei-Te and others in tow, his gaze fixed on Shao AI's shadow. The old man spoke with a quivering voice. I know you dislike this title, but we don't know what else to call you. Hidden in the shadow, Yibai did not immediately reveal himself but instead asked, how do you know I don't like it? The old man paused before replying slowly, you, or rather, all of you, dislike being called the child of destiny. As he finished speaking, a swordsman in white emerged from the shadows, making the old man momentarily think of someone from the past. A young man, with a sword, one white and one black, yet completely different. The old man sighed softly. Not the same. Yi Bai stared at the old man and asked, besides me, who else have you seen? All the children of destiny, the old man replied seriously, or rather, all the ultimate seeds. Yi Bai fell into deep thought, his gaze fixed on the old man. He silently questioned himself, should I activate Sage Mode? Instantly, Sage Mode activated automatically. Using the trial version of his third awakening, Yi Bai tried to discern the old man's origins. As Sage Mode activated, more and more information flooded Yi Bai's mind. 100 years ago, humans from the 10th floor of the Eternal Tower were rescued from the Eternal Night Castle by nightmares, escaping enslavement. 72 years ago, Wuhan confined humans to protect them from vampire attacks. 36 years ago, for unspeakable reasons, all humans turned into plants, escaping the cycle of reincarnation. After Xiao Luo cleared the 10th floor with an SSS rating, breaking the cycle, humans reverted to their original state and settled on the 30th floor. These pieces of information surged like a tide, giving Yi Bai a deeper understanding of the situation before him. Yi Bai never expected that the old man in front of him was from the 10th layer. This surprising discovery brought back memories of his experiences on the 10th layer. Back then, he had achieved a 100 exploration rate for the human faction, but encountered a strange situation. The entire nocturnal castle was devoid of any humans. When leaving the castle, Yi Bai casually praised the flowers and plants around Dracula, which caused Dracula to break down on the spot. As a vampire, Dracula had never planted any vegetation. This reaction puzzled Yi Bai even more. Where did these plants come from? The truth later revealed was shocking. A Taoist had arrived on the 10th layer, and a single phrase, humans are not mere grass and trees, caused everyone to reveal their true forms. It turned out that these plants were actually transformed humans. The old man's narration added more details to the story. Did the second brother ask the third brother to help you? Yi Bai inquired. Upon receiving the old man's confirmation, he nodded slightly. This explanation made sense. The humans on the 10th layer had been turned into plants to escape the suffering of reincarnation. Third brother Xiaoyao indeed had the ability to do this. However, Yi Bai knew third brother Xiaoyao's character well. Xiaoyao never did anything he found boring. Only the supreme being Wuhan at the time could have persuaded Xiaoyao to act. This reasoning clarified many past doubts, but also brought new questions. Do you belong to the human faction of this layer? Yi Bai asked. The old man shook his head. No, we don't belong to this layer. We are merely homeless and taking refuge here. This answer made Yi Bai realize that these outsiders had no direct connection to the plot of the 30th layer. His plan to achieve a 5S rating needed to find another way. Just as Yi Bai was about to end the conversation, the old man changed the topic. However, I might know something you don't. Do you know what the lower three races are? Yi Bai's inside eye immediately provided the answer. The lower three races are the elves, vampires, and werewolves. But he chose to feign ignorance and shook his head. I don't know. The old man explained. These three races are the weakest in terms of upgrading and career advancement among the Eternal Nine races. Therefore, they're called the lower three races. The new concept of the Eternal Nine races caught Yi Bai's attention. He nodded slightly, thinking that the term seemed discriminatory. What about the human race? He asked. The human race is not part of the Eternal Nine races, the old man replied, continuing. It said that the Eternal Tower was created by the Eternal Nine races in alliance with various deities. Every 10 layers have a guardian, and the first 30 layers are guarded by the lower three races. Yi Bai quickly organized the information in his mind. The 10th layer had Dracula and the White Wolf King, who were the guardians of the vampire and werewolf races. The 20th layer had Cain beneath the ice field, the second most powerful being in the vampire race. Following this pattern, the 30th layer should have a guardian from the elf race. With the information provided by the old man, Yi Bai's thoughts became clearer. Although the 30th layer did not have a clear faction division, he knew there were humans, werewolves, and a hidden elf. The old man knew little about the elves' details. After the conversation, Yi Bai left some supplies and prepared to leave. This group had been isolated since moving to the 30th layer and was only recently discovered by Fight and his team. After understanding the situation, Fengdong and Zuolingxia helped improve their living conditions. The Hellhound's shadow playing with a frisbee earlier was a result of these improvements. As they parted, Yi Bai looked at Fengdong and smiled. You helped me out. Is there anything you want? Without Fight and his team, Yi Bai might have taken longer to find this group. Although he would have eventually noticed something amiss, their actions saved him a lot of trouble. Gratitude was a virtue Yi Bai upheld. Fengdong felt a bit embarrassed. We've already received so many buffs. Asking for more feels a bit inappropriate. All right, Yi Bai nodded. I'll be on my way then. Wait, Brother Shura, I was just being polite. Fengdong hurriedly called out, feeling a bit awkward. If possible, could you give me a lone wolf emblem mark? No problem. Yi Bai took out the lone wolf emblem and curiously asked, where do you want it? Feng Dong wanted to say on his face, but, considering his dignity, chose his staff instead. Yi Bai stamped the emblem on the staff. Feng Dong swore to never wash it again. Zuolingxia hesitated for a moment and also made a request. I want to purchase a batch of scrayed ores, not too much, just 50 kilograms, he added. I'll pay 30 above market price. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. At that price, I might as well sell you the whole mine. Just kidding, just kidding. Zuolingxia quickly waved his hand. Even if Yi Bai wanted to sell, he couldn't afford it. The higher-ups of the human race knew that Shura had a mysterious mine producing high-grade ores. As a mechanical expert, Zuolingxia had a significant demand for high-grade ores. No problem. I'll have it delivered to you through the Wanwu Pavilion. Yi Bai agreed readily. Yi Bai suppressed his heartache, forcing a reluctant smile as he said, no need to go above market price. Let's settle at market value. He was calculating in his mind, considering Shura's reputation. He couldn't afford to appear too greedy. Besides, Zuolingxia's assets were insignificant compared to his leanest sheep, Su Qingfeng. Everyone's attention then shifted to feet. This young man had successfully blocked Shura twice, making significant contributions. More importantly, he was the first to discover the humans beneath the wasteland. Everyone was curious about what he would ask of Shura. After a moment of contemplation, Feet spoke. I heard there's a match between the Shadow and Nightmare Legions. As a prodigious talent of the new generation, he had naturally received an invitation from the Nightmare Legion. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling him to continue. I want to represent the Shadow in the battle, Feet said, looking around before finally fixing his gaze on Feng Dong. Feng Dong will represent the Nightmare Legion's warriors, and I can beat him hands down. Feng Dong rolled his eyes at this. Do you have any manners, genius? Yi Bai readily agreed to Feet's request. In the warrior tier, Feng Dong was already a top-tier fighter, and Feet had a clear advantage over him. This meant the Shadow had an extra layer of assurance in the warrior tier match. Ultimately, only Feng Dong would be the one to suffer. With no other matters to attend to, Yi Bai bid farewell to the three once more. His figure soon appeared above the wasteland, quickly locating Dracula. This time, he also summoned Cain. Not wanting to waste time, Yi Bai got straight to the point. Think carefully. Are there any strong elves at your level, or even slightly stronger? Both vampires shook their heads vehemently, denying it. None. Seeing the two prideful vampires, Yi Bai changed his approach. Are there any strong elves who are just a little weaker than you? They both nodded in unison, replying simultaneously, that we can do. Dracula proudly added. The strongest tribe among the elves is the Blood Elves, no contest. Besides the elf ancestor, Dracula began counting on his fingers. The elves have three major powerhouses, all at the 9th tier war god level. They come from the Sun Elf tribe, the Moon Elf tribe. He suddenly got stuck on the third one, unable to recall. Cain snorted and took over. The Wasteland Elf tribe. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.